Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows honors our community with a tradition of quality you can trust. Save 25% on your entire project, plus receive a special token of appreciation, a free Sun Matrix package upgrade. We've installed over 1 million windows, and most jobs take just 1 day. Hurry, this Memorial Day offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
History San Jose presents the Time Travelers Summer Camp, a 2-week adventure where 8 to 12-year-old campers get hands-on experiences exploring the past. Registrations close May 30th, so enroll your young adventurer to become a time traveler in training today. Camp runs Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. from June 15th through June 26th at History Park. Combine a History San Jose membership and sibling discounts for even more savings. Discounted History San Jose memberships available now on Groupon. Don't wait. Register before May 30th at historysanjose.org.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sunny for San Jose today, going up to 85.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Right.
The ball game, and that completes this three-game series. It completes this road trip where the Giants came into town thinking that they could pull off a nice road trip, and they end up losing all three to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's get right into it. Joe Spadoni, Sam Lovin filling in for Shasky alongside Carter. We got producer Kenny, New York Kenny in the back. And yeah, season low now for the San Francisco Giants. 10 games under 500. They are 20-30, 10-18 on the road. And Sam, they've now turned into the team you want to face if you're in a slump, if you're the opposition. That's where you don't want to be. You don't want to be looking, you don't want to be the team that other teams are looking at and saying, oh, their fan base are like, okay, all right, we got the Dodgers. Oh, but wait, we got the Giants. Oh, we got the Giants on the schedule. We could win that series. That's what the Giants this season have turned into. On May 21st, 2026, the year of our Lord, this team is 10 games under. They don't have a direction. I don't know what they're doing with some of their top prospects. You got major question marks tied to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of deals in your big three with Devers, Adames, and Chapman. Yes, it was good to see Bryce Eldridge get the double yesterday, got an RBI. That was nice. I want to see more of that. I want to see him more in the lineup. But Sam, I mean, it's the same old Giants. It's the same old tune. And unfortunately, we can't even get through the month of May before fans are starting to check out on this team this year. And that sucks. And good morning.
Yeah, good morning there, Spadoni. Yeah, you're wrong around one part. The Giants do have a direction. The direction is down. That's the direction right now. It's just, well, I'll say this. If you're looking for a positive, this is something that Dan Devone brought up last week on the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. And of course, we'll be on this Saturday talking about this absolute miserable team. He's like, oh, hey, the Washington Nationals, they were 19-31 through 50 games. Giants are one game better than the 2019 Nationals. I probably should have.
Oh, that team.
Yeah, 2019 Nationals, they were 19-31 after 50 games. This Giants team is 20-30. So, they're a little bit better than that one very specific example that you're probably clinging to if you want to see this team go in a positive direction. No, it's just, it's they're finding ways to find new lows, and everyone always likes to say rock bottom, and I always like to avoid that phrase because there's always a new rock bottom. There's always a new low that you can hit. And the White Sox are in town this weekend. So, anything is possible at that point.
I would rather be the White Sox.
Actually, right now you would be.
It's I don't know if I should put this out there, but Bonte hit me up the other day. It's just like,
did he really?
I guess maybe we do want to be the White Sox now. I'm just like, you know what, dude? You just pulled that out of nowhere and it just happened to work out.
That's
but you know
good.
what? It's even when Bonte is just firing random things off, he ends up saying the right thing.
I will give Bonte credit for this because at the time, the Giants are doing exactly what they're doing now. And it's even worse today. But they were this team that was kind of rudderless. They were just mired in mediocrity. They didn't know if they wanted to do this platoon thing. They didn't know if they wanted to bring. We know the fans wanted to bring in the big players. They just didn't know if Farhan Zaidi was able to do that. Kept finishing second place for guys like Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, et cetera, et cetera. And I understood the thought process when Bonte said that because he's like, at least the White Sox know they're tanking.
Well, it's kind of like when you actually hit rock bottom.
Yes.
You know your direction because there's only one. It's up. And unfortunately, the Giants are in a situation where things can still go either way. They can still go up or down. Like Willie Adames was quoted after the game yesterday saying that, hey, we got guys on this team that have track records. We'll figure this out and we'll start turning things around. And that's kind of the only option that they have right now is figure out how to turn things around. Well, I guess they don't. They have two options. It's figure it out or just keep spiraling in this downward trajectory that they're going in here. I mean, it's coming out of that A's series, Spadoni, you had a reason to think, hey, maybe if the Giants take advantage of the series in Arizona, something can happen. But Robbie Ray goes out and gets rocked in the worst way possible. Your ugly bullpen woes rear their head again in what's today, Thursday, so in that Tuesday game. And then yesterday, Tyler Mahle, who is just, Joey's got a 6.01 ERA now, a 6.10 ERA now. That is the highest ERA amongst qualified pitchers.
Oh, that's great. So they have the worst pitcher in baseball by ERA.
And Mahle is just...
He's 1-6.
Thank God it's only on a 1-year deal, unlike Adrian Hauser, who's on a 2-year deal. Hauser's been pitching well-ish of late, but Mahle, when he takes the mound, it's just like you're going to get maybe... He's going to go 5 innings. 2 of those innings are going to be really, really good. The other 3 innings are just going to not be good at all, and that's what you got from Mahle yesterday. You got 5 innings, a terrible first, a terrible third, a terrible fifth, and, he took care of business in the second and fourth innings.
Are you a believer in whip? Whip it good?
Yes.
Walks, hits, innings pitched. Mahle also the worst. 1.57 in baseball.
I think he stinks.
And you know what? We have the audacity to even, consider not playing Trevor McDonald in his place. Oh, well, they signed him to a 1-year deal. So when you commit to, the financial aspect of it, he's got to play. No, he does not. He's not a made man.
No.
This isn't some guy that's all of a sudden going to turn it around. It'd be one thing if it's Logan Webb, right, doing his rehab assignment.
There's a resume
He struggled early. He's has pelts on the wall. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not giving Tyler Mahle any benefit of the doubt. No. 6.43 ERA in 21 innings pitched, 15 runs, 4 home runs. That's just in the month of May. That's this month, Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm trying to find the positives. And yesterday there was one. Bryce Eldridge. I thought that was the positive
yesterday. Right now is we're one day closer to the season ending.
Oh, my, come on. It's May 21st.
Right. I know, that's what's ridiculous. It's May 21st, and we're already at this point. I mean, the Bryce Eldridge, I think that was 113 off the bat.
It was the hardest hit ball from the Giants this season.
Oh, well, I guess he'll have something fun to think about for the next 2 games when he's on the bench. You see that? That's
unfortunately, you have to be cynical about it if you're a Giants fan. Yeah.
And, Joe, I try to paint myself as an optimistic Giants fan. Part of the goal I have when I do the Orange and Black Weekend wraps is I want to get people excited about this team. I'll be a homer about this team. I want to make people wake up and think, Giants, yeah. I'm just a man. Yeah. I can only do so much. And this team is making it so hard for me to be optimistic about. I'm like, it's so hard right now to find things that you just want to cling on to and believe in right now. It really is.
I look, the first text I get, and I see it overnight, and it's an interesting question, and this is where Giants fans' heads are at right now. And 888-957-9570 is the number, Giants fans. Season low, 10 games under. What do you want them to do? Do you want them right now to just tear this thing down and start trading these guys? This is the other thing. And the concept of just trading Adames, Chapman, Devers, sure. I think most fans are in agreement of that. They're just not going to be able to unload those contracts because teams aren't going to want to pay guys that stink, that are over 30, making hundreds of millions of dollars. They're not going to do that. And Devers, that's looking like a great deal, right? If you're the Red Sox, but the Red Sox, what do? They get Kyle Harrison, they get James Tibbs, flip those guys for nothing. Kyle Harrison, he's balling his ass off over in Milwaukee, 5-1, 1.77 ERA, and James Tibbs in the Dodgers organization, in their minor league system, one of the top prospects already. They're probably going to flip him for some big name at the deadline. Mm-hmm. So when it rains, it pours, and it's just not good right now. But I'm saying all that to say this. 650. Can you fire Vitello without firing Posey? I think that's a fascinating question. And I'm not saying that they should do that right now, by the way. I think it's a little early. But this is where fans' mindsets are at, Sam.
Well, it's
May 21st, and we're talking about, hey, you can't fire Vitello and if you're Posey and keep your job. You're the guy that picked this guy. You stuck your neck out for this guy who had never managed in the big leagues. And I'm not sitting here saying Tony Vitello is all of a sudden the reason this team is 10 games under. I'm not saying that. But I'm also questioning, what does he do for this team? What has Tony Vitello provided for this team? That's it. I'm literally just asking the question. I don't know. Well, I don't know.
Yeah. The theory
sounds like I'm trying to crush the guy. I'm not. I just don't know what he's providing.
Yeah. Well, let's peel back some of the stuff you said there. You talked about the trading Adames and Devers and Chapman thing. Like, what do fans want to do? They want to tear down. Like, right now, I'm still holding on to Devers. He's hitting well enough right now where I'm going to set him off to the side. The problem with Adames, though, Spadoni, is, I don't know what other... I guess you could, in theory, play Casey Schmidt there. If you moved off of him, that's the easiest plug there. If you're going to try and move off anybody to get Schmidt in the lineup, I think maybe you look at Matt Chapman. That's probably the easier deal to move right now because Schmidt defensively, I believe, is better at third base than he is at shortstop there. And also, so you got 3 years left on Chapman's deal. That's a much easier deal to move. Whereas Adames, outside of him, outside of Casey Schmidt, there's not really any other shortstop options in the organization that you can turn to right now other than just, some replacement level player at the AAA level that you're just going to get sick of after a week. All their best shortstop prospects are down in the minors. So this is all just a long-winded kind of depressing way of saying that I don't think they're moving off Adames anytime soon. I think, again, he's hitting well right now, so that's good. But I just don't see him going anywhere for the next couple of years right now.
808. The Giants make the Warriors look like an elite team. Damn. I was high on this team heading into the season, Sammy.
We all were.
Like I legitimately was talking myself into, okay, Devers is legit. I think this is going to be a really good offensive team. And you know what? The guys that have actually stepped up are the guys we had major question marks. Luis Arias, we knew he was going to be a high average guy. He just has been that his whole career. Not a lot of power, but that's okay. At least for me, a lot of Giants fans were questioning that. But the question about him, most of all, was his glove, his defense. He's been sensational. He's been amazing. Casey Schmidt, he's been the jack of all trades and master of all of them. He's been fantastic for this team. And again, yesterday, what does he do? Leadoff home run. He's been sensational for this squad.
Well, I think he was hitting second yesterday.
You know what I mean. Top of the first inning.
Sorry, it was third. He was hitting third yesterday. He hit in the first inning. But yeah, Will Brennan was the leadoff hitter yesterday. And why? To who? To what? To why? I didn't get that one. Will Brennan in at leadoff.
They're trying something new. I'll give them that. So. They're trying to do something. They're throwing crap against the wall, hope it sticks.
I'd honestly rather have seen Drew Gilbert leading off there. At least that's a guy who I know is going to be around for a while. It's just so depressing, Spadoni. It's incredible how much this team has just completely fallen off here. And again, they're 10 games under now, first time since 2019, and I just don't see a path back. You said it at the start of the show that the Giants are the soft spot in the schedule right now.
Yep.
And
Sam, they're closer to the Colorado Rockies than any actual contender. They are closer to being what the Colorado Rockies are, who we all probably laugh at as fans. Look at the Rockies. Oh, they don't know what they're doing. They're stupid. You're a game above them in the standings for last place in the National League. And you are second to last in the National League. You have the second fewest total wins, tied with the Houston Astros, Kansas City Royals, Detroit Tigers, and those teams are all 10 games under 500. Actually, some of those teams is kind of crazy.
That's actually kind of surprising.
It's actually kind of crazy. I'm saying that out loud.
And the Tigers being 10 games under
and the Astros.
Is actually... Well, the Astros, you kind of knew a season like this was coming. I know that you're enjoying it a lot.
Always. Altuve.
But, the Tigers being down there, that's Scott Harris. Yikes.
Well, they're saying Skubal, maybe they're going to trade him now this year.
Well, there you go. There's your Tibbs trade right there for the Dodgers.
God.
Well, of course, Skubal's
Could you imagine that?
Oh, I always thought it was going to be Skeens.
Dodgers get Skubal at the deadline.
Or James Tibbs. That's how it's going to happen. It's either going to be that or James Tibbs going to hit the walk-off home run that gives the Dodgers 3 in a row. It's going to be one of those things. Or he'll hit the home run against Kyle Harrison in Game 7 between the Dodgers and the Brewers.
It's crazy looking at just, and I have right up now, just the league in general. The Arizona Diamondbacks are a better team than the Giants. They're 25-23, right? They're not amazing, but they're just been a better run franchise the last handful of years. The Arizona Diamondbacks, Sam, who from my time and your time, they've just been an expansion team. Yes, they've gone to World Series. They won one in the early 2000s, Randy Johnson's.
They've just kind of been there.
They've kind of been there, right?
Yeah.
And yet, and this is what I go back to when talking about the A's, the Giants are one of the iconic brands in the sport. But the way the organization has been ran the last handful of years, 10 years, quite frankly, outside of one blip in 2021, they are the teams like the Angels. They are the teams like the Rockies, except it's even worse because those teams, at least they know they suck and they're trying to get top 5, top 10 picks. They just haven't been able to do it or land the free agents. The Giants have been trying to compete and they spend just enough to get beat. So, and I'm asking fans at 888-957-9570, like, do you still have hope that this team can turn it around? And I'm genuinely. Like, because it is May 21st. I want to hear from the people that still have hope in this team, in the squad.
Oh, well,
because seriously,
we
I want to
call into the show, though.
Or text in.
Or text. Again, they're 20-30, Joe. They have to go 61-51 the rest of the way just to get to 500, just to break even, as some people like to say. Like, does this team in any way, shape, or form look like a team that's capable of going 61-51 the rest of the way? I mean, they can just play 500 ball the rest of the way, and they're going to be 10 games below 500. Like the good teams find ways to go on stretches of 10 wins out of 12 games or something like that. And this Giants team has just shown how incapable they are of generating momentum. Yesterday, I think, is kind of a microcosm. They get on the board in the first inning thanks to Casey Schmidt. Tyler Mahle comes up. Immediately, what's he do here in the first inning? He gets victimized by Ketel Marte on a double there to right field.
Ketel Marte, giant killer. Move him in the conversation.
I am absolutely adding Ketel Marte to the list of all-time Giants killers. That guy, it is insane what numbers he has put up against this team.
He's batting .288, 121 hits, 18 home runs, 53 RBIs, and 60 runs scored in 110 games versus the Giants in his career. It's pretty good, Sammy.
No, and that's some of his best numbers. I think
it feels higher than that.
Only I think the Rockies does he have a better
batting average,
better numbers against than against in his career against any team that he has the Giants. Right. And again, it's a microcosm. You get on the board the first inning, you immediately give it up. You get on the board in the second inning. Tyler Mahle just hangs a fastball right over the middle. Ketel Marte just absolutely cranks it again. I believe he was that from the right? No, it was from the left side on that one. But it's just like, I can't believe the other night they tried to let's flip Ketel Marte to the right side and send in a guy who's not good against righties and have a guy who's hits well against lefties. That was just a crazy decision there, but we litigated that yesterday. Ketel Marte he's a dude who makes this team miserable. Like he's on the list of guys of, in the last few years, guys like, again, another giant killer who was in the lineup, Nolan Arenado, Manny Machado's on that list, Charlie Blackmon, Justin Turner, Max Muncy, Paul Goldschmidt.
I was going to say Goldschmidt's the guy.
Giant killer.
That was the Tim Lincecum killer for sure. Was Paul
another giant killer we saw yesterday, Merrill Kelly. I saw he was 6-0 with like a 2-some ERA against the Giants at Chase Field.
He got the win yesterday.
Whenever he pitches, I mean, he's a guy. He's never pitched. He has not pitched well at all this year.
No,
the Giants were his get right game.
Yeah,
Ketel Marte. Don't mess with that guy. But it's again, then the Giants tie the game in the fourth inning, and then immediately Diamondbacks get it back in the fifth inning. It's just this constant pattern the Giants are doing where it's a step forward, a step back, a step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. The inability to generate any sort of momentum. I'm sorry, until they can do that consistently, I have no reason to think this team can turn things around.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. D-Dubs, we'll get to on the other side. 888-957-9570. Is there any hope left for this Giants season after falling 10 games, a season low, under 500? We'll get to all of that. Plus, on the other side, what do you hear? What do you say? We'll hear from the skipper after loss, Tony Vitello, as we do each and every day after a Giants game. It's going to be sponsored by the San Mateo County Fair.
Mateo County Fair, powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and and where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrance must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
This is Stories from the Pitch. Brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
They arrived in Germany under a cloud. Calciopoli, the match-fixing scandal, had just broken in Italy, threatening to demote Juventus and disgrace the league. Several squad members faced charges back home. Coach Marcello Lippi turned isolation into fuel. Italy played pragmatically, ruthlessly. Goalkeeper Gianluigi Gianluigi Buffon conceded just 2 goals all tournament, 1 penalty, 1 own goal. They beat Germany in the semifinal in extra time. Fabio Grosso curling home a beauty in the final minute. Then France in Berlin. Penalties. Grosso again. The last kick. Trezeguet missed. Italy's 4th World Championship. The squad lifted the trophy and dedicated it to the country, to the league, to the friends back home waiting for verdicts.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more stories from the pitch.
Swinging the bat pretty well, Casey Schmidt. High drive down the line, into the corner, and out of here.
Yay!
He ambushed him.
It's your boy Dibs. It's football season, which means we talk to stink Mark Schlereth on the regular. Now, back to a show that actually doesn't stink. The Morning Roast.
It's not football season unless you're talking about what, like the XFL, UFL, whatever the hell it's called.
I mean, it's the NFL, Joe. It kind of goes year-round.
I guess,
you know.
I do like listening to Mark Schlereth, though. And shout out Dan Dibley, doing a hell of a job with Willard and Dibs. Check them out in the afternoon. Start with the crossover at 1:45 with Steiny and Goo, who will join us tomorrow, Sammy, because Steiny and Goo join us every Friday for a crossover at 9:45 there. Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Casey Schmidt continues to be hot. Batting .293, slugging .529. He has easily been the best story, I think, so far of the San Francisco Giants season. That is officially off the rails. Can we say that? They're 10 games under.
Yes.
It's a season low.
Yeah, first time since 2019, a year when they were saying goodbye to Bruce Bochy and basically trying to rebuild this thing or start rebuilding this thing. Joe, I think that 2019 team set the record for the most players to suit up for the Giants in a single season. It's like 65, 66, something like that, some absurd number when Farhan was just bringing all these guys in and out of the clubhouse. It's
the Phantom IL.
They are, there's just a lot of just DFAs. There's a lot of guys who be up there. And that was the year that Michael Reed was their starting right fielder.
Is that Connor Joe season?
That was the Connor Joe season. That was, we had the 8 games of Connor Joe, the 6 games of Michael Reed. I think there was like 7.5 games of Tyler Austin. Gerardo Parra was there for a second. Yangervis Solarte was on that 2019 team. No one even remembers that one.
What a name.
This is where we're at right now with this Giants team. And what's even more pathetic out of all this, Spadoni, is you mentioned the Rockies and the White Sox in the last segment of 2 organizations kind of going nowhere, who the Giants will be playing in the next couple weeks. The Giants are a team that they're going to tell you that they're trying. Like, ownership will tell you that they're going out there and trying to, be good on a day-to-day basis. And they're so obsessed with looking like they're trying that it's like they're forgetting to actually go through the act of trying or go through the act of, succeeding at trying. It's just, that's the worst part of it, is they think they're an organization that has a winning atmosphere. I'm talking about ownership.
Sure.
And they don't. That's just it. They just don't.
707 brings up what you brought up last segment, Sam. The Washington Nationals 2019, 19-31 after 50, ended 93-69, won the World Series. I guess that's the only hope we have, is if you could be the Washington Nationals of that same year you were just alluding to in 2019, which was Bochy's last season as manager.
The Giants are in a situation. I mean, I do love Mark Willard's line, it's allowed to happen. There's nothing stopping this team from ripping off the next 9 games in a row against the White Sox, Diamondbacks at home, and then the Rockies in Colorado. There's nothing in the rules that say they can't do that. There's nothing really stopping them from doing that other than, like themselves or the other teams they might be playing. But they could, in theory, do that. They're not, but they could. And Spadoni gets to the point where it's, My kind of overall arching belief in these things is when you get to a situation where you're basically hoping for a miracle and that's about all you have left, you're not in a good spot. I mean, sure, miracles do happen, but like that's not a strategy. That's just, miracles just happen. No one ever goes into, like, the 1980 men's hockey team didn't go into that game against Russia to be like, well, hey guys, remember the plan, hope for the miracle. That was not the plan.
But what about even year magic?
It's an
even year.
Those were good teams.
Oh.
It wasn't the Magic, Joe. Spoiler alert, guys. Spoiler alert, Giants fans. Those teams were not magical. Those teams were just good at baseball. And then we just said it was magic because it felt magical because that's what a good baseball team feels like. It feels like magic. This year, it's quite the opposite. This year feels
torture.
I was going to say tragic because it rhymes with magic.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. I do like that when they have the magic number to clinch and the tragic number to not clinch and feel officially eliminated.
Yeah, do we have a Giants tragic number already?
We're approaching.
The Giants tragic number is 21, as in May 21st, as in the day we all just feel like this season is just an absolute tragedy.
Oh, I was going to say it's the $500 million locked into Devers, Chapman, and Thomas. That's the tragic number right now for the Giants. You kind of have to laugh through the pain, Sammy.
Tragic is like 35, the amount of people whose job it is to run this organization.
Damn.
You got 35 Yahoo billionaires who run this team, and they're going to sit here and say, oh, we can't afford bullpen help. Oh, we can't go afford another starter. We got to get Tyler Mahle instead. I'd be curious to see how much longer they try to make it work with Mahle. It's just not been working at all. Other than a couple innings here and there. His ERA, I think, has gone up every start since like his second or third start.
He cannot be that guy.
No, he can't be. Trevor McDonald, though, can be, and he'll be pitching tomorrow as the Giants have a day off today before heading back to Oracle Park mañana. Davis Martin, who has a 6-1 record, 1.61 ERA, 59 strikeouts, having a hell of a year for the White Sox against Trevor McDonald, who, as we know, Sam, has been balling as of late for the Gigantes, filling in for Logan Webb, who was supposed to do a rehab assignment, today or tomorrow?
I thought Wednesday was the day.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Do we know if it went well or not?
The fact that we got no news from it probably means it went well.
There we go. D-Dubs, I know he's doing well. He's in Rincon? He's in the Valley. What's up, D-Dubs?
Hey, the one thing I noticed with that call you just put up, that take that Dwayne Kuiper called that home run.
Yeah.
You know we're in trouble when even his call is lackluster. Both the Dubs and the Giants, we know, suffer from chemistry. You can run anybody out there, but if you don't have chemistry, don't expect much. Even back in the days when Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds would, and we knew those guys didn't like each other, they still had chemistry, and they still encouraged and trusted one another to come through. I just don't see it with the Giants. On paper, they look like they should be a lot better than what they are. Unfortunately, they got no chemistry. And unfortunately, without Steph and Dre on the Dubs, there's no chemistry. Can't expect much, baby. Long-time listener, first-time caller, love your show. Thanks a lot for the vibe.
D-Dubs, appreciate you. And I do think that is well said. The lack of chemistry right now for this team. And there is something to be said about heading into the season, Sam. That was kind of what they were selling, right? Like Vitello was talking about the camaraderie. Maybe everyone's a little bit too nice. Maybe we're all a bit too friendly. Maybe we needed some more attention. Maybe I didn't do a good enough job. Remember the comments he made during the Yankees series when they got swept?
Fire and brimstone.
That was what we were kind of promised heading into the season. At the very least, this team is going to like each other and they're going to, be there for each other and there's going to be chemistry.
I do think these guys like each other. I don't think that's an issue. I think chemistry in the clubhouse, camaraderie.
Maybe they do like you. I'm not saying they're angry or but there is something to be said to D-Dub's point. Maybe there needs to be more tension. And Tony's actually talked about this. Maybe there should be more of an edge with this team because I don't feel it.
Well, I think one of the more louder secrets or non-secret secrets about those dynasty teams was Angel Pagan wasn't the most likable guy, I think was the story I heard. And the universal, I guess, dislike of Angel Pagan kind of at times united the team in a way. And of course, he was still part of that team and whatnot. But this all goes to say that, Joe, I do kind of agree with you. Maybe they do need someone who's in there who just kind of ruffles feathers a little bit. Someone that, because all those guys in that clubhouse are incredibly friendly with each other. Willy Adames is, the poster child for, joy and fun in baseball. I know that pisses people off to hear that because he's hitting so poorly, but it is true. But there's no one in that clubhouse who I would say creates any tension or edge in a positive or negative way there. And I don't know, maybe that is something they need. Maybe they just, I remember a couple years ago, Brandon Belt was asking, what's the secret to the 2021 Giants success? He's like, there's no jerks on this team. He used a different word that started with a D. I'm going to say jerks though, because it's the radio. Maybe they need a jerk on this team. Maybe it's just they've gotten too nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And starts with the same letter.
Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah.
All time. That name's coming back, by the way. Benny has a classmate named Dirk.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you hear? What do you say? Tony V? All right. After every single Giants game, we hear from the manager and this guy. I mean, I walked into this studio, Sam, and like I said, the first text I see is 650 saying, can you fire Vitello without firing Posey? That's where we're at a month and a half into the season, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Tony V, how do you turn this thing around, man?
I think to continue the momentum we have as far as the style of play, just from my vantage point, the way guys are playing together, the energy that's involved, whether it's Rafi diving all over the place, Willie getting down the line, other examples too, and we got some young guys that are going to help us. So I think the more experience they get, the better off they are, and then there's a lot of new faces in that locker room and clubhouse. So I think the more familiar everybody gets with one another, I'd like to think we'd improve.
I guess my question is, what's there to be familiar about at this point? What do you not know what's happening? I'm not trying to poke fun or are really trying to crush Tony. I'm not. I have to question everything right now that these guys are saying, because I'm hearing the same thing every game now.
Well, they're not going to just come out and say at this point, yeah, we suck, pack it up. They're going to try and take an optimistic tone, because that's what the mindset that you have to have in this situation. When you're digging a hole, the only thing you can do is basically just well, you know what? At some point, we'll figure out a way to not dig a hole. And the problem is it's going to be too late. They could figure it out. They went 4-6 in this road trip. They're doing better this month. I think they're 7-6 or something since that 13-game losing streak, or that 6-game losing streak, or 6-7, whatever. They can play around 500 ball the rest of the year. The problem is 500 ball gets you to nothing.
And
exactly.
And the National League is deep this year, as we know, much better than the American League. Chris Rose is going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour, who was with us the previous week. Really good stuff, John Boy Media. And he had to sit down with Tony V that I do want to talk about. But he was like, yeah, if you were in the American League, they'd be right there. But you're not.
Yeah.
It's one of the few times in my lifetime that the National League is actually better than the American League. But let's pick this up on the other side, Sammy. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is how I want to phrase it. They're 10 games under. It's May 21st. I don't think the Giants are ready to wave the white flag. And Giants fans, if you're out there and you're not willing to wave the white flag on the season yet, I want you to call in and tell me why. And this is how I'm going to phrase it. 888-957-9570. Do you want this Giants team and Buster Posey right now to reload and add on, or start the rebuild and tear it down? 888-957-9570. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Summer is coming. Are you ready? If you're still trying to do it on your own, it's time for a smarter approach. Jumpstart MD offers local, medically supervised weight loss with personalized plans and access to GLP-1 medications at our lowest rates. This isn't DIY. This is real care that delivers real results. And right now, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Start now, not later, and get ahead of summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit JumpStartMD today.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
School's out, and these are the only courses you need. Celebrate your graduation with 5 courses fresh from the Walkfire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Congratulations, you handled the hard work. Now let us handle the cooking. Celebrate with some sizzle, only at P.F. Chang's.
To center field, and it's off the bricks, and it rolls way away from the center fielder. That is going to allow Chapman to score easily, and Eldridge has a double and an RBI.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy Joe Spadoni and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
Lubman in for Shasky Goo. Hello, but thank you. Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, that's Giants baseball for you.
I'm trying.
You and Carter were just having a weird conversation about Trader Joe's at the break. What's going on there?
I like Trader Joe's. That's it.
Oh, okay. You know, I like Trader Joe's too.
Stop! Yeah, that's it.
Stop!
Wait, okay, what's Carter have against Trader Joe's now?
He has nothing against Trader Joe's. Except the parking lot sometimes, which are very convoluted. And
I mean, I got Carter's in here complaining about his caviar bagel being $20.
If you're Carter, like you're 6'8", 6'9", like I'm sure a place like Trader Joe's seems miniature. Like it's the aisles, everything. It's too convoluted. Honestly, it's also felt miniature, which is like impossible. How are we like running into carts in Costco? Too many people.
Those are big.
Too many.
Well, those carts are really big too.
No, but people like leave them right in the middle, and it drives me insane.
I can't remember the last time I went to a Costco.
What?
Oh, I'm not a member. I don't think. No, I'm not.
You're not a wholesale kind of a guy?
No,
okay.
I'm not. I think my mom has a membership, but like I'm not 16 anymore. I don't go to Costco with my mom.
You still can get the free samples. I would.
Oh, I mean, that's
if Marianne Spadoni was like, "Hey, Joe, you want to go to Costco run with me right now?" I'd be like, yeah.
No, go. That's literally the only reason why I would go as a kid.
I like the ABC cookies they had sometimes.
Oh yeah, too. I just go from aisle to aisle and just load up on all the free samples. That was living back when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Still kind of living now, but when you're a kid, it's more fun.
Yeah, we're talking about Costco free samples being more excited than the San Francisco Giants right now. 888-957-9570.
What is more satisfying right now, the free hot dog sample you get at Costco or the San Francisco Giants?
So I asked the question, are you reloading on this Giants team right now, or are you rebuilding? It's one or the other. You could reload and try to add on to this team, or you could punt and say, hey, Rise, Ray, hell, maybe even Logan Webb, bye-bye. See you later. Let's just bring in some more young talent. We had Keith Law on yesterday, senior MLB writer for The Athletic and very tapped in on all things farm system. And he's high on what the Giants are doing with their prospects. But he just didn't love what they did with the free agents and, the trade for Rafi Devers. Those are the only things that are weighing them down right now. And those are your three biggest, or supposed to be, biggest pieces. And they just haven't been that for you. Now, I'll give Rafi a little bit. He's been better. But that being said, I mean, he's still batting .246. Has he been sensational? Has he lived up to his contract thus far?
246 is good this day and age. So, I mean, but no, is he living up to the $295 million? No, probably not. It's, ask that question. Would you rather, you're not adding on to this team. You're not spending to increase the performance of this team.
You think that would be a panic move? Like, let's say like you open up your phone and say, Buster Posey trades for, I don't know, give me a pitcher out there. Framber Valdez.
I mean, I don't know about Framber. Framber's a guy who I would have wanted in the offseason. I'm probably backing off of that now. He's kind of a nut job.
What if you flipped Chapman for him or something like that? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
It just seems like you're rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic. I think this team, I kind of wonder.
Sinking no matter what.
I kind of wonder if Buster could go back and do this over again. I wonder what moves he would do differently. Like I truly believe that Buster thought this team was closer to contending than it actually was. Maybe he just misevaluated it. Maybe he ignored some red flags and just kind of blew through those red flags and thought that he could spend this team into contention. Like, we all like bringing back Chapman when he did that. We all like the Adames deal. We all like the Devers deal when it happened. It just hasn't really panned out. But I wonder if you can go back and do this over again, if Buster would have been just better served just kind of tearing everything down and jumping right into a rebuild. Like, I kind of wonder if he could do that, if he could do things over again, if that's the path he would have taken.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. And if you're Tony Vitello, you're probably questioning right now, did I want to leave college? Did I want to leave my cozy job over there in Tennessee? No, I always push back on that too, because he has his pick of the litter if he gets fired or if he wants to leave. Like, he's going to be fine. Well, Tony's going to be fine no matter what.
That's kind of what worries me, though, Joe. And this is why I said at the beginning of the year that the playoffs are a big ask for this team. I think the number one goal for this team this year is just you need Tony to feel comfortable managing this team. And this idea that he was going to step in after 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, or 2 months and just, have full command of this clubhouse or have full command of, what it means, how it feels to be a big league manager. I just didn't believe that. And I am really worried, Joe, that if this season does spiral out of control, if he at the end of the year, he's just like, you know what? I don't want to subject myself to this. I can literally just go and take the Texas job or take an LSU job or take any job in the SEC, get paid more money than what the Giants are paying me, have more control than what I have now, and be a god in some small town. Like, he could easily walk away from this team after this year and go back to the SEC and live like a king for years. Like, does not have to marry himself to this area.
650 says blow it up. 707, tear it down. Excuse me. 707 also says people that walk through a Costco in the wrong direction are a threat to society. I agree. What are you doing?
Wait, what's the direction?
They're just the wrong way.
Just walk against traffic, I guess, whatever traffic is that day.
Yeah, sports, man. Can you bring back the chopped onions, by the way? I know you can request them in the food court in the back. They have them like individual packets. I was like, just bring back the chopped onions.
Carter is just so out on grocery store talk right now.
Well, that's fine. It's more exciting than what the Giants are doing. Tell you that right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is that Keith Law? Hey, you know what?
I had to pump that up a little. We might have to go back and repump it. Yeah, we need that. Play that again. Mm-hmm. There you go. I actually kind of like it.
That was a really good interview. If you missed any of that, he was sensational. Keith Law, find it on the Free Odyssey app or on YouTube. And this is what he had to say on why the Giants won't rebuild.
I think that's an ownership question. Like, I don't actually have an answer. I don't think there's ever been a point since that. What did they win that 1 year under Kapler?
107
or something.
Yeah, 107.
Yeah, that was close. In some sense, having that and then, of course, getting nothing out of it in the playoffs, right, was almost the worst thing that could happen because it has felt, just an outsider perspective, like they've been trying to replicate that for a while now, as opposed to just saying, that's not coming back. I mean, that's clearly not coming back at this point. And saying, okay, we have to actually tear this down a bit more and try to rebuild. Instead, it's been sort of patch. And I think that's top down. I think that's come from ownership. And it might be now ownership through Posey to the rest of the baseball staff. But that is very much the sense that I've gotten, that there's not a sense of we're able to rebuild.
And piggybacking off that, 408, Spadoni, you are not discussing the fact that Buster is not here to guide a rebuild. He's not really qualified. Posey is here to build a contender.
Well, hold on.
What was he brought into? So this starts the question. What was he brought in to do, Buster Posey?
Well, my question to that text is, he's qualified to build a contender, but not rebuild a team. I feel like if you're not qualified for one, you're not qualified for the other. The reality is, if you want to just base it off the resume, Buster had none. And based off of that, no, he's not qualified. And Joe, like,
in the front office, he had big league experience, but that's just from a player.
He played. And then this is the whole, like, and Shasky and I, we had this back and forth of you have to have played the game and whatnot. And
right.
Joe, do you know how many GMs or president of baseball operations the Giants have had in their history that were also former players?
0.
That was 3.
Oh, I thought you were going. You're going one or the other direction with me. I don't know.
No. This Buster's the third. And there's like 9 or 10 guys who have held this position, or 12 guys. I'm going off my head here. Going back to like the 1940s. That's when GMs actually started becoming a thing.
Back to like New York. Okay.
Yeah. So Buster is the third executive in Giants history, GM or president of baseball operations, who played the game before transitioning to the front office. So it's kind of a different situation here. Brian Sabean was a scout before he, was elevated to a GM's role. So, listen, so is he qualified in that he didn't have the resume? No. Is he qualified in that he understands this game? Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a matter of, are you willing to put up with the growing pains that he's going to go through as he learns the ropes of this job? And unfortunately, Buster learned, I think, a very difficult lesson of you can't just throw money at your problems and spend your way into contention. And unfortunately, he's learning that lesson the hard way, and that he's going to be stuck with those lessons for many, many years in the form of Chapman, Adames, and I'm going to say to a lesser extent, Rafael Devers.
So I do think it's an interesting point from the 408 that you could be one or the other in baseball. Either you're doing a rebuild kind of a guy, GM or lady, right? You had who was it? Kim
Ng.
Thank you. Over in Miami. Or you could be like a Dave Dombrowski, right? And if you're bringing in Dave Dombrowski, what are you doing, Sam?
Oh, you're spending big money.
Big money, getting rid of prospects. You're going all in. That's what you do. Which, in fairness, it's worked pretty well for the guy. He's gotten to many a World Series.
Done it with the Marlins, done it with the Red Sox, done
Tigers,
doing it with the Phillies.
He's done
with the Tigers.
He's done it everywhere, and he's done very, very well. I don't think Buster Posey, you could have just shoehorned him in to be a guy like that when he didn't have any experience. And you know what? Going back to Keith Law, who we had on this time last year, he questioned a lot of it. And you know what? It's looking like he's right.
He was just getting kind of canonized despite having absolutely no experience at any of this. And he's got great people under him. I think Zach Manassian is doing the best he can, certainly in the circumstances. I've known him for a really long time. Michael Holmes, the scouting director, is great. Kyle Haynes over in player development. They have great people there. I just don't think Buster has any kind of magic touch. That's this whole idea that Buster's going to save everything. And no, actually, he is totally inexperienced for any front office job. And it has shown in a couple of these things, unfortunately. And I think that is at least part of why they're in the situation that they're in, from making the Devers trade to, hiring a manager with absolutely no professional experience whatsoever. Tony Vitello is one of the best head coaches in college baseball. It's a very different game, it's a little bit of a different sport, but it's certainly a very different job managing anywhere in the pros versus managing in college. And I just look at a lot of these and say, this feels like Buster showing his inexperience. That's the best way to put it.
And I think he's absolutely right. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors. Valkyries always are in the free Odyssey app. Coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. 925. I'm so glad Shasky isn't here today. It's probably better for his health, Sam.
No, he's getting some much needed time off there, so I'm happy for him on that one. But in regards to the inexperience thing, like, this is where, again, why it's so easy to take the blame off Tony is because you look at this roster here, Spadoni, and this is where I can't even really get mad at ownership. Buster had opportunities to improve this roster in a lot of different ways in the offseason, most namely on the pitching side. Now, the Hauser and Malley deals, they weren't, super long-term commitments. Hauser 2 years, and I don't like that, but it does give you a kind of the option to move off of Tyler Malley when you want to try and keep Trevor McDonald in the rotation. Stay tuned on that. But, Joe, the part that I think vexes most Giants fans is how Buster has handled the bullpen here. And, Spinoni, usually I'm of the belief that you're not going to find great help in the bullpen on the free agency market. Every now and then, maybe you can, but for the most part, good relievers don't usually hit free agency. This last offseason does not fall into that category. When we're watching, Ryan Borucki go out there and get roughed up, when we're watching JT Brubaker go out there and have to play the cleanup guy role out there, or when we're watching Matt Gage get thrown into a situation in the ninth inning that's just not the leverage situation that he's meant to be in, it's very easy for Giants fans to look back at the free agency market and think what could have been. Like, obviously we would have loved to have had Tyler Rogers back, but he signed for $12 million with Toronto. $12 million, that's a lot to give to a reliever. Another guy we could have gotten, Ryan Helsley with Baltimore. He's got a 2.53 ERA over in Baltimore. He's making $14 million, though. Maybe you don't want to spend, $10 million plus on a reliever. I get that. Gregory Soto, though, with the Pirates, making $7.75 million. He's got a 2.31 ERA. Okay, $7 million, that's too much for you. How about our old friend Jacob Junis? He's making a cool full $4 million for the Rangers this year. He's got a 1.71 ERA. You could A, use him in your bullpen, and B, afford to have him in your bullpen. Hobie Milner with the Cubs. He's making $3.7 million this year. He's got a 1.96 ERA. That's a guy who you could A, afford, and B, also slot.
Why didn't they address it? I'm like, why didn't they do it, Sam? I'm asking you. Seriously. Why?
Either they just truly didn't want to spend the money on it, or they thought, we got to develop our bullpen with our in-house candidates. And to their credit, they have some guys in this bullpen who you do like. I don't think he's a closer, but I do like Caleb Killian as a reliever. Matt Gage, they've been using him as kind of like the first guy out of the bullpen of late. I love him in that role. I'm high on Joel Peguero. I mean, the guy just throws gas as long as he can get into the strike zone. And then Eric Miller, who's probably their best reliever right now. But I don't know if Eric Miller's the kind of guy who, if he's your best reliever, I don't think you have a great bullpen. I think if Eric Miller is your second or third best reliever, then you're doing pretty good. So they have guys in this bullpen that you like. They just don't have a bullpen full of guys that you like. It's an incomplete bullpen, and they had ways and options to improve that bullpen in the offseason, and for whatever reason, they just chose not to address it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giants fall to a season-low 10 games under 500 after getting swept in the desert by the D-backs. They'll be back in action tomorrow for a 3-game set against the red-hot Chicago White Sox. Yeah, White Sox are good this year, peeps. 650, Dibs was right. We're in need of a closer. That's actually pretty good.
That's a 4.
Give you a 4.
Alpha Beta on YouTube shouldn't have let Bob Melvin go. I don't think Bob Melvin is having any sort of impact on this team that Tony isn't having.
This is bigger than the manager. This is big. It's the players. It's the roster construction. This is what it is. I don't care if it was Joe Torre. I don't care if it was Branch Rickey. Who else you got out there? Anyone you want to think of. Phil Jackson. Steve Kerr.
Bruce Bochy.
They're not making this into a contender. You have to have the dudes. Did you guys watch the playoffs last year? Did you watch the Mariners? Did you watch the Yankees? Did you watch the Blue Jays? Did you watch the Dodgers and all those other teams in the National? Like, you got to have the players.
You have to have
always that.
You have to have consistent.
In any sport, Sam.
You have to have consistent performance from those players too. And I think the Buster would be the first to tell you his 3 best hitters on this team: Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, and Rafael Devers, or highest profile hitters, I should say.
Sure.
They're all streaky hitters. They're admittedly streaky hitters. When Devers gets hot, he is scorching hot, and it's fun to watch. When he gets cold, good Lord, you want to bang your head against the wall until your brains come out of your ears. It's just not fun to watch when he's cold. Matt Chapman, same thing, but it's just, it becomes a very flawed roster. It becomes a flawed roster with a rotation that's just, simply put, not good enough. Logan Webb is a terrific pitcher, but he's got his flaws. Robbie Ray is a good pitcher, but he walks too many guys for me to really feel comfortable with him. Landon Roop is an ascending pitcher. There's going to be ups and downs at that, though. You've created an imperfect roster here, and you're expecting to contend with it. And when you warp the expectations like that, that's how you set up a season that's just going to be rife with disappointment. And the question I have with Buster Posey is, would you rather redo the hire of Buster Posey or redo the moves that Buster's made? And by that, I mean, would you have rather have just completely hired somebody else other than Buster Posey? Or would you still hire Buster Posey if you can go back and do it again, but you just have him make different moves after that?
It's a good question. And we're going to find out if the organization stands behind Buster after this year. If this season continues to go the way we think it's going to go, they become sellers at the deadline, Sammy. They cut all this. They try to cut some salary. Maybe they can get rid of a Chapman, maybe an Adames, maybe. I just don't see them moving off that Rafi Devers albatross of a contract currently. I'm very curious to see the moves that are made as the season goes on. See, that is an element of this season, which I do find fascinating still. Even if they are going to not be great, I would like for them to be good. It's good for business when the team is good, talking about a better team. But I am fascinated to see how this is going to unravel as the season goes on. I have no idea what we're going to see. That's why I asked the question, is Buster's back against the wall? Is he going to make some panic moves here? Try to go get some players, try to go get some pieces, try to do a wheel and deal, maybe move a player here, there, get a guy over there. Like, I have no idea. You know, Dave Fleming was on with this yesterday, voice of the Giants. You know, this is his message to Giants fans who think the season's already over.
Every frustration that Giants fans are feeling is being felt ×2 inside the Giants franchise. The front office is furious with the way this is going. The new manager is furious with the way this is going. The players are really unhappy. And, I don't want to use the word embarrassed, but I think the players are embarrassed to a degree about the way that they're playing. The frustration is totally legitimate. This season, the Giants had real playoff aspirations and expectations. And on paper, I thought they were a playoff team. And it's going to be real hard for them to recover from this. But here's the other thing I would say. This year doesn't mean, well, pack it in. We're done. There's tons of things you can still accomplish this year. And if you get to a point where you're really, things really aren't working, it's still way too early to just pull the plug and say we're benching this guy but if you get to a point, then you can start to experiment a little more, and you can use the season to figure out how do we fit these pieces together and try something new.
And that was Dave Fleming on with us yesterday, as he is each and every week.
I got a question here that maybe we can get into this on the other side. Is just, did ownership just assume that by hiring Buster Posey that fans were like, all right, we're on board? There's nothing you guys can do wrong now.
That was definitely part of it. I think the PR reception from the fan base went into the decision. I absolutely do, because Farhan was so hated from the fan base. They needed someone that was universally loved, and Buster Posey's that guy.
You see, and I don't like that. If that really was the impetus of this move here, then shame on ownership for that one. If they really think that, and then if that is the case, I can't even get mad at Buster here, because if ownership really is just using Buster basically as a meat shield to shield them from criticism, like, oh, you can't get mad at us. We got Buster Posey here. It's like, we all know how this is going to play out. We saw it with Chris Mullin when he was the GM of the Warriors, beloved figure within the organization. And for a minute, his reputation kind of got scarred a little bit because of the struggles he had as general manager. Now, Mully's still beloved nowadays, and Buster's never going to fall out of the good graces of Giants fans here. But if ownership really did just put him into this spot because they figured that, Giants fans, they'll love Buster Posey, because how can you not love Buster Posey? Then I'm sorry, Greg Johnson and friends. We are not that stupid as Giants fans. Like, we're not going to buy in on that.
Can we do a temperature check on the other side with some of the GMs and coaches in the Bay?
I think we can.
I heard something a couple days ago from Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. Guy's very tapped in. He's a big insider over there. He said something about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that I thought was ridiculous and yet believable. Yeah. Ridiculous, believable, insane maybe. I'll explain on the other side.
Sounds like this Giants season.
I can't believe what I heard. Tom Pelissero talking about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. It's sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 full years free financing, plus we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877-CARS-for-KIDS,
quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Bernie, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I love that guy so much. Off the hook, dude. Guy was high as a kite in his hospital bed calling into the show.
Must be nice.
Yeah. That's how Giants fans are feeling watching this team right now. High as a kite. 20-30 on the year.
That's the only way to watch this team.
Yeah. Or unless you're in the pool in center field, Chase Field, that would have been cool, huh? Right?
Woo, yeah.
I guess so. I don't know if I'd ever want to be in that pool. I wonder how much they clean. I hope they clean it every day.
Well, Dave was saying it's pretty gross. I was like, are you at the pool in center field? I was just making a joke because he was on with us. He's like, never.
Well, yeah, that tells me that Dave knows things about that pool that would shock probably the average baseball fan.
Would you guys do that? Like have any of you actually done it? Let me ask. Going to the pool there at Chase Field? No. Ever?
No. Has anyone here been to Chase Field?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Ever.
It's on my list.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
The places to go to.
Well, Shasky always speaks glowingly of it because you have the roof, but almost always it's closed. Obviously, it's in a freaking desert.
Oh, it's so sick, bro.
Was that your Shasky?
I'm dead serious.
Okay, that's a 3. The dead serious part. That's not bad.
Blow it up.
Yeah. Oh, that's the reason. Hey, we usually make fun of that drop. Right now, blowing it up.
That's kind of where it's at with the Giants.
That's kind of where we're at right now with the Giants. Is it reload or rebuild? 888-957-9570. And you teased a question, Sammy, about Buster Posey. You know, I found pretty interesting. And is this Miguelito in San Francisco or Mibelito? We'll find out in a second. But what was your question?
No, it's just, would you rather redo the hiring of Buster in that you just hire someone else, or redo the moves that Buster has made? My lean would be I would redo the moves that Buster's made. Now, I would probably keep the Chapman deal just because I do think he is a stabilizing presence in this clubhouse in a way that's going to make Giants fans' eyes roll. I don't think I would have had him do the Adames deal. And I think if you don't do the Adames deal, I don't think you do the Devers trade either. And I think if that's the situation, the way that Buster has been building up this farm system, and I think Keith Law talked a little bit about that yesterday, that's kind of the one thing Buster has going for him is when he took over this team, the farm system was in like the mid-20s, depending on whichever farm system ranking you looked at. Whereas I think Keith Law in his most recent rankings I saw had this farm system up to like 13 or something. Now, most of that talent is still in the lower levels. And if all this sounds familiar, Spadoni, this is exactly what we used to be saying about Farhan Zaidi in 2022 and 2023, where it's, well, the on-field product's not very good, but look at that farm system. He's turning it around.
Right.
And I don't know, but maybe, I guess just hopefully this time you're feeling better that, you know, they'll figure out development and they'll actually be able to develop these guys in the lower levels of the minor leagues and elevate them up and actually have success with them. Maybe Trevor McDonald's the first wave of that. We got those 3 shortstops down in low A ball that could be promising one day. But I just hate how we're a year and a half into Buster's tenure and it's just we're clinging to a farm already. Like that's all he really kind of has to hang his hat on here. That being said, and then we'll play this down in a second.
Yeah.
I also think it would be better for Tony if he had a torn down team, so to speak. Like,
yeah, if you're just starting from scratch almost, right?
Yeah, like if you if you did somehow find a way to move off of Adames and Devers and Chapman and Jung Hoo Lee and surround Tony Vitello with a bunch of 23 to 27-year-olds.
I agree with this.
Like, I think that would be a better situation for him. Like, if the plan was stick with Bob Melvin for multiple years, then I think this roster makes a little bit more sense. But I think Tony's a guy, give him a bunch of young college-age kids that he can mold into a bunch of mini Tony Vitellos out there. Like, imagine a dugout full of Drew Gilberts.
That'd be pretty... a lot of choking happening. Yes.
Hey, some people are into that.
Yeah, well, you know, some are. I wonder if Miguelito in San Francisco is. What's up, Miguelito? Good morning.
We're going to learn something about Miguelito here.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, man? It's Miguelito, like my mother used to call me when I was a kid. But
that's like Little Miguel, right? It's like the Spanish is like Little Miguel, right?
Yeah, the diminutive, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I know Spanish. I know words. What's up, Miguelito?
Yeah, well, anyway, I was listening to you, and I've been listening to what you said about Buster and Vitelli. Is it
Vitello? Vitello. Yeah, Vitello.
I'll say Vitello, man. I'll say it like that because anyway, Vitello. And I think I haven't watched baseball in a long time. I'm 67 because I got bored of it when they didn't have the rules they have now. But the new rules have made it so much more, enjoyable to watch and to listen to. And since I listened to the recap on YouTube, I watched the recap, and from what I've been watching, the Giants are a pretty good team, man. To me, I enjoy them. I used to play the infield. I love the way they play the infield, man. Even though Devers is kind of like an adventure, but they've turned a lot of double plays. They throw to home, tagged out people. They hit. I mean, they're starting to hit. They got the hitters. I think they're pressing a little bit because maybe the fans, they're feeling the pressure from the fans, but to me, if they could go 30 and 20 the next 50 and be at 100, at being 500, about 100 games, the last third of the season, I think they could do some damage, man. Because one of you said that teams are looking forward to meeting them, but that's the Dodgers.
Well, they split against the Dodgers, Miguelito. So they won the first 2 games of that series, and then the Dodgers won the next 2.
Miguelito, you seem pretty upbeat about this team right now. Oh, okay. Yeah. I wanted to kind of pick his brain because that sounded like the most optimistic Giants fan I know out there.
Well,
like Joe, again.
It's hard for me to call him a Giants fan when he didn't know the manager's name, and he pronounced it Rafi Devers.
Oh, you know, because on this show.
I love Miguelito. No, I do. I love him. But like,
Joe, you work with the biggest 49er fan ever.
He says he likes to watch the recaps of the game. That was his favorite part, the recaps.
Listen, Joe, you work with a guy who's the biggest Niner fan that we both know, and he called the fullback Ute Juice. So, just because you get the names wrong.
He got excited.
Well, maybe Miguelito was excited. He's on air with the great Joe Spadoni and that other guy. So, that'll get people a little rattled there. I mean, he had to talk to Ken in the back before coming on. That's going to shake someone up.
He literally said he likes this team and he likes this infield.
Yeah, hey, to each their own, There's likable
When does that crack come into play for you?
Thank you.
I missed that drop.
There's a lot of crack.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
That's what I felt like listening to that. I still have the drops. I still got my stuff, Sam.
Someone needs to take your board away.
No, never.
You have that ability, Carter. You could delete the whole board.
It's true, Sam.
I've done that.
You have that power. Like He-Man, you have the power.
I have. Bonte and I were going at it a couple times once upon a time, and I shut off his mic. I did.
Really?
Because I had the power.
Wait,
That's right.
whoa. I must have missed this. I don't tell this story, please. I must have been out this day.
Well, no, it was just, I don't know what we were arguing about, but we were going at it.
Probably the Lakers.
And I think he kept playing a drop or a sound, and I shut off his.
The Mavericks won that trade.
I was like, no, pot him down. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
We got to hit break, and I just hit the break.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I must have, because I feel like he would have been very angry that day.
But you see, this is the thing. Bonte and I, great rapport. He understood the bit, and he didn't get offended.
Oh.
He understood what it meant.
There you go.
He's a performer. He gets it. All right? And now he's even down to this Giants team. I know he was pretty optimistic about what they could do. It's hard to be optimistic at all. And I love Miguelito. I know it sounds like he's an optimistic kind of a person. I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you want to be optimistic, you can be optimistic. Can this team go 30-20? Sure. They can go 30-20.
In theory.
Get back to 500, and we'll see what happens. That'd be great. I would love that. They're showing me right now, and they've been doing it for weeks, they cannot be consistent enough. Even if they do well, as Miguelito was saying, well, those 2 games against the Dodgers, yeah, but then they lost 3 straight. And then they win 2 more, take the series against the A's. And then what happens? Then you get swept against the D-backs. And then, what if you take the series this weekend? Great. But you have to start stacking series at some point, Sam.
So
that's the problem.
These next 9 games, you got the White Sox, the Diamondbacks, and the Rockies are the next 9 games. Go 6-3 in that stretch, which that's taking 2 of 3 from each of those teams. You should probably be sweeping the Rockies, but just go 6-3. Pull that off. And now you're 7 games up below 500, which is, let me check my numbers here, better than 10 games below 500.
Oh.
But then you got a 7-day road trip through Milwaukee and Chicago. And Joe, if you think we're feeling like rock bottom right now, when Rafi Devers gets that hat trick against Kyle Harrison, yikes, that is not going to be a fun day that next day. It's just, I don't see a runway for this team right now. I just don't. And if they could figure it out, great. They're going to have to do it in a way that no one sees coming, though, other than the most optimistic of Giants fans who are just always going to assume that the team's going to figure it out. I mean, the only reason I'm allowing it to say that it could happen is because there's enough time, in theory, for it to happen.
This hour is brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good. That voices of one Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni with you. And I do want to do a little pivot here, not totally away from the Giants. They're going to be part
panic,
of
though.
No, they're going to be part of this conversation. I do think we're at an interesting point in Bay Area sports when we look at the 3 general managers / president of sports operations, whatever you want to say. Mike Dunleavy, John Lynch, Buster Posey. If I was just to ask you, Sam, in the audience, 888-957-9570, the hot seat ranking of those 3 is what? So hottest seat meaning 1, and the least hot, the coolest, being number 3. I'm giving you Dunleavy, I'm giving you Posey, and I'm giving you John Lynch. And honestly, you can make an argument for any one of those guys. Seriously. And I think it's kind of ridiculous, by the way, for the John Lynch one. I do. I wouldn't make that argument. But if someone wanted to come in here and say, dude, you look at what, Brandon Ayuk? What was that contract? What? I mean, you signed this guy Brock Purdy and he can't stay healthy? Huh? Ricky Pearsall, your first round pick? The guy can't get on the field? Your draft picks have been, horrible? I would hear that. That being said, they've had the most playoff success in recent memory of all those big 3 teams I just referenced. So it's hard for me to sit here and say John Lynch, of all people, should be on the hottest seat. But this is what we do. You keep getting closer and closer, and you don't win the big one. The pressure and the frustration and the anger, it starts to just get worse and worse and worse. And fans aren't happy about anything. You trade back to the second round, draft Deshaun Stribling. Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. Yada, yada, yada. But you get what I'm saying. So I'm going to ask you, I'll give my ranking, Sam, but I want to hear yours first. And the people's 888-957-9570. Hot seat rankings for all the big GMs here in the Bay. But we're going Posey, Dunleavy, Lynch. Hottest being 1, coolest being 3. Sam, what say you?
I'm looking at instant $14.95 on YouTube. He's got his ranking is Lynch, Dunleavy, and Posey, and I bring up his because I kind of agree with that ranking there. I think it is Lynch, Dunleavy, and Posey right now.
Lynch being number 1.
Yeah, I know we're crushing Buster Posey right now, and rightfully so, but I'm willing to give Buster a little bit more time to maybe figure out this farm system and develop some guys here. I don't think Buster's getting fired after this year. Like, at all. I think Buster's going to be here for a couple more years. He's going to have a chance to figure this out a little bit.
Do you think that's the right call, real quick?
Yeah, I'd agree with that call. I think you got to,
because he was the one that made these big deals and brought in Tony Vitello.
I'll say this, if he can...
we're going to allow him to fix his mistakes.
I think he is, yes. And I'm willing to give him that chance, especially if he can figure out a way to get off Adames and Chapman or Devers or Lee this year. If he can do that, that will give him some breathing room here. I feel like it's also hard to really get mad, like truly fire Buster Posey for basically doing all the moves that we wanted. Like, he went out and got the big names that Giants fans were banging on the table for. He went out and spent the money that Giants fans wanted to see him spend. And he attempted to keep the team in contention in a way that makes ownership happy. Because all of those moves did not pan out, he did what was asked of him. It just didn't work out. And I have a hard time truly not blaming Buster. I am blaming Buster, but I'm a blame Buster, but I'm not going to fire Buster. I feel like we kind of lose that kind of split there where it's just like, you could be angry and blame a general manager for all the problems, but still not want them fired. Like, there is a divide there that I do think exists. So Buster's at the bottom. With Lynch, though, I just feel like the draft's been going in the wrong way the last few years. He got off to a great start, but I mean, part of the way you fueled the 49ers success is through the draft. And let's be honest, Spinoni, since Brock Purdy was drafted, you could argue that they've hit on just Dominic Pooney. Like, that's the biggest hit. And Pooney's great. You know, he's one of the better left guards in the NFL, or right guard, whichever. If that's your biggest hit over a 3-4 year stretch, you're not doing good. Like, I would compare it to, like, when the Giants first got Mike Yastrzemski, and it was like, man, Farhan's a genius. He found Yaz. But then 4 years later, it was like, Yaz is still the best player you found. Like, that's a good player and all, but that can't be your best move. Like, with Lynch, things are sliding in the wrong direction right now, and he's been there long enough where it's just like, either you need to turn this around right away, or we need to find someone else who's going to do this.
I mean, you did kind of just sneak past it right there, though. I mean, he did find Brock Purdy. He gets credit for that draft pick, does he not? He was the general manager that made the pick. He's been a sensational quarterback for them. He's been unbelievable. I mean, does he get credit for that or not?
Does he get credit, or is it more luck? I guess you got to give it his credit. But that is kind of, Brock Purdy is the only thing separating John Lynch from returning to the broadcast booth right now.
Well, no.
Like, that is it.
No.
If they did not have Brock Purdy, John Lynch would not have a job.
Did you like what they did this offseason? The moves that they made? Kirk,
I didn't hate them.
Mike Evans.
I like Mike Evans.
Zua. I just like saying that name.
It is a fun name to say. And I think the defensive line will be better. I don't know if they really got the edge rush help that they need. I mean, Mike Evans is a good signing, but the guy's an injury risk.
I think Lynch should be on the coolest seat. Seriously, I do. The guy's a couple seasons removed from getting to a Super Bowl. And with that carcass of a team that lost all their best players, guys, defeated the Philadelphia Eagles in Philadelphia, the defending champs. Doesn't that speak to the depth of the roster at the time?
I think
now, you could give credit to the coach as well.
I do.
And I will hear that. I give Kyle Shanahan a hell of a lot of credit. I thought he should have been the coach of the year last year. He was incredible. But we can't also just give him all the credit without giving the guy that's in charge of the actual roster some as well, right? Right?
I don't think it helps that there's a perception that Kyle is the real shot caller there. And I think that makes it easier to kind of move off of John Lynch if he's more of a figurehead.
So he's a fall guy in all this, potentially.
Oh, absolutely. He is. John Lynch is absolutely. When things start to fall apart, John Lynch will be the first to go, and that's going to be the shot across the bow to Kyle Shanahan that needs to turn things around.
So you're going Lynch, Dunleavy, Posey, and we're doing our hot seat rankings for the GMs here in the Bay Area. Mine, in 888-957-9570, I want to hear from everyone's. I'm going Dunleavy, Posey, Lynch. Those are seriously, I think the guy that's the hardest to work for out of those three organizations is easily Joe Lacob. It's not even close to me. I think the Johnsons, the Greggs, whatever the hell you want to call it, I don't know who the conglomerate that is the Giants ownership.
35 nincompoop billionaires.
They're fine with the status quo, Sammy. I actually don't think there's this innate massive pressure from ownership on Buster. Going back to what you were saying, they're going to allow him to fix his mistakes. John Lynch, he might not even get fired. Don't take my word for it. This is what Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, had to say in regards to both Shanahan and Lynch. He doesn't see the 49ers ever firing them.
I don't see a world where John Lynch ever gets fired by the 49ers. Same thing with Kyle Shanahan. They have stabilized that franchise after, if you remember how things were for several years before they got there, it was a constant churn. It was the end of the Jim Harbaugh era, which became the Jim Tomsula era, which became the Chip Kelly era. The 49ers are competitive year after year. They certainly, I think it's fair to say, have supplemented a lot through trades and at times free agency because they've had some misses in the draft. I know that there was a minor uprising via the media and with fans because you take Dejon Stribling with your second round pick, and that's your starting point for your entire draft. They've been really good drafting guys on day 3. Brock Purdy, of course, pick there. Guys like George Kittle, Fred Warner, who were not first-round picks. Top of the draft, bang for the buck hasn't always been there.
He's right. That's Tom Pelissero. He's tapped in.
Well, hold on. With
he's tapped in. What are you shaking your head at, Carter?
Well, no, he starts. Well, okay, well, now we're here.
Yeah, Carter, he's
been great on day 3. How about day 2?
Or day 1?
Day 1,
There's a lot of good players you can find on day 1.
Well, he's got a couple Hall of Famers that he's had. You guys just forget, kicking to the curb. They got hurt last year. It wasn't his fault.
Well,
I mean, guys like Fred Warner, guys like George Kittle, guys like
when
Nick
were those
Bosa.
guys drafted?
They're Hall of Famers.
When were those? No, like what years?
One was a day 1 pick.
Okay, we're talking about day 1 picks here. That's the one day 1
Nick
pick.
Bosa, the guy who had the scouting report from ESPN that said his floor was a Pro Bowler?
He gets credit for the pick. Trust me. I have seen inept picks, even if you are picking in the top 3, Carter. Don't get it twisted.
Top 2.
Exactly. Well, yes, I realize that.
Hey, we were all live for Jamarcus Russell.
Jacarcus is what I call him.
Quarterbacks are different.
Sure. He gets credit, though, for the guys that are still on this roster that have been all-timers.
When was that pick? When was that pick made for Nick Bosa?
In 2019.
That's a long time ago, Joe. That's a whole pandemic ago.
You know how old Nick Bosa is?
He's like almost 30 now, isn't he? That's old for football.
He's 28.
Yeah, that's
They're
old for
acting like
football.
this guy is like ancient. Now,
in football, that is ancient.
Hold on. He's had multiple.
ACLs.
He's had multiple. I'm gonna get there. He's had multiple ACL
Say the
injuries.
numbers. It's 3.
Well, he's actually 4 if you're going back to college because he has like a partial tear in some of them.
Oh, okay, even better.
So I think.
Never mind. It's okay.
4.
See, if you have 3 ACLs, that's bad, but 4 is okay. That's not how it works.
Like I was saying, he gets credit for those guys that are still on the roster. Now, why this season is fascinating is how many of these young guys are going to step up. Mykel Williams, he got hurt. That sucks, but that's life. No one's gonna cry about it. John Lynch isn't gonna cry about it. It is what it is. Alfred Collins, can he take a step? I'm not sure. Fact of the matter is, they upset the Philadelphia Eagles. They're the defending champs in Philadelphia when no one thought they could do that. No one. When they lost Fred Warner, when they lost George Kittle in that game, when they had already lost Nick Bosa. Hell, are we giving him credit for the Mac Jones? Are we giving him credit at all for bringing in Mac Jones last year?
Okay, you have Nick Bosa, but then how about they just cancel with Solomon Thomas? That was the second pick, too.
It's Solomon Thomas. He was not good.
Yeah, so they cancel out. Then what do you have?
No, I'm not saying cancel out because Solomon Thomas has been like 50 other teams. Nick Bosa stayed on the Niners. It's infinitely a better. That's like, it's not a cancel out. I'm not going to do that. That's not how I think. No, I'm not giving that. No. All right. What's your ranking? Hot seat ranking for the big 3, Posey, Dunleavy, Lynch, 888-957-9570, Carter.
I've got Lynch number 1. I've got Posey number 2, and I don't think MDJ's on the hot seat, so I've got him number 3.
That's kind of wild. Really quick, just pause on Dunleavy here. Feels like a few months ago, we want to raise torch and pitchforks on Mike Dunleavy, and I feel like we're all in agreement that Mike Dunleavy's seat is just very not that hot right now. Kind of wild how much that's changed.
I think people hate him. There's no doubt about it, but I think that he was brought in with a horribly impossible task to Like, if you wanted to please the fans, there was no way for him to do so with what he was brought in to do.
Spadoni, you bring up that win over the Eagles here as a feather in John Lynch's cap.
Speaks to the depth of the team, Sammy. I mean, they lost
about the coaching
they lost
as well.
their future Hall of Fame tight end in that game too, and was still able to overcome it. That's incredible.
I think Kyle Shanahan gets a little bit more credit though. But let me ask you though, was that win against the Eagles? Do you feel like that was a stepping off point for something bigger to come down the line, or did that feel more like a last hoorah type win?
Well, I think it was. We all knew it was going to be a tough road because of all the players. You have to have the bodies, as we were just talking about.
No, I'm not saying about the game against the Seahawks.
What are you talking about then?
Like, was that like a last hoorah for that core of the Niners?
No, they're doubling down on it, I think, right now.
Well, okay, that doesn't mean it's going to work out. I mean, they're still
bringing in 8. I'm saying that because, as we referenced, they brought in Mike Evans. They brought in Christian Kirk. They're bringing in some older guys.
Yeah, no, they're getting older at a time when they said they needed to get younger and more athletic.
Well, they just did with the draft. That's what you do that.
Well, yeah, but you got to hope that those draft picks work out, which, again, do you trust John Lynch with these draft picks right now? The only draft pick you've hit on in the last 3-4 drafts is a guard. A guard is not going to make you faster and more athletic at your skill positions. Spinelli, Lynch has had a lot of success in the draft. That is a fact. But so much that was early in his tenure. All the 49ers' best players now are, like Nick Bosa, age 28 and up. Yes, you got the quarterback, and that does help him there, but I think you can't say that, yes, the 49ers got Brock Purdy. They more stumbled on the Brock Purdy than anything. They get credit for that, but there's context to how Brock came along. The reality is, though, if you're going to keep this gravy train going, you have to do that by hitting on the draft. You can't just hit on day 3. Sure, you might get a day 3 pick like a Deommodore Lenoir who goes from a day 3 pick to...
Gets credit for that.
But like, Deommodore Lenoir, he's not an all-pro cornerback.
No, but he was really good. He is really good.
Joe, you need all-pros.
It's hard to be an all-pro. It's hard.
Well, yeah, it is.
Really hard.
Especially when you're whiffing on your day 1 draft picks. That's where your all-pros are supposed to come from.
Like Lenoir is some scrub. He was really good last year.
He's good. He is... I think Deommodore Lenoir is like to cornerbacks what Brandon Ayuk is to receivers. Like, I don't know if they're like top 10, but they're in that 11 to 20 range when they're at their best. Brandon Ayuk no longer obviously in that, but like Lenoir's good. He's not great. You need more great, and you're just not finding enough great right now if you're John Lynch. And so that has me very worried about the direction of the 49ers, because if you're supposed to, I mean, Joe, you're out George Kittle right now, and they did nothing.
Kittle.
They did absolutely nothing to cover his spot on the roster. Maybe they think he's going to play football this year. That's great. Maybe Jake Tonjes is a sleeping giant ready to awake this year, and he's going to have an incredible year, and he's going to make George Kittle, obsolete. It's possible. Probably not going to happen, though, as Greg Cosell's laugh will tell you there. But not addressing that position, even if you are confident that Kittle will come back, that's just, I just disagree with that mindset.
See, I think it's an interesting question, and we're putting it as the hot seat of the GMs.
By the way, this is a YouTube poll, too. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's fine.
The YouTube poll right now is, the question is simply, who is on the hottest seat right now, Buster Posey, John Lynch, or Mike Dunleavy? Mike Dunleavy coming in last right now at 14%. Buster and John Lynch right now tied at 43%. It's going back and forth between those two right now, between Buster and Lynch.
See, it's interesting because from the 650 who just texted in, this isn't the question, but when you put it this way, it's fascinating. Lynch is by far the best GM of the 3. Posey the worst, Dunleavy TBD. If you were just ranking them as general managers, you would put Lynch first, right?
He's had the most success. Yeah,
easily.
He's also been around the longest.
Who's made the biggest mistake of the 3?
That's a good question.
I mean, that Chris Paul trade. Really quick timeout programming note. Chris Rose is going to be...
It's John Lynch. It's not close.
Really quick timeout on that. Chris Rose is going to be at 8:20 now, not 9:20.
8:20. Great. We'll ask Chris Rose about this NFL Network also, so we can ask his thoughts on all of this. What mistake are you talking about?
Trading for Trey Lance?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know why? You got Brock Purdy. Worked out.
Trading 3 first-round picks doesn't matter.
I'm going to use something you just told me earlier. It cancels out.
Trading 3 first-round picks doesn't matter.
No, you got, in a convoluted way, you got your pick anyways of the litter. You got Brock Purdy.
You could have had
it all worked out.
You could have had your 3 first and Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but you got your 3 first. You got Brock. It's fine.
You could have had both.
It cancels out. It canceled out.
No, I don't think it's the same.
Brock Purdy became what you wanted Trey Lance.
I don't think Solomon Thomas and Nick Bosa canceling out is the same as the Trey Lance trade and Brock Purdy canceling out.
And by the way, Carter, I'm not agreeing with that. That's the biggest mistake. Jimmy Butler, tore his ACL.
Well, that's not a mistake. That's an injury.
No, but you trade for a player like that. I think that is a risk.
I think traded
one pick.
I think trading away Jordan Poole and a pick for a year of Chris Paul and then getting nothing out of it.
Gave him $1 bajillion. It's hampering the team right now, Jimmy Butler's contract.
Okay, but if Jimmy's knee was in one piece, we're not having this conversation.
The contract could be preventing Steph from getting Giannis.
Anybody can tear an ACL. Like, Nick Bosa's done it 4 times. He's not even in his 30s. So, no, just because he's old and tore his ACL doesn't mean that's completely on the Warriors. No, I'm not going to say that Jimmy Butler is the biggest mistake. That Willie Adames and Rafi Devers are bigger mistake moves than bringing in Jimmy Butler. All right? Like, no, I'm not going to say that Jimmy Butler's a mistake just because his knee exploded in Miami.
You don't have to say that, but
against
hindsight's
Miami.
always 20/20. And you know what? What have you done for me lately? It sucks. It's not looking not looking great right now. It's not.
I honestly, the Trey Lance trade was a bigger dumb move than the Jimmy Butler trade. The Jimmy Butler trade, it worked. It got him to the playoffs. It got him through a playoff series. That was the intention. Bring in a guy, make it easier for Steph, win a playoff series, have a fun moment along the way. Check, 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 and check.
707. Trading 3 first-round picks is so much less impactful than signing a complete bum for $190 million to a contract that's going to keep in a premier spot for minimally 5 of the next 7 years here. Willie Adames he's talking about. 180.
Yeah, 182.
But
and I think both of those are bigger mistakes than the Jimmy Butler deal.
Signing Adames is like trading 3 first-rounders for Lance and being forced to start him for 5 years. Damn!
That's actually a pretty... Damn! I don't hate that comp, actually.
I just don't get the hate from John Lynch. Tom Pelissero on 49ers fans' gripes with the 49ers draft history.
The track record, I mean, let's go through the first-round picks for the 49ers since John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan got there. First year was Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster. Not great.
Okay.
Right there. Mike McGlinchey in 18, really good player. One contract guy, left, he got a big deal. Nick Bosa, it's a hit. Javon Kinlaw, not so much. Good, solid player, first-round pick. Trey Lance, obviously, in the end, I think all answers may have been wrong. If they had just taken Mac Jones, is Mac's career completely different? Maybe. And that was the guy that, fit the mold of what Kyle wanted.
Well, that's what everyone was saying. Yeah.
Didn't work out with Trey Lance. Didn't have a first-round pick in 2022. Top pick was Drake Jackson. 2023, didn't have a pick in the first 2 rounds. Took Jair Brown. They've dealt a lot of picks. This is what I'm saying. Trades and free agencies where they've supplemented. Ricky Pearsall in 24. I mean, guy got shot.
Yeah, jury's still out.
That, yes.
Has shown flashes of being a good player. Not a number one.
And last year, Michael Williams tears his ACL. So there's some circumstances involved. I get it. I think
the fans have a legitimate gripe on, if you're looking at the top of the draft.
And we're
hold up here.
Let me ask the question.
Well,
let me just 888-957-9570. How would you rank Posey, Lynch, and Dunleavy GM hot seat rankings? That's it.
You say now Jimmy Butler. You say Jimmy Butler was a mistake move because he tore his ACL. Does that mean
it was a mistake. I said
you said it was the biggest mistake.
I said it was it could be a bigger mistake than the Trey Lance one.
So it is a big mistake. Okay, so that's a big mistake then.
Could be.
Because Carter said that's the biggest mistake out of all.
It's preventing you right now, that contract, from helping Stephen Curry.
So it's the biggest mistake.
It's one of them.
So the Michael Williams doesn't fall in that same category then?
Michael Williams is like 10 years younger. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I think it's kind of worse.
He's on a much cheaper contract.
It's kind of worse if a younger player's tearing his ACL, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Was it kind of worse if the younger player's tearing his ACL? So it's okay when Niners players tear their ACLs. That's not a reflection of John Lynch, but it is a reflection of Mike Dunleavy when a Warrior player tears their ACL.
Yeah, because the risk of Jimmy Butler tearing his ACL was infinitely more because of his age.
The risk of any football player tearing their ACL is high.
I'm not getting into the conversation.
No, we are going to get into this conversation now. You just opened this can of worms.
But Spadoni, you can't make that argument about Jimmy Butler when then you're saying it's preventing him from getting Giannis, who's also injury prone.
No. That's fine.
Giannis's calves
I will deal with Giannis's injury proneness because it's not an ACL, it's not soft tissue related. It's
an Achilles.
It's wear and tear of things. No, he said wear and tear.
It's calf related, which we all know.
He hasn't had a significant ACL/MCL tear.
Did Jimmy Butler have one before he tore his?
I don't think so.
Oh,
not that I know of.
Well, but Giannis will be fine though.
Well, Giannis is younger. I mean, what do we like?
He's still a 30.
Are we acting like Giannis right now isn't infinitely better than Jimmy Butler?
He's a 31-year-old big man with calf issues.
So
that's just screaming, come sign me so I can blow out my Achilles on the floor for you.
I don't even know who brought up Giannis to this conversation. I didn't even bring him up once.
You did. You said that he's preventing.
No, I said he's preventing someone from helping Steph Curry. I didn't say Giannis.
You said Jimmy Butler contract is.
Yeah. The Jimmy Butler contract's preventing you from adding potentially someone else to help Steph Curry right now. That's just a fact. It is.
With the money slot of? With the money slot of what? $50 million? Yeah. So how many players fit that profile?
A lot.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Would you like to look that up?
50 million? Adding, and then also I can get rid of someone else. Trade Draymond. Move some space. Get creative. I do not envy, Mike Dunleavy's situation at all this summer. I think he has one of the most difficult tasks on his hand. Now, if the owner is all understanding of, hey, you know what, we might be taking a step back for a couple of years, then fine, maybe he's not on the hot seat. I just think what John Lynch has been able to do, easily the best GM of the three, I think it's ludicrous that he's on the hottest seat. I just do.
You do bring up a fun question. I want callers to weigh in on this, 888-957-9570. What is the biggest mistake that the three GMs have made? I do kind of like this conversation. I'm just not putting Jimmy Butler up there at all.
That's fine. You don't have to.
I think it's like, I think there are several moves that Buster has made that you're mentioning. There's several moves that Farhan made that you're mentioning before you're getting to the Jimmy Butler deal. Also, it's unfortunate that the injury happened there with Jimmy, but I think you're making that move 10 times out of 10.
Also, can't you blame Steph's injury on his hamstring in the playoffs as much as you can blame? That's not Jimmy's fault.
I didn't blame them for the injuries in the playoffs, but that is what happens when you have the risk of Jimmy, Steph, Draymond being your three best players all over the age of 35. You have to put that into account. That's why I got so pissed when I heard, Mike Dunleavy at his presser last week saying, I actually don't think the roster's, it's not their fault at all. We just got hurt. Yeah, but that's because the roster is old. When you're older, Sam, this is what I was getting at. When you are older and you have the wear and tear of Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph going to multiple finals, you run the risk of getting hurt. Perfect example. You just said it. George Kittle.
Yeah, that's an old team. You want to know why they're old? Is because all their best players were drafted years ago. And so, you have an older team, more injury-prone team. You're not getting younger. You're not getting more athletic. You're making questionable draft picks that no one believes in. Your number one running back is Christian McCaffrey, a guy who we all admit now, even himself is admitting he needs to take a step back. So what's your plan?
MVP candidate last year, by the way.
Oh, cool. That's definitely going to continue in perpetuity. Like, we have admitted that we know that we have to scale CMC's workload back. He had bilateral Achilles tendonitis a couple years ago. Yes, he is a great football player. I'm not saying that Christian McCaffrey sucks, but you need a solid backup behind him now. And so you go and draft a guy in Kalen Black who is just not going to fit in this offense because he can't catch a freaking pass.
Well, we'll see. No,
we've seen this happen already.
National champion.
Oh, really?
National champion, Indiana.
Yeah, no,
you were there.
I know. I can recall that. You know how many passes he caught in that game? 0. This whole notion that you could exist in this offense as a running back and not catch a pass and find success, it's ridiculous. We went through the Jordan Mason era. Oh, he got a lot of yards. Yeah, how often were the Niners actually getting into the red zone and then finishing it in the end zone? They didn't. Why? Because you can't throw the ball to your damn running back. Kalen Black does not fix that. That's on John Lynch or maybe Kyle Shanahan for picking the wrong running back.
So is it Mike Dunleavy's fault that Moses Moody, his knee injury after getting the contract?
You tell me. You're the guy who's saying it's a mistake if a guy gets injured.
Well, no.
Also, Dunleavy didn't make that pick. No. Bob Myers did.
Oh, okay. But he gave him the contract.
Well, I think, again, so I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who's saying
I'm the one saying that risk with age is a thing.
Risk with any player is a thing, though.
No, but it's more. Are you really arguing that the older you are, it's a fact. The older you are as a player with wear and tear, the more likely you're to get hurt.
But anyone
just
can get hurt at any age.
Just say yes.
Yes,
that's it.
Old people get hurt. Young people get hurt too, Joe.
Okay, but you're worried about MDJ paying Jimmy Butler, but then out of the other side of your mouth, Lynch paying Brandon Ayuk, who's not on the team anymore.
All I'm saying is
that's actually a good point.
That I don't begrudge fans for now saying, you know what? I'm kind of questioning the Jimmy Butler thing.
Okay,
now.
What's the bigger question?
I don't begrudge a fan for saying that because it was risky at the time when they traded for him. It's okay.
Okay, what about the Brandon Ayuk contract then? Isn't that a bigger mistake than Jimmy?
And fans are now starting to question the Jimmy Butler thing. We haven't questioned the Trey Lance thing in years because that was just a fact that was a flop. There's no questioning.
But we also don't question it at all, and they didn't cost them their jobs because they got Brock Purdy. That's a fact. They got Brock Purdy. Come on, Carter. That plays is so much part of the factors that they drafted Brock Purdy.
It doesn't excuse giving up 3 first-round picks, and it never
doesn't
will.
excuse it, but it doesn't matter anymore because you got the quarterback.
It insulates them from facing the consequences of
what
going to Trey Lance.
consequences do you want? You want them to fire him?
No, if you don't have Brock Purdy, they're not here. That's the thing, Joe. If Brock Purdy was not drafted by the 49ers, if Brock Purdy was never made the starting quarterback, if Brock Purdy never became Brock Purdy, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan do not have jobs right now. It is literally that. You do not burn 3 first-round picks for a quarterback who starts 5 games or whatever and keep your job. That is just not how it works in the NFL.
He should be fired, John Lynch, right now.
I'm not saying he should be fired.
He should be on the hottest seat, though, is what you're saying.
Yes, because he has had the worst draft record of the 3 right now over the last couple. I don't know, maybe compare the draft records is tough, apples to apples through sports. But in terms of doing his job of refueling this roster with younger players who are going to keep this successful run that we're seeing from the Niners going, he is failing at doing that. Let's be honest. Do you really feel like he is drafted well enough to keep this thing going? Who is the biggest game changer that you've seen in the draft the last few years that the Niners have taken, aside from Brock Purdy? Because it can't just be Brock.
Well, it's because they feel like they can go in free agency and get them. They've been able to do it, or via trade, because he did it in the past with Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, and they brought in, whether you think it's a good move or not, they brought in Mike Evans, who is a Hall of Famer. He's really freaking
And he's
good.
going to have to perform basically like he's still in his prime this year.
It's a massive risk. Yeah, absolutely.
And if that blows up, then, okay, he's old. I guess that's a big mistake for John Lynch then.
They brought in an old injury-prone player. I thought that was your problem with the Jimmy Butler thing.
Hey, if he gets hurt, I'm not going to say that. Yes, absolutely.
So
it remains to be seen. This is what I'm talking about, guys. It's okay to say after the fact, hey, it might have been a mistake because the guy got hurt. This whole thing that I have to stand by my take before all the time, say, oh, you know what? It's looking really good. It's looking really good. Sometimes trades look really good at one point and then they look really bad another point. That's okay to admit that. It's okay. 888-957-9570. By the way, 925 thinks we're like really mad at each other.
It's called theater of the mind.
We're fine, guys. Don't worry. Sam, do you want to fight? No?
Now we're good.
No, Sam would kick my ass. Ed in Petaluma wants to join the conversation. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, your words, not mine.
Oh, gentlemen, the biggest all-time blunder is Trey Lance by far. But you can't exempt Dunleavy from Butler because Butler had 2 major injuries to his knee prior to the Warriors signing him. So you knew you signed damaged goods, and that's not a good move either.
Fair enough.
That's a great point, Ed. I know it wasn't a torn ACL, but he did have some history on his knees, but that's how it is with every basketball player.
Well, is that the same risk then that the Niners taken with Mike Evans? He's come in with, a bunch of hamstring issues, and unfortunately, there's a little substation there's going to be zapping that hamstring all year long.
It's really 1 year for Mike, because prior to that, he's been pretty healthy. He started most of the games, every single season.
It's one thing I've learned ever since turning 30, Joe, is your body doesn't get younger.
Well, there's things that you can take that helps.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Speaking of, because I wanted to throw my,
Were we too angry at each other?
No. Okay. I think it's a great conversation, but I think with Lynch and with Dunleavy, you kind of have a little bit longer leash, especially with Lynch because he's been here for so long. But we're not really talking about the other guy here, which is Buster Posey, because at least Lynch has done some of the right things that you're talking about, getting McCaffrey, getting Ayuk, getting, Nick Bosa, which was a layup, and even drafting Brock Purdy. But what has Buster Posey done for this franchise in the last, a year and a half? What positive thing, that you can look at right now?
Luis Ariz.
I mean, you can make
seriously.
Let's do the injury report and then do this.
Let's hit it.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The Valkyries are back on the court tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and could be getting a pair of players back. Tiffany Hayes has been absent with a finger injury, while Cecilia Zandalesini, I just like saying it in the Italian way.
She's an Italian.
That's right. Was in concussion protocol. Both have been removed from the injury report for tonight's game against the Liberty. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right. We're having the conversation right now. Chris Rose is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes. NFL Network, John Boy Media, had to sit down with Tony Vitello. Giants, 10 games under 500, season low, got swept against the Diamondbacks. not good. Is Posey on the hot seat? Dunleavy, Warriors, really, really fascinating summer for him. What's going on with Draymond? What's going on with Porzingis? Jimmy Butler's contract. Are you going to keep the 11th pick? A lot there. A lot of pressure on him. John Lynch. We just saw the draft. Fans are angry. They're irate. They want some young talent. After losing Nick Bosa last year, after losing George Kittle, after losing Fred Warner, and your starting quarterback for a lot of last season. All three of these guys, you can make an argument, could be on the hottest seat for general managers here. I'm asking you, the people, to rank them. Scale 1 to 3. 1 being the hottest, 3 being the coolest. Sam, you said Lynch,
Dunleavy,
Posey. I said Dunleavy, Posey, Lynch. 888-957-9570 is the number as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. How did this conversation start? Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, a couple days ago, Sam.
I don't see a world where John Lynch ever gets fired by the 49ers. Same thing with Kyle Shanahan. They have stabilized that franchise after, if you remember how things were for several years before they got there, it was a constant churn. It was the end of the Jim Harbaugh era, which became the Jim Tom Sula era, which became the Chip Kelly era. The 49ers are competitive year after year. They certainly, I think it's fair to say, have supplemented a lot through trades and at times free agency because they've had some misses in the draft. I know that there was a minor uprising via the media and with fans because you take Dejon Stribling with your second round pick, and that's your starting point for your entire draft. They've been really good drafting guys on day 3. Brock Purdy, of course, pick there. Guys like George Kittle, Fred Warner, who were not first round picks. Top of the draft, bang for the buck hasn't always been there.
All right. Manny Dumbarton, he's got his 3 ranks. I think it's interesting when you say, a guy like Tom Pelissero who's very tapped in, he doesn't see the 49ers ever firing John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan. That's pretty crazy.
Before we go to Manny, how much of that do you think is the Shanahan effect? In that, again, we all look at the 49ers and we think that Kyle Shanahan's the guy who runs the show there. Like, he's the guy who's actually making these picks. John Lynch is just the figurehead meant to go out and, maybe, cross some T's, dot some I's on a contract. But John Lynch's job is to go and sit at the podium and tell people how much they like their consensus. Like, when it's kind of the non-secret secret that Kyle's the one running the show there, does that kind of, in a sense, shield John Lynch from some of the criticism there that kind of makes it easier to say, well, you know what? Maybe he's not on the hot seat because he's not really the control person there. And Kyle, I think he has, crazy to say, the coldest seat of anyone in the Bay Area right now. His stock, I think, is as high as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And Kyle's not going anywhere. Kyle's a guy who I don't think is getting fired. Kyle, the coach, is always going to keep Kyle, the GM, employed.
The only way it'd be like a scandal or something. Yeah. Because I've never, as we've seen in the NFL, crazy things can happen. That might
not even be enough.
Yeah. Well,
depending on the scandal.
It's true. Manny on the Dumbarton. Manny, who are your top 3 GMs right now? If you had to rank them, Lynch, Dunleavy, Posey, who's on the hottest seat?
I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to say Buster is on easy street. You know why? The Giants haven't been good for a while, so Buster is like that C student or that C grade that you get. It's good enough. Let's just keep it entertaining.
That was me.
And we'll see what we'll see down the road. When I go to I would put Dunleavy in the middle of the pack only because there are circumstances surrounding him taking that spot. But my hot seat, year after year, will always be Lynch. And I have 2 words why. 2 words why. Patrick Mahomes. That was already a precursor of drafts going to go wrong year after year after year after year. I don't know how he's managed to survive in this economy in the NFL. He's living off accolades, man. His Stanford accolades, his NFL accolades, and his early success. Your buddy said it. If it were not for Brock Purdy, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Yeah, Manny, he made the pick. He's the GM. What are we talking about here? He doesn't get credit for that?
That's the 7th-round pick. That's like picking the kid last.
Yeah, but
It's
he
like,
took
okay,
him.
I'll get Brock
What are you talking about?
The only reason
he gets credit for that.
Joe, the only
Am I
reason
taking crazy pills again?
He was picked last.
Yeah.
Yes, he was picked by the 49ers.
Do you know why they
he
picked
gets
him?
credit for that?
Do you know why
Just
they picked him?
Just like he picked Nick Bosa. He gets credit for that.
Do you know why they picked Brock Purdy? They picked Brock Purdy because they didn't think they could sign him as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah,
like that was it. They weren't that enamored with him.
Like, they took him. I don't care if they were not enamored. They get credit for it. Doesn't matter.
Do you think when John Lynch drafted Brock Purdy, it's like, this is the guy right here. We found our franchise quarterback.
I could feel not confident putting $100 on the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, and they'd end up winning. But if I win, it doesn't matter.
It's better.
I get paid. It doesn't matter.
It's the old lucky than good thing. Let's go back to this Kyle Shanahan thing.
Yeah, Belichick gets credit for Brady all the time.
Do you think that Lynch should be insulated though because Kyle Shanahan's considered the number one there? Can you separate those two?
I do think the fact, because this is the different scenario of all the other big three, to your point, they were hired together. So they are kind of like tied at the hip in all this.
Not only were they hired together, Joe, Shanahan was hired before Lynch.
Well, yes, but like, you know what I mean. They were hired in the same
cycle.
Yes.
But usually when you have a coach and GM hired in the same cycle, the GM comes and they pick their guy.
Sure.
Like,
or they have that weird thing like in Atlanta where like they have the president and then he hires the GM with that coach, like Matt Ryan.
Exactly.
You know?
Oh yeah, we got our guy New York Ken here, who's also a Dolphins fan. He brings in John Eric Sullivan. What's John Eric Sullivan do with the Dolphins? Bring in Jeff Hafley, also from the Packers. So I mean, like
defensive coordinator.
That's usually how it's done. It was very unusual to have the coach then the GM come, which is why Kyle is looked at as the number one.
How would you rank those top three right now? Whose seat is hottest in the Bay? Dunleavy, Posey, or Lynch? 888-957-9570 is the number. People are responding to that call. Nobody was high on Patrick Mahomes. Nobody knew what he was going to turn into. That's when John Lynch got himself in trouble, is when he came out after the fact, after Patrick Mahomes was really good. And
we love Patrick Mahomes.
He's like, no. He was
really
like,
good.
No, he was saying, Kyle, we might have to throw out our whole board for this guy. Sometimes you don't have to say it. So, Carter, you know this. Ken, Sam, when you either get married or have a significant other.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't need to say anything. Sometimes you can keep some things to yourself. I'm not saying you lie. That's not what Joe's saying this morning. All right, Nicole, if you're listening, that's not what I'm saying.
I was in need of a lie.
No. Sometimes there is a thing as too much information.
That's a great way to get yourself on the hot seat.
TMI, Carter. Am I right? There you go.
Hey, the amount of times that I opened my mouth and said something that I should have said, and then it got me on a hot seat, Joe. It's absolutely a thing.
707. People do not realize how bad the Adames deal is. It's Barry Zito without the fairy tale ending. Well, we thought that early on with Barry Zito, and then it ended late, right? We can't say that yet, right?
I mean, if Willie Adames leads this team to a world, Adames is never going to live up to that contract. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And yeah, Buster made a big mistake on that one. But the reason why I got Buster at the bottom is just because he is the new guy on the block here. I think you do need to give him some runway to get things established here. And again, he is beefing up the fake names. I feel like there's a name I'm missing that I should have there. And neither here nor there.
Text line will help you.
Or maybe the YouTube chat can help out.
I'm not helping.
I can't even finish that sentence. No, YouTube chat's actually been good today. But Buster's got a pretty good haul for two back-end relievers. And, he's got guys who he can still deal this year. I'd like for them.
That on YouTube, really, really good sit-down interview back when they were at Dodger Stadium last week. That was released a couple days ago. And I kind of want to ask him his just overall thoughts on kind of the unwinnable situation that Tony's a part of right now. And would he, believe that, or how should I phrase this? Would Chris Rose have faith in Tony Vitello if they did do a rebuild, that he would be the guy to, build the foundation here? Because I'm in agreement with you when you said that earlier, Sam. I do think he would be perfect for that role. You don't have the high expectations of having to make the playoffs. This is a guy that clearly has experience with college kids, 20s, 21, a lot of young prospects. Like, I think that would be perfectly suited for him. The problem is he was brought in on what the front office and the fan base thought was a win now team. And I think we're realizing now this is from events and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. All right, Chris Rose John Boy Media, NFL Network sat down with Tony Vitello last week. Let's talk to him about it. Sponsored by Freon Bank, here for you, here for good.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92-rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your...
And a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Fiberon Sanctuary decking brings a warm, inviting look with rich tones like espresso and latte, perfect for creating a relaxing outdoor space. And for dependable, budget-friendly performance, Fiberon Good Life Decking offers warranties up to 30 years. And when you shop at Ashby Lumber, you're getting great products and a knowledgeable local team that understands your project and helps you get it done right. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today or online at ashbylumber.com. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app?
Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
I said it right. Keep this ship moving.
And Joe Shasky.
Oh, I heard ship.
On 95.7 The Game.
Shasky was like, his mouth agape when I said that.
Yeah,
He's like,
so were Carter and I's. We all lost our ships at that one.
I think that was risotto, right? Because Carter he had a baby.
I don't remember.
He was gone.
All these days look the same to me these days.
You're telling Carter and I.
Yeah, you guys basically look the exact same to me.
Carter and I literally this morning, like, we both like woke up like at 12. We're like, yeah, I couldn't sleep. Just no sleep anymore.
I couldn't sleep.
Stupid.
It's impossible.
I don't think it's just the babies because I couldn't sleep either.
Something in the water?
I don't know. I just never sleep. I don't know. I am tired all day long, and then like 9 o'clock comes around, and my body's like, so we're gonna do all the activities now, right? It's just like, no, dude, this is the opposite of how it should go.
So usually I'm pretty tired, but like I woke up at midnight last night and I was like, wow, I feel great. I feel like I feel like I had a full night's sleep. Problem is, I'm not supposed to be up for another 4 hours. What the hell am I going to do? So I got up, just walked around a little bit, rocked the baby and tried to go back to sleep. Yeah. Very exciting stuff. Not as exciting, though, as sitting down with Tony Vitello for a dugout discussion like our next guest, joining us now on the River Islands guest line, Chris Rose, NFL Network, John Boy Media, and yes, BattleBots. And I'm not going to forget about it this time, Chris. Don't worry. American Gladiators are back, baby. Amazon Prime. Find it there.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And let's just dive in right now. We were just having the discussion because I know you're also nitty-gritty in the NFL and NFL Network. I got to ask you this. We just had the back and forth, and we were getting pretty heated about, who should be on the hottest seat amongst the GMs. And obviously we have Mike Dunleavy, who took over for Bob Myers of the Warriors. We have John Lynch with the 49ers. And we have Buster Posey as, the president of baseball operations. Of the two, we'll just keep it with football. And if you want to add in basketball, that's fine too. But of those two, Posey and Lynch, whose seat is hotter?
My guess is Lynch, because Posey hasn't been in the seat very long. But, look, John's gotten them to a couple of Super Bowls. And I think last year, Kyle Shanahan and his coaching staff did a remarkable job to get that team where it ended up. I know it didn't finish pretty up there in Seattle, but other than that, I thought it really was a remarkable year. And, I think this will be kind of interesting to see where they end up this season as well, because you've got the defending Super Bowl champions and one of the teams that's favored to be in the Super Bowl in their division as well. So they kind of go in as the third best team in that division. Look, when Buster Posey took over that job, I was fascinated by it because he is one of the most popular players in franchise history. And certainly the last 30 to 40 years, I don't know, you guys can tell me more than I can how people feel up there about Bonds. But Buster Posey is clear number 2 if they love Barry Bonds that much, I would say. And for him to take over, it was a huge risk. It was a huge, huge risk. A guy with no experience in that seat to do that, and now to have it blow up in his face as quickly as it has, there's a lot of people who are not going to forget about 10, 12, and 14, but it isn't certainly the first thing they bring up when discussing Buster Posey's name at this point.
Yeah, Chris, I guess when we're talking about Buster Posey here, again, a year and a half in, Adamas Steele's not going well. Devers is hitting well right now, but I think a lot of fans are still shaking their fist at that one a little bit. Is it fair, I guess, to have Buster on the hot seat already? Has he had enough of a runway here to get himself established to where he could be on the hot seat? And I guess also to that point is, what's the reason, I guess, for optimism that Buster can still turn not just the season around, but just turn the overall direction of the franchise around?
Yeah, well, first things, I don't think most people had a problem with the Devers deal. I mean, maybe I'm wrong up there, but I can just tell you from an outsider standpoint that covers baseball on a national basis that, yes, it was a $300 million contract. And yes, it looks worse when Kyle Harrison does what he did last night. And, look, there's a real possibility he's going to end up in Philadelphia pitching in the All-Star game. He's been that good. But at least the Giants got more than 12 innings out of him, which is what the Red Sox ended up getting. They give up Rafael Devers, and they got 12 innings of Kyle Harrison. So who do you think feels worse about that? So I never had a problem with the Devers move, and I've told you this before, that I really feel like when he's right, he's one of the 10 best hitters in baseball. But the rest of the stuff has not gone well. I mean, I've been a Willy Adames fan, and I knew that when they signed him for $182 million that there were going to be some Giants fans that looked at that and said, never an all-star. What sort of astronomical price tag we pay? What are we getting in return? And when I said, well, part of it is leadership, yeah, people will turn around and say, then stop talking to Mookie Betts and forgetting how many outs there are at second base. What sort of leader is that? And yeah, he screwed up. He felt terribly about it, and it looked horrible. And, this has been the perfect storm. I mean, I've watched a lot of Giants baseball this year, and it feels like every decision that Vitello has made has gone the wrong direction. Even when, in my opinion, it's been the right decision, it's ended up wrong. And it just, man, I can't remember a Giants season where everything literally around every corner, it's like, what bus is going to hit me next? It's been brutal.
No, absolutely. We're talking to Chris Rose here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni, Lubman filling in for Shasky here, John Boy Media, NFL Network, BattleBots, American Gladiator, and he sat down with one Tony Vitello for your dugout discussions, Chris, when you were over in Los Angeles with the Dodgers series. And let's just start right there. What was your overall impression from that interview and that sit down with Tony? Because, and I'm sure you saw, I mean, the guy, when he speaks, I find him fascinating. And I want to listen to him. He's just different, and it's refreshing here in the Bay. Even if the team's not playing well, I enjoy listening to him.
Yeah, and listen, I have when I was prepping for the interview, I went through a lot of Giants stuff on my social media. So the old algorithm got me, folks. So now I get every comment about the Giants. So I get to read all about what you Giants fans are feeling about Tony Vitello, and I can understand it. Like, look, you had a Hall of Fame manager here that helped you win 3 rings in 5 seasons. And so everybody's always going to be measured up to Bruce Bochy. And so the number of comments I see, like, well, that would never fly under Bruce Bochy. Right. He's a totally different dude. He is a different dude. Now, I met with him last Wednesday, I believe. So it was the day that Adames forgot how many outs. That had not happened by the time we had sat down. And I found him fascinating because I did talk to him about a bunch of things. Obviously, his background, I wanted to get to know him growing up in St. Louis, what made him a baseball fan, his relationship with Max Scherzer and Ian Kinsler building up through the Missouri program, et cetera. And then we got to the heat that he has faced and whether or not it's warranted. I said, there are times where it looks like you're making the right moves, right? A few weeks ago when Jesse Chavez is out in the bullpen and waving his arms frantically because he doesn't know which pitcher is coming in. But then Mike Krukow aptly pointed out that, as he walks out, he's lifting his left hand up. So it made it look like Tony Vitello didn't know which reliever he was calling for, when in fact he did. And he pointed out during our conversation that there was only one guy who had warmed up on the mound at that point. So there was only one guy who could have come into the game. But to some fans, that looks like a guy who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And we get that. I understand. And he has made mistakes. I'm not saying he hasn't. And he isn't saying he's not running from those. I mean, heck, look what happened the other night when he brought Engage to face Ketel Marte and turn him around and ends up giving a walk-off homer. Who's the guy who raised his hand? Tony Vitello. And I didn't have a problem with him making that move at all. People will say, well, look at his past. Look at Marte's past. He crushes left-handed pitching. Well, that wasn't this year. This year, he had all of his homers from the left side of the plate and had a better OPS from the left side of the plate than the right side of the plate coming into this game. So Giants fans would have been pissed off if he had kept the righty in the game and he had gone deep from the left-hand side, because they would have said, well, why didn't you turn him around? He's having a worse year from the right-hand side. And then when they did turn him around to the right-hand side, and boom, he does what he's done in years past, well, then Vitello looks like an idiot. And he owned it afterward, even though I didn't think he had to. You know, that's the way of the world. He doesn't have a problem with fans saying that stuff. Like I think he accepts responsibility. And if you're going to grade a guy on 2 months of work, I just don't think it's fair. I don't think it's a good way to live your sporting life.
I agree with you there, Chris. Another conversation you guys did have was talk about his ability to kind of command respect of the clubhouse. You know, can a college manager, get the respect of millionaire baseball players? I like how he doesn't, get upset about that. And I think from what I've seen, I do think the players are kind of responding to him. What does kind of give you, in your opinion, confidence that Tony will be able to fully command that clubhouse?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think it was an important one that we discussed as well. What do you guys think is the perception of him in the clubhouse?
I definitely think the players build off the energy of it. I remember I was down in spring training. I was talking with Matt Gage, and the line that he has I bring up a lot is when Tony walks in the room, everyone kind of snaps to attention a little bit. Like he commands that kind of presence. And the fact that in spring training that he kind of had that aura there, I thought that was a good sign that these players are at least like willing to give him a chance and fall in line behind him. And then when he got ejected, his first ejection this year, I think the TV cameras showed Adames and Devers kind of give him the old, good job, coach, love pat on the way back to the clubhouse, which I thought that was a positive sign. So those are just some things for me that have stuck out.
And Chris, I did think there was going to be more because he comes from a raw college environment. I thought there'd be a little more edge, personally, just a little bit. And I know he's like a player's guy. He's going to put your arm around him, and he knows what makes certain players tick. Obviously, a Chapman, a Davis, Devers, they're all different people, so I understand that. I don't know. I guess I'm struggling with what was he brought in to do, and do we feel his imprint at all with this team right now? And I guess I just don't know. I don't know yet.
Yeah. So here's my feeling after being around that team, and it was just for one day. So I can't make all these grand assumptions, but I made it a point of talking to several players, well-respected players about him. They all love him. They love him. So I know maybe that's not exactly what Giants fans want to hear, that they don't love that. Loving your manager is one thing. And I do think that they respect him. And I think they want to play well for him and be part of a group that wants to turn it around. I just haven't seen. I do want to kind of get back to the on the field thing, because I just haven't seen it where guys who are this accomplished in the sport all hit the crapper at once. And it just has led to this horrific 50-game start for them. So, as far as Joe, you said, what was he brought in to do? I don't know exactly what a manager can do in baseball that will totally change the identity of a team. I just don't know it. We've got a future Hall of Fame manager in Cincinnati, in Terry Francona, who moved down there. And I thought, my God, if he's replacing David Bell, he could be worth 8 to 10 wins. If you go check out Reds fans' social media, they can't stand Terry Francona. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Look at what he did in Boston. He broke an 86-year curse. He won another World Series ring. He almost got Cleveland to its first title since 1948. What are you guys seeing that I'm not seeing? And it just goes to show you that people don't, for the most part, like their coaches, managers, offensive coordinators. Like, how many people are in love with those? They just aren't. And so I don't know what he can do to change a baseball to what? Go hit better, Matt Chapman?
Yeah.
I mean, how can he help him hit better? Matt's got to figure this stuff out on his own.
And,
I don't know exactly what he can do.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Chris. And that's kind of what we're talking about right now. It's like it's Buster Posey, it's Manassian, it's the guys that put the players on the roster. And if you don't have the dudes, I don't care what sport it is, baseball, basketball, football, if you don't have the players, and this goes back to kind of what the 49ers, they just didn't have the dudes at the end of the day to go up against the Seahawks. That's why they got destroyed. It wasn't because of their lack of team chemistry or lack of coaching. Sometimes you just don't have the players. And right now, I think that's what's frustrating with Giants fans is they're just trying to figure out what the direction is. And that's not even a Tony Vitello thing. It's more of a Buster Posey thing. We had Keith Law on yesterday. I know you know Keith probably. Obviously, MLB insider, writer for The Athletic. Very tapped in all things farm system. And we were just talking about this team's inability to just accept maybe you have to suck a year or two. Maybe you do, just to build a foundation up like the White Sox look to have done, like the A's in Sacramento going to Vegas, like some of these other teams that have embraced it for a little bit. What do you make of the Giants just not wanting to embrace that like rebuild, if you will?
Well, I mean, going into this year, I don't know why you would have thought to embrace a rebuild. I mean, I thought they put together a halfway decent team. I was skeptical about the bullpen, and I was skeptical even about the back end of the rotation. I didn't love the two veteran arms they brought in. I thought it was kind of like, okay, we'll take some chances here. I just didn't feel great about it. I would have gone after Framber Valdez, as much of a knucklehead as I think he is. But I thought it would have been good to put at the top of the rotation with Logan Webb and with Robbie Ray. And then, Roop can do his thing and continue to grow. And I thought they would have been okay in the starting rotation. And maybe combine that with the position players that you've got, it's good enough. But I'll tell you what I think is probably one of the most embarrassing things with the organization is the whole Bryce Eldridge thing. I know that's been a hot topic for you guys. It just feels off. It feels like they don't know which direction they want to go. And I think that's worse than keeping a guy in the minors or coming up, letting him play and having him fail. The worst look out of the three is we bring him up and we don't feel like there's a definitive plan. Now, they will tell you, and Tony will tell you, and Buster will tell you that we do have a plan, but it sure as hell doesn't feel that way. And that's when things start to get a little rickety, when you don't feel like you're picking a tact organizationally. And I think that's just kind of a microcosm of where they are in general. Now, it wouldn't shock me, guys, if they do end up trying to dangle some of these guys and maybe save some money and maybe get some prospects that can help them turn this thing around. But I don't know what selling low is going to do for some of these dudes.
No, it's May 21st, and we're having these conversations, Chris, and that's unfortunately the reality with some of these teams. And we thought it was going to be different this year, and unfortunately it's been more the same, if not worse, in San Francisco. But we appreciate the time this morning, man. I love when you're on. I want to do it as much as we can, as humanly possible. John Boy Media, NFL Network, BattleBots, American Gladiator, and yes, Dugout Discussions. What's the next Dugout Discussion that's going to be launched? You did Tony Vitello. What's next?
Yeah, actually, well, speaking of Bay Area, Shea Langoliers. I caught up with the A's. Yeah, so he was really, really good. He's fascinating off the field stuff. What he would be doing if he wasn't being what, in my opinion, will be an all-star catcher in the middle of, the summer. Yeah. He had a totally different game plan laid out, and he perked up when we started talking about his kind of other life, if you will. Nice. It was interesting. That's coming out next Monday.
That's a tease right there. I can't wait to check it out. Chris, thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Boys, I appreciate you having me on. As always, try and get some sleep. By the way, that stuff doesn't change. It doesn't matter how old your kids are. Mine are 25 and 20. You totally don't sleep for different reasons.
Absolutely. Well, I got 6, I got 3, and then 1 month old, Chris. So a lot of fun right now.
I'm a single guy and I still don't get sleep. So I don't know.
I'm also one of 10. I have 9 brothers and sisters. So.
Well, that's different story, different segment of the show, if you know what I mean.
I wish it was for that reason, Chris. Thank you.
Chris, great stuff, man.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Chris Rose, one of the best in the business. Just good people.
Oh, I love Chris.
Just good people.
That's one of those things what I love about this job, Joe, is like sometimes like you're around people who you just like you grew up watching. Like I grew up listening to Dave Fleming, and now I'm talking to him on the field. I love watching Chris Rose's programs when he was growing up. When I was growing up, whether it was on Best Damn, or I always loved the back and forth he used to have with Brian Wilson, that whole episode with the machine. And now here I am talking to him on the Morning Roast. It's a cool moment. I've always liked Chris. Good
face he made when I said I have a 6-year-old, 3-year-old, and a 1-month-old. He's like, God bless you.
I love how
good luck.
I like the assumption he made about why I'm not getting sleep. That makes me feel good.
Well,
assuming
party animal. Yeah, that's Sam Lubin right there.
Yeah, no, party animal just need to be home before 9.
People in the text line have been calling you the long-haired Shasky. Do you like that?
Then they got the hair part right. I don't know.
No. Is that
I mean, Shasky says good stuff, so
Who
I'll
does that
take
bother more, Joe or Sam?
Joe.
When someone says that.
Well, I'll say this: if we had to trade a hair, no dice.
No,
there is not a trade package he could put together to put his hair on mine.
No, if we're doing a hair hierarchy, how about that for 95.7? I don't know. Producer Ken's
actually catching up. Ken's got a good flow.
He's looking pretty good.
He's got a ways to go to catch up.
He's got the 50s greaser look going.
He's got a ways to go to catch up to me, but
lots of flow, lots of product.
Yeah.
There we go, lots of product.
He's got a ways to go, but he's right. I think he's in second right now at this station. All you guys have very normal looking hair.
Producer Kenny and I, thank you. We're talking about Mad Men this morning, just an elite show, and Don Draper just being such a bad, just like human being sometimes, and yet just such a fascinating character, and just you do have a little Don Draper in you this morning, Kenny, with the slick back hair.
If only I had the jaw.
If only you had the 5 o'clock shadow and jaw of a John Hamm, that would help.
Has he ever showed you the picture of him from his metal rock days?
Wait, what? You were in a rock band?
Thrash metal, actually.
Thrash metal. What's the difference? I don't.
Metallica and Slayer.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to
my brother was still is super into rest in peace, but like Ozfest, stuff like that. He used to go there all the time. Oh yeah.
Ooh,
nice.
Not my scene.
You should check out his hair from those days. It's something beautiful to behold.
The longest hair I had was like high school. Usually that's what it is.
Oh, how long did it go?
About like neck.
Oh, well, we're gonna need pictures of that.
Oh, Bieber fever was real. Yeah.
Oh, you have the Bieber haircut?
Yeah. Well, Bieber stole it from me because I think I'm older than him, or it might be my age. I don't know.
Oh, if you had a Bieber haircut, Carter, what's the longest your hair?
It wasn't really a haircut. It was just my hair was just long, and I just put it out of the way.
Carter, have you ever had long hair?
Yeah, like over the years. It's nothing serious.
Okay. That's shaggy hair, if anything.
Yeah.
Maybe some giants need to start growing out their hair or cutting it off. Do you believe in that, real quick? Like the Mojo thing, like you just have to, cut off your hair, shave it. Remember Casey Schmidt did that?
Yeah, you cut off his. I mean, he's been great ever since he shaved his head. Yep. Some guys they'll shave their beards to try and get things going again. Oh, absolutely. I think that's a thing. I would never do that with my hair. My hair is perfect, but
jeez,
I would probably do other things if I was in a funk. I'm curious what Shea Langoliers would be doing if he wasn't playing baseball. What would you be doing if you weren't in radio?
What would I be doing if I wasn't in radio? Boy, it's a great question. Maybe teach.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe go back to school. I like doing, yeah.
What would you be a teacher of?
I don't know. Something.
All right, kids.
I like talking.
Welcome to LARP.
I like hearing myself talk.
Welcome to LARPing 101.
That's what I like to do.
Today we're going to learn how to wave wands.
Yeah, LARPing 101. I think SF State would take that,
I would straight up take that class.
Yeah, you
would.
Lie. Be an elective right there, baby. Let's go.
I'll get elective credits.
What was your biggest takeaway from Chris Rose, who we just had on?
I thought it was kind of interesting. You said, every decision Tony's made, even the correct ones, have gone wrong. That's what stuck out to me, and that does feel like how this season has gone. It's just everything that can go wrong will go wrong. I want to cite Steven Risotto here. He had a great line when it comes to managerial decisions.
The Riz.
His thing is that 85% of moves that you see in a game, every manager is making that same move. It's very, not every move is unique to that kind of manager. So I think a lot of managers would have taken Caleb Killian out, put Matt Gage in, tried to play the recent numbers rather than the career numbers. Against Ketel Marte. And that was just a good old-fashioned managing move that blew up. Sometimes you take if Gage struck out Ketel Marte, we're hoisting Tony up on our shoulders and singing hoorah, hoorah for him. Baseball's a tough game. And the thing with hitters who are in a funk, or good hitters who are in a funk, at some point, they're going to break out of that funk. Giants, unfortunately, just drew the short straw on that one. It's like a couple weeks last week when Shohei Ohtani goes into that series having no home runs in 10 games. It's like, well, I guess we know what's going to happen in this series. It's just, it's hard to stifle great hitters. And Shohei, Ketel Marte, others, that's just what they are.
Vitello asked how they turned this thing around after the game, or just before or after the game?
This was after the game.
After the game. Oh, yeah, because they're 10 games under.
I think to continue the momentum we have as far as the style of play, just from my vantage point, the way guys are playing together, the energy that's involved, whether it's Rafi diving all over the place, Willie getting down the line, other examples too, and we got some young guys that are going to help us. So I think the more experience they get, the better off they are, and then there's a lot of new faces in that locker room and clubhouse. So I think the more familiar everybody gets with one another, I'd like to think we'd improve.
All right, so you heard from Tony Vitello there. He did do a sit-down, as we just mentioned, with Chris Rose, the dugout discussions, and we did cut some of that audio I did find fascinating. I do want to listen to. We got Brian in Palo Alto. He says he has the only path for the Giants going forward. I want to hear that. 888-957-9570. We'll get into all of it. Plus, we could revisit our general manager hot seat rankings if we'd like to. If you were to rank from hottest to coldest, Posey, Lynch, Dunleavy, who seats the hottest, who seats the coldest, 888-957-9570. That's Lubman filling in for Shasky. I'm Spadoni, sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. Right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
All right, Bay Area, if you're still paying monthly checking fees, come on now. There's a better way.
San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been serving people for 75 years, going all the way back to 1951.
And no, you do not have to be a firefighter to join. Anyone can join.
You get ATM access worldwide, great service, and it all comes from a local not-for-profit credit union that gives back to its members and the community.
Check them out at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Looking for a place where your kids can learn, play, and grow this summer? At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, camps are more than just fun. They're a chance for kids to build confidence, make new friends, and try something new every day. From sports, outdoor adventures, arts, STEM, and team building activities to unforgettable overnight camp options in the beautiful Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. Every day is packed with discovery. With programs for ages 4 to 17 and trained staff creating a safe, supportive environment, your child can thrive all summer long. Give your kids a summer they'll never forget. Visit ymcasf.org/camp to learn more and register today.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Male Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to primemalemedical.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Valhalla, it's Coach Natalie Nakaste. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Coach? Big game tonight. Valks Liberty in New York.
They were off for a while.
They were.
A week off after their third game. I guess hopefully they're fresh.
Concrete jungles where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do.
If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
That's right.
Natalie Nakaste, she's got to make the Yankee hat more famous than a Yankee can.
Okay, that's enough.
She's got to trip a referee.
Yeah, we're done.
Tell him about her attitude.
Yeah, we're done. All right. You better? Feel better?
That would be cool if she tripped a ref. She'd probably get attacked, though. So would Draymond.
Looking ahead, though, real quick, they do have the back end of a back-to-back tomorrow in Indiana, the Valkyries. Indiana Fever, Caitlin Clark, she's been dealing with injuries again, man. She's been hit by the bug. She has, like, back problems.
Back issue now, and those don't go away. That's... Oh, I don't want to say it now, but I'm going to insinuate at it. But that would be just such an awful way for her career to go if it becomes just an injury situation there.
Well, she has to be on the court. So, this is the thing. You could be, transcendental, easy enough for me to say. You could be this larger-than-life figure and be, the face of the league, but you can't be the face of the league if you're not going to be out there playing. You can't be. You can't be. Sorry. If you're going to be hurt all the time...
No, and that's what's kind of...
Mind blown, Carter, I know. Spoiler alert, you have to play in order for you to be the face. I say that for a league, though, that desperately needs Caitlin to be their face right now because she does bring in so many viewers from her own little fan base.
I'll say
I shouldn't say little, large fan base because she is, she is the show. She is.
You can make the argument that there's 2 new WNBA teams this year because of Caitlin Clark.
You can.
Portland, Toronto.
Well, and you can make the argument because what the Valks did last year, too, quite frankly.
Well, how much of the Valkyries...
blueprint of what they did.
How much of the interest in the Valkyries, though, was spurned by the fact that... Or was created by the fact that Caitlin Clark had people leaning in on women's basketball.
No doubt.
I mean, Kevin Dana, you were out when we had him on, but we asked him, why the Valkyries been so popular. And he brought up the fact that the Bay Area has always had a really good women's basketball presence with Stanford and Cal. So that fandom was always there, but so obviously it was a transfer to the women to the professional women's team. But Caitlin Clark absolutely is what drew a lot of people who were maybe casually invested or not at all invested in women's basketball. They got their eyes on it now, but it would just be a shame if Caitlin Clark's career just gets derailed by injuries. But if looking for someone else to watch the WNBA, while I had the multi-view going last night, Joe, I had the the Dallas Wings, and who are they playing? They're playing the Fever last night.
Oh.
Dallas and Indiana. And Paige Beckers, man. That's someone to also start following. She is very fun to watch, and I could absolutely see her taking face of the league status if Caitlin Clark, for whatever reason, is injured or fizzles in any way, shape, or form. Paige Becker's a fun talent to watch.
It's going to be Gabby Williams. Get out of here with that. Come on. That's who needs to take over the face of the WNBA. Move over Asia Wilson, Caitlin Clark. It's Gabby Williams time.
Could have been Flaugier, but oh well.
Nah, we don't need it. Why do you gotta bring that up?
That's always gonna.
We were too tired to discuss why we traded her. Okay?
That's gonna irk me a little bit.
Still one of the
if we added
the all-time GM responses.
Ohema Nianen to this power ranking of hot seats that we're doing today.
All-time GM response. I'm too tired to discuss this.
Imagine if
it's one of the realest responses I've ever heard.
Imagine if after the trade deadline, Danny Emmerman's like, Mike, was there ever a plan to move Draymond Green? And it's like, you know what, Danny, I'm just too tired. Well, so can I assume that there was no plan? Danny, that's an incredible assumption. I'm just too tired to get into it.
No, that was the word, right? Exhausted. It's different than being tired. It's another level.
They're at the 49ers post-draft presser. Grant Cohn's like, John, your consensus goes against the league's consensus. What are you feeling about that? You know, Grant, I'm just too exhausted to answer that question.
God, that's like me at the end of the day. Just went to the beach, got all the kids together, got back into the car, got the sand all off of us, got everything there.
You never get the sand all off.
You never do. And then you just get back to the house, get back to the apartment, and then it's just... They didn't fall asleep in the car, so like they're still wired. It's like, how are you not sleeping right now? I'm exhausted.
Sports, man.
Dad's just trying to sleep. It is a sport. Trying to stay up with your kids. It's a sport in and of itself.
As a single childless man, the dads in the station make fatherhood just seem so not fun.
Well, it's rewarding.
I'm gonna be honest.
Just because you're exhausted.
You guys really sell it well. It's really rewarding.
Just because you're tired doesn't mean it's not rewarding.
No, I'm not going to dispute that it's rewarding. I'm sure it is, but just the front that you guys all present is just like, oh man, I am so glad I don't have a small human I have to take care of.
You know who I'm sure is a great father and father figure? It's Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, good morning.
Wish he was a GM.
Morning, guys. How are you?
My voice is struggling, but we're going to get through it.
Your voice is struggling or mine is?
No, you sound great. I'm powering through it like this Giants season trying to watch. We're powering through.
Yeah, I think I actually have some confidence that Posey will absolutely just sell the farm for whatever, sort of younger / minor league assets they can get. I think it's the only path forward for the Giants and that's, we can blame Buster or Tony or Farhan, but it really is an ownership problem. This sort of playing sort of half pregnant sort of philosophy as an organization. They need to make a total commitment to the farm system. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of confidence in their development capabilities in their organization. And that's an issue. And it feels like they're just going to have to overwhelm that with just sheer talent. Right, that like some enough people will make it through a poor developmental system to the majors, because there's just so much young talent. But yeah, it's the only path forward, man. It's no good. This hasn't worked for a long time now. And again, it's a Larry Baer and Charles Johnson issue, right? This sort of, hey, the fans will not accept us, not being as competitive as possible, but they're not. I mean, look at their bullpen. It's not a major league bullpen, right? So I mean, they're just not a serious organization. So just commit to youth, and I think Buster is the one guy that maybe has the credibility to pull that off.
Hey, Brian, how would you rank?
That's my 2 cents.
No, how would you? And I love the point. How would you rank the current hot seat of the top 3 GMs here? Dunleavy, Lynch, Posey. Who do you think should be on the hottest seat of the 3?
Dunleavy. I would say Dunleavy. I mean, Lynch is, there are certainly issues with the 49ers, in my opinion, from a scouting and drafting standpoint, but I don't think as long as Cal's here, I think John's here. Buster's pretty new in the seat. And, Dunleavy to me is a, sort of at best unproven commodity and not trending in the right direction, in my opinion, from a roster building standpoint. So it's my 2 cents.
I love it. Brian in Palo Alto, and I agree with him. And that's the question we were asking, ranking those 3 from hottest to coldest of the hot seats. I put Dunleavy 1. I do think he is in the most difficult position of those 3 right now currently. What is he going to do this summer? What can he do this summer that makes the fan base happy? Genuinely. I don't know. I don't see. And this is another thing. This is what we're talking about, like Giannis or Kawhi or anything like that. And I do want to get to some of this Anthony Slater sound, because Anthony Slater, who covers the team for ESPN, was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Some really good stuff. You know, it can't all just be about getting one of those guys. There has to be something else that Dunleavy can do this summer that says and signals to Warriors fans, this thing is going to turn in the right direction. It's getting better. I just don't know what that is yet, Sam. I think it starts with just making your selection, the 11th pick. I think it starts there. Hell, maybe it's trading up in the draft. I know Steiny floated that idea out. Maybe he saw it somewhere else. I don't know. But, like, is there a possibility to trade within, like, to the top 5? That would be pretty sweet. Get one of those, like legit top 4 or 5 in a super deep draft, like those tier 1 players. I think that would signal to the fan base, okay, this guy is going in on the future, but also trying to get a really big difference maker right now, which I think that appeases everyone, does it not?
In theory, yes. So, by the way, our poll question, who is on the hottest seat right now, Buster Posey, John Lynch, or Mike Dunleavy? This is our poll question on YouTube. There's been a little bit of movement in this poll here, Joe. Buster still leads at 49%. Maybe recency bias there.
That's exactly what that is.
Which is fair. John Lynch has dropped to 3rd place, and Mike,
these people know ball.
At 25%. Relax, the YouTube chat.
Yeah, they're smart.
Mike Dunleavy is in 2nd now at 26%. So that is with 179 respondents in so far. Mike Dunleavy, on or off the hot seat? I mean, you talked about, how big of an offseason is for him. And I do believe, like, this is the offseason of Mike Dunleavy's career so far as Warriors GM. Like, it seems like for the last couple years, he's had to kind of like clear out the muck of some previous seasons. Now this feels like this team, like it's on you right now, Mike. Ever since the Jimmy Butler trade, like this team is on you. And the temperature of his seat is going to be determined basically by what he does over the next couple months. If he trades the pick for a player, I guess it depends on the return, who you package it up with. If he packaged the pick in Draymond for a player, does that increase his Q rating with the fans?
I don't know. I don't know what Draymond's current rating is within the fan base. I don't know.
Like, it's just
like genuinely, like, I know he's a legend.
Yeah.
And I know that he means a lot. And when he does eventually leave, if he ever does, people will be pretty bummed. But maybe this is the time to move on.
Or are they going to be bummed, but also like, I'm glad it's over. Like, bummed that it has to end like this, but it's ending, that's kind of where I feel like with Draymond Green. Like, am I going to be bummed that it's over? Not as much, but I'm going to be bummed that it's ending in a way where I'm like, thank God.
See, I think this is phrased well, and thank you boys in the back for putting this in the box. It's kind of like 2 questions right now that we're tiptoeing around. Who is actually on the hottest seat? And who do you believe should be on the hot seat? See, I don't think John Lynch, and I don't even think he should be there anyways. He's not on the hot seat. I do not. I believe
completely agree with you.
Tom Pelissero, when he says that, he's no dummy either. He talks to people within that organization super high up. That's where he's getting this information from. He doesn't see John Lynch or Kyle ever getting fired.
Well, I think, again, it's the Kyle Shanahan aspect of it.
Yes, but that's part of it. That's why he's not on the hot seat.
I think Kyle wants to keep John. No, I agree with you. I mean, I think John should be. If we're ranking who should be on the hot seat, I still have John Lynch number 1. But and this again is just Spinoni, it's the separator of what is versus what we want. What we want or what we think or what we believe. And what I think and believe and want is that John Lynch is on the hot seat. I can also accept the reality that even though I think one way, I can look at the Niners and just be like, yeah, the way they're operating, John Lynch is not going to be going anywhere because he is tied to the hip, or he's joined at the hip to Kyle Shanahan. So as long as Shanahan is being Kyle Shanahan, again, if you're picking who has the hottest seat, Kyle Shanahan, I think, has the coldest seat in Bay Area sports right now. So as long as Kyle's in that situation, John Lynch is sitting pretty right now. That's just the reality of it.
Who is actually on the hottest seat, and who do you believe should be on the hot seat? Bay Area, 888-957-9570 when it comes to the top GMs here in the Bay, Giants, Warriors, and 49ers. Anthony Slater on the offseason targets.
probably want a couple more mid-prime. That's been, I think, the problem the last few years. Like even, remember you trade Andrew Wiggins. It's like, man, you trade one of the guys that was like late 20s, mid to late 20s. And even some of the lottery picks you had picked that were supposed to be aging into that, Kuminga's the obvious name, are gone. So, you don't want to be loaded with 19-year-olds and 37-year-olds. Try to hit that sweet spot, but also probably use the pick. I mean, you could find a really good right-away type player with upside at 11, particularly in this draft. And, maybe you, instead of using the mid-level on, a Melton type, you try to, take a swing on a younger guy with some upside. And, I think there's a lot of options, but there's also handcuffed. In a lot of ways, they're in this like handcuffed era over the next couple of years.
And that's why this offseason is going to be so fascinating. How can Dunleavy wheel and deal and improve this roster and make the fan base happy? Which, again, I don't think you could ever truly make the entire fan base happy. Ever. You just can't. That's what the Giants tried to do with hiring Buster Posey. They tried to appease to everyone.
And it blew up in there.
There were still naysayers about that, too. There was fans saying, oh, this is just fan service. This is what's experience does this guy have? So you're getting rid of Farhan, who had a lot of experience, but it didn't work well, for a guy with no experience, but everyone likes him.
Which is kind of... even Mike Dunleavy had more front office experience before he took over this job than Buster Posey did. I mean, sure, Buster was part of the ownership group, but even Dunleavy had a more substantial resume than Buster Posey coming into this, which is part of why I have a hard time really putting Buster on a hot seat, is because I do think ownership put him into a not great situation. And I think Buster had a mandate to make this team compete right now. That blew up in his face. And again, it goes into like why Buster is on my coldest seat is I have a hard time putting Buster on the hot seat for doing exactly what we wanted him to do. And it just didn't work out. And sometimes that's just how it is. Sometimes things don't work out. It sucks, but it's life.
707, Dunleavy could trade Jimmy to the Mavs for Kyrie or Gafford. I also texted yesterday, 707, trade Jimmy to the Spurs for De'Aaron Fox. Slater mentioned it too, Willard. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know about De'Aaron Fox. I feel like
him in a heartbeat. If I can get him right now.
Would he work alongside Steph?
I don't care. He's
defensively.
Sure, you make it work with that guy. Steph makes it work with everyone. That's how great he is. I don't think the Warriors are in a position if they can get a guy like De'Aaron Fox to just say, we're too good for him. Right?
Well, they're partners in business.
Steph and De'Aaron Fox.
No, that's right.
What do they do together?
Yeah, what do they do again?
I believe that De'Aaron Fox has his signature shoe under the Curry
umbrella.
umbrella.
Under the Curry umbrella. That's right. Look at you, Carter. See, I'm not I'm glad you're here.
I know a thing or two, Spadone.
No, you're smart. Yeah. What is that? Terry and I drink and I know things? That's Carter.
Hey.
I need you for the shoe stuff. Thank you. I appreciate that. I also appreciate Jason in Concord. We'll get to you as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, 1 to go here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni alongside Lubman, who's filling in for Shasky today and tomorrow. And joining us now, Sammy.
Well, hold on,
before we get to Jason.
Before we get to Jason, how much is the temperature of Dunleavy's seat going to be impacted by what happens with Kristaps? Like if Kristaps walks and we get nothing for him, do you turn the heat up on his seat there for not getting... Like, as I think half of what you got back for Jonathan Kuminga was just the relief of not having to deal with the Kuminga crisis anymore.
I don't know.
The Kuminga crisis.
I know this is Sports Talk Radio, and I'm supposed to say yes or no.
There's no Hawk.
It's okay. Well, he's locked in on something else. That's all right. He's locked in.
I'm just giving Carter grief.
Kuminga is bun.
There you go. I just wanted to play it. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know what the reaction is going to be if you get the notification that Kristaps Porzingis signs elsewhere. I have no idea. I think when the trade happened, when we were at Radio Row at Moscone Center when it did, I think that was when everyone really was just angry because they knew it was just like, oh, wow, we just got off Kuminga for a guy that can't even stay healthy. This is a glorified just salary dump, whatever. We're going to waste this spot, this salary slot. Night, see you later. So they might get angry and we'll take calls on it, or they might have just been resigned to the fact once they already traded him for Kristaps, that was inevitable. Because that's kind of where I'm at personally. Can they re-sign him? Sure, maybe at the right price. I still think people are going to be pissed.
I think right now I'm out on bringing Kristaps back. I'd rather some way you sign and trade him somewhere else. I don't know what that number looks like, but I don't want to play 82 games of will Kristaps play or not. Like, we'll do Burrito Bet Part 2, over under 41 games.
I still need to get you one of those, don't I?
I might cash that in tomorrow, actually. We'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm out on bringing Kristaps back. I hope you get something back for Kristaps. But I think if he just walks for nothing, I mean, we'll be mad at Dunleavy, but I don't know if that's not the reason I think I would crank the heat up on his seat. What he does after that would probably be more of a determining factor.
Jason in Concord. What's up, Jace? Join the conversation. How you doing, man?
Good morning, guys, and thank you for taking my call. Great show, guys. Hey, I love Buster Posey. Let me get that out the way. But Buster Posey needs to fire himself today and take Tony V with him. I am sorry. There's a lot of things that head scratchers, a lot of things talked about among this major league. I don't have all day. I got a lot. I can be here all day with you guys. But the top one is Bryce Elbridge. Bryce Elbridge is a top prospect. How can you bring the guy and not play him every single day? I don't see a top prospect among the league not playing. Why would you do that? Tony V is making a lot of mistakes in the field. A lot of mistakes. How can you have somebody who hit two home runs and bench him the next day? There's a lot. I'll be here all day, like I said. Posey, we love the dude as the Giants, but this is not for him. He brought in a rookie coach with no experience in the major league. So that's it. I mean, he can't. I don't know. Maybe he's looking at it like I can't bring in a Hall of Fame coach and be the manager. I want somebody who I can control. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but Buster Posey it's got to go. He got to go.
All right, that's Jason in Concord. We got it, Chase. He's out on Buster. It's got to go.
Got to fire him. Let me bring something up about the Bryce Eldridge thing because I don't think we've really talked about it enough. And it is right now the biggest dark mark on Buster's tenure with the Giants is the handling of Bryce Eldridge. That being said, I'm curious to see how this plays out the rest of the year. If it's a situation where he does move off of Matt Chapman, if he does move off of Luis Arias, and that ends up being the avenue to put Casey Schmidt at third or second and then get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup every day. If that happens, then I think the anger that we're having right now towards their handling of Bryce Eldridge, that starts to subside very, very quickly. Part of this whole, the Eldridge emergency is Casey Schmidt has just completely blown this whole thing sideways with how well he's played this year. I don't think they expected that at all. So at some point this year, I do expect the Giants to open things up to get Bryce in there every day. I do think that's going to happen at some point. And when that does happen, the anger we're feeling right now towards how they're handling it, that'll start to subside. And that'll be replaced by new anger of getting angry about whether he's actually good or not. Cross that bridge when we get to it. But I want to see if they can make space for Bryce this season because they have to. They simply have to.
Dave Fleming says fans need to chill out on Bryce's development.
There are counterpoints to that. If you think this is killing his development, that would be a negative. That would maybe motivate you to make a move in the other direction. He's been here for 2 weeks. This is not killing his development. Everybody needs to chill out. He's working with the best coaches this organization has every day, grinding it out, studying video, taking extra batting practice. That is, I'm not saying that's as important as playing in games at AAA, but you could make an argument that it is.
You buy that? Fans need to chill out on the Bryce Eldridge development?
It has been 2 weeks. It feels like so much longer, though.
Why is that?
It's because losing makes things take longer or makes it feel longer. Time flies when you're having fun. It drags when you're losing. Maybe that's part of it. But yeah, it does feel like Bryce has been here a lot longer than 2 weeks. But again, let's. The only thing we have to do is just give it time to see if they can figure it out. They really do. I mean, maybe Bryce has a breakthrough with the coaching staff or something like that. But, I mean, he had a great hit yesterday. Hopefully he's in the lineup tomorrow. Our guy on the mound, I don't know what arm he throws with. If you want to talk for a second before we go to the break, I can look that up.
Oh, what do you mean? The guy that's pitching tomorrow?
Pitching for the
White Sox, Davis
tomorrow.
Martin tomorrow?
Yeah, is he a righty or a lefty?
Right-handed.
Oh, okay, so yeah, there you go. Throw him in the line. You don't need to worry about the lefty-lefty thing.
Oh, great. The only lefty they're throwing out there is Sunday, Noah Schultz, who is has a 2-3 record, 4.93 ERAs, going up against Robbie Ray.
Honestly, again, with the injuries you have right now, put Schmidt in left, put Eldridge in at DH this weekend, and don't tell me that the goal is to win baseball games right now, because that's just you're not accomplishing that goal.
The goal right now is to hit the break, which we're going to do. 888-957-9570. Of the 3 GMs/presidents of sports operations, who is actually on the hottest seat, and who do you believe should be on the hot seat? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at GoldenStateLumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What's up, Larry June? It's an all-time rejoin right there. All-time. It's been fun today, Sammy. Rolling.
It's been spicy today. I like it.
A little bit. It's all love.
Well, obviously, yeah. Some people like spicy food.
That's a good one, let me.
I love spicy food, except spicy food doesn't love me back. It's a twisted relationship.
I'm a wimp when it comes to spicy foods.
Oh, like salsa, like hot salsas,
yeah,
like habanero stuff.
I am very much in the mild end of things.
That makes sense.
If it gets too hot, I can't taste the food. It's like, what are we doing here? Like the people who get like we go to Buffalo Wild Wings when I was in college a lot, and I'd have my friends. They get like the wild flavored wings, which is like the most nuclear hot you can get.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Yeah, see, if I'm just like, I don't want to just eat hot.
You don't want to be in pain while you're trying to eat dinner.
Well, I'm one of those people.
Jam?
I'm one of those people, unfortunately, I get the sweats when I start to eat sometimes. And so when I eat, some people sweat when they eat. Learn anatomy.
Wait. Well, like you start like sweating profusely?
Not like profusely, but little glaze.
What are you eating? Like so you have like a slice of pizza and like the beads start dripping down?
No, not pizza. Certain foods. Spicy foods especially.
Oh, okay, spicy foods. I thought it was just every time you ate, like, like a cold salad. It's like,
no, not a cold salad, but, you're eating like a big steak or something like that. Sometimes get the meat sweats. It's a thing. You never heard of the meat sweats?
No.
Oh, all right. Maybe I'm just...
Really?
Oh.
You guys are...
Everyone's that great.
Get them all the time.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on.
You get them all the time?
All the time.
You get meats? There you go. See, it's not that weird.
No, I just get the sweats just laying in bed overnight is just what I do. I sweat a lot while sleeping.
Well, no, me
you get
too.
the sleep sweats.
The sleep sweats, yeah.
I get those too, unfortunately. Well, again, hashtag no AC, so... But yeah, spicy stuff, you
and Tony Vitello have something in common other than beautiful hair?
Ooh, what's that?
You guys are both single.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
I'm
not married?
I'm not going toe-to-toe with Tony V.
Hey, Tony.
But again, no. I'm probably allowed to go out at night, whereas he's not.
And to sit down with Chris Rose, and this is the conversation we've been bouncing around, and who's actually on the hottest seat? Who do you believe should be on the hot seat? 888-957-9570 when it comes to Lynch, when it comes to Dunleavy, and when it comes to Buster Posey. I did want to play some of the sound because we took the effort to get it, and we had Chris Rose on last hour who did a sit-down interview with Tony Vitello, and these kind of questions I appreciate because you get to learn more about the person, and you don't really get that as the season goes on, Sam. And sometimes you do. You might tell a story, or unless you're with the team every single day, you'll kind of lose that. So I like these kind of interviews in the style that Chris Rose does with some of these players and managers. And here's the question to Tony on how he's handling the pressure of just being a big league manager.
I'm doing great. I think that's the way my dad was wired. He hates losing and enjoys winning, and Also, I think this is who I am. I'm a person too, but it doesn't make sense to go out around town celebrating when you need to do a better job or things don't go your way. So
but you're allowed to live.
No, that's true. That's true. And I've never been good at that stuff. But on the whole, that's just one example of why you're asking the question. For me, I've said it before. We went and did the Italian Athletic Club there, inducted me into their club, which was a tremendous honor. And people kept asking me the same thing. The city, and this is the most sincere I can be, the people, starting with Buster, the people in the dugout, the players, Luis, everybody, the coaching staff, the people in the city, the city. I love the city. This experience is nuts. I mean, Ohtani in the box and Schwarber and things like that. It's literally a dream. It's just we don't have as many wins as I'd like, and that's what we're all here to do when we show up to put in our work in pregame, is to win on that given night. And so that's just what I want to do better. And
going to be honest, my main takeaway from that is I'm going to pull a Joe Shasky on you when he was upset about not getting the invite to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I'm upset I wasn't nominated for the Italian American Sports Hall of Fame. Right there.
Well, what have you done athletically to besides touch rim to get in?
Well, no, I speak about sports.
Oh, well, so you want to be in the Bay Area American Italian Radio Hall of Fame.
I'm a contributor. How about that? You know how they have the section of contributors,
you're a commentator.
The Ford C. Frick, the Ford C. Paisan. That's what I want to be. That's what I'm gravitating towards.
That's what the Frick part is.
Yeah, what the Frick?
Yeah.
There
we go.
I honestly didn't even know that. That's something I didn't know about him. That's really cool. Carter gets in my ear while it's going on. He's like, yeah, that place is awesome. All they do is drink wine. No athleticism at all.
Oh, all right.
I was like, that's even better. Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you just stereotyping? Don't you do that?
Possibly.
No, they have a lot of fun over there, though.
Oh, okay. Well, bocce ball? Yeah?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you a member?
No, I would like to join, though.
All right, me and you will get on it. You'll probably have better luck.
You probably have to be Italian, I assume, to get in, right? Is that the number one requirement?
It helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they not let you in at all if you're not Italian?
Probably.
Carter?
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Unless you're honorary. Yeah. Do they make him pronounce his last name differently? Because Vitello's
he's
not
probably,
the actual pronunciation.
Out here, he's Tony V. In there, he's Anthony Vitello.
Antonio?
Yeah.
Here's more from Tony on managing under a microscope.
I think it's okay. I mean, it's understandable, the microscope part, but then if you dissect example by example, it's like there are certain times where I wish I would have done something different. It's easy to do, say that after the fact. There's other things where I'm like, I'm not sure about this, and it goes well. So it's case by case, and in that case, it's an example of a few times. I don't know any of this stuff till people bring it to me, and I didn't know that one till yesterday. It's kind of fabricated because there was two guys in the pen. Only one had thrown off the mound at that time. So there's only one guy available. He's the left-hander. We go out there. He came in the game. The right guy came in the game, and he got out of the inning. Now, we ended up getting our ass beat in the game, but it had nothing to do with that particular situation. So why those guys reacted in the bullpen, I don't even know because I didn't look at the video, and I'm sure it was just or whatever. But I think there's been some things that have been created that didn't even really exist because of the microscope thing. And
what do you make of that? Yeah.
I think something that's really unfair for Tony that he's dealing with this year is I do think there is a large contingent of people in the sport of baseball who some might say it publicly, most are going to say it privately. They don't want this to work out. They don't want to believe that a guy can come up from the college ranks and succeed in managing a team. I mean, it was Joe Madden blasted it a while ago. A lot of other managers have blasted it. Obviously so, because they think they put in their time in this game at the professional level. So there's probably a level of like, well, I deserve that. What has he done that I haven't done to earn that right? When we had Jim Bowden on, we didn't, but William Dibbs did. Mm-hmm. Listen to him talk about the moves this team's making. He sounds like a guy who's just like really enjoying the fact almost that he gets to call out the organization for the moves they're making, because he sounds like someone who, again, I'm putting words in Jim Bowden's mouth. I don't know how he actually feels about this, but he sounds like someone who's just like, this is ridiculous that they do this. I hope it blows up in their face so we can all learn a lesson. This was dumb. Like, I do think Tony is fighting an uphill battle in that sense, in that, yeah, there is I don't want to call it an expectation, but almost a hope that it doesn't work out because, Joe, and you know this as an A's fan, you grew up with the Moneyball teams.
Begrudgingly.
The people who are successful in any walk of life, they don't want someone else to come around and find a better, newer, more fun way to be successful. No one wants to feel like they're smart and then all of a sudden feel like they're not as smart. And that's where I kind of see what Tony Vitello coming in. Like, I can see how that could be a threat to certain sects of the baseball, rank and file.
Sure.
Sex, X.
Yeah, I know. Vocabulary. Yeah, it's very important.
Your eyebrows did the thing there.
No, I'm not Shasky. I listen. So
I thought I saw a reaction there. So.
Love you, Joe, if you're listening, by the way.
He's definitely he shouldn't even be awake right now. Joe, go back to sleep.
That's what this Giants season does to people.
He's not even listening.
Puts them back to sleep. He's definitely not. No, he's definitely awake. The guy gets up at 6 like every day.
No, he can wake up, feed LJ, and then go back to bed.
No, but LJ, see, this is the thing, though. You don't have kids. Like, they wake you up. They're not going back to sleep.
Put on a movie.
If only it was that simple. Yeah, I could put on a movie, and then they start wandering around, getting into stuff they're not supposed to. That's what kids do, Sammy. And then they start touching me. I'm hungry. I got to go potty. I spilled this.
And you wonder why I sit here and say that fatherhood just doesn't sound fun listening to the fathers at the station.
I just said it's very rewarding, all of those things.
Shasky's on the golf course, let's be honest, shooting 104.
104? Oh, that's the most disrespectful thing you said about him all year.
Well, then what's he going to do on the back nine?
Oh,
nice.
You guys are so funny. Tony Vitello, hey, he just doesn't want anything to unjustly affect the vibe in the locker room.
I think we got some good things going on. The one thing in the back of my mind I never wanted is our guys to be penalized for this story or narrative that people can run with a lot of different ways. And if I make a mistake or do something stupid or say something stupid, I'm fine with that. But I don't want anything to unjustly affect, the vibe we have going on in the locker room or the way the guys play out on the field. And so hopefully we're kind of past that point where everything's super new and it's more about just us finding ourselves as a team. I don't think anyone started off the way that we wanted to, whether it's me as an individual or us as a group or this guy and this guy. But it's all about the journey when you're a competitor and we're finding ourselves.
Are they? What are we finding out about this team? Again, this was last week. This was Wednesday. They were in Dodger Stadium. They had taken the first couple games. Vibes were good, Sam. Vibes were getting better. All right. Now we're 10 games under. It's May 21st. Is he going to be saying the same thing after every single game? I am curious to see if this is going to wear on Vitello as the season goes on and how much. I don't know.
I mean, we always keep saying, we need to let Tony V be Tony V in terms of just kind of, letting him sit, talk, and things like that.
I think the media and everyone has let him be himself.
No, I absolutely believe so. But I don't think he could truly be himself when you're 10 games under 500. Like, I think Tony's one of those guys, and this isn't like we're all better off when times are good, but he's a guy I don't think he really knows how to handle himself when times are down like this. So he's kind of being a muted version of himself. I look forward to the days when this team is above 500 and is good, and we get to see a more fired up Tony Vitello because, I think he wanted to bring an edge to this team, but it's hard to have an edge and be that edgy team when you're losing so often. And there's a clear identity that this team wants to have, but the inability to have success is denying them the chance to have that identity. That's where I wonder if that's where the frustration is coming from because, you talk to guys in the clubhouse, and I asked Logan Webb about this a couple weeks ago. We have to sound somewhere in here. Like, Logan was just basically like, yeah, if you come into the clubhouse, you wouldn't think that there's anything wrong with this team by how well things are going there. And Chris Rose is saying that, the players all love Tony and they want to win for Tony. I think so much of this frustration this year that's affecting them is that they're just, I think, as shocked as anyone that they're in this situation. And it's like, again, you guys are golfers, when that feeling where like you just can't get that golf swing right, and you start
every time I go out there.
Exactly, you start questioning reality. It's like this whole team is like a guy who can't get their golf swing right, and they're just questioning reality, and they're hating the golf course because of it.
I think I'm going to go 3 quarters, guys. My previous swing's not working for me on my driver. I need to go like 3 quarters and then go follow through after that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shorten my swing, Sam. Maybe that'll change things. What I thought of immediately when you said maybe he's not like maybe he's not the perfect manager for a team that's this, that's dealing with struggles, right? Maybe he's not perfect because all he's known is a lot of success from the collegiate level, and this is his first time in the bigs, and he's dealing with a lot of adversity. Maybe he's not the perfect guy for this. I thought of immediately The Godfather, a wartime consigliere, right? So Michael becomes the Don. He takes over. He tells Tom Hagen, his stepbrother, hey, Tom, you're out. You're not a wartime consigliere. I'm going to have my dad, old Don Vito, he'll take over as the consigliere during this wartime. So is Tony Vitello not the right guy for this situation? It's possible, but you know what? If this season keeps going the way it does, I would keep him around. I would, if they are going to tear this thing down to the studs and build it from the foundation up, I think he would be the perfect guy for this. I truly do.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Buster Posey thinks that. That's the thing.
I think Buster does realize that. And I'm not saying he's not the right guy for this team. I just think it's a struggle for him to be himself from the last few years when the team isn't successful. Because Spadoni, his last 4 years at Tennessee, 50-18, 58-9, 44-22, 60-13, and then you won the national championship there in that last season. You know, this guy's had stupid levels of success the last 4 years. Now here he is back at the bottom. You ask if he's the right guy for this, though. The reason why, and this is going to sound like I'm contradicting myself a little bit, the reason why I think he is the right guy for this job now and going forward is he understands what it takes, though, to be at the bottom and then get to the top. His first year at Tennessee, he was 29-27, 12-18 in the SEC. Like, he knows what it takes to build a program up because he did that in Tennessee. He took a program that never had any sort of success and turned it into a juggernaut. He knows what it takes to get to that point. That's why I do think the younger team would be beneficial for him, because that gives him a roster that he's a type of roster that he's had success with. Young, hungry, wanting to get better, something that he can kind of mold in his own image, so to speak.
Ray in San Francisco wants to join the conversation on Tony Vitello. What's up, Ray? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Spadoni? I think Tony is the guy for the job.
Why?
That's just because he's hardworking. He's a wartime consigliere. He's got young guys and like he's got different guys on the roster that can step up. Like not McCuskers. Who's the guy? Matt Chapman. And then you got Chapman and Devers. I mean, we got a whole squad that's gonna step up. We got who's the young Lincecum, the young
Landon Roop.
Who's that young guy? Evan there? No, the other guy.
Robbie Ray?
Roop. Yeah, that's what I meant. Landon Roop. Yeah. Or is it Matt Malley?
It's Landon Roop.
Roop. Okay, Roop. Okay, so he's a young Caner. And then, I don't know, man. That's just my opinion. Anyway, I'll check in with you guys later.
Hey, Ray. Oh, I want to ask what he was doing. That's really what I wanted to know.
He hung up. I didn't drop it.
No, I know. I heard the noise. The calls you've got in today, Ken, I got to be honest.
Listen, he said he wanted to talk about Tony Vitello. I had no idea he was going to go off in that direction.
That is how most callers go on this show, Ken. As someone who has sat in your chair numerous times, yeah, it happens.
Stop pronouncing the G in consigliere.
You're not supposed to pronounce the G?
Consigliere, it doesn't matter. Why are you so offended to
Howdy, Rushman.
If it's text in Italian, if you're that offended by it, what do you want from me?
Well, you're an Italian.
The guy pronounces his last name Vitello.
Aren't they
that's not the pronunciation. That's not the proper Italian pronunciation. But you know what? He wants to pronounce it that way. That's fine.
Is your last name properly pronounced?
Yeah, it is. Although it's made it difficult. So if I did want to get, I looked into this. My sister did as well. If I wanted to get Italian dual citizenship, it's very difficult for me because when my dad's dad, my nonno, when he immigrated over here. Great name, by the way, Angelo Dante Spadoni, rest in peace. When he immigrated to the States, they spelt his name wrong. They said Spandoni, Spandoni, which was incorrect. So when we try to go to immigration over there and say, hey, our grandpa was a citizen, we should also be citizens, they're like, oh, it's a different name. It's like, yeah, no, but America made the mistake. It's not, and then they got it fixed here, obviously, too. But over there, like, it's this big thing. I don't know.
Always got to blame America.
Sports. I like when you display the sports drops like we're just off the rails. You know what? I think dual citizenship is fascinating. So there you go. By the way, my new baby girl, new baby girl, she's gonna have it. She's gonna have Mexico and United States. There you go.
There you go.
So both.
She got your escape clause.
Escape from what?
America.
Yeah, okay.
We're in a rebuilding phase right now. So it's not going so well right now.
We're in a rebuilding
Or maybe we should be in a rebuild. I don't know.
Or are we reloading? I don't have no idea.
It is definitely not reloading. That is for sure. But yeah, we're talking about Tony Vitello. Let's play some of the stuff he said about commanding respect.
So far away from the conversation.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's play some of that sound over there. Yeah, more for Tony. This one's actually interesting, Sammy. He thought they liked each other a little too much in spring training. What?
I think if anything, we all probably liked each other too much in spring training and at the start of the season, and we had these high hopes, and nothing went, right out of the chute for the most part, and it kind of created a negative buzz, and then on top of that, probably the microscope thing fed into that a little bit, and next thing you know, we're kind of running in sand more than we would like to.
Liked each other a little too much. What does that even mean? Can you no? Seriously, I'm dead serious here.
Do you think do we like each other too much here at this station?
We like each other, but we know when it's time to work.
Yeah.
Like we can mess around and have fun, but we know when push comes to shove. Okay, too many of us are gathered around. Let's go cut some sound. Let's go do that. We know when it's time to goof off maybe for a little bit, but time to get serious. I think we do that well as a station overall. Now, is Tony basically saying, hey, there was too much of that? Too much, hey, we're too rah-rah, too happy, too laid back? I'm just trying to figure out what he meant by that.
Yeah, I was only there for a week, and the week that I was there
with the airplanes.
I swear to God, there was no other airplanes that week except for that 1 10-minute stretch where I was on with you guys. That's why when Dave took his laptop outside yesterday, I was just like, this is a risky move here, Dave. But no, when I was down there, again, a lot of the guys weren't there because of the WBC that was going on. Harrison Bader showed up halfway through the week. He was the only guy who showed up when Team Israel got eliminated. But there was no Logan Webb there, no Jung-Hoo Lee. Some of the relievers weren't there. No Luis Arias was there. But you still had Willie there. You still had Chapman there. You still had Devers there. And, those three, they were kind of off doing their own thing a lot. I mean, they're still taking part in drills and stuff like that. But to the week that I was there, it seemed like everyone was in good spirits. Now, granted, spring training, hope springs eternal in spring training. Maybe it is possible they just they got a little too comfortable with each other. I do think you need to have some edge,
some tension,
some guy in there who ruffles things a little bit. I mean, Draymond Green's an extreme example, but Draymond's a guy who he creates a little bit of edge. He creates a little bit of tension in good ways and in bad ways. Maybe the Giants just need someone who is in there who creates a little bit of an edge. It's not going to be Willie Adames. Matt Chapman's not going to be creating any sort of edge or beef in that clubhouse that can create, positive tension. Rafi Devers isn't that guy. Logan Webb isn't that guy. Those are, you got upstanding guys in this clubhouse. Maybe they do need some sort of jerk in there, though, to kind of, shake things up a little bit.
Well, the Giants had those in their heyday. Madison Bumgarner. No nonsense. He's a team first guy, obviously. He's a great leader, but he was a red ass. Buster Posey, very stoic. Not this, rah-rah, kind of just happy-go-lucky, chilling. No, he led by example.
Matt Cain, another one.
Yes.
Quiet leader, led by example. No, they've had some dudes in that clubhouse in the past who did bring that edge. It also goes the other way, too. They've had guys in the most recent years who just, guys like Jock Peterson, Alex Wood, who just...
soy problem.
Yeah, Alex Wood just seemed to always walk around with a perpetual dark cloud over his head, it seems at times. They've had guys in the past and it didn't go very well. So it goes both ways there in that sense. But maybe that's what this team needs. Because when I walk in that clubhouse, Joe, and I see all these guys, there's no clubhouse issues here, which is good. You can easily have a team and a season that's going off the rails and everyone's frustrated with each other. I don't get that sense at all with this team. There's no fracturing. There's no splintering. There's no bad to report from the Giants clubhouse. All of the bad from this team, it's between the lines on the field.
I say this, and that was a dramatic pause. Could we get to that point if they keep losing? I wonder. Do they have players on that team that could start voicing their disgruntlements, if you will? Can they start voicing, they're saying, this is what I signed up for. This is what I say that because that would be, for me, the first real test for Tony Vitello in that clubhouse. If you get a disgruntled voice speaking to the media, right? Going out of his way, like stiff arming the reporter. Like, I don't know. I wonder if this season continues to go off the rails, how much worse it could actually get. And if it's just on the field, that's one thing. And I do think there is something to say, and this sounds like loser talk. We say, oh, well, at least there's nothing wrong in the clubhouse. At least everyone likes each other. Well, it's like they're 10 games under. So it's like...
Well, I mean, you'd rather be 10 games under with a clubhouse that doesn't have issues and 10 games under with a clubhouse that does have issues. That's a minor consolation. But you want to talk about who could be a guy who might say some things that could stir some feelings and cause some problems. I don't think there's a veteran in that clubhouse that would meet that criteria, at least on purpose. Like, I remember last year, I think, was it last year or the year before, Elliot Ramos said something that, what's his name with SF Gate, Alex Simon, like, took out of context and created this whole kerfluffle there. Like, Elliot Ramos, I'm forgetting what Ramos said there, but that was an SF Gate hit piece there. But if I were to, right now, though.
Who goes on those?
Yeah. all 7 people who read it. But Bryce Eldridge, though, in the Bob Nightingale story that we kind of went through a little bit yesterday, was asked about his mindset and where things are at in terms of the lack of playing time he's getting. He goes, I guess I'm surprised, but it's not my decision. It is what it is. Playing every day would be helpful, but I'm happy to be here. Obviously, a little bit different, but this is where I've always wanted to be. I've just got to continue to earn my stripes here. It's the fact that he starts it off by saying, like, yeah, I'm a little surprised. Like, that feels like, is that a eyebrow raiser? No, but it is the first kind of like sign that maybe he's going to voice some more displeasure, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to jump ahead of things, but the fact that he's kind of outwardly saying, like, yeah, I'm a little surprised by this.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting, too.
I don't like hearing that. I'd like him to be in a situation where he doesn't feel surprised by what's going on.
I found the quote, by the way. This was Ramos last August, Sam, and it was actually to the now retired and Hall of Famer, Scott Ostler of the San Francisco Chronicle. It was defending Bob Melvin, and he was saying, when we were winning, everybody was on our side. Now it's like all the fans are against us and all that. That was the quote.
That's right. I remember that. Now I remember I was in that scrum, I believe, when he said that.
Sam was there.
And I thought, that was taken out of context because it said that he feels like the fans were against. That said, the fans were rejecting this product the last couple of years, so it wasn't completely wrong.
They're rejecting it now.
They're rejecting it. They are very much. They're still showing up. Giants fans care. They do care. Like, they care a lot. Like, and this is maybe sometimes to our detriment, in that ownership's never going to do a rebuild because they think that we won't stomach a rebuild. And the reason they probably think that we won't stomach a rebuild is because we keep coming to these games to see the players that we like and want to root for. The reason that we showed up to games in the late 2010s when this team was bad is because there were faces on those teams that we liked. The Brandons, Buster, Pence, Pablo, Mad Bum. There were guys on those teams that we cared about from the successful days. Like, that's just not the case with this team. There is no emotional tie to these guys. So, but at the same time, though, Giants fans are still going to show up and care. And that's where just so much of this frustration comes from. Is just 10 years, Joe, of just ineptitude. This is getting into the realm of what Giants baseball was like in the 1970s. Like, that's how, like, lost it feels right now.
What would you do right now? If you had, like, control over this team, you were Buster Posey, what would you do?
I think you got to. I have always been adamant of every year you go in trying to win. That's just how I was brought up to believe Giants baseball goes. I went to those junior Giant camps when I was a kid and got indoctrinated into the hum baby ethos of you're always hustling, you're always trying to win. It doesn't matter what the score is. But I'm at a point right now where it's just like, you got to accept reality. You need to take a step back here and focus on getting your younger players more involved because you're not building a steady core right now. You're just not. You're not setting yourself for a stable foundation. So I do think it sucks this year because you're not going to get a top 10 pick because of MLB's stupid, drafting rules. But you got, and I think Keith Law said it yesterday, as this season continues to go off the rails, at some point you can't say we need to play these veteran guys because we're trying to win games. Because you're playing the veteran guys and you're not winning games.
This is what Keith Law had to say about that with us yesterday.
This team is probably not going to the playoffs this year, right? This is certainly a situation where you can just say, look, we are already looking to 2027, and we're going to try to play younger players. We're going to try to give opportunities to kids like Eldridge, and either it's letting them develop in a case like him, or in some other cases, it's sort of more of, hey, let's see what we've got and make some evaluations over the course of the entire season.
We're approaching that sooner than I think Giants fans would care to like.
I think, again,
and I know the organization's not admitting that yet because it's only May 20th. They can't. But when do you start admitting it? Well, like what's the point of no return?
How much blood do you need before you cry uncle here on this one? I mean, you're 10 games below 500 on May 21st. Like,
do we wait till they're 15 games under 500?
Honestly, again, I've been bringing this up like a broken record, Joe, but I look at that first week when they go to Milwaukee and Chicago. Those are two damn good baseball teams that are very much built like the kind of baseball team that's going to make that an 0-7 week. Like I honestly feel like that week could be the final nail in the coffin on this season, the way things are going right now. If they do well in these next 9 games, even, again, 6-3, 7-2, if you go 7-2, then you're, in that situation, going to be 5 games below 500, I believe. Then that week could still just completely knock you out of things. So if by mid-June we're still having this kind of conversation, this feels like an arbitrary date to pick, but sometime in mid-June, June 17th, June 19th, was that the day of the Rafi Devers trade last year, something like that?
Father's Day last year.
Let's say Father.
Yeah.
It was 17th.
June
17th. There you go. Let's. There's a nice fun number. The 1-year anniversary of the Rafi Devers trade, and this team still feels like that.
You'll be in Atlanta taking on the Braves.
Oh, perfect. That's another team that'll put the final nail in the coffin if it already isn't already. Yeah, if we're still having these conversations on Father's Day weekend or June 17th, you can't make a case that this will turn around. Then you have to start adjusting, either moving guys, and you're talking about, well, what are you going to get for Adames? What are you going to get for Chapman? It's salary relief and the ability to play guys who are going to be a positive part of your future, not anchors that are holding you back right now.
June 16th, actually, last year. June 16th, which is still, if you're playing it this year, against the Braves. Are we ready for our final thoughts? Let's do it. Let's hit it. All right. What do we got?
Oh, we have completely buried the biggest story of the day, Joe.
Oh, you're right. The Thunder even up the series.
Oh, that too. No, we did 4 hours of radio. All the things we talked about. We didn't even talk about the biggest story of the day. It is official. This could be Aaron Rodgers' last season as a quarterback in the NFL. The eternal darkness retreat starts in just 17 more games. Maybe more if they make the playoffs.
Has there been a player?
Our long national nightmare is almost over. We're finally going to be rid of him.
That has ruined his reputation without a bona fide scandal. So this is nuance, but ruined his reputation without a major scandal the way Aaron Rodgers has.
The dude opens his mouth and you're just like, dude, stop.
Well, he's immunized, so remember that.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, he's written a lot of checks for the Cal football program, so.
Oh.
We'll see if that continues. He was good. He was tight with Justin Wilcox.
Oh, okay.
Not
Tosh?
I think Tosh Lupoy was there in his last year, I want to say. But again, I don't know how much the assistant defensive line coach is talking to the quarterback in for the Cal Golden Bears.
I'm rooting for Cal again. I hope they need to get College Game Day back out there. That's a party whenever they go there, man. One time. That was it, right?
I think, was it Clemson, I think, is one of their bigger opponents that comes to town this year.
Yeah.
I doubt that. Cal doesn't really have a premier ACC opponent this year.
McAfee was loving Berkeley.
Oh, he's
actually, in hindsight, he's perfect for that whole area. He's just, that fits his ethos personally. What do you got, boys, in the back? Good job today.
Oh, man. You guys have had a great show talking about, who's on the hot seat. I can tell you right now, looking at so many storylines, it can't get any worse than the Angels owner, where if you've read in the headlines, apparently he turned down a trade in 2023 when Shohei Ohtani was still with the Angels. He, according to Ken Rosenthal, he denied a trade sending Ohtani for third base prospect Junior Caminero, who's one of the best young hitters in baseball, and shortstop Carson Williams. So, I mean, we're talking about how people have made the wrong moves today. No. That's probably one of the worst moves because you got nothing in return for Ohtani leaving.
You guys think Trout gets traded this year?
He should.
How anyone is still a fan of the Angels is beyond me.
Even if he goes to the Yankees, I don't care.
It's literally you're going to watch the carcass of Mike Trout. That's it.
It is the most.
No, I know it sounds hard. He's batting .230 this year, guys. Yeah. Just enjoy what you can. Sounds harsh.
He is harsh. The most wasted career in professional sports in terms of having a transcendent talent and doing absolutely nothing with it. Like, imagine
there is a long list for that one.
I think Trout is at the top of that. Like, considering how easy it is to get into the playoffs these days, you had Trout, you had Ohtani and Trout,
Calvin Johnson on line one.
Calvin Johnson played in a playoff game, at least. I mean, he lost it, but yeah, Calvin Johnson's up there too.
So did
Barry
Mike.
Sanders is up there too. Barry Sanders up there too, yeah.
Also, the metric right now you should be looking at Spadoni is 878 OPS, and I think any Giants fan would take that right now.
Oh, sure. I just search his name. So yeah, there you go. He's got 12 jacks. I will take that immediately right now.
Honestly, Devers for Trout.
Ooh. Well, what's the contracts? Actually, what's the contract?
Trout's is up before Devers because Trout's got like a 10-year head start on his contract.
Mike Trout, God, he signed a $426 million contract. That must be nice.
What did he even do with all that money? Carter.
He's signed through 2030, so 2031. He'll be there 5 more years. 5 more years.
He just signed as a free agent.
5 more years.
Speaking of, no, I'm not good. Carter, what do you got?
My final thought of the day is, fellas, there was a little MMA event over the weekend that Jake Paul put on for MVP, I think is his corporation or whatever it is. And it had 17 million viewers. It was like the most watched MMA event in the history of the U.S. And I just want to give him props. I'm absolutely not a fan. I thought his boxing career was just a joke, but I think it's cool that the UFC will have some competition. I think that Dana White needs some competition in that field, honestly.
I do give Jake Paul props that, like, when he did start the fighting thing, I'm like you, Carter, I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. He's put the work in. Like, he put the work in enough to where it's just like, I still think you're an idiot, but good on you.
There's a rumor that he's going to fight Francis Ngannou next, which I'm just not sure how you go from breaking your jaw to fighting Francis Ngannou, but that'll be interesting.
Fighting Anthony Joshua and just getting absolutely eviscerated.
Didn't that fight over the weekend last like 5 seconds, though?
17.
Oh, 17.
Some say that's a long time. All right.
1 second for every million of viewers.
Steiny and Goo.
Hey.
Coming up next. Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good. What do you guys think they're going to talk about today?
Sports, man.
Tony Vitello, Buster Posey, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green.
Probably going to talk about this Kirk Lacob sound that was just added to our sound system.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Who'd he sit down with?
I think it was Tim Kawakami. He's on the Plus Minus podcast.
TK. That's an Odyssey podcast. Find it on the free Odyssey app, where you can find Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
This Memorial Day, start zooming past the pump in one of Toyota's 21 industry-leading hybrid and electrified models. Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event is on, so get in and get saving. Score Memorial Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Hybrid Camry, or get 0% APR on Toyota's newest EVs, the 2026 CHR and BZ. Don't miss out on Memorial Day savings at Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. N6126.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Summer is coming. Are you ready? If you're still trying to do it on your own, it's time for a smarter approach. Jumpstart MD offers local, medically supervised weight loss with personalized plans and access to GLP-1 medications at our lowest rates. This isn't DIY. This is real care that delivers real results. And right now, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Start now, not later, and get ahead of summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit JumpStartMD today.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. For 40 years, Memorial Day has been our biggest sale of the year, and we're making this one count. Up to 50% off every product store-wide. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. 0% financing for 2 full years. Plus, we pay your sales tax on everything. The Floor Store's Memorial Day sale. There's just one thing. It ends Tuesday. Visit floorstores.com to find your nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
he brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I whack that thing.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Well, oh, man. Wasn't a good series for the Giants. They get swept by the D-backs, lose 6-3. 10 games under 500. First time in 7 years they've been 10 games under 500.
Wow. That's heavy, man.
They take the day off. And we got to pick up the pieces and figure out where this team's going, Goo.
Well, I would like, good morning, man. I'd like for you to open your hand, and when you do, during the break, I'm going to come over there and slap about a 30-piece on you, $20 bill and a 10, because I owe you. This team does not look like it's, constructed to win 30 games. And, I don't want to blame somebody, but the chef is Buster Posey, and we kind of talked about him all day, and we still can. But, Steiny, I just look at the move, and you kind of hit me yesterday. I didn't let you know you did. I kind of was scuffling with Hauser and Malley. But Malley's ERA is all the way up to 6.43, Steiny. I mean, it hadn't been lower than 4.30 all season long. And, I mean, that's just one part of it, right? He's in your rotation. Webb is, he's dealing with what he's dealing with. And when he was healthy, he didn't look like Webb. And Will Brennan is all of a sudden leading off a baseball game for this team, Steiny. And I'm just like, I'll ask you, I mean, that's heavy. You said the first time in 7 years they've been this many games under 500. What do you do? Where do you start and when? Or has it already, have you checked those boxes in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it now becomes a question of if you're Buster Posey, how much longer do you let this go?
Wow.
How much faith do you have in the guys on the roster? You're 50 games in exactly, which is about a third of the way through the season. Not quite. Is it time is it time right now to start thinking of stuff, or do you give it another couple weeks and hopefully they can stabilize a little and then play another few weeks and see where they're at before the trade deadline? But I think the reality of the situation is if they don't start playing better sooner rather than later, I don't know, Giants fans, what do you do if you're Buster Posey? Who's fair game on this roster? Who are the players you want to keep? Who are the players that you think about moving?
Steiny, what's your goal? What should Buster's goal be right now? Because you got a lot of money invested in Chapman. Once I go there, and I'm not, you didn't ask me, but I'll share it with you all. Buster Johnson, Steiny, I'm giving this thing 30 more days. I'm going to give it 30 more days. And if we don't show any fight or life, my question I'm just telling you, as much as I'm in love or thought I was in love with, anybody can be had. Once I go there, it's Sanford and Son. You could say, I'm trying to do you look at anybody outside of Eldridge, and obviously Webb's not going anywhere, Steiny, that you would say, oh, you're off limits? Because it looks like we keep talking about it with the Warriors. There needs to be a tear down.
I mean,
I didn't like that thought. You guys kept talking about it, but I'm like, stop it.
Well, I guess my question would be, we look at the Golden State Warriors, and when we think about, the possibilities of the moves they can make, it seems obvious that there's one guy who's untouchable, and that's Steph Curry. Steph Curry's not going anywhere right now. We know that. And then I was just thinking about the Giants, and I was thinking, do they have a player on this team that if they were traded, I should say if he were traded, it would infuriate the fan base?
Logan Webb's that guy, though, I believe. Go ahead.
I don't think that I don't think the Giants actually have a player that the fan base would go nuts about if they traded him. And, we can throw some names out here. But
that's a problem in itself.
Exactly.
Offensive player at that.
Exactly.
Wow.
I mean, my point is this. I don't think Logan Webb will go anywhere. I don't think he'll be traded. He's their most reliable starter and has been for years. But my question is, and my feeling is, and tell me if I'm wrong, that if the Giants did make a move for Logan Webb, I just don't think fans would be up in arms if they had to move Logan Webb.
I think he's a fan favorite.
Yeah, but I also think Giants fans would have to understand. The question I asked to myself is, all right, you're Buster Posey. Who do you want to keep if there's anybody you want to keep, and is there anybody you have to keep? And the funny thing is if I made a list of players that I'd want to trade the least of all the players on the team.
I'm interested to hear this. Well, I don't know who you got at the top.
And I don't know if I can explain this or not, but the two guys that I kind of feel like I'd rather not move are Devers and Adames, believe it or not.
Okay, those were my two.
But,
all right.
But a guy like Bryce Eldridge, I don't know. I mean, you say, Steiny, why would you not trade Rafael Devers? It's because he's the best player on their team. And he's got the best resume. He's got the best track record. He's starting to hit a little bit now. He is your best offensive player. And
so why hasn't the trade worked team-wise when you brought him over? What do you like? I'm just asking. I don't have the answer.
I don't think one guy can do it for you in baseball, unless he's Shohei Ohtani and he can do, two things at once. But, Rafi Devers, I think, could have hit 38, 40 home runs by now for the Giants, but I don't know how discernibly better they'd be.
Go ahead.
No, that's it.
The morning show, I love their polls, but Stoney, I just think this is a phenomenal one, and I just want your answer real quick. Who should be on the hottest seat in regard to in the Bay Area in regard to management? Buster Posey, Lynch, or Mike Dunleavy?
I think it's Dunleavy because Buster Posey, the reality is he's only been here a year and a half. And Dunleavy is entering his fourth year.
But you said he inherited to Buster Posey. And I'm just scratching my head. As sexy as it was when it was announced, again, I'm rooting for him. He is your guy. How the hell we know he knows what he's doing? And if right now how it looks, if he doesn't know that he's got people surrounded him, like I thought, the Dusties, the Bruces, all the people to go have a conversation with to keep you from doing the wrong thing. Again, it's a little blip, but to come into this season without a closer, it was cute. I'm like, no biggie, Ryan Walker on line one. But Stoney, I am really, truly wondering, Buster Posey, and how many lives does he get at this thing? When does, he's new kind of fade? And we start giving him a real grade.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of Giants fans have already, been underwhelmed, or at least the moves he's made.
Yes.
The moves he's made obviously can be questioned, but I look at it, when you say hot seat, I say, kind of closest to get fired.
Yeah, all right, I got you.
And to me, it's Mike Dunleavy. I like Buster Posey.
Yeah. Gerald ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, the one thing I can't stop thinking about is, Buster Posey is part of the ownership group. And I got to believe that the people above Buster Posey,
I got you.
What are they going to do? Who are they going to turn to if they don't turn to Buster Posey? I don't get the sense that they've got, a lot of, let's say, experience around Major League Baseball in terms of knowing who the great minds are and things like that. I just, they got to, if you hire Buster Posey, this is one of the problems. If you hire Buster Posey and you hire Tony Vitello, is it fair to get off them in 2 years when you know that they were going to have growing pains? I mean, you can't, to my way of thinking, you can't hire Posey and Vitello and then not give them rope because you're not getting ready-made executives and ready-made managers. So you had to at least envision what you were going to do when the bumps in the road came, when you had a president and a manager that haven't dealt with this kind of stuff.
Well, I hear what you're saying. There's, they got 112 games left. So does that rope apply to the Malleys and the Hausers of the world that you brought in to arise? Are you going to give them that same rope, I'm asking? I know it's a different position. I'm talking about players, but, there are a lot of people that can walk in and say, hey, everybody relax. We're 20-30. It's ugly, but there's a long way to go, and we still believe in some of these players to turn it around.
Yeah, what's the goal, though? You asked me what the goal is. I don't know what the goal is.
I thought third wild card, get in the playoffs.
Well, I think that's slipping away every day. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk some Giants early in the show. And then at 11 o'clock, looking forward to this, we got Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN, former NBA front office executive, and he's got 20 years of NBA experience. We'll get into some Warriors, obviously. Kirk Lacob, the Warriors executive vice president. He was on a podcast, the Plus Minus podcast, with Tim Kawakami and Marcus Thompson. He said some interesting things. We'll get to that. But what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This segment is sponsored by Serramonte Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Serramonte Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock, right off 280 in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92-rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
History San Jose presents the Time Travelers Summer Camp, a 2-week adventure where 8 to 12-year-old campers get hands-on experiences exploring the past. Registrations close May 30th, so enroll your young adventurer to become a time traveler in training today. Camp runs Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. from June 15th through June 26th at History Park. Combine a History San Jose membership and sibling discounts for even more savings. Discounted History San Jose memberships available now on Groupon. Don't wait. Register before May 30th at historysanjose.org.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
I'll be plotting my revenge. Obviously not a good day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Giants get swept by the Diamondbacks, and they are at a low point right now. They're 20-30. They're 10 games behind.
Damn.
Under 500, I should say. It's the first time they've been this far under 500 since 2019. So they are at a place they haven't been before. And the question is, what do you do if you're Buster Posey? How long do you wait? How long do you give this? If you're going to try to do something, what are you trying to do even? What's the direction of this team? Where are they right now? What do you want to see them do? There's a lot of questions right now surrounding the Giants, Goo, and it's incumbent upon Buster Posey to at least let Giant fans kind of know what he's thinking and where he wants this thing to go. And I think we're going to have to find that out over the next several weeks.
I got it. I hear you. I got to really, really be careful because for me, that last segment, I was thinking during the break, and again, I just read the morning show's poll. But, I told you yesterday, just from a Bay Area lifelong baseball fan, I've been waiting for the next for the Giants, that big bopper. We talked about the streak and the dry spell of having a guy hit 30 bombs. That went on too long. And when they delivered Adames and Buster Posey went out there and shocked the baseball world yesterday and got Devers, I can't sit here now in front like I wasn't all in on those moves. And I still am in regard to the players. So maybe, Steiny, it's just one of those things that, now Mahle and Hauser, Hauser's pitching better, but Mahle, he's been awful. But the bottom line is, do I dare say to you and Giant fans, Buster Posey deserves to let this thing breathe a little more to see if they turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the way he feels, like that's kind of what you have to deal with.
I look at Arise as the component that the Giants thought they were close to, making the playoffs. And they needed a grown-up in the room, a guy like that, a pro's pro, and he's done nothing but deliver. but you don't go get him. And I'm bringing all this up because I'm just thinking how Buster and the rest of the gang were looking at them their team and themselves. And I get that. Yeah, they were 81-81, but Steiny, that's a postseason doorstep if I've ever heard a postseason doorstep. So if you go add things that you think are going to put you over the top, you feel like you're close.
Yeah, I mean, I when they signed Arias, I didn't think, oh, this is the guy that's going to put him over the top. I thought it was more, they're looking for a guy who can play some second. Obviously, I didn't need him to play first at this point, but he was something they didn't have, a guy who hit for average and got on base. But, one of the things we found with the Giants is, nobody's come in here and been a significant difference maker. Guys have had nice seasons here and there, but it's not translating into team play and productive team play that translates to winning. It's just a bunch of guys who sometimes guys get hot, most of the time they're not. Pitcher pitches well. They're rewarded sometimes, a lot of times not, and that's how you get to be 10 games under 500 when you've only played 50.
Is it fair, and I brought this name up, I'm about to bring him up again, Steiny, is it fair to question, when we talked about the farm, the scouting, the eyes, and, Kyle Harrison, who again was in the Devers trade, but Steiny, he pitched, again, another 7 innings last night and a win over the Cubs, had 11 strikeouts and 1 walk, and 0 earned runs in 7 innings. And I'm just asking you, do you think it's fair now? His ERA is all the way down to 1.77. Is it fair to say or question the Giants, pair of eyes? I'm asking you, this dude is pitching like the Giants were hoping he could, but he couldn't do it under you.
Yeah, I mean, of course that's fair. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that it's fair. To look at what a guy's doing that you traded away, and he's pitching terrific. I mean,
now Boston had him and let him go, but
they let the other guy go too. Right. But that to me is secondary. If it just means that maybe the Giants and the Red Sox didn't see something that somebody else saw.
5-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think most Giants fans would like to have the Kyle Harrison who's pitching now and Tibbs, as opposed to Devers. But, the move was made, and at the time, I think 99% of the people liked it. The thing I was thinking about is, I don't know if I'm getting a little tired of it, but, the discussion about, the Giants and to a lesser degree the Warriors. I feel like, so yesterday, I go and play golf.
Yep.
And, I drive over there. I get out of the car at 2:50, and I'm teeing off at 3 o'clock, and I double bogey the first. And I end up with my typical 93.
Okay.
All right. So I'm thinking to myself, I've been shooting in the 90s a lot. Well, how do I not shoot in the 90s? I could not. There's a method that I play twice a week, and I don't get any better. All right? I'm just shooting in the 90s. Well, I know how to get better.
Play more than 2 times a week?
No, I've got to go to the range 3 times a week and practice my short game. 3 times a week, practice my short game. The studies are out. The studies are out. If I were to do that, I would get better. So why am I not doing it? Because it's a pain in the ass. I don't want to practice 3 times a week. I don't want to work on my short game. I just want to go out and play. And you know what? Nothing's going to change for me unless I practice or I change something or I make a commitment to something that I haven't made or I change the approach to how I'm playing golf. And you know what? It's too hard. I don't want to play. I don't want to go to the gym 3-4 times a week. I don't want to practice 3 or 4 times a week. I just want to go out and play.
I love it.
Nothing's going to change. And that's the way I feel that the Warriors and to a degree the Giants are. We all know what they have to do. They have to pivot. They have to change. They have to approach things differently. They have to be bold. They have to make a commitment that they need to understand isn't going to be a 1-month commitment and everything changes. It's going to take years. It's going to take being resolute for weeks and months at a time about embracing something different, embracing a new strategy, trying something different. And neither organization at this point, to my way of thinking, has been able to make those hard choices and is ready to make a pivot into trying to be better. And we have seen the Giants and the Warriors for the last 4 years essentially be the same team they were recently to what they were 3 or 4 years ago. And has their approach changed over the last 4 or 5 years? I don't think it has. So the way I look at it is, the Warriors and the Giants are just golfers who like to play a few times a week, but they don't want to do the necessary work and make the tough decisions that will at least start to hopefully turn it around.
Man, I love the honesty. I love the example. But what if I told you, what if it was the onus on some of the players to adopt your strategy about working on their craft individually more so than maybe they're doing? All right, that's a stretch. But I have to say this, Donnie. I truly would build around Adames and Devers. And you're going to be like, "Goo, what are you talking about? They tried to do that." But I'm not out on those two like I'm out on pretty much everybody with the Warriors outside of Steph Curry, because I feel like Adames and Devers are not at the end. I don't think, you could make an argument, have we seen the best of both? But I still, with the baseball that I'm watching from both of them, they got off to slow Aprils, but they're hot in May. And I feel like with the right, I don't even want to take responsibility off of them, but with the right supporting cast, and maybe this team can turn it around. They're 10 under, and I get it. It's been a long time, as you mentioned. But, Stoney, I believe in those two players, and I just don't know if we're going to get a whole, hey, let's go the other direction from Buster Posey after he opened. I got to give him credit, too, on this. He opened the wallet to go get some talent.
Yeah.
Now the talent's got to perform. Malley has been awful. What about Bader? He's been in and out. He's been hurt. But Ramos is out. But again, there's a long time to go, and it could get worse before it gets better. And I just wonder, when they call the dogs off, or can somehow we see the movie Major League, and we see it in Major League Baseball all the time, to where these dudes just start individually playing better, and then they play better as a team, and then we're here in 2 months saying, hey, Giants got action.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get it. The Giants have made moves over the last several years.
Right.
But I think we all know they operate under a certain MO, and it doesn't involve doing bold things, making, taking big chances. I mean, I guess you could call the Devers trade a bold move, but
now look at Harrison.
This has never been a team that embraces a change of direction. This has never been an organization that, for lack of a better term, wants to go young. And when you look at this season, this is kind of what I mean. The Giants are now 20-30, and you could say, well, they've only played 50 games, and there's still 112 left. And there are.
Yeah.
And maybe something will happen.
But what if you're so bad, 60 of the 112 don't even matter because you've been so bad? You know what I mean?
Well, what I'm saying is you're 20-30, and you're like my golf game. If you're not willing to do anything differently, you're going to keep shooting in the 90s. And I don't think it's been a small sample size in terms of the overall philosophy of the Giants. I think the overall philosophy of the Giants has been what it's been for like the last 4 or 5 years. So when people say, well, they're 20-30 this year, yeah, they're 20-30 this year, but what were they last year? What were they the year before? What were they the year before that? There's been no progress.
Right.
There's been no progress. There's been no progress for the Giants or the Warriors over the last 3 or 4 years. They've managed to continue to shoot in the 90s, and I think it feels like for right now, they're still okay with that until it gets like significantly worse where they're going to have no choice. But I think right now, even, heard Buster Posey interviewed today, and, like a former athlete, he's
a little testy.
Yeah, but he's not panicking.
Yeah.
He's still saying we're 50 games into the year.
Well, he's probably got a lot of job security too.
Exactly. So if he's got a lot of job security, does that make him more, more bold or less bold? I don't know. It just seems like everything's
a great question.
Everything's the same.
Well,
with both these teams.
And again, without throwing eggs at Buster, because again, most of the moves I've been on board with, you just talked about the past and fiddling around with 500, not 500, and me just taking the bait every year that the orange and black are going to get hot and be a problem. It is a downer through 50 games. Although it's 50 games, Donnie, it is a downer because I was hoping, Buster Posey being Dale Earnhardt, having the wheel of the San Francisco Giants car, that things would be different, and maybe they'd be 30-20. Maybe they'd be 35-15 to talk of baseball. And unfortunately, that hasn't happened. But, I mean, how many times have they been swept? Off the top, I was Philly, the 0-6 road trip, Tampa. Then you go to Arizona after you think you see, the splitting. I just don't know what to make of them. And what about Vitello? Again, can we have a conversation? And we have. I'm just like, you think he's going through his puberty right now through 50 games and he'll be better? Or with every loss and every series loss, is it wearing on him?
Yeah, I'm sure it is wearing on him.
To the point to where he can look at this later on and say, oh, I went through that and I'm better now.
Yeah, but when does he get better? How many years from now, or how many weeks from now, or how many months from now? I'm
shocked they're 20.
This is kind of what I mean. It would be like me looking in the mirror and say, Steiny, how come you're not getting any better in golf? Well, you're not doing anything different. You're doing the same thing for 5 years. Okay. Do you want to do something different? You know what? Not really. Not really. I don't want to really pay the price. I don't want to really make the commitment. I'd rather just go out and play twice a week and have fun and see what happens.
But what
that's
if you
what
were,
the Giants are,
okay.
and that's who the Warriors are right now.
But what if you were a pro golfer? Like, that you can have that and afford that mindset because it's leisure.
Well, if you're a pro golfer, you're already good enough to just be in the league, and that's apparently enough right now for the Giants.
It does stink, man. It really does. It's early.
What would it take for a change of philosophy for either of these teams? A change of approach? I don't know. I don't know.
To tell them the approach needs to change, that would be a start. So that may have happened, or we don't know.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, at some point, Buster Posey's going to have to try to, figure out what to do here, whether you just ride it out or whether you start to try to reshape this team. And is it just selling off a couple parts from the players who probably aren't going to be here next year, Arias and Ray, or is it maybe something even more drastic than that? I don't know, but I don't see anything changing. This is essentially the same team from last year with worse pitching, and they were 81-81 last year, and now they're 10 under this year. I mean, we can hope they get hot. But I haven't seen any evidence that this team can string together months of good baseball where they play, 600 baseball, which they're going to need to have to play.
Well, what if, let's just say the next 50 record-wise go like the first 50, you're 40-60 at that point. Like, and that's nightmare on Giant Street. But could you imagine you're 40-60 with 62 left? I mean, at that point, Stoney, like you said, Arias needs to go. I think Chapman wants to go, and Schmidt could go right there to third base. But again, I'm just operating through the prism and looking at this team like it is on the players, though. They got to start performing better and more consistent.
Let's go to Matt. Matt's in the city. Hey, Matt, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey.
Good.
So, just bear with me. A couple things. One, I don't see how this didn't start getting blown up sooner, other than the fact that the value on so many of our high-priced guys was so low because they're underperforming by so much that you weren't going to get enough at this point. But right now, I don't see a single guy that you could get rid of that the fan base is going to even think twice about. So it's a safe time to do it.
I agree.
Also, when you bring in a young coach like this, like Vitello, I don't think this is on him. The combination of a coach that's never coached or played pro baseball, coaching a dominantly veteran, high-paid team right now, you need to go young. You need guys that are going to buy into that youthful energy, that Tennessee vibe that he had, and kind of, do the stupid celebrations and buy into his hype. Matt Chapman's not going to, was never going to buy into a college coach. And the last thing is, I think Buster Posey, obviously, unlimited, job security right now. But the way he's managed or mismanaged the money, signing the guys he's signed, if his name's not Buster Posey, we're talking about if he's gone too. This whole thing's got to get turned around quick. Because that stadium, I worked down by the ballpark yesterday. You couldn't have even told that there was a game going on unless the parking attendants in the orange polo shirts were walking around. It was dead.
Wow.
So they got to do something.
Appreciate it, Matt. And, I'm with Matt, but he said one thing that I can't get behind. And he's like, we got to turn this around quick. And that's where I think we get into trouble. I don't think it's quick.
Tomorrow's game against the White Sox. That's how I took that.
Yeah, I mean, okay,
yeah,
that's
but
fine.
I hear what you're saying.
And all right, so really, what we're doing is they played 50 games. We got no answers. We don't have an approach. We're scuffling. Maybe something will happen in the next 10 games.
And
I don't think it will.
Okay,
I don't think it will.
All right.
Do you?
If White Sox can hit the hell out the ball, they're a surprise team thus far. You asked me a question. Yes, I still have not given up that they can get hot. Now, I will say this. I can't sit here on Thursday and tell you guys that Tony Vitello was the wrong hire. But if I have $1 or had $1 for every time somebody tells me that the Giant team is veteran-laden, why did Buster go get a guy that had no experience? I'd be a rich man. And I am just starting to wonder, without robbing Tony V of going through his coaching, his managerial puberty, Stoney, this might have been the worst hire Buster could have made.
Yeah,
if it didn't match the team.
No,
But that doesn't mean, real quick, Matt Chapman's trying to bat 208 because he don't like his manager. He's not into the manager. He's still trying to go ball out. You know what I'm saying? These guys got the pride. So I know nobody's brought up they're just doing it on purpose, but when people call and say stuff like that, I feel like that's what they're saying. These guys want to be the best version of themselves if Helen Keller was the skipper.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. And the example I have, and it's only one, is Baron Davis. Baron Davis was a veteran player, borderline star, and the Warriors acquired him, and Mike Montgomery was the coach. And Baron Davis didn't have any respect for Mike Montgomery as an NBA head coach. He just didn't. Okay, well, so Baron, go out and still get us 28-10.
Right.
Well, that's a naive view of things. Like, guys are going to perform at their best when they believe in the team, they believe in the concept, they believe in their teammates, they believe in the coach. And obviously, I don't think Matt Chapman stinks because of Tony Vitello, but if if Matt Chapman sees that the Giants have hired Tony Vitello, I got to believe his first thought is, what, are you kidding me? Really? Somebody with no experience? And then, things start out like they start out, And who in that clubhouse believes, who of the veterans in that clubhouse believes that they are really actually a hell of a team with the manager that's getting the most out of them?
That's interesting.
I can't imagine any of them.
Well, we knew they had a Pasoy problem. That came out when it was all said and done. I do wonder and scratch my head, Stoney, could there be some type of other problem in the clubhouse? And there may not be. They're just playing bad baseball.
Yeah, I mean, there may not be an overt problem. Maybe it's a team that knows who they are because they do have so many veteran players, and they know the veteran guys know when they're on a good team or not.
Oh, man.
Hey, as you know, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game, and you'll find us. Now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider, joining us in 10 minutes on 957 The Game.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Looking for a place where your kids can learn, play, and grow this summer? At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, camps are more than just fun. They're a chance for kids to build confidence, make new friends, and try something new every day. From sports, outdoor adventures, arts, STEM, and team building activities to unforgettable overnight camp options in the beautiful Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. Every day is packed with discovery. With programs for ages 4 to 17 and trained staff creating a safe, supportive environment, your child can thrive all summer long. Give your kids a summer they'll never forget. Visit ymcasf.org/camp to learn more and register today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Now through May 24th at Big O Tires, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Rafael Devers.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, we've got ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks joining us. Spent 20 years in the NBA, and now he works for ESPN, does a great job. A few teams out there have more decisions to make than the Warriors. We'll talk to him about all of them. Just real quick, finishing up here on the Giants. The other thing that I'm a firm believer in is, what you did further and further back is less important than, what's going on recently. And, we can talk about 20 and 30, which is what the Giants are.
Right.
But how do you explain this? They finished in their last 142 games. They're 60 and 82.
That makes it worse.
That's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, this has been, how the hell did they go 41 and 29 to start last season?
Wow. Without Devers.
And, the one thing is we have really concentrated on the bats, but their pitching is not good either. And their pitching was a problem last year. And their starting pitching continues to be a problem this year.
No doubt. And go ahead.
So this is a team that is not one player away. It's a commitment away from changing. That's the way I kind of look at where the Giants are.
So you
right
don't
now.
expect, we'll just do it. I said, another month? But we'll just say 30 games. You kind of think you know who the Giants are, and if it's 15 and 15, 13 and 17, none of that was. But have you ruled out 20 and 10? You just don't think it's sports. Somehow that you get the moxie and things turn your way, but you just don't feel that way?
Well, I think what people don't understand is that if the Giants go 20 and 10,
yes,
they're back to 500,
and you're feeling like, okay.
Yeah, they'll still be 5 games or 6 games in back of the wild card unless 3 teams go 10 and 20, which won't happen because it can't when teams play each other. So do I think they can go 20-10? Probably not, but maybe. But then the issue becomes, okay, then what do they do after the 20-10? Can they stretch that to 35 and 22?
My whole goal.
Can they go to 40 and 26? And my answer to all those after that would be no.
And you're probably not by yourself. They're right now the way that they look. But just back to your point about the pitching, Stan, I got to put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Roop emerged last year. You had Ray. He was solid. And you had Webb. So it's always been the back end of the rotation. And then Verlander, after just looking like a dead man pitching, ended up being your best pitcher at the end of the season. So I guess I'm just saying that to say I don't look at last year's 81 and 81 and put it all at the rotation.
No, that's the point. There's nothing to single out. They're unremarkable in every facet of baseball.
Unremarkable.
They don't hit a lot of homers. They don't have a lot of speed. They don't steal bases.
I hate all those.
Defensively, they're mediocre. Their pitching staff has holes in the starting rotation. So,
and now Rodriguez, that injury really, I mean, if we want to put another rat on the table, that's really why you came into this season without a closer. He was supposed to be, he was Rivera for the Giants.
Yeah, I don't know if I subscribe to this entirely.
Read it to me.
But I do think there's something to it. Vitello was hired because a veteran coach would have recognized and called out Posey's shortcomings. A rookie coach won't challenge. I don't think that's the reason they hired.
I'm mad at it, but I don't agree.
But, I mean, there's truth to what's Tony Vitello ever going to push back on? He can't push back on anything.
He's too busy and again, I love him for it. He's too busy taking bullets for these guys like it's high school. That's just me.
Well, then that's Buster's fault. If he wanted something different.
But can Tony, you can hey, Tony, we love you, man, and we know it. Just sometimes let it breathe, man. You ain't got to be Captain America in regard. Players mess up. It happens. Players lose games. They win games. And Tony's so emotionally involved in this, and I get it. And I just feel like I'm watching a guy, Steiny, I'm watching a guy mentally go through it when I feel like if you didn't judge yourself so hard, maybe you wouldn't have to. You know?
So you want to? Fair enough. I don't want to. Fair enough. Yeah. You need to tell Tony Vitello how to manage a big league team. Period.
But that's why.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
But what about me with Dusty? And I'm the one that's buying this. Like
those are free paychecks from guys who come to the ballpark twice a week.
But it sounds so sexy. Oh, he's got Dusty. That's not people text message, a phone call, even on the road. But that gave me goosebumps. Like, okay, he's got the OGs that have done it. You know, Ron Washington. Right. But tell me, and I love Ron. Getting a lot of camera time here lately. He's right next to Tony V. But what the hell is he saying for this team to turn 20 and 30 to 30 and 20? He ain't the skipper.
Well, Melvin can't do that. No, that's a manager can't get a 10 and 20 team to be 20 and 10. I mean, a manager can get a 10 and 20 team to maybe be 11 and a half and 18 and a half. But I don't. This team is what it is. Look,
I'm worried for them tomorrow. Just real quick about the White Sox, Donnie. They're coming in.
Well, they're the worst team in the National League, essentially.
Right.
Like, there's no.
So you should be worried about whoever they play.
Exactly. I mean,
wow,
it's just,
man.
It's just, and you know, you didn't say it, but I will. Like, they did hire the wrong guy for this team. They did. Wow. They hired the wrong guy for this team.
Damn.
If they were going to hire this guy, they should have kind of already started a pivot with younger players. I agree with the last caller. I agree with everybody who can see what's as clear as the nose on their face.
Wow, Steiny.
And they hired a guy. They hired Mike Montgomery to coach a veteran team.
That is
period.
That's incredible. The Baron Davis to the caller's point, I got to jump in here. Help me. I'm asking for your help. He said it was dead by the ballpark yesterday. Did you get that? Because they were on the road, Stoddy, in Arizona, which would be the reason it was dead by the ballpark, unless I heard him wrong.
No, it probably was dead by the ballpark yesterday.
They were in Arizona, my man, just in case.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll get back to the Giants after they haven't. By the way, I'm pretty sure this is right. They haven't swept anybody this year.
Wow.
I don't think the Giants have a sweep, do they? Padres to start the season, no.
Wow, man.
No, second. Dodgers, they haven't swept. Phillies, they certainly didn't. They won 2 or 3 in
from
Philly
the Pirates.
at one
They
point.
take 2 or 3 from the Pirates.
Yeah, but didn't they play in Philly and won 2 out of 3 earlier in the year? Maybe not.
No.
But they haven't swept anybody this series. Bobby Marks is going to join us in 5 minutes. NBA front office
gonna hit him with?
insider for ESPN. The one thing I kind of don't want to hit him on is Steve Kerr. I feel like I'm talked all out about Steve Kerr.
I hear you.
So
I get.
I'll probably stick to what a Curry contract might look like, if they can get any tangible result that they can prove that would be beneficial to giving Draymond Green an extra year.
Wow.
What a Pods extension may look like, where they realistically are heading into next season, knowing that Butler and Moody are hurt.
I'm going to ask him about Draymond and, just what his thoughts are and reasonings why they would give him an extension and why not.
Yeah, there's only, the only reason to give him an extension to me would be you better be able to show the guy that you are able to get that is the reason you're spreading Draymond Green out another year. And I'll tell you what, the guy better not be useless.
The 11th pick, you mean?
No, I'm talking about if they're going to draft the 11th pick.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, and this is where Bobby Marks can help with the specifics. If Draymond Green wants to turn $27.8 million in 1 year over to $18 million
I got you.
in each of the 2, I need Bobby Marks to tell me that there will be a tangible result from that kind of move that yields the Warriors a player. Like a legitimate player. Even still, I wouldn't be crazy about it because, again, you're gonna play the next 2 years with Kerr, Draymond, and Steph. There's not going to be a lot. I don't think that's going to be able to change.
Yeah.
And
let's hope you're wrong, man.
That's to me, that's the toughest issue with the Warriors right now is that we've now gotten to a point where, as great as Steph is, he doesn't guarantee anything anymore. Either because he doesn't have enough help or he doesn't play enough games.
That part right there.
And I'm just telling you that if, they come out of this summer with Kerr 2 more years, Steph 2 more years, and Draymond 2 more years, I'm here to tell you that it feels like they're going to keep shooting in the 90s in golf.
Wow, look at you.
Because they're not really changing anything significantly enough to change something significantly enough.
And, I know I sound like a broken record, but this is new to me, so I'm sharing it. But, there's a litany of things and concerns, and rightfully so, with the Golden State Warriors and their future and the immediate, the present. But these last 2 years, with the way that Steph Curry's body has responded to these last 2 basketball seasons, partner, that is number 1 on my list of you can do a whole lot, but if we get part 3 of his body breaking down, Stoney, it's over. As far as competing that said year, and that's why I'm just so focused on this upcoming season. But I do wonder what the new normal will end up being like.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'd love to know how, General Manager Bobby Marks would. Approach some of the delicate situations that the Warriors have in front of them this offseason. And the two big ones are Steph Curry and Draymond Green, although I don't think Steph Curry is necessarily a big deal. I mean, he's going to get a big deal, but I don't think there's much doubt as to the Warriors, wanting to keep him around. Obviously, Draymond's a different story as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. How would you handicap my prediction that I thought Pods would get he will get attended to this upcoming season? Are you like, Goo, that's not really a stretch? I could see it.
I could see it.
Yeah.
But
I'm expecting it.
I will not read into a Pods extension translating to he's going to be a Warrior for the next 8 years. I just don't. That's why it's important to get him to a manageable deal. If it's true that Warrior fans are somewhat off base about Podziemski's value and they don't think much of him, but the Warriors know differently, then they got to sign him to a real solid deal that'll be attractive to other teams. And hopefully down the line, you can, if you want, you turn him into somebody who's better, quite frankly.
And they couldn't do that with Poole.
Well, they can say all they want about Poole, but that was a money decision. Now, it was interesting, and we'll play some of this later, but Kirk Lacob, Warriors executive vice president, was on with Marcus Thompson and Tim Kawakami on the Plus Minus podcast, and he had some interesting things to say that we can we'll get into about kind of where they're at and what they want to do. But I found it kind of underwhelming. There was a lot of just general kind of vague discussion about the kind of player they want and kind of what they want to do. But the reality of the situation is,
I only said underwhelming.
They're keeping every option open.
As well they should.
They've talked their way into rationalizing an old player coming in here, a young player coming in here.
All right.
An athlete coming in here, a smart player coming in here, whatever. All right, let's get right to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN, former NBA front office exec, and he's had 20 years of NBA experience. Bobby, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. I'm just going to come out and fire off to you some stuff that the Warriors are dealing with. At the end of the year, Steph Curry's got one more year left at 62.
Sure.
He played 43 games last year, and he said, and obviously he's eligible for an extension. What is that? What does that look like? Is it, Steph, what do you want, or is there wiggle room?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, he's eligible for 2 more years. He can extend it in at the end of April. End of August. August 29th. So it's 2 years, 137 million. Typically, in an extension, you would really like to reward the player not only what he's going to do in the past, but what the future is going to be. So when he's 40, he's going to be making $71 million. Is he going to be playing at a $71 million player? I think that's to be determined, right? Like, as great as he is, and we see him when he plays as great as he is, I think where is his body from there? And that's a tough question, right? That's a tough question. That's a tough question to answer as far as do you negotiate? Is there wiggle room there? Do you write a blank check for him for how much he has done for the organization and everything like that. So that's the scenario that Mike and Joe Lacob were kind of staring at.
Bobby, I'm curious to get your opinion, your answer to this question, but what is the likelihood that the Warriors had a big fish like LeBron, Kawhi, Giannis this summer?
Well, LeBron is, hey, if LeBron wants to go there on the veteran minimum, he could do that. Right? Like, that's, if he wants to go that direction. I think, Giannis, it's a matter of, like, we kind of showed your cards, I guess, at the deadline as far as what you have to offer. As far as in a deal, I would think it would certainly would have to be Draymond if it's not Jimmy Butler, and Draymond would have to opt into his contract. And then it's a matter of getting the money to work as far as adding salaries. I think that's the biggest. For me, that's kind of one of the obstacles for Golden State, is basically cobbling together enough salary in a deal to send out in a trade. And certainly you can do some sign trades and stuff like that. And so that's for Giannis. I think, I don't think there's been any indication out of the Clippers. Both sides have said that they would like to run this back, and we'll see if he's also a guy that's extension eligible for another couple of years here. I think the Giannis part is that what is Giannis has a lot of say as far as what Giannis wants. He can just go somewhere and play out the year and then become a free agent next summer in 27 if he doesn't sign an extension. I think for a lot of teams that's a huge risk.
Bobby Marks joining us on 95.7 The Game, NBA front office insider for ESPN. Just real quick, jumping back to Curry, if he's eligible for 2 years for 137, in addition to the 62 he's making next year, and I understand the Warriors have some flexibility at the end of next year, obviously, but I guess my question would be, can you see a scenario where if Steph Curry goes, look, just give me 2 for 100 or 110?
Sure.
Can you see a tangible benefit to that down the line eventually?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
I mean, look at you have 3 players under contract next year in 27, 28. Moody, Santos, and Will Richard. Your cap ledger is clean. So if you're taking 50 and not 65, I would think that would certainly help as far as if the ability to add in free agency or the ability to potentially you acquire and trade. I think if you're Curry and you're meeting with them and he would say, well, what's the plan? Right? Like, what is the plan here? If I am going to take a discount and drop my salary, and give back, $30, $40 million and $15 million per year or $20 million per year, who are we adding? What does the roster look like? What are going to be some of the options as far as how we build this moving forward?
Bobby, you're right. There is a draft coming up, and, some things can happen. They can add, the Warriors, that is. But if you were a rival executive in the West, Bobby, how much of a threat would you view the Dubs next season?
What I've seen in the playoffs, I think where San Antonio and Oklahoma City there are miles away from them. I mean, that's the reality of it. And I'll say that for the Lakers, and I'll say it for Denver, and I'll say it for a lot of the Houston. I just think that those teams are just going to get better. Oklahoma City's I know they got some financial stuff to figure out, but they've got 2 picks in the top 17. San Antonio's got a bunch of picks also. You've got Wemby, you've got the young players here. I think that's the hard part. There's that foundation in place here where you saw last night. Jalen Williams leaves the game early. Cason Wallace, Isaiah Joe, Jared McCain, like the depth there is what is sustainable when you get into the playoffs. And that's the difference between good teams who get into the playoffs and then great ones who have the ability to kind of advance.
Bobby Marks joining us on 95.7 The Game, NBA front office insider for ESPN. Kind of similar to along the lines of the Curry question. And I get that, you can't. One of the things about the NBA is we can't talk about specifics of an action without knowing the action that's going to come for sure. But if Draymond Green takes his $28 million salary next year and they rip it up and he gets, let's say, 2 for, let's just say 36. So they save 10 next year on Draymond. Can you look at their books and say that'll open up a window or open up an option they don't have right now?
Yeah, it does. Actually, it's good timing. I have actually an article coming out tomorrow, and it's kind of taking the top or the 20 free agents and saying, like, what would I pay them?
Right.
I think Draymond for me was like 2 for 39. If you rip that option up and start him at 19, somewhere around there. If you can take 8 off there, which would be nice, and then that probably opens up your non-tax mid-level exception, and it gives you the flexibility. For next year, you basically reward him for another, some guaranteed money in the future here. So I think that's certainly an option that you would want to, look at as far as where they are. I mean, right now they're $21 million below the first apron, and that doesn't include Porzingis. And yes, you can bring him back and still exceed that amount. But if you want to bring back Porzingis and then also add to your roster, whether it be a trade or a free agency, I think you basically want to lower your payroll a little bit here.
Bobby, Brandon Podziemski, I like the player. He's not perfect, but he's a lightning rod out here with the fan base, and he's playing. What does an extension look like for him?
Yeah, I would say non-max players are always kind of the trickiest and hardest to try to figure out there, just because the player is not. There's no deadline, right? There's not a team out there with cap space. You basically have the Monday before the regular season starts to get a deal done here, and I would be stunned if there's any movement on Brandon until probably September and October with him. So I think you're looking at what the market is, as far as guys who have extended in the past. Christian Braun signed for in the low 20s and everything, and so I don't think he's going to get up to that number here. But you also have to remember, listen, the non-tax mid-level exception, which used to be kind of like in the $8 and $9 million range, that thing increases. So it's $15 million this year, 16, 17 next year. So I wouldn't rule out a contract that's in the $19 to $20 million range just based on how this cap is growing.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby, let me ask you this. If you were starting an NBA franchise tomorrow and I put the Warriors roster in front of you with, their salaries, in the future, and let's take Steph Curry out of the equation. Bobby, you can pick one guy, any guy off this Warriors roster. Who do you want?
Is he healthy? Is Jimmy healthy?
No, not right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I mean, it's a tough question. It's a good question. It's a tough question here, and I think that shows you, whenever this ends, and I think that's why pick 11 is really important in what you do what you do in the off season here. Like, what's the foundation, right? Like, what's the next level of who's coming up the pipeline when Curry and Green and Butler are no longer on this roster? That was always my biggest concern, and we had thought it was some of the guys that you had drafted before that are no longer on the roster and everything here. But yeah, I don't know. Moody, maybe, that's maybe Pods. Like, you're looking at it, so you're basically picking between Draymond, Moody, Horford, who's got a player option, Pods, Santos, Melton's got a player option, and Will Richard.
And is it fair to say that when you put Butler and Draymond into that equation at this point, you're kind of looking at their money and when it comes off, as opposed to their value on the court?
Yeah, I mean, I think a healthy Jimmy Butler, as you guys saw, can really impact a team, and that's the biggest thing. When does that come? Is that January? Is it February? Is it earlier here? I think that could be a little bit of the wild card as far as where the Warriors season goes. But the problem is that you probably about 3 months before you probably get him back when the season starts.
Bobby, I was hoping the Warriors fared better in the lottery, but they didn't. And as you and my partner just mentioned, they got the 11th pick. Do they go for a ready-made player, or can they afford to draft a project with where they're at?
I think there's a lot of, it's interesting. The draft's kind of broken up into different phases. Certainly the top four, and then there's the next phase of all guards, all freshman guards here. I don't know if one of them will be there, whether it be, the Braden Burris and Kingston Flemings and Darius Acuff. I don't think they will be. But then you're looking at bigs, right? So you're looking at Yaxel Lenenberg and Ade Mara, the two from Michigan here. If that's the direction, those are kind of ready-made guys who have been in school 3 or 4 years in college and have proved they can kind of roll in, right? Morez Johnson's another one. Kareem Lopez played in New Zealand last year and has been a professional player since he was 14 years old. So, those are kind of the guys that you potentially, Nate Ament maybe possibly that would be a good one, who's at Tennessee. He's a freshman. So I think you're kind of looking at probably more bigs when you're at 11 there. I think LeBaron Fountain's another one who's been in college a couple of years that can come in and play right now. But yeah, I mean, I've gone the direction when I was with the Nets when we drafted a player that was in college for 4 years, and sometimes that doesn't mean anything.
Wow. I got you.
You could say that it doesn't mean anything because his maturity level was a lot different than a player that was 17, 18 years old. In a bad way, I would say that.
Hey, real quick, Bobby, before I let you go, do you think anybody picking in the top four is open to moving it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't think so. I think I think you could take any of those four players and put them in probably not Cooper or Victor's draft, and you could have a debate as far as if they would go in that year, number one or number two. I think Peterson and Devonta are two number ones. That's how I look at it with those guys, and then Boozer and then Caleb Wilson, I think are really, really good. So I think it's hard for one of those teams to move out of the top four. Yeah.
No, that's what I was going to ask him. Thank you, Bobby. I wanted to know who you would draft at one, but it seems like you had two answers.
Oh, I do. I know. I'm hedging my bets, right?
Well, it depends probably what type of team you have right now, too. But, hey, Bobby, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Love the information. That's Bobby Marks, front office insider for ESPN, former NBA front office exec, and has 20 years of NBA experience.
Man, a lot of knowledge with all that. Wow, man.
Let me ask you this. If you were starting a team tomorrow and we're taking Steph off the table, and you look at the Golden State Warriors roster, and you know the Warriors aren't going to move Steph, but the Warriors say to you, pick a guy on our roster right now with their salary cap situation the way it is. You know, Pods is on the list, and he's restricted, and Moody's on the list, and he's under contract. If you're the GM of another team and you're looking at the Golden State Warriors roster, who do you want? What player would you actually pursue?
I want to say Draymond just before the extension, predicated on I wouldn't give him one.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. And that's, with all due respect, that's a problem. And that shows you, I think, how caught between a rock and a hard place the Warriors are. I just let me ask Warrior fans what they would do if you're starting a team tomorrow. You know what? And I don't think Draymond's a bad choice. You know what? We'll take Draymond for 1 year because then we can get off his $28 million next year. But that's not a great reason to want a guy on the Warriors roster. And this is where I think,
like, you want it to be a compliment for their game, like not their contract to get up off them.
Yeah, I mean, what you want is, like, if Kuminga were on the roster, everybody said, well, Kuminga. And Warrior fans ain't going to like this, but I think Bobby Marks is right. I think it's Moody or Podziemski.
Yeah.
And so,
no.
But again, to me, the key word is pursue. Okay, you want to make a move with the Warriors? Like, who's calling the Warriors right now saying, hey, they got a guy on that team that if we bring him in here, I think he could really, really help us.
Well, there was a report that the Bucks did that for Pods.
That's what I'm saying. And there was a report that the Philadelphia 76ers.
I'm sorry, Bucks. Yeah. It was the Sixers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that the Sixers had interest in Pods.
Well, damn.
And that's, I mean, you know what? This isn't a bad call. Guy Santos. Guy Santos may be a guy that somebody's looking at and saying, oh, we'll take him. $5 million a year. Yeah, we'll take him as an 8th or 9th man. That's fine. But nobody's saying who are they pursuing? Who are who's pursuing Warrior players? I don't think anybody right now.
And it sounds like you're saying also, too, it could be all, but for the talent component to it, too. Like, you're attracted to the guy.
Who on the Warriors roster is attractive enough for another team to pursue?
Yeah, if I was Evan, I'd play for me the Crickets.
Who are the Warriors receiving calls about?
Come on, man. Like, what was your answer? I told you that was my answer, and I'm not being mean.
I don't think anybody's calling the Warriors. I think the Warriors are they have to be calling people.
Dub Nation, this is Quinton Post.
I don't think people are calling the Warriors.
Wow. And that's not a good thing, man.
And, like, that's the other thing. I mean, if the Warriors think about, just name me another team.
Rockets.
Okay.
Why did I say Rockets?
Okay. Well, I'm calling the Rockets. How come? What? I'm interested in Şengün.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm interested in Amin Thompson.
Man.
I'm interested in Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. Name me another team. Yeah. Detroit.
All right.
Okay, we can't get Cade. I'm interested in Duran. I'm interested in Jenkins.
I want to give you another team.
It's just, okay.
Real quick, seriously, Sacramento. Because I feel like
Keegan Murray. I would take Keegan Murray.
All right.
I would take Murray.
Yeah, he'd been hurt.
Like, I would take Murray over any Warrior.
No,
I'm not saying he's better than Steph Curry.
Not even close. No, I'm with you.
So I think this is where, we got to be a little realistic. And then we also have to acknowledge that, does Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and their front office, like, have the creativity to, pull something off?
So if you were to get Giannis, where would the salary, like, it's got to be but Milwaukee might be like, thanks, but no thanks.
I mean.
Yeah, obviously draft picks, but you got this. Oh, man, Steiny.
Well, I think Evan told me yesterday, I'm not sure if it was Windhorse, somebody from ESPN had a report that the market for Giannis isn't over the top. So it might not take 4 unprotected firsts. But it's going to but here's
why is that, you think? Just because he's been
hurt
of
his injuries.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Absolutely think people are worried about that, and rightfully so. But like, this is where I always think of Brandon Ayuk, because it's true. Is when the 49ers were trying to trade Brandon Ayuk before his contract extension, what they're really asking to do is say to another team, hey, we want you to give us a couple good players or a good player and some draft picks, and then we'll give you Brandon Ayuk, and we'll give you the right to sign him to an exorbitant contract.
All right.
It's the same with Giannis. You want Giannis? Okay. You're gonna have to give up a player or two and 4 first-round picks, and it's for the right to lock yourself into Giannis for the next 4 years at $275 million.
I got you. So you don't even go down that road unless you're really, you're going to put a ring on it.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just get Giannis and say,
"Oh my God, you'd get."
We'll give enough. Like, it's a gamble you got to take. Well, if you get Giannis, it's got to be for the long haul, because you're going to be giving up enough that's going to put you in trouble for the long haul.
I just. How about this? And Kenny, you're back there. I could print a T-shirt. What if I told you I just don't like where the Warriors are at? All of it. And you could say Steph and Dre are in the way, but these misses in the these drafts haven't netted as much, man. And I'm even throwing Post in there. What's happened to him? Like, I'm not all the way out on him, but boy, we were having him on the show. He was, stretch 5, he could shoot. What happened to Quinn Post? And I do wonder,
Dub Nation,
attention,
Post.
Like, you can't tell me like a stock, NASDAQ, Stoney, what happened to him? And I know what you're going to say, Gooey's March. No, but you can't front and tell me we didn't come in here like, hey, well, we might. And what, Stoney, Post is battling down there. Forget the 3-point period. He's battling. He's working on the other stuff, getting stronger. Now, all of a sudden, it's just crickets.
Yeah, I actually think that Post is, and I'll explain this on the other side, but I actually think Post is one of the guys they could be talking about when they talk about that we got loose and we need to reinstill a culture. And
you think?
Yeah, I actually do. I'm not saying he's the culprit, but the more I give thought to that, and what I'm talking about is when Steve Kerr was talking about, we got to tighten the ship. We got a little loose.
About Steph and Dre.
Got a little undisciplined.
Yeah.
I don't think he meant a player or two specifically. I think he meant the entire show. And I'll kind of tell you what I mean on the other side.
Because I got some for you.
888-957-9570 is the number. You heard Bobby Marks talking about the Warriors. I mean, I heard a couple pieces of good news in there about what you can do with Curry and what you can do with Draymond Green. But if I asked Warrior fans, if you're an executive of another team, what Warrior would you want most right now? But you can't have Steph Curry. Who's attractive right now on the Warriors roster? Hey, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less you have to pay. It's not coincidence. That's the strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law first. From the first call, they take over, handling the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight, so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find Fiberon composite decking, made to capture the look of real wood without the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, just durable, low-maintenance performance. Discover Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, with rich, multi-tonal colors and long-lasting protection. Backed by a limited lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Get expert guidance for your next project at Ashby Lumber. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. For 40 years, Memorial Day has been our biggest sale of the year, and we're making this one count. Up to 50% off every product store-wide. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. 0% financing for 2 full years. Plus, we pay your sales tax on everything. The Floor Store's Memorial Day sale. There's just one thing. It ends Tuesday. Visit floorstores.com to find your nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's nuevodka.com.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller. Every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord. Wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
The month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, Boys of Fire.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you to Bobby Marks. He was ESPN front office insider. He joined us about 20 minutes ago and talked extensively about where the Warriors are at. Some of it's sobering, but I did see some glimmers of light, absolutely.
I can't wait to hear.
We can get into that. But, the first thing I want to get into, because you just threw Quinton Post's name out there, but it's gotten me to thinking about the two kind of themes of Steve Kerr's postseason press conference. And one was this emphasis on turnovers, and then that dovetails into we got loose. We got a little undisciplined. I wasn't great this year, Steve Kerr said. And, we got to get back to who we were. And I'm convinced that a big part of that is they don't have players who practice. They don't have players who practice. I believe when he says we got loose, he's essentially talking about every player on the team but two, Podziemski and Moody, because those are the guys that play and those are the guys that also practice. But I think what the Warriors realize this year is that, let's go down the list. Jimmy Butler, he got hurt, but
he's an OG. I got you.
Yeah, he
doesn't
have to practice.
Okay.
And I'm not saying he doesn't practice, but if Jimmy Butler,
but I'm catching your drift, man.
Butler doesn't practice. Draymond Green doesn't practice. Curry doesn't practice a lot. And here are the two guys why I'm convinced they won't be on the team next year. And it's Porzingis and Horford. I mean,
how can they be if you're right?
I get they're veteran players. But if Al Horford's not playing back-to-backs, well, then he's not practicing after a game. And Porzingis, so they have trouble running a practice with 10 guys who play. And I think that's kind of, and you asked what happened with Post. I don't know what happened with Post. I just know that he missed the last 3-4 weeks of the season?
Yes.
And he was hurt? Well, he didn't practice. I should put Santos in there. I'm sure Santos practices too. But wasn't even Will Richard banged up for part of the year.
Man.
So when they say, when Steve says they've gotten loose, I think it's because they don't have enough players to run a functional practice consistently over the course of the season. It seems like and I'm not saying teams scrimmage all the time, but it feels to me like they have trouble getting 10 guys on the court on a day off.
But as far as Porzingis and Horford, you knew Horford wasn't going to play back-to-backs. So you already knew that could be a problem, just his availability. But, Steiny, I guess I'm breaking all that down to say, would you or are you telling us you would really be out on a player because he couldn't practice if they've been in the league as long as Porzingis and Horford are out there, and they're OGs, veteran likes, you know what you can expect from them. So if they truly can't practice or be available for practices, is that a deal breaker? And I guess it's not, because both of them donned Warrior uniforms last year, and it's just funny about that line, the turnovers, and we got laxed. Why do I think Steve was talking to the super OGs and Steph and Dre? Because they were big culprits in regard to the turnovers. And he did mention to Willard and Dibbs, Grandy and for Dibbs that day, even the video component of it. And I was like, man, I could be wrong. Was that not a shot, but was that a message to Steph and Dre?
I think it was a mention. I think it was for all of them. Mm. And here's the other thing. Okay, they're veterans. They've earned it. Not practicing. Okay, so Porzingis, every day, you're not really sure if Porzingis, Horford, Draymond, Butler, or Steph's going to practice. Okay, I have a simple question for everybody. How are Pods, Will Richard, Quentin Post, Moses Moody, and Guy Santos supposed to get better?
That's a great one.
They don't practice against the best players on the team.
I hadn't thought of that.
They just don't. And that's, to me, what I think one of the things Kerr was talking about with the sloppiness. And I think they've made a connection between, well, of course we're going to be one of the highest turnover teams in the league. We don't work on it. How come you don't work on it? Well, because we can't. Because it's hard to field 10 guys. Once the season
started in the NBA, practice was kind of not an afterthought. You don't want to do it. It was kind of hard to get it in.
I think there's a difference between, sure, you're not going to ask these guys to practice hard and have 2-hour practices, but I get the sense they have trouble getting guys together. Like they literally have trouble getting guys on the court. Like Steph Curry was not on the court during practice for months this past year. Horford and Porzingis went through long stretches where they weren't even on the court at practice. So I do think that's a problem. And here's the other issue is that, what does it tell Pods and Richard and Post and Moody and Santos when they might see some of the veteran players coasting a little bit? I got to believe that's a big part of it. What else could Steve Kerr have meant by we got a little loose, we got undisciplined, we got to tighten the ship? I can't think of anything else or other things other than that's one of them, that maybe he thinks some of the veterans are taking liberties.
I can't say you're wrong, but Stein, I got to be real here, and I like Steve Kerr, but when you've been through the wars like they have and have won the battles like they have so many times, I wouldn't dare say what Steve was saying was a cop-out, because he even put himself in there. I didn't have a great year. And I'm like, come on, Steve. But when I hear that and I hear the things that, hey, we're going to work on the turnovers and we're going to practice more, and this guy's name I'm about to mention is not meant to be shade, but I feel like an OG like Kerr that studied under Phil and Pop, I feel like that's under Tony Vitello's playbook. We're going to rein it in and practice more. It's like,
I don't necessarily think it's those things.
I'm like, is that really it?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that, here's what I think. Steve Kerr is used to coaching a championship team with guys who knew how to manage themselves. And for the most part, Curry and Draymond and Durant and Clay, they were great professionals at the time. And Steve didn't have to really worry about the leadership of the team. But when the leadership of the team is hurt and the leadership of the team isn't practicing, then, and you look and it's pervasive throughout the roster with Steph, and I'm sure Draymond takes a lot of days off. I think what Steve's saying is we the reason we turn the ball over is because we have no continuity. We never have the same 5 guys working on stuff consistently.
But Steph and Dre turned it over when Durant was here. But you know what I mean?
Well, they can't do that anymore. They're not good enough. Yeah. They're not good enough to play that way.
And by they, you just mean the whole group.
Yeah, the whole group. I mean, for goodness sakes, why wasn't Seth Curry waived this year? Why wasn't Seth Curry waived? How many games did he play?
I wanted to say under 10,
seriously.
But no, I'm going to look now, but I hear you. Go ahead, man.
What was the upside of Seth Curry being on the team this year? I don't mean to pick on Seth Curry.
No, we're not. We're being real.
But, I mean,
this needs to be said.
You can't have guys on the roster who are playing a quarter of the games, and then when they're not playing, they're just kind of watching.
I guess, I'm going to ruin it.
They got to change.
Yeah. You take a guess how many he played.
Probably under 10.
Well, 10.
Okay.
Man.
There you go. He played 10 games. He was on the roster all season long, and he never practiced, probably.
See? And the team's not good enough to afford that, to me.
Yeah.
That's a body. That's a jerk,
So you can call this a cheap shot, but I don't want to hear anybody talking about Thonis in Milwaukee.
Right.
Okay? We've got Athanas right here in Golden State.
Right.
Question is, will we have him again this year? Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what are some of your thoughts on what Bobby Marks said? And I asked him a question, and he said, boy, I don't know. And it was a simple question. Who's the most attractive player on the Golden State Warriors right now, especially if you take Steph Curry off the roster? You're starting an expansion team, and you can take a Warrior. You can take a Warrior player. You just can't take Steph.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors.
Who are you taking? Name me some players that other teams are calling the Warriors about that are on their roster. And that's where I think we're talking about Pods and Moody, quite frankly. Anyway, Bobby Marks did say something that should give the Warriors a couple glimmers of hope. And
I'm waiting on
he
this.
couldn't get specific, but I do like some of the things he was saying regarding flexibility with a couple of their veterans. I'll get into that on the other side. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. This segment is sponsored by Serramonte Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening right now at Serramonte Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows honors our community with a tradition of quality you can trust. Save 25% on your entire project, plus receive a special token of appreciation, a free Sun Matrix package upgrade. We've installed over 1 million windows and most jobs take just one day. Hurry, this Memorial Day offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and auto pay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek Magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill, now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Partly cloudy in San Francisco, high temperature of 63.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
We need Thundercats.
Daryl Guru the Johnson.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my gosh.
All righty. What?
Stephon Castle. How could we do a 4-hour show? And you know I like to... But last night's dunk, Steiny, it might be in my all-time top 20. Did you see what he did off 2 verts?
Oh, he's a double foot jumper?
Yeah. Well, he can do both, but yeah.
Oh, he can jump off both?
Steiny, Evan, did you see it? It was incredible.
It's pretty hard to miss.
Reggie Miller. I couldn't stand working with a partner that always stepped on you when you're trying to talk. Steiny, Reggie's ruining the great calls from Tirico. Take a play off, Reg. But, man, Steiny was a 9 turnovers for Castle again. But
so he's had 20 in 2 games?
They're missing their point guard, but damn.
They're 1-1.
Yeah, that they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Mullin once had 13 turnovers in a game. It happens.
Ooh. Yeah. Do you remember what team?
No.
All right.
I don't remember what team.
Didn't Curry have like 12 in the first half of his first college game?
Oh, whoa, it was something crazy.
That's a lot.
We got a lot of Steph Curry fans in the Bay. I'm sure some will remember.
I know he had double-digit turnovers his first game in college.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you can look that up on
Eastern Michigan
on Basketball Reference.
The triple-double. Wow.
Yep. So, in other words, turnovers have been a problem with him for over half his life.
People waiting on the good news, partner.
All right, here's the good news. So, Bob, we just had Bobby Marks on front office insider for ESPN. And, you know, the Warriors have locked up Steve Kerr.
It was 13 turnovers for Steph. Go ahead.
They've locked up Steve Kerr for 2 years, and now the questions become, you know, who they're going to draft and are they going to be able to do anything in free agency?
Right.
And there's obviously the outstanding issues of Draymond Green, who's got a player option, and Steph Curry, who's eligible for a 2-year extension.
Right.
So, I asked Bobby Marks if Draymond Green, like, is there a tangible result for the following? If Curry takes less than the max, can they get something out of that? And if Draymond Green takes his 1 year and spreads it into 2, could there be a tangible acquisition because of that? And, you know, he can't say for sure, but when he said, look, Steph Curry is eligible for a 2-year extension worth $137 million a year.
Damn.
That's about $69 million a year.
All right.
For not next year, the 2 years after that.
Right. He'll be how old? I got
He'll
it.
be, I don't know. He'll be older.
Yeah.
And so I just threw out there, okay, so he could make 67 and 71, 66 and 71, something like that. And I said, well, let's say hypothetically he's willing to take 2 for 110, 2 for 100. Does that make a difference? And he said it might, because the way the books are right now, there's not a lot of guys on the payroll beyond next season. So that, yes, if Steph Curry were to not take the max, the money they would save could theoretically give them more flexibility.
Wow.
Okay, good.
Let's go. All
right, Draymond Green. This is the trickier one. He's got 1 year at 27.8. Bobby Marks said he did the numbers, and, you know, he projects Draymond. If he rips that up and he wants an extra year, the Warriors could give him 2 for 38, about $19 million a year. All right, so that would wipe off $8 million off their books this year, because Draymond would go from 28 that he was supposed to make to 19. And yes, that could theoretically get him into the non-taxpayer exception, and that's going to be about $15 million.
Yeah.
So when I hear that,
you'd be on the phone with the chef
what's
right
the
now.
problem? What's the problem?
I expect it to happen. To what degree, I don't know. The Draymond one, not as much as I'm not confident in that one like I am Steph Curry, knowing, not even out of guilt. Like, yeah, we didn't reach our goals. I was hurt. I know I could take you to the cleaners. Shout out George Jefferson and Weezy. But it's about this team and me. And now, I don't want to say hometown discounts. Now he knows he can give something back to the team. Bobby just said, I thought that wasn't, I thought he was going to say no, that couldn't happen.
Well, I mean, and this is where, you know, I know I'm just getting into semantics here, but if the Warriors were to give Steph $110 million,
$55.
I don't.
That ain't enough?
No, I don't think that's a hometown discount.
Oh,
to me, a hometown discount is if somebody out there wants to pay Steph $60, and he'll say, I'll come back for $50 here. Like, that's taking a hometown discount. You're not taking a hometown discount when you're still getting as much as you can possibly get from one team, and nobody else is willing to pay you that. I get it. If you want to go by franchise valuation, you got to give him 137. But is 50 really so bad for these last 2 years of his career? And this is where I got to believe, if he is who we think he is,
right,
he's open to that.
All right.
And
I got you.
But my question is that an insult to Steph Curry? To say, hey, instead of 65 and 70, how about 50 and 55? And we'll try to make something happen in the next 2 years, because we'll have more flexibility. To me, that's a no-brainer for Steph Curry.
Now, tell me if you think I'm operating out of Disneyland. Wouldn't be the first time. I believe the Steph Curry I know and the guy to be, the man, I believe had he not went out with the hamstring in Minnesota, and that's a little part of this, but last year, I believe, really cut him in regard to not just his personal goals and him wanting to be available for the team, but he knew a lot that didn't happen was predicated on him not being available. What if I told you I think the timing is perfect for him to exercise this, what word are we looking for? Not gift, or this thought to take a discount because he's coming off a season to where he probably and most likely, no doubt, feels like he let the team down. Well, like it's almost, I feel like if he had played 75 games, he'd probably take what he can get. But I feel like now that they did make the playoffs, he did come back, but he missed so much of it. I feel like there's a better chance of him taking that hometown discount.
I would just quibble with the hometown discount verbiage. That's all. Let me push back on something that I think is absolutely, positively not a factor. This from the text line. You'd be hung by the players' union giving Curry $50 million. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Well, they always say you got to pay it forward for the next guy, so you couldn't do that. Remember we were saying, is that real?
The question is...
They'd be like, what's going on here?
$50 million is not taking a haircut for a guy who's 39 years old and only played half a season last year. You know what I mean? Like, Steph Curry's allowed to take $50 million instead of the max to help his team. I mean, Kevin Durant came to the Warriors and took $10 million less, or took $10 million less while he was a Warrior. Players Union didn't do anything. It's no factor. Who's going to say, like, who's going to make the Warriors pay? No. You have to pay Steph 2 for $137. No, you don't. Of course you don't. If he sees value in taking $52 million,
so there would be no blowback.
No.
All right.
Who says he's a max player right now? Like, with all due respect, I know he's a max player in terms of what his value to the organization.
On paper.
But, I mean, you can make a case Curry's a $30 million player right now because he's $60 million, but he only plays half a season. I mean, I'm not saying that's fair, but it's like, the players' union is no issue.
Yeah. The guy responded, Steiny, I heard it on the station earlier. Don't shoot the messenger.
Okay. Sorry. Did I say the guy's name?
No.
Okay.
You just said that, but I thought there was something to that, to where you got to pay it forward, like for the next guy. You know what I mean? Everybody's situation is different. Go take yours, and then that sets the bar for the next person.
Yeah, but that's assuming that, like, that Curry is an automatic. You know, he's not Wemby. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. Obviously, I'm not saying he's not an unbelievable talent and doesn't deserve money. I'm just saying if he's eligible for 65 and the Warriors come to terms with him at 55, what's the union going to do?
Do you ever just get in your car, and I'll throw it to you right now, and Evan too, do you ever just get in your car and think about what Curry's value is on the open market right now? Like we talked about Detroit, 3 number ones.
Let's
like
we can do that hypothetical.
Like I'm being so. You put him on Detroit, they would still be playing basketball right now. You put him on New York Knicks, well, it looks like they're headed there, but they would have a chance when they got to. He's a headache right now.
You think right now, coming off? Okay, Steph Curry's a free agent right now, coming off 43 games. Do you think he would get a 4-year, $275 million contract
and I'm being
on the open market?
4 is too many. But 2, 3, Stoney, and again, it's how you're looking at this question. If I'm telling you he's healthy, obviously we both can agree it's a different answer, right?
Right, but that's Giannis. Giannis. This is the issue with these guys.
I expect people to pay top dollar to get him.
Yeah, I expect a few to. I don't think everybody would. Like
the Warriors did it with Jimmy. I mean, you get in where you can. And
that was 1 year. That was 1 year.
But my point is, you were hoping it was for 2, and he didn't last. You know what I mean? He came half a season, then the next season was supposed to be the big season, and he got hurt. That's like the example or the epitome of rolling the dice on an older player.
Yeah, I
just think
I don't know what Curry's value would be, but put it this way, I don't know if I'm another team and he's making 62 next year, I don't know that I would pay him $130 million for years 39 and 40 if he's coming to my team.
I'm just thinking him.
Decision.
I'm just thinking him on the T-Wolves, man. It would be a game changer. him with Ant. I'm just for that attention to be off of Ant. Like, oh my, I'm getting goosebumps now. I'm thinking of Denver. If Jokic got with them, like, man, that's top. They would pay top dollar. I gotta for 2 or 3 at the most. But man, Steiny.
All right, and then so Minnesota trades for Curry. They give the Warriors 3 or 4 first-round picks. Curry retires in a year or two. You know what's happening. Ant's walking. And now you don't have any picks.
They said he may be trying to walk now, but yeah, I hear you.
Let's go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I mean, look, Curry's obviously a great player. I just think his circumstance right now.
That's a big deal.
There'd be probably 24 teams that would say, nah, he doesn't. We're not good enough for him to come here.
Okay, but the 8 would be we're right there. We're on the cusp. Like Minnesota.
I don't think San Antonio would be interested in Steph.
No, I got you.
I don't think OKC would be interested in Steph.
Now, those two, I got you.
Because they've actually employed a strategy that is working.
Oh, right.
Like, I love the people who say, yeah, Oklahoma City, they're going to have to, San Antonio, they're going to have to continue doing what they're doing. They're going to, Oklahoma City's going to lose.
It's starting to happen.
Right, and they got the 12th and the 17th pick this year.
I got you.
And those guys are going to be good players, and they'll let somebody walk, and then the 12th or 17th player will be on his rookie contract, and then they'll decide whether he's going to be a permanent part of the future.
OKC has dudes on the bench, man.
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous.
Exactly.
I get it.
Let's go to Pete. Pete in San Ramon. Hey, Pete, how are you?
Hey, I'm Greg. Good afternoon. Hope you guys are well.
Thank you.
I got 3 things that are all pretty quick. 1, brought to y'all by Atco Pest Control. The rat on the table. The Warriors could barely get 10 guys on the court during games, much less a practice. So you're totally right about that, Steiny. 2, it was a while ago, but you talked about if I was drafting an expansion team.
Yes.
Who would I want? Who is the most attractive on the Warriors?
Yeah.
I'd want Gee.
Okay.
I would definitely want Gee. And number 3, please, ask me what I'm doing right now.
What are you doing right now?
I'm doing what the Warriors should do, dropping off old stuff at the thrift store.
Look at it. We'll give you a 2.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
I'm mad at material. He said Gee. I ain't mad at Gee, Steiny, but again, that's just another illustration of what this roster, if Gee's your choice, I get it, but you know what my other point is, like, wow.
415, the San Antonio Spurs got the number 1 pick in the Tim Duncan draft and Wembanyama draft. Yeah, that's a strategy. Yeah, but you're omitting Castle. You're omitting Harper. And you're omitting Vassell. Mm-hmm. They went 4 for 4. Wemby was just the Spurs would still be good without Wemby right now.
Man. Right.
And you know what? Like, again, you can disagree or not. Yes, the Spurs and the Thunder went through some dry spells, but they were willing to pay the price. They paid the price. And that's why they're where they're at right now. And if you want to catch them, you ain't going to be able to do it in a year.
Right.
You have to pay the price. And I just haven't seen the Warriors make any indication they're willing to do that at this point, whether it's because of the timing or whether it's because of where they are in terms of this thing fading away. But they're not ready to do it now.
Well, I hear
That's fine. So we can push it off another year or two.
Ask your boy, who would I like to be on the Warriors right now?
Who would you like to be on the Warriors right now?
BP. Brandon, if that thing is going to be 15 to 16 to 19 mil, that's a nice hefty raise from where you're at. Pods.
I'm surprised if it's more than that. I think he'll get 20.
You think so?
Yeah, I do think he'll get 20. And,
Pods.
And I can't wait till people go nuts when he does.
Pods can dunk.
Pods is a $20 million player in this NBA. Pods is a $20 million player, whether we like it or not. And if the Warriors wouldn't pay him 20. I'll bet you some team would pay him 15 to 20.
So you had mentioned Kirk Lacob had spoke, or do I dare use the word defended Pods on that podcast, huh?
Of course. Of course he defended Pods.
No, just like, well, if he gets 20s down, he's making more than Moody, and Moody healthy, I think you still were picking Pods. Because I think I
Moody signed his contract 3 years ago.
Well, that part.
I mean, if
he's just 3 and D, man. Moody,
if Pods gets $17 million, to me that would be the equivalent of what Moody got 2 years or 3 years ago at 13.
Well, let me ask you this then. I'll just put it right on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I'm projecting or make believe, but if you're drafting, both dudes are healthy, Pods or Moody. Who you taking? I'm taking Moody, Steiny.
Yeah, I would take Pods. I would take Pods just because Moody, I know exactly what he is.
He's going to defend one of the best player on the other team and shoot damn near 40 from 3.
Well, 1 year. 1 year he shot 40.
Now, he can't dribble, so that part I don't like. Pods can run it.
Yeah, and I don't really want to get into this all day today, but I think Pods has a higher ceiling than Moody. That doesn't mean he's going to reach it, but it's why I'd be more intrigued with Pods than Moody. Let's go to Don. Don's in Berkeley. Hey, Don, what's going on, man?
Hey, your last guy got my point about Gee. And, Guru, I agree, our standards have changed. If he's your top you're interested in, it's not like Kevin Durant's second coming. But Gee's a great guy, and I think he's still got a long way to improve. And he's just a really good energy person. So that's my thought. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean,
I like Gee.
I don't think anybody can, let me think. He's the best value on the team.
Right. And and it's no shade at him. The story's incredible, but I don't want him to be featured. You know what I mean? He's a great guy to come off the bench, but on this team, I mean, he's more than that because. And I got to tell you, Stanley, I'm fascinated on this Draymond, but you told me it's going to be a while before we know something.
Yeah, they got to draft, and then they got to do free agency, and then they'll come back to their guys, whether it's Pods, whether it's Draymond, whether it's Steph Curry. The Draymond one is a really tough one for me. And I'm interested to know what Warrior fans think, and we'll get into some of this Kirk Lacob sound on the other side. But that does make it tougher. And what I mean is, do I want Draymond to opt out and the Warriors to give him another year so he's guaranteed to be here 2 years? No, I don't want to do that. I want him to play this year, and then we'll figure it out at the end of the year. But if you're telling me that you can show me that if he gets 2 years and takes less this next year, that we could turn it into a rotation guy that you think is better than 8 other guys you have on this team.
It's almost like the 2 for 1.
Yeah, but I don't, I guess I would do it.
Yeah.
But again,
they're going to partner.
And this is kind of what I mean about, okay, you can not do something with Dre, and the upside is you don't get any benefit, but hey, in a year he's off the team. Or what's your other decision? Well, he's got to stay on the team another year, but you may have to, but you may get access to another player. It's like, yeah, I want the middle. I want Draymond to opt out and get another player, but that's not a choice. So,
man,
what? Maybe the Warriors are looking at what player's good enough to acquire to justify us keeping Draymond around for an extra year.
LeBron?
I don't know. Maybe. That's maybe.
I know you don't care about this Kawhi, but like I told you, I'm just down with where the Warriors are at. I don't envy Lacob. I don't envy Mike Dunleavy, but I will tell you the things that you've already said into the microphone, partner, that you don't care about, I care about to a degree, but I also think would sprinkle over onto the court where we would be better, and that's all I'm asking. But the internet, as you know, would break, and I do wonder how far we would vault as a basketball team if somehow we could get our hands on LeBron James. Like, I'm so down in despair that if you were to get LeBron, that brings me back up 10 more floors of hope, you know? Like a castle worth of hope.
You know, what makes people think, and it's going to sound negative, what makes you think the Warriors are a destination?
That's a fear I have. But I would start with Steph effing Curry.
Okay.
And maybe it's something that they've dreamed or even talked about going out like that. But go ahead.
Again, because
that's all.
And that's another. I'm not saying you, but okay. So we're going to acquire LeBron because it was his dream to finish his career with Steph Curry.
Well, real quick, Scotty. No, it makes us better. We're a mess right now. We're hurt. It makes us better
on paper,
opening night.
On paper,
but okay, in the standings too. Now, I'm not saying you can win a title, but damn, Stoney, it's the best deodorant you have right now. Right. Or you could stay musty, and we're musty with losses right now.
Yeah, I'm against bringing in a 40-year-old guy who can get us to 45 wins next year, a first-round loss, and then what?
All right,
then we're worse again next year. That's the way I look at it.
So you're okay to relive this year? And again,
I'm okay to start the process.
Wow,
and
man.
Like I said, it's just I'm done. Like, I'm just done with players who are 36 years old. Man. And, you know, the reality of the situation, too, is no matter what the Warriors are going to do, it will be something they said they didn't want to do.
Wow, man.
Like, if they go get LeBron, then you say, well, I thought you wanted guys who could play every day.
But it's not outside of it, I got you, man. I don't think it's a pipe dream, though. I'm hoping.
I don't see, I look at it I don't see any reality in it myself.
People saying, Guru, you want a circus? No, I just want to get better.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know, I do want to know how realistic Warrior fans think these bigwigs are, and then we'll play some Slater and Lacob on the other side. Kirk Lacob. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
This summer, let your kids explore, learn, and grow at the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, including overnight camp options in the Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. From sports, arts, and outdoor fun to new friendships, every day is an adventure. Spots are filling fast. Visit ymcasf.org/camp and sign up today.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no No wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. 1010 or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I love Rice. I live with Rice.
They wouldn't address the stuff that needed to be addressed.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Come on, dude. All right, Moses. We had Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, on about an hour ago, talking about the Golden State Warriors, and I had a lot of very interesting things to say on the heels of, Dunleavy and Kerr talking to the media last week. We had Anthony Slater on yesterday. I want to play something from him. But, here's the one thing I was thinking. I'm going to start with Slater because the idea of big game hunting, he addressed yesterday. I do think Slater has his finger on the pulse. So listen to these two things from Slater when asked about, look, we're talking about Giannis, Kawhi, or LeBron.
If a can't-miss Kawhi Leonard type deal is on their doorstep, I think that's something they certainly should and would take a look at. But I just don't think I don't sense a level of thirst that there maybe previously was. That there doesn't feel like that much level of thirst from the Warriors as maybe there was in the last 18 months.
All right, so little tempered on that. So who are they looking for? What kind of players?
Probably want a couple more mid-prime. That's been, I think, the problem the last few years. Like even, remember you trade Andrew Wiggins. It's like, man, you trade one of the guys that was like late 20s, mid to late 20s. And even some of the lottery picks you had picked that were supposed to be aging into that, Kuminga's the obvious name, are gone. So, you don't want to be loaded with 19-year-olds and 37-year-olds. Try to hit that sweet spot, but also probably use the pick. I mean, you could find a really good right-away type player with upside at 11, particularly in this draft. And, maybe you instead of using the mid-level on, a Melton type, you try to, take a swing on a younger guy with some upside. And, I think there's a lot of options, but there's also handcuffed. In a lot of ways, they're in this handcuffed era over the next couple of years.
That was Anthony Slater of ESPN. And
is your boy Lopez already made, or how would you classify him?
Well, he's played pros for the last 3 years.
But because not college, would you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If I asked you, and I'm doing it now, Stoney, the top three names that won't be back that were on this team last year, who would they be? I got my three.
I don't think Porzingis will be back. Okay. I don't think Horford will be back. I don't think, Gary Payton II.
Nah, I threw Melton in there over GP.
Yeah, Melton probably won't be back. Right. This is one of the things I was thinking about when I was listening to Kerr and Dunleavy. And I get what they're doing. They have to do it. They kind of have to talk and allow every option to be a possibility. And so that's why they say, no, we would look at a veteran and trade the 11th pick for a veteran if he can help us, if he's the right veteran. Okay, but we also need to get younger. We need to get more athletic. Okay, well, we also need players who, quite frankly, need to play more. Okay, but here's the thing as it relates to LeBron, where I think this is where what you'd be telling me is one thing and what you would be doing the other. So the number one thing they talked about was, we got a little sloppy. We want to reinstill our culture. We want to relay this foundation from years back. We want to, we want to get back to what made us. Okay. Those are good goals. So you want to bring LeBron James in where you'll have to cede everything to LeBron James? Well, he becomes your culture.
I do want to say this real quick, Stoney. It is factual that he tried. Joe Lacob tried to make so that's why I feel like I hear what you're saying, but Joe Lacob's telling you, Stoney,
Okay, so
I called about Kawhi. This just passed.
Well, then you're not
serious.
Then you're not telling me that what you really want to do is what you're really going to try to do. I mean, we know damn well LeBron comes here, he runs the team.
I have no problem with it. Now, I think Steph has no problem with it.
Okay. Well, what about Pods? What about Moody? What about the young guys? They're just supposed to. Here comes LeBron, and it's his organization.
You learn from them and you play off of them.
So LeBron
gets a majority of the pizza.
Okay, so he's part of bringing back this culture that you're talking about. LeBron James. Well, see, I think is the
this
culture that you want to instill right now.
See, I think the culture starts and ends with Steph and Dre, and if they're okay with it, then to hell with the young guys. And in regard to that, I don't think that new culture starts to develop until this run is over.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I could be wrong.
So you want to see?
I can give a damn what did Guy Santos or Mood?
Okay,
and they'll probably tell you the same.
That's fine. Just know what you're getting. You want to clean things up. You want everybody to be more buttoned up. You want more people to practice. But you're going to cede the leadership of the team to LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. Now, I'm not saying that's dumb, but what I'm saying is there's no room for anybody to grow. There's the team must revolve around those three guys. And okay, but for how long? A year?
Well,
2
it's
years?
been 14 years. But again, I'm having fun with that, but they have not let go. The organization, it looks like, has not let go of all in for Steph.
No, but apparently the league and the star players have let go of the Warriors.
Well, damn.
So, and this is the other thing that, again, what are they telling us and what are they actually doing? So next year on this team, I want you to be realistic.
All right.
Okay, we go get LeBron James. He'll play 60 games.
Love it.
Draymond Green. He'll play 60 games. Knock wood.
All right.
Steph Curry. He's playing 60. Best case scenario. Butler's playing 40, and Moody's playing 25. You're not good enough. You're not good enough to do that. You're not good enough to do that. And you say, well, what about, Steiny, a lot of guys miss, Jokic misses. Yeah, those teams are deeper. They have better players than the Warriors. They can win games with their, third best and fourth best players. For goodness sakes, how in the world?
But we looked like a G League team when we had our fourth and fifth players, when Steph was out and Jimmy was out. Like, it looked like a G League outfit.
So how's it going to look next year when LeBron sits? Or Steph sits, or both of them sit, or Draymond needs a day, and Butler doesn't play at all the first 40 games. I don't think for a minute that if you get LeBron James in here, we're a playoff team.
Wow,
really? How much are they playing?
I know you're going to laugh and say, "Goo, what are you talking about?" But as much as they need to, I felt like the Warriors obviously didn't. This is not how they drew it up last year. It became apparent Guy Santos maximized his opportunity, but it became apparent that they were devoid of talent. You're right, Denver, and I can argue there, but you're right. Denver had a deeper roster. But my point is, if you got guys that can play when that opportunity comes, show us you can play. And too many times, guys in Warrior uniforms, when it was their time, not to single-handedly win a game, you could tell, oh boy, they're not as good as I thought.
How many games are these old guys going to play together at the same time? And then that's the other thing. Okay, LeBron doesn't play one night. Well, guess what? That's going to be a tough game for Steph Curry. The Warriors are playing without Butler the first half of the season. That's going to impact Steph Curry. But again, if you're telling me LeBron will play 60, Draymond will play 60, and Curry will play 60, and they're all the same 60, I'd sign up for that. But they're not all going to be the same 60. Wow. And so I like Guy Santos too.
I do.
But you want to see Guy Santos playing 26 minutes a night next year? No. If you do, the Warriors are probably a 35-win team. So,
What about Pods for that matter, 26 to 30 minutes a night? Or has he convinced you that
this is the point. You have to play him. And it's becoming more clear to me. Get off Pods. Steve Kerr is going to play who's available every night?
Well,
there's only one guy. Pods.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Pods is available every night.
Yeah.
How come he plays so much, Steiny? Because he's available every night, which no one on the team can
That's
say.
That's interesting, man.
All right,
to the pod haters, though, you're right, because he's available.
Let's jump to some calls. Right. Let's go to Brian in Hayward to start us off. Hey, Brian, how are you?
Fellas, how you doing?
Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. So I like where the conversation was going, like tangibly trying to figure out how to add to our roster and assuming what we'll be losing. Mm-hmm. And just like kind of going through some of the highlights from like the Olympic team, because like that's really the only time we get to see LeBron and Steph play outside All-Star games together. I think one thing we've lacked, and correct me if I'm wrong, whatever you guys think, but we need that physical strength that LeBron still has. Like he had it since he was 18 years old in the league, like especially at his position. Kind of just like that old man strength, you know, like doesn't get moved off his base as much. I loved watching him screen for Steph over the Olympics. Like he was putting people, what's the word, in a chamber in terms of like they couldn't go through him. I loved watching him screen Dylan Brooks against the Canada game. That guy could not get around LeBron, Dylan Brooks. And LeBron knows that when he sets good screens for players who do know how to get open, like Steph, he rolls hard to the basket too. Like, you know, one of the greatest IQs of all time, LeBron James. He knows when to screen. He knows when to slip. He knows when to, you know, go to the basket, when to stay, when to pop. Great screen and roll player on both ends. You team him with Steph. I don't care if those guys are 40, 50, 60 years old. They're going to get that pick and roll down every single time between Steph's shooting ability, cutting ability, LeBron's IQ. I don't like the idea of LeBron James coming to the Warriors, but as the player, even where he's at and where we're at, I totally don't think it would be the wrong move. In fact, it might be one of our better moves, but everything outside of strictly basketball, I don't like that. I think Kawhi would be a good fit for us as well. Maybe not the person Kawhi, but the player Kawhi. But other than that, I'll take your opinion off air, guys.
Yeah. No, thanks to you, Brian.
Those two IQs, wow, that was sexy. Yeah, listen, and that's obvious, but man, just hearing it is like, yeah, I hear you, man.
Like I cannot want LeBron James here and agree with everything that Brian said. If you drop LeBron James onto the Warriors right now, they would be better.
That's my whole premise.
Okay, but again, like, what about 2 years from now? Okay, we don't care about 2 years from now. I'll allow for that too. But then again, you telegraph what you really are doing. And what you're really doing, again, is to patch something for 1 year, hope to catch lightning in a bottle, which you've been unable to do for 5 years or 4 years. And the upside of catching lightning in a bottle, to me, isn't worth it. Because lightning in a bottle, to me, is you'd win 46 games with that team. I don't see how a team of veteran players who are going to miss as many games as the Warriors veterans are likely to miss, I don't see how that can become a 50-win team. And then, to me, what's more important, although I'll acknowledge it's less important to others, is, okay, what about the year after that? You're going to have to take a back step again. So, like, I get, look, we're a 37-win team. Let's try to get better and make the playoffs. But I'm not sure I'm making any moves that are temporary. Like, to me, this is where I'm going to have to go deliberately to get better.
But your future is temporary right now.
What do you mean?
If we want to be honest.
The future's permanent. The future is absolutely permanent.
But as far as you having a player that's going to lead that, you don't have that guy right now.
Okay.
And hopefully you get him at the 11th pick. But I would bet that, hopefully he could contribute, but he won't be the next. So when you talk about the next 2 years, that's just the reality and the price of the dynasty to me.
Right. So you're going to forego any future development for a short-term fix.
I feel
LeBron.
like, you know what it is, Donnie? I hear you. And I feel like I'm cleaning my room, but I'll clean the whole house later. But I'm going to clean my room.
Okay, and then when you clean the whole house later, by the time you clean the whole house later, your room's going to be messed up again. It's kind of, it's probably a bad analogy, but
I just thought of my house.
Like, the other thing is, the only way I'm on board with this is if he comes for the mid-level. Yeah, right. And he's not coming for the mid-level. You're going to have something.
Steiny, we're talking about a guy that's got it all, and there was a report that if he left, real quick, somebody said goo and realistic is like oil and water. That bothered me, but there was a report, Steiny. I told you, I don't think he's leaving L.A. He's not to me. Right, but if he were, he said he would gladly take a mid-level from any other team to get up out of Dodge, but I don't believe that's realistic. That's why I think if he were to come here, it would be financially feasible with the mid-level.
I'm wondering when the last player who was a 50, like, it's so funny. I'm begging Warrior fans, hey, could Steph take 50 instead of 65? And people are saying that's insulting. But the same people think LeBron will come here for the mid-level and give up 50. Like, what?
Oh, man.
I'll make a bet with anybody right now. LeBron is not coming here just for a mid-level exception. I
don't think you get it.
It's absolutely preposterous. Now, if you could get him for 1 year at the mid-level, I guess you got to do it, but it's not going to make me sit here and say, well, now they can win a title next year and their future doesn't matter.
But they're better. That would be that's what LeBron represents, Kawhi or any Giannis.
So, like if I told you the Warriors, let me just hypothetically say the Warriors can do something next year that gets them to be a 48-win team and maybe they even win a playoff series.
Oh, my God.
But then they're not going to make the playoffs for the next 3 years. Would you do it?
I mean, I don't even know how you came up with that, but no, I wouldn't do it.
Okay. I wouldn't either. Because there's no way I can envision a Warrior team next year making a deep run or a run deep enough to justify not thinking about what goes on after that year.
But I guess I'm asking you this. For us to make the playoffs a year after we didn't, which was this past one, we had to get a guy. So I guess I'm asking you, and you probably can't answer, why would we not make it the year after? Like, what if that was Giannis that came?
Well, that's a little different.
Or LeBron, for that matter. Like, if we were able to do it on year one, we damn sure could do it year two. Because LeBron, Curry, they got to Dre at least 2 to 3, 4 more years, man.
Dre, Steph, and LeBron have 2 to 3 to 4
in their career.
Years.
I believe in playing bad. To take Dre out of there, but I'm talking about Steph and LeBron.
And how many games are they playing each year?
Snotty, I told you I'll take 55. That's the new 65.
But it's not for the Warriors, Goo, because they don't, that's 27 games that you're going to play without LeBron or Steph. Let's say they're, that means 30 times a year we're watching Pods, Santos, Moody, Post, and the 11th pick get beat by somebody. I think we'll get tired of that in a hurry, too.
Yeah.
Let's go to King. King is in Pasadena. Hey, King.
Wow.
How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Goo, happy belated birthday. Hey. And Steiny, I guess you were up in my neck of the woods in Westminster last weekend, huh?
Yeah, I was. I saw you at the Westminster Community Playhouse.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of a little Saigon. Listen, guys, I'm going to try to share a few things that I learned. I got a buddy of mine that works for analytics out in Vegas, and after the U.S. legalized sports gambling in 2018, there's a lot of money that went to sports analytics, and there are some areas where the NBA has changed remarkably right around COVID, and one of them is three-point shooting. So we all know that Steve Kerr is at the forefront of that. We're number one in the league in three-point attempts. But there's some areas that you might find interesting. After COVID, the league has passed less, a lot less.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys know that. So when Kerr took over, the ball is energy, right? He wants to pass 300 times a game.
Right.
Last year, the Warriors passed 340 times a game. it's ballooned significantly, whereas the rest of the league has actually minimized their passing.
Interesting.
And I think when Dunleavy wants to put a mandate out there to reduce turnovers, I think he's getting the understanding about this overpassing.
I like that connection.
But here's the thing, guys. This overpassing, even if you look at all of this championship years, it goes down significantly during the playoffs because teams game plan for it, right? So, for instance, our last ring number 4, we averaged about 310 passes a game. But once you get to postseason, it went down to 276. So that's a huge decrease. So basically, you got an offense that works during the regular season. Once you get to postseason, it's going to take some kind of a nuclear event from Curry to get the ring.
Okay. That's interesting, King.
But I want to tell King Steiny, I know what King was putting down, but Steiny, the interesting part to where it didn't, but it was still interesting, is we passed because we don't have guys that could create their own shot, not named Steph Curry.
Well, you passed when you had too many guys who could create their own shot and it worked. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they should go in a different direction, but when they had Durant and Iguodala, like they had really good scorers, but they could also pass, and that's
like OKC got a million dudes that could create, but they to his point, I get it, but I'm just looking at this iteration of the Dubs. Oh my, there's nothing worse when you could tell and see it on guys' mind, like we can't we can't get a shot off. And you need that because that's an indictment on your roster.
This from the 415. Steiny, it sounds like you're insinuating the Warriors should trade Steph and whatever assets for a full and total rebuild, or at least that's truly their best option. You know what? You tell me. I'm not insinuating you trade Steph Curry. In fact, I'm trying to figure out how we work this out by when we give Steph Curry an extension. Like I'm not here to say that the Warriors should trade Steph Curry, but if you're asking, is that their best option to get this thing? I mean, if you want me to be honest, it's probably their best option to get better the most quickly.
Yeah.
But the key's not just to get it better quick, it's to stay better.
Yeah, somebody in the chat was like, Goo, if LeBron even did, I don't expect him to take the mid-level. Why would he come here? I get all that, and I've shared with my partner and you all that I know it's a long shot. But if you could get that to come to fruition, my goodness, I'm in.
All right, 888-957-9570. I've been promising it. I got to get to this Kirk Lacob sound. He was on the Plus Minus podcast with Tim Kawakami and Marcus Thompson, the executive vice president of the Golden State Warriors. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic Split King system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrants must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hey, I'm Pick. And I'm Bull. My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go.
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And the Guru.
All righty. 707 moronic to suggest trading Curry. Never in a million years would it happen.
We've said as much.
He makes the team millions. Well, he makes them more than that. He makes them more than just millions. No, nobody's suggesting that.
I'll tell you where my mind went. So you've been here for Barry Bonds. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, but can I just give the award to Steph for being the biggest, baddest Bay Area athlete of all time?
Sure.
Come up and get it, Steph.
Yeah. You know, when I talk about like teams and stuff, you ever notice when a politician or a president gets asked, hey, will you rule out using the nuclear bomb? What do they always say? Well, I'm not going to take anything off the table. Even if they don't want to use it, they'll say, well, I don't want to take anything off the table. We could do anything.
I would say, well, Matthew, I have to talk to Michelle, and we'll get back to you. So, Barack Obama.
You know, I'm just wondering if, you know, the Warriors, man, are like, no, you know, do they say Steph's off the table?
Of course, right. He is the table, right? Stoddy, I got you.
I just want people to acknowledge that you do have a choice here. Like, you could go in another direction.
Right.
And doesn't mean you have to, and they're probably not going to, but rational minds could suggest that the best, fastest,
we talked about it yesterday,
way to do this would be the unthinkable.
For both parties, though. It would benefit, if we want to keep it a buck, both parties.
Yep.
If you know what I mean. But that's not going to happen because of what he means to and what they mean to each other and the Bay. All that stuff matters.
Yep. Especially what he meant. What he meant might be more than he means right now. Let's go to Marv in Livermore. Hey, Marv. How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, long time no talking. Goo, before I go at you, I got to wish you a happy belated birthday.
Right on, Marv, but I'm like, you don't have no material. What could you come for me for? But go ahead.
You guys cracked me up on pods. Goo, every time you guys get a national basketball person, you always say pods is polarizing to the Bay. He's only polarizing because you, Steiny, his stepdad, wants him to be an all-star. And I've always called and said, hey, if he's our third best player, we're a terrible team. If he's fourth or fifth, then we might have some action. So, and I got some positives about pods too.
Okay.
But the hypocrisy you just said, and Steiny brings it up about practice. Guru, what did you say about Jonathan? You said he needs to get in the lab. Don't tell me about practice during the season.
Okay.
Pods, Moody, Post, all them dudes should be getting in the lab, just like you said Kuminga wasn't. So that's big hypocrisy in you, right?
Well,
I mean,
real quick, Marv, I fought Steiny on Miss Me. I didn't like her saying at this juncture they're going to go practice more. If you heard me, Marv, I was like, I'm out on that. But go ahead.
Right. On that part, but but right now you didn't come back and say, no, they need to get in the lab and do the work themselves instead of just practice. Okay. And then, Steiny, you are unbelievable. You just said on radio that to go get LeBron, we got to ask Moody and Potts how they feel about that. What does that even mean? Who are they to be asked about LeBron coming? They are not that good. Period. Come on now.
Well, my point was not that. My point was that the Golden State Warriors and Dunleavy and Kerr in the offseason have talked about how they got to rebuild the foundation. They got to get back to what got them 4 titles. They need to reinstill discipline, and they need to reinvigorate the culture. And if you bring LeBron James in here, you are ceding all those wishes to one player who has nothing to do with any of those things that you're talking about wanting to do. It's not about pods.
I don't think that's true because LeBron just showed that when Luka was in, AR was in, LeBron said, I will be the third option. So you need to tell me if he came here and wanted to play with Steph, because he's always wanted to play with Steph, that he couldn't sublimate himself.
I don't know.
He just did it with Luka.
Right. Well,
but this is what I would say.
Who's the biggest, even last year, who's the biggest personality on the Lakers, and who does virtually everything revolve around?
No, Luka.
No, that's not. No, it revolves. No,
because
I get Doncic. I get Doncic is their best player, no doubt about it. But LeBron still is that team, and everything goes through him.
No, it stops. Only because LeBron knows he's not the best player.
Well, maybe that's why he wants to come here.
But this is what I want for Pods, because, Guru, you're 100% right that Pods is an athlete. But you know what his issue is? He's like GP. They jump off both feet. Pods needs to be able to jump off one foot and use force, work on a hesitation move and not that decel move, because most guards, small guards, who aren't fast, and Pods is fast. If he would develop a hesitation move like everybody else does to get to the hoop and shoot corner threes, because we can't name a signature play by Pods, whether in a game or a play, because he doesn't play with force, and he is an athlete. So I like Pods, but you guys have him ranked too high. He needs to be our 4th or 5th best player if we're really going to have action. But he also needs to get in the lab, use his athleticism, because when you see him jump off 2 feet, grabbing rebounds, he's touching the square. But he can't jump off 1 foot. It drives me crazy because the guy is an athlete. So I just want him to be the 4th or 5th best player on our team to have action.
No, I love it, Marv.
Appreciate it.
But I agree with you, Stoney, not that you need it to me. It's still LeBron in L.A. But that's why he's trying to dip up out of that. He played this role. He knew it. And I like their chances. But Luka got hurt. But the bottom line is it still revolves around him.
Yeah, and this is what I think is just a flat-out joke. And this is where, people want to call me hypocritical. They're hypocritical. So for the last 18 years, we've compared and we've talked about Steph Curry and how he is the greatest face of an organization, maybe of all time. We talk about how, oh my God, can you know how lucky are we that our superstar is Steph Curry, a guy that doesn't try to manipulate everything that's going on with the team? Like, how lucky are we that Steph Curry doesn't ask out the minute things go wrong? How is it, we got so lucky to have Steph, but you look at Kawhi, he doesn't seem to care. LeBron's got to be the GM. Luka doesn't work hard enough. But now, let's go get LeBron, and everything will be fine. And he will be the guy who you get to reinstill a culture that he's never been a part of. It doesn't make sense to me. That's all. The other thing is, and I get it, it's the young players aren't the be-all and end-all, but it's more about like the control of the team. If you have Steph, Draymond, and LeBron James, like there's just okay. You got 3 nice players who are older.
They work with Durant, though. Go ahead.
But they were. That was 8 years ago. None of these guys have played in the second round in the postseason.
Upstairs, though, the ego part of it.
Well, what
and
I'm
you
saying,
had to even squeeze Klay Thompson in there, but it all worked. But I hear it was long ago. But Steph never.
And when the Warriors had those 4 guys, what young player ever emerged?
They didn't.
There's only one. Yeah. Cool. Okay. How come? Klay got hurt. Yeah. Okay. So how is somebody going to emerge?
But that wasn't a bad thing because you didn't need you were so top heavy.
But now you need players to emerge.
I got that.
You need to give young players a runway, and they ain't getting one.
But
if your team is all about LeBron, Steph, and Draymond.
And Marv, just last thing about Pods. I would love Pods to be further down on the hierarchy. It's not his fault, but you're telling me, Stoney, Pods couldn't, and I'm not saying this would win the Pacific Division, but you can't tell me those youngsters, Pods, we'll even throw Gee couldn't, and you learn from Steph, but you never, we're talking about a Jedi Knight. LeBron James wouldn't make Pods a better basketball player by him just looking at how he goes about his business. Or does that sound like an after-school special? Like, I'm just saying, LeBron is such a steward at this game. Pods wouldn't be better, even if Pods had to, you lose 8 to 10 minutes a game, 12. But you can't tell me when it's all said and done, when they go different directions, whoever's around Bron wouldn't be a better basketball player.
To me, it's not about playing time or less of a role.
Knowledge.
It's that this is what I mean. Like, you're cramming the team with LeBron, Steph, and Draymond, 37, 38, and 40. And that's what you're going to go with next year. Then you better acknowledge that your young guys are probably going to get, some of them may get lost in the shuffle, and some of them, if they bring LeBron in here, nobody's going to give a rat's ass about Pods or Santos.
But they're still going to play.
It will be LeBron and to a lesser degree Steph. And it will be LeBron because that's what he does, and Steph will be second because that's what he does. And I'm not sure I want to cede that kind of thing to LeBron James and to a lesser extent Steph, because then
we want to see the development of the
we would actually
marginal younger players.
We would actually be relying on Steph and LeBron more next year than they've ever been relied on in their entire careers, because they're old and they're going to need to do more on a team that doesn't have a ton of talent.
Well, Sonny, I think we're 2 to 3 years in on the Steph part of that already. Maybe that's why he's breaking down, relying on him too damn much at an older age. Hence the new normal with all of a sudden the knee and the hamstring. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying I think that record for Steph Curry has already started in regard to older superstar being relied upon, looking around like, can I get some damn help? And now the byproduct, I believe, is, the runner's knee and the hamstring going a couple years ago in the playoffs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hey, boys. I'm doing good, man. The discussion lately with the Warriors, and I'm kind of going, I think of it, is this wave the white flag mentality. I'm not sure if you guys heard Willard's comment the other day. Basically, he said the Warriors should not go all in. This is the Wemby era. I'm hearing people say that, the circumstances are too hard. We should just think about the future. Like, I just, as a fan, I don't want to hear that. Like, we are the highest revenue team in the NBA. So we graduated to that Laker level where it comes with some expectations. Now, I get the reality of the situation is not ideal. Don't get me wrong. But that's what general managers are paid to figure out. To figure out what went wrong last year, last few years, and get back in it. If we still have the draft, we got a long ways to go before we can say it's doom and gloom. Well, you might as well just trade Steph. Look, because the future ain't promised either. Tomorrow ain't promised. 5 years ain't promised. So figure it out. Stop making excuses. I'm tired of the whining and, we stuck with this guy and that guy's hurt. Stuff can get done. Crazy things happen in the NBA. Luka got traded. Nobody saw that coming. So my thing is just have the mindset of figuring it out. It is hard right now. I totally understand that. I know the situation is looking real ugly. I get that. But stop with the whining and figure it out. Get better players. If we just going to sit here and cry about it all day, then we're going to be playing every year. Figure it out. Stop crying and figure it out.
That's why we're trying to I want them to go get LeBron or whoever so we can get better players. Moody was a lottery pick. I know he's 14th. A lot of people, that's part of the lottery. Dude coming down my road, we didn't have lottery. Moody was lottery pick.
Yeah, and, it's a great line. Crazy things happen, but one crazy thing that'll never happen is old players getting better. Doesn't happen. Never has. And again, to me, it does seem like it comes down to this. If some people are willing to make a move to salvage something next year, even if it doesn't help in 2 years. And I guess what I'm saying is I don't even want to go through the charade of trying to think that next year we can piece something together because.
But if your last name was Green or Curry, would you look at it differently?
Well, I don't know. If Draymond's true to his word, he wants to leave the organization in a better place.
Yeah, they did say that.
So then opt out.
But yeah.
Then opt out right now.
Well, there you go.
That would give that would be what's best for the Warriors, but obviously he's not going to do that. And
now that's too real for radio right there.
I'm kidding, obviously. But, I just don't see. I don't. Yes, bring LeBron in. Go get the 7th seed. Get demolished in the first round, and we'll come back in a year in the exact same spot, like no better off.
I keep, our subject matters on our show here have, and rightfully so, been centered around the Giants and Niners. And I've kind of thrown this to you before, and I'm gonna do it again. But Steiny, whose situation is more dire, the Giants or the Warriors? And before you answer, I'm going to answer. It's the Giants because the Warriors are coming out of the woods with 4 chips. They were the best team when it was all said and done 4 times over. So whatever adjective you use to describe right now, injured, old, it could be the end. They got something to show for it. The Giants, this is 12 years of futility last time you won. So you spent money. I don't think you spent it in the right place. You got dudes that are still relatively in their prime, and they need to thaw out. So I'm giving you all that, but which situation is worse to you right now, the Warriors or Giants?
It's obvious to me the Warriors is worse.
But even though I just put the spin on, they won 4 titles, though. You still get to go watch Steph.
Okay, well, if you're asking me who had the best 10 years, it's the Warriors. But if you're asking me right now, well, I'm not taking into account their 4 titles.
I would ask you why.
Because you're asking me to say who's in a worse situation. Okay, I'll take the Warriors. How come? Because I got 4 titles in my back pocket. Of course I'll take the Warriors. But it's like if you're telling me right now who's closer to a title, it's the Giants. If for no other reason than baseball is easier to break through than the NBA. I mean, all the Giants have to do is finish 6th one year out of 15 teams, and we have seen teams legitimately and realistically make a run. We have never seen an 8 seed whatever. We'll find 1 or 2. But if you go into the NBA playoffs as a 7 seed, you got no chance. You got no chance. By the way, as bad as Adames, Chapman, and Devers are, they're better than any Warrior players who are 30 years old. So
they're both hitting in May, man. Adames and
I would absolutely say the Warriors, but I understand why the Warriors are further away.
I guess that's what I'm doing. The 4 titles I'm giving them a pass, but again, to apply that to the Warriors, I hope this next 12 years is not what the 12 years have been to the Giants.
But you guys a lot of you guys don't give the Warriors a pass, because when I say, look, this was to be expected. They were going to have some brutal decisions. We all saw it coming years ago. We knew they were getting older.
But I hate to do this.
There it is.
A brutal decision to me doesn't consist of when you earned it, but when you were sitting there with the 2nd pick in a lottery and butchered it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we had the 15-win season. We had to pay the price. But, Stoney, that's not death row. That is, had you got that somewhat right or even close to right, we would be sitting better and pretty right now and not so held dependent on, I'm going to throw in Kuminga just for the sake of discussion. Curry would have some damn help. And maybe the thread on the tires, the odometer would read better than it does now.
Listen, this was kind of frustrating to me. We go back 5 years and we say, had they not messed up Wiseman, had they not messed up Kuminga, had they not gotten rid of Jordan Poole, had they not extended Draymond Green.
Go ahead.
There's 8 things they've done. But you all think one move or one off season can get them back on track. They've made some questionable moves for 3 or 4 or 5 years that haven't worked out. And you guys, not you, but people still don't want to pay the price to try to get it back. They want to try to piecemeal it with LeBron James, who we know, he'd make it a 3-ring circus and it'd be fun. But we know, we're smart enough to know that's not a long-term strategy for getting the Warriors back in contention.
Okay, let me quick.
Just tell me they're okay with having LeBron James in here for a year.
But I hear you loud and clear, but I got to double back to your Giant part of this. Then the Giants aren't as bad off as you were saying this morning.
They both are off. Who cares? They're both like
no. My point is, you said one off season. They're more the Warriors, and I agree more than one off season. Well, the Giants don't look like they've made a decision or know what the question is in regard to what direction to go. But I do like
neither has.
I do.
Tell me the direction of either team right now. They don't have a direction that they've articulated to the fan base. The Warriors right now are clearly saying, hey,
hold it together.
Hey, we're just trying to hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad we know that. And people who are serious about, people who know are going to say, okay, we know what you're really doing. But don't try to bring LeBron James in here next year and say, well, I think we can win a title. Or whatever it is. Like if you bring LeBron James in here, just don't talk to me about the future, which is fine.
But I think you've gotten better, though. That's what, like you said, it would be a circus, but it would be a circus of winning. Like, again, I don't think we would beat that because we would be better than we are now. And there's no doubt in my mind we would get a playoff series, maybe even 2. At this juncture, I'm so realistic enough to know the end is here, Steiny. That would suffice. Well, that would be enough for me. It's not championship or bust.
You saying the Warriors with LeBron are an automatic playoff team?
You don't believe that?
They could be. Well,
I would be willing to find. That would be exciting to find out. Is what I'm saying. And you're better than we were. I kept giving you a day, whatever, without the Warriors. Steiny, I'm scarred. I feel like Jesus, the nail to the cross. Like this can't happen again.
What can't?
Us not making the offs.
Guru,
under Steph Curry still in Jersey.
I'm willing to bet right now that the Warriors in the next 4 years will not make the playoffs more than twice.
Wow.
And why don't you tell me how they'll make the playoffs? Let's just say, let me put a little onus on you.
Yeah.
Because if they can't do it once, I'm not going to ask you how are they going to make the playoffs 3 out of the next 4 years?
First, you could say I can't do that, Goo. But health is wealth.
Boom,
so
you're in
let's
the playoffs
just say
next year.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
I feel like we could win with LeBron James. Hell yeah, we could win a round.
Okay, what about the year after?
See, I don't like this question because I would have to. I'm on a year-by-year basis.
You're on a year-by-year basis, but you can't understand how 1 year they might not make the playoffs. Like that, I don't. Like if it's a year-by-year basis, then you're acknowledging you don't know what you have year to year.
And and again, you're going to laugh. It's okay. I want the best for Steph until the end is here. And I feel like I could see the end, but never in a million years, partner, did I see this year happening with Jimmy Butler. But it happened, and now he's, out the start of the next season. Like, I didn't have this. I would say if Steph were right here real quick, Chef, I didn't see you not making the playoffs already. Like, that record's playing right now. We got to tell the DJ to stop playing it. That's because then I would question, well, why are we all in and doing everything for Steph and it's not good enough?
Well, it isn't. And it hasn't been for 4 years.
Well, last year we lost to Minnesota.
Okay. You won one playoff game in the second round.
But
it sounds to me like
we got there, Steiny, and then we beat Houston.
Okay, and that clearly is good enough for you right now. Like, seriously, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
You only get one shot at this, one chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, and you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay 4 times by SF Weekly. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 523-5555. or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. The NBA playoffs are rolling. And as you know, Underdog is the best place to get in on all that action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. As I've been telling you, playing on Underdog is very easy, very user-friendly. You pick whether your favorite players are going higher or lower on any of their stats. It can be points, rebounds, assists. Blend them all together, get the picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, something I've been noticing in the playoffs, heavy legs. Yeah, it's that time of year. Guys are tired out. Their three-point percentages are down just a touch, so maybe go lower on three-pointers made for a few of those players. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard. You'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS _.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, 1-800-MY-RESET or ncpgambling.org.
Now through May 24th at Big O Tires, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
The month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs,
Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his coloring book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Friends will help you move, but real friends will help you move a body.
Bring the temperature down low.
Go Warriors!
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I got a question for you, Goo.
Okay. I was going to ask Paz, let me hold something because he's about to get that new money.
What's the best move the Warriors have made in the last 6-8 years?
The best move the Warriors have made in the last 6 to 8 years. Okay, I'm doing this not for effect, but I'm being real. What up, Chewy? Steiny, I'm sorry. It's the Jimmy Butler trade.
Okay.
Because that's when you that's when you needed something bad, and he was, man, a godsend until he wasn't.
The best move they've made in the last 6 to 8 years was by far trading D'Angelo Russell for Andrew Wiggins and a lottery pick. That helped them win a title. Right. So then, let's just say since then, periodically, although regularly, we hear about the following. They missed on Wiseman.
Yep.
They blew it with Kuminga.
Man.
Moody pick was marginal.
Okay.
Nobody liked the Draymond Green extension.
Bet you on fire.
People now bring up Ryan Rollins, who was traded.
Yep.
They lost a, say what you want, it doesn't matter what he is now, they lost a key contributor in 2022, Jordan Poole.
I love it.
They got a player who wasn't as good as Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole eventually turned into nothing. Zero. So, and then they traded for Jimmy Butler, which had a very short shelf life of help. And when I run down the things that we don't like about the Warriors, it dwarfs the good moves they've made. And that's why when I look at some of the things that have happened over the last 4 or 5 years, I guess it is why I'm so adamant about this is not a quick fix.
Oh, this is a big project.
Right. And I'd like to get started on it now.
I guess I would ask you to that, and I love the word dwarf because you're right. Those were some big mistakes. How can you get started, or what would you describe? I'm trying to go house, a fixer-upper, when, some are big projects and whole tear down, some you just need a new roof or whatnot. But what do you consider Steph Curry in this in regard to, is he a tree in front of your window? Like, I just don't think you could start that like you want. No. And with that enthusiasm.
Steph Curry's the best player on your team.
Okay.
But he's 38 years old, and he occupies an outsized number of the contract. So you've got to work around that, which makes it more difficult. Like I would rather have a nameless, faceless, 26-year-old rotation player than LeBron James.
Wow. I hear you. I disagree with you, but I hear you.
Anthony in Brentwood. Hey, Anthony, what's going on, man?
Hey.
Man, finally,
goodness gracious, no offense. Hopefully I got some service way back here in Oakley. So as I listen to you guys, specifically Guru and some of the callers, I just hear the 5 stages of grief. One of those being denial, one of them being anger, one of them being bargaining or whatever it's called. Like the real answer here is the best business decision is to keep Steph. The best basketball decision is to trade Steph. So whichever one you decide is is whatever you decide. But it doesn't matter what we do as far as putting a Band-Aid on it, because the only way you get better and your actual contenders draft and develop. We did it way back when we drafted Steph and we drafted Clay and we drafted Draymond. Our core was those 3 guys, and then we built around them. You don't win a championship with an old core. Ask the Lakers when they tried to add the mailman and Gary Payton and all those things. So like we have to stop being in denial and stop looking at what's right in front of us. You don't win a title, a championship, whatever, with an old core. You win titles with a young, developed core, and then you add pieces around them. That's what we did in 16, and that's what we continue to do up until 2022, where, you know, the next guy that was developed, and he really developed himself, was Jordan Poole, and we had Wiggins, who was traded over here, however we got him. And, you know, we look at KD. The core was still Steph, Clay, and Dre. KD came along for the ride. That's great. But we're not winning anything. And the last caller mentioned, like, you know, figure it out. If you know basketball, you know the only way to figure this out is to draft and develop. You look at the Spurs, you look at OKC. What do they have that we don't have? A bunch of picks and a bunch of young guys that they drafted and developed in that system. And there was a time when we had a system and it was working. And unfortunately, that's not working anymore. And maybe when you talk about the building the house thing, Guru, maybe they need to go back and we need a new foundation. Because clearly our foundation is not solid anymore. And you build a house on a shaky foundation, you'll always have problems. And, you know, just to piggyback on that metaphor, if we're going to stay there, we have to be honest. And, you know, I'm going to keep it real with both of you guys because you guys are my guys. I think our foundation is SHI, you know the rest. And until we get a good foundation, we're screwed. But I want to remind everybody, draft and develop. You don't win with an old core. You win with a young core, and then you build around them.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, let me just pick up on that, too, because I guess if I have a weakness, it's that I sound like it's hopeless. I'll come at it from the other side. I don't think it's hopeless. I think they're in a tough spot right now. But what do we have? We've still got all our draft picks, and we have money next season. So I guess what I would prefer is to utilize those assets for the future. And it doesn't mean we're going to win 19 games next year. It means you have an 11th pick. Can we pick a guy who's good enough that we want to be on this team in 3 years? Okay, we hit on that. Next year, we didn't have a good year. We have the 7th pick. Can we hit on the 7th pick? Boom. Maybe we hit on the 7th. By the way, then next year, we've got money. We've got cap space. Can we turn that into not a 40-year-old free agent? Could we find a guy in his late 20s at that point? You have a lot of assets, and I don't want to give them up for a short-term fix right now when we have an ability, even as down as we are now, to have a fairly different team in 17 or 18 months.
Now, I hear you, and I hear Anthony, Steiny, and the 5 stages of grief, as you know, denial, grief, anger, which I'm all feeling now, depression, watching the playoffs with no Warriors. But the last part of this and why I'm not a part of this club, Anthony and Steiny, acceptance. I can't accept what you're putting down, but I hear you. My question to you is, how confident are you with that draft capital that they can get it right.
If you
because
don't
that's
have
part of
confidence,
why where we're at now.
Mike Dunleavy.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I get it sounds great, but we got to get it right. And because we haven't gotten it right through the draft.
Did you get it right with Steph, Draymond, and Clay?
We did.
And Barnes?
We did.
Okay. Mike
Stoney, how many at-bats have we had since then? And I get it.
Who had the at-bats, Goo? Who had the at-bats? And here's the other thing. I remember Animal House. Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through college. Okay? Running an NBA franchise, but being afraid to make a mistake in the draft.
Well, I'm not saying be
dumb.
afraid. Yeah. But you can't keep doing it. And you're saying now there's a different maestro.
So let's go for the future. Let's bring in players for right now because we're probably going to screw up our draft picks. You're gone if that's your we have the 11th pick. Oh, I hope we don't mess it up. Let's trade it for a 50-year-old. How come? Well, because we haven't gotten it right. Well, has Mike Dunleavy gotten it wrong? No, but three guys who were picked before Dunleavy didn't work out. So let's change let's use a philosophy or a strategy where we can't rely on draft picks because we know we stink at it. You can't look at it like that. Here's what I think is actually fascinating is when the Warriors weren't winning and they were in the lottery and they would get 11, people would be like, maybe we could get a great guy. Yeah, maybe we could get a great guy. This is back in when they never went to the playoffs. This is Jameson and Arenas and Troy Murphy. But they got excited over the 11th pick. Now you have no young players here. None. Zero. And everyone's like, and what are you going to get for 11?
Well, that's only because you know why. This year, Stoney, DeBonza and all the big dogs and the attention, and rightfully so, around this draft, 11 feels like 19. But I get what you're putting down.
Again, the 11 might be like the 5 in a regular draft. You got everybody's so scared of the 11th pick.
No, we have PTSD.
I'm telling you right now. They're going to be all-stars that are picked 11 and beyond. Yeah, suck it up and make the right choice.
Yeah. Just don't draft a Wiseman when there's and I know you couldn't predict it, when there's a Maxey in that draft or Halliburton.
This is a different draft. This is less of a crapshoot.
All right, and I'm not even having fun. We're having fun, but I'm being serious with this. I will never run away from where I'm at right now with the Warriors, doing everything for Steph and what I think's left. But what would you prescribe or have a Warrior fan subscribe to if it's anything other than that?
What?
Where I think Steph is at and what he has left, I'm still with, okay, maybe we might have to trick off a draft pick or two, but if I can go get him an older dude to enhance our chances for competing next year, or making the playoffs and winning a round or two.
Well, that's a big difference. Winning a round or two. You win two rounds, you're in the Western Conference Finals.
Well, we almost just did that 2 years ago.
All right. Okay, then do that. Go ahead and do that because Steph almost didn't get hurt what will be 2 years previous.
This one hurts me, man.
I can't operate like that. Let's go to Brett in Walnut Creek. What's up, Brett?
What's going on, gentlemen? Yeah, I just have to say I think that the LeBron James would still be a great addition to the team. I know he's older than dirt, and I get it. But having two cerebral players like him and Curry playing together, and with the young guys, I think would just be a great help to kind of splitting the needle, as they like to say. I think that would be good for them in longevity. And as far as the draft picks that they've had, I mean, Jordan Poole, he didn't play well with the Warriors except when they were playing, or he hasn't had a career since he played with the Warriors. You know, he played well with good players. Wiseman was just never any talent, and Kuminga's still yet to be seen. So I'm not really down on Dunleavy. I think he's done a good job so far, and we'll see where he's going. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate it. You think Reeves is a pretty cerebral player?
Austin?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Well, then
I got
cerebral got them swept in the second round. The Lakers.
Well, he was coming off a major injury and the best player that he'd been making sweet music with along with LeBron. That all got thrown off when they got hurt. But I don't know why you brought up I do, but
because
I would love him in a
cerebral players don't get it done. I mean, for goodness sakes. Like, are they so smart they're going to be able to get over on the Minnesota Timberwolves? Well, maybe, actually. They might. But any legitimate contender? Like, I get it. Like,
no, you talk in, what word am I looking for, Stouty? You talk where you understand for minutes or hours or even some days where people, even the organization and fans, are attached to Steph Curry. And if somehow we can elongate and give the organization keeps putting stuff in that funnel for Steph Curry, some days it feels like you understand why.
I know exactly why, and I disagree with running a team like that. But again, that doesn't mean I'm kicking Curry to the curb. Not at all. I'm not doing that at all. But we've got to just be realistic. I'm just trying to think if Jordan or Magic was in Jerry Buss and Red Auerbach's face, or Red
Jordan
Red Auerbach and Pat Riley know when it's over. And as great as players
what did the Jazz do with Malone and Stockton, even though they didn't win?
You know what? Maybe that's the point. Teams like the Lakers know how to say goodbye to players who are legends, and the Warriors have no clue.
I know you're going to laugh. I mean this from the bottom of my gut. I just hate in the last years of Steph Curry, and when I say last years, we don't know when it's going to happen, but you know what I mean. I just can't believe at this juncture he's the guy that's supposed to still be counted on like if he were 28. And that is a butchered job by whoever was in for Lacob's part of it, Kirkland. To be leaning on Steph the way we are now is cruelty. And I know nobody did it on purpose, but those people that are responsible for this should really pour them a double shot of whatever your fave is, beverage, look in the mirror and say, maybe that's why he's got a new normal. Maybe that's why the hammy went out. And you went and did something and you didn't quit last year, and I was all for it with Jimmy Butler. But that was a kick in the teeth that he got hurt, because at least we could have stayed relevant and made the playoffs without going through the play-in, which I thought was on the horizon. But I'm just thinking about it, and now going into next year, who's our best player? And it's not even close. Steph. It's like, damn, can a brother breathe? Can I pass the ball and say, go do what you do? How would a good Jordan Poole look right now for Steph Curry? Take it over, young fella, while I deal with this. We can't even do that for him.
Right, but so then why do you think it's a one-year fix?
You're going to laugh again, because what I think LeBron James still has left with this and Draymond could duct tape, Gorilla Glue, and get us in the playoffs and get us a series. I'm not saying championship, and that's growth for me. I'm being so real, man. I'm lowered the bar.
You haven't lowered the bar. And I'll tell you why you haven't lowered the bar. Because as great as Steph Curry is, we've got to quit saying he's still Steph Curry. Can we acknowledge that he is not as consistent anymore?
Well, I could just look at games played. Yes.
Thank you. But look at the games played. Do you think it's an accident that he played great on a Wednesday and then had nothing on Friday?
Hey, I got you, man.
Okay, so then the next thing we've got to gear up for as Warrior fans is that Steph's consistency will not be what it is.
Okay, so on that Friday he doesn't have it. That's where the other, if we had it, could help him.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? That's what's so sad about it.
Okay, and then in the playoffs.
Well, that's different.
Okay, I'm just saying.
But Sonny, what about L.A.? And I know it was one night Curry.
Look, that's great, and that's what you're hanging on to. And if you want 10 great Curry games next year, you're going to get them. You'll get them. He's going to have great games next year. But how many times?
All right, Matt.
How many times does he have two great games in a row now within a short period of time?
And I'm being so real with this. What do you suggest I do, or Warrior fans do? What would you say? Come down from the air.
What I would say was,
what would suffice? Like, what would realistically we do?
I would say, what do you want me to do? Repeat the last 3 years?
Oh.
I mean, you know what I would do. I would try to get younger. I would give up on this quick fix thing. That's put him in a bigger hole than.
And Raymond Ritter, and for the Raymond Ritters, real quick, of the world to say what their record was
to it
with Jimmy Butler.
Great. Okay,
I'm asking.
Go ahead, hang on to it. Hang on to it. And you know what? Hang on to the Giants starting last year, 41-29. They're 60-82 since. Like, go ahead and hang on to stuff that happened a year or two ago. That's fine.
People say I'm emotional. I'm not.
Why? Like, people are like, well, it's only 2 years ago.
Right.
Okay,
you want to get
okay,
that.
What's happened to the Spurs in the last 2 years?
Well,
they got pretty good in 2 years.
Yeah, they got blessed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they drafted well, so I'm not front. I got you. But we have it. Yeah, I feel like you're telling me there is a shelter we could all go in. But no, we're still getting hit by rocks and pellets, Steiny, because...
And yet, okay, we're getting hit by rocks and pellets, and yet you saying, Steiny, there's no way we miss the playoffs next year. And my question is, why don't you tell me how they make the playoffs next year?
Well, my whole premise was with an addition or two, and if it were an older guy, like I'm just throwing LeBron for, like, that's all I feel. That's how close I think we are from that. Not a chip. Getting back to the offs.
I don't know that you are. Yes. If you tell me Steph will play 60 and LeBron will play 68, I would tend to say they can probably squeeze into the playoffs. Squeeze. But...
Yeah, text line, Guru, the problem is the Warriors are an old team and not getting any younger. But that, I'll tell you what, that 11 pick, if they exercise it, will knock that number down in regard to age.
Yeah. And again, like, I get it. Curry averages 27 when he plays. But
now they're
not the same 27 he's averaged in the past. He's less consistent now.
And
so, yeah, we get some 39s.
Yeah.
We get 39s.
Right, but he needs more help,
we get a lot of 16s on 5 for 17s.
Ah, man. And I'm going to go watch the Knicks and Cavs and just picture Warrior jerseys on them or fire up YouTube.
None of those guys were good enough for the Warriors 2 years ago when you had a chance to get them.
Because when you thought you were... Now you're kicking us low. Like the Brunson...
You should get kicked low. People should get kicked low. They should at this point. Honestly.
Stoney, that's too easy, man.
What's too easy?
That part right there, like, it wasn't over 2-3. We still thought we had losing the late.
Did? Like, I don't.
Steph didn't have this Carfax report 2-3 years ago. The hammy and now the new knee.
No, he didn't. And now he does. But somehow we're going to be better next year. I
do hear you.
Not kicking Curry to the curb, but I need him to help us a little bit. I need him to help us a little bit. Try to get over this hump. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing Scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide. 2 full years free financing, plus we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This Memorial Day, grab summer and savings by the wheel at Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Lakeside, Mountainside, or Oceanside, Toyota's got the perfect deal on the perfect pickup for California. Get Memorial Day savings with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the rugged 2026 Tacoma SR5, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful 2026 Tundra. Hurry to Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offers exclude Tundra TRD Pro and 6126.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I've been Shrek'd. I've never done Shrekking.
Your take's not a hot take.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in
the
Willard and Dibs.
Oh, yeah. Best day of the week for my partner.
Yeah.
And it's payday. It's early payday for some.
An hour and 12 minutes.
And
you say mine's allocated.
You know what makes this really the best day of the week? And I hope I'm not putting your wife out on blast right now. But
whose wife?
Guru's wife.
Okay.
I got invited to a party.
Oh, yeah. All of you should have.
That's what made me pause before I even mentioned it.
I'm sorry?
No, Willard, this
Check
happened
your
years
Evite.
ago.
It's in there.
In where?
This happened, Evite. Will,
What
before.
email are you talking
It's
about?
a text message via
I have not.
Evite.
I have not received.
Remember
it.
this happened before
Yes,
and you used it to get out of it? But
No.
Yeah,
You keep thinking I used it to get. I didn't get a text.
It's on its
I
way,
didn't
then.
get it that time. I haven't gotten it this time, but it's fine.
Maybe it's because you haven't made the drive yet to the Owens residence right there in Eastern Elk Grove, the EEG.
If this is turnabout, then that's fair play. But
it's coming, Will.
Don't say
Sonny
that
should
I
be
got a
getting
text
some
message
soon.
when I didn't get one.
Is this the place with the pool?
No, this was the graduation party. He'd be in the Bay Area. He graduates on the 13th.
Oh, I thought the Evite said Sacramento.
It may, Dibs. I might not know.
Okay.
Sonny.
I'm sorry. I put your business
I
out
may
there.
not know, Sonny.
That's on me, but I got it. I was like, you know what? Warm me up a little bit. Showing me the love.
Yeah.
It's the day before Father's Day. So, I can go ahead and maybe force the wife and kid to make the trek.
I guess I'm the only one in the room that doesn't or hasn't experienced Steiny graduating college. I did high school, but I do not know what that feeling's like that my son will experience and your kids. Wow. That's a big one.
It just depends.
Know the feeling, right?
It's pretty emotional.
Yes, mine was the byproduct of what nowadays is called bullying. Back then, it was just peer pressure. My mom, Sue Dibley, rest in peace, because
I love it.
I had the great 5 junior years at Cal State Northridge. Entered as a junior, left as a junior. 5 of the best years of my life, by the way. Not for the academia. Came back here, worked for 5, and my mom hit me with I can still hear it ringing in my ears. I wish that you would graduate college. Mom. When your mom makes a wish, it's, you go back and you do it. You grind it out for 3 years. You're 30 years old and you're married and you graduate. So there you have it. And that piece of paper has been absolutely worthless in my career.
Wow.
I do it. Has any of your bosses in media ever said, I like your tape. I like what you're doing. I like the cut of your jib, Steiny. I'm going to need to see that degree.
Yeah. What was your GPA? I used to have a recurring.
What's your major?
I used to have a recurring fight with my mom about this at the dinner table all the time. Before college, during college, after college. She didn't like my GPA in college.
Yeah.
And it was fine, but it wasn't
2.7, 2.8.
It was something, something that a little below, a little above 3.0. But I wasn't like driven to get A's like I was in high school. I was driven to just be done with the class. And she used to get so upset, and I'm like, Mom,
wow,
where I'm going, they will never ask me my GPA. You don't know that. You don't know what's gonna. Where I'm going.
Where you're going.
They're never going to ask my
That's
GPA.
Great stuff.
It was one of the few times in life where the kid was right and the parent was wrong. I have never been asked my GPA until you just asked me now.
Right. And the thing
I
about
don't even think I know it.
College GPAs, you either are at one extreme or the other. And so my son Quest graduated Berkeley.
Wow.
And huge graduation at the Greek Theater, and it was awesome. And he's up there doing his thing, and it's time to announce the outstanding graduate, magna cum laude from UC Berkeley, Kate Inman. All of a sudden, I look to my left, and the crowd goes wild. It's Cam's daughter. Kate will be winning 17 awards today, and she'll be going to UCLA business school or law school, whatever she's going to do.
Shout out, Cam.
She is phenomenal. All 3 his kids are, but that was a moment where it's like, it kind of hit me, Mark. You're either a 4.3 and you get one of them special sashes and you go on to do academic things, or you just make it.
Yeah.
I was just
Survive in
like, when I'm
advance.
done with these classes, can I leave?
Yeah.
That was
Like
my
my man.
goal. Like, can we leave now? And then they're like, yeah, you can. Here's your piece of paper.
My journey was, dude, you have a number 2 pencil I can borrow? And I've lost my Scantron.
Number 2.
I think my Scantron got rolled up somehow.
My
Or crumpled
GPA was brought up one time.
Oh, it was? By who?
Before my graduation.
Oh, before? By your parents or by somebody in the professional world?
It was second semester senior year, and we had about a month left in school, so I hadn't graduated yet, but there was like a teacher academic placement company, and private schools, you don't need a teacher's certificate. You can graduate from college and teach at a private school.
Got it.
So you would interview, they would have recruiters come to the college, interview seniors, and then if they're good, they would try to place them at prep schools around the country. So I go in for the interview, and we talk for about 15 minutes, and she says, well, there is one little problem here with your GPA. And I said, what is it? And she's like, well, it's just, I don't think we're going to be able to get past it. I've never seen,
sir.
I've never seen, it's too low. And I said, well, I just don't, I've never really thought that academic performance really translates into what somebody can bring and what their potential is. Anyway, years later, I'm talking to Susan, who worked for the same company. But she was in it was later. So she went and got the file from years before.
Come on, man.
And apparently the woman who was interviewing me had jotted down some notes during the interview.
And?
Smug, smarmy,
It said,
this is like the pre-draft scouting report
this is so good.
of Tom Brady or something.
Apparently she scribbled, no chance, but cute guy, though.
And
that's pretty, man.
And what would you rather be in life, cute or smart?
Look at it.
Cute, I guess. I don't know.
That is awesome.
Man,
No
that's
chance, but a cute guy, though.
A looker.
The fact that Susan was able to go back and scoop and score those notes is
wow, man.
truly incredible.
Yeah, and then she was like, oh, my God, this GPA.
What was it?
It doesn't matter.
Look at the GPA on this guy.
I'm going to put it at about a 2.77.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That's a pass.
I had to fight tooth and nail to get mine to a 2.4.
Look at my man.
Because
I'll take it.
Northridge was a series of 1.9s and 1.8s, and then they put you on probation, which means now the units cost 10 times what they normally do. Those are the kids you should be giving discounts to.
Right.
I'm clearly struggling, Joe Namath, but whatever.
Yep.
I'm going to take a playoff.
Were you guys listening to the second segment today?
I don't know what the second segment was. What time?
10:20.
Yeah. Like
So,
what, around 10:15 or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, Dibs asked me how my golf went yesterday.
I did offline, but how was the golf?
94.
Okay, pay the over.
So,
well, yesterday I asked you via text, and you wrote 3 words: stink, stank, stunk.
Man.
So I immediately was thinking north of 90.
I whammied you.
So I'm golfing yesterday thinking, I get it now. So I golf once or twice a week, right? For what, 15, 20 years? Pretty much. I mean, I'm still shooting in the 90s. Still shooting in the 90s. Okay. I could get better. I know exactly how to get better. I got to go to the range 3 times a week.
You play more.
For an hour and a half, and practice my short game. I would get better, right? No doubt about it. Would you agree?
Agreed.
So I thought of the Giants and the Warriors. And I'm thinking, they're not going to get better unless they change an approach, make a different commitment, pay the price, change strategy, something.
Didn't you just say you'd get better at golf if you practiced more? And didn't Steve Kerr say that's what they want to do next year?
Good deflection.
Okay, thank you.
Good deflection. But I was actually using it in a different way of, the quick fix doesn't work. You got to invest time and capital and and then reap the rewards a couple years down the road.
It's funny because neither you nor the Warriors actually ever practice. And this is something that he and I talked about this 15 years ago when he and I would play at least twice a week together, pre-baby round 2. And so I'm not going to the range. I want to play. I want to play 18. And so that's kind of the Warriors this year. And I'm remembering early in the year where they couldn't practice because it was game, travel, game. The next night, travel, come home. Yeah, it's going to be a vet's day off. And you made a good point earlier about even if you want to practice, like Al, no. Kristaps, no. Melton, probably not. Jimmy, I'd rather not. And so now your practices are Pods and Gee against guys not better than them. So you're practicing, sure, but you're going up against LJ and Malafai and, you're not going to, and Massey later in the year. So I think the whole construct of them getting better within the year, they're not built to do that.
Well, call me Allen Iverson because this is the NBA and I know it matters. But Willard, I'm like, practice? We talking about practice is why they won 35 games. I know that's not what you're saying. But damn, you knew Horford was old man before you brought him in and he wasn't going to play back-to-backs,
This is all
practice?
This is all code, though. Like, I get where you're coming from, Steiny, and I can't tell anybody that they're wrong about this, but this is all code for whether it's rebuilding, restructuring, going young, whatever. And I'll just say it this way. I support these teams trying to do it on the fly. I support them trying to straddle the fence, trying to thread the fine line, all of those things. I support it. I do not believe in this city. These teams are all, let's see, the Warriors are the highest valued team in sports. The 49ers are top 5 in the NFL. The Giants are what? Number 6? Whatever, top 7. You're not tearing it down and rebuilding ever. I don't think,
what is it about you know more about it than me. I don't. Is it about the region or the area?
It's about a lot of things. That's a big part of it.
Okay.
It's a big part of it. It's about your brand. It's about the history. It's about your region. It's about, would you...
So it's easier for Oklahoma City to do what they did than Dunleavy.
And maybe once upon a time, the old Warriors could do this, but not anymore. I just the world's different now. And I know people don't like it when I put the Giants in the same sentence as these franchises, but from a valuation standpoint, historical standpoint, branding, they are. The Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Cubs, they don't do that. I just don't ever think you should do that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Are we talking Giants or Warriors?
Whatever you want.
I just was looking at the Giants. I was thinking about when was the last time the Giants rebuilt? And I thought, what about the last year of Bonds where they go 72-90? And I'm just looking at the roster, and it was Benji Molina at 32, Ryan Klesko, Ray Durham, Omar Vizquel was 40, Bonds at 42, Dave Roberts, Randy Wynn. Your starting 9, your youngest guy was Benji Molina at 32. And you go on and on with Richie Aurelia, end of his run, Mark Sweeney, on and on. But you did have a 22-year-old Kane, a 23-year-old Lincecum, and so you were starting to churn it over at that point. But since then, the Giants haven't really gone through that.
Well, and if you're going to, I'm all for that, if you could do that. But in order to churn it over, you've got to have, just off the top of my head, how many guys like that did the Giants draft in a 5-10 year period? Kane, Lincecum, Buster, Belt, Crawford.
Right.
Baumgartner,
I'm not suggesting at all that they don't need to be better at drafting and developing. That's not what I'm suggesting. I just even what you just brought up. They brought they drafted all those guys. They brought them up. They became champions. There was no massive sell-off, teardown 3 years before that. So how you can do it on the fly.
Over what period of time did all those guys come up? You know what I mean? They all didn't come up the same year.
No,
you know what I mean?
Posey
was in
2010.
10.
Yep.
Bumgarner was after that.
Well, late 2010.
Okay, Kane was before
07.
that.
Before
Kane
that.
and Lincecum were
Lincecum a little
07,
bit before
basically.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. If there's any way to do it, it's to pepper each year with a couple guys that just start contributing more and more and more, and then they're mainstays.
You got to do a better job of it. Yeah, they went big on the international market this last offseason. I know Buster Posey, if he were sitting in this room, he would tell you that he feels very good about what he's done for the farm system in 1 year's time. There's no way to know that yet.
Right.
But I know that they feel good about who is potentially coming down the pipeline over the next 3 to 4 years. And there's no teardown in order to acquire those players. They've got 2 first-round draft picks this year. They just acquired one for Bailey. They've got their own, which is a very high one. And the way they're playing right now, they're going to get another one next year too.
Right.
So, like, you can go get your guys, and you don't need to do what the Marlins and the A's and everybody has always done, which is constantly get rid of people when they become good.
The biggest obstacle, I'm sorry, just real quick. Biggest obstacle they face is you've got 3 guys with whopper deals. And I'm just looking at this Giants era where the next year Bonds is gone. They still go 72-90, by the way. But Lincecum goes 18-5. Matt Cain starts 34 games and has a 3.76 ERA. That's when Zito came. Sanchi. Jonathan Sanchez. And so you had a young rotation that would go on to be World Series champs. This Giants team has got 3 guys making 9 figures blocking people.
Yeah, and I read these numbers again because I brought this player up to you guys yesterday, and you mentioned the international scouts, but that's where I want to start with the Giants, like the Luciano fiasco and why that took so long for everybody to find out. But Kyle Harrison, another 7 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts, Dibs, ERA of 1.44. Now, some people my buddies like, oh, you're front running with Kyle. I'm just like, no, but maybe if somebody, like you said when we left here yesterday, nobody you talked to said the kid didn't have the goods, then I'm like, why did they include him? And nobody will admit it now, Will. But if this keeps up and this dude is finally what the Giants thought he was going to be, oh, my gosh.
Well,
he's mowing dudes down last night again.
The Devers trade is a fascinating one. And it's going to age here in the next few years. And whether it ages poorly or not is still very much.
Because this don't help it, this kid throwing what he's doing.
And you're not even bringing up Tibbs, who is crushing AAA and is a Dodger.
But he got moved, yeah.
But
he's cooled off.
Of course he has.
His OPS is down to 1,030.
Exactly, yeah. I mean,
bring him up.
11 homers.
But what does that mean? Because Marco Luciano used to have a good OPS at AAA as well. So
never 1,000, but you're right.
Right.
You're
I don't know.
4A player.
Until that kid. No, I'm not saying that. But until he does it, he hasn't done it. But you got Devers. Devers is a great player.
I got you,
I know
man.
that hasn't looked great so far this year, but
I still believe in Devers.
But I'm not telling you you're wrong for bringing this up. Like, yes, 2 years from now, there is a scenario where that trade is like the worst trade ever in the history of the organization.
He is on fire. I'm watching him like, oh boy.
But it could turn and go the other way too.
It's allowed to. I'm gonna get a T-shirt made. It's gonna be Rafael Forever Devers because he's gonna be here forever. Right. And if it looks like this now, which it's not terrible
for Dever Giant.
He won't be. I mean, he's going to be a Forever Giant just because he's signed to be one. But
what if he got so bad?
Devers?
I threw this to Stoney. What if he got so bad here? Hopefully it doesn't. And somebody came calling for Devers, and they had a view of like, "Hey, we need to change direction." Could Devers be if somebody wanted him?
Well, anything's on the table when
that's what I'm
20.
Like you don't want it to get there.
No. But I mean, yeah, anything.
So I'm saying, don't buy that T-shirt. I'm going
to make the T-shirt.
Okay, you know what I mean, Will? Like
Devers forever, or Forever Devers, with like a sad face underneath it.
Like I was chatting with Nahegan last night after the loss, and he's like, "Boy, I mean, did they put Webb on the table?" And I was like, "I don't know." And he goes, "Oh man, that would be unbelievable. That would be it." And I was thinking, you think like. Is there a player on the Giants that people would be incensed if they traded?
Right now?
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt. Honestly, the guy's got a 900 OPS. He's looking like the player you hoped he would be when you drafted him.
But this is then I took it a step further. I'm like, okay, if I'm the Giants, like, who do I want to keep?
Devers and Adames.
Devers is like number one on my list of keeper. Like, he's the best player they have with the best track record.
Why do you sound so shocked?
Because, like, he's one of the problems. Like, you know, he's one of the big three that hasn't produced enough, and yet I need him.
I don't think Rafi Devers or Willie Adames are why the Giants are losing games.
And that's kind of where I'm at.
At all. Like, I just think that they take the bullets because they're out front making the most money.
And a slow April, on fire in May now, but I'm with you.
Much better May. That's like, at no point do you get to the end of games and go, we lost that game because Devers and Adames. Like, Devers is the big name, and Adames is pissing people off because you're not supposed to look happy when we're sad. But, like, no, seriously, that's why people are mad at Adames. If you still think he's stinking up the joint, you're not following what he's been doing the last 3 weeks on the baseball field. He's been very, very good.
Yeah.
But he's happy, and we don't want happy right now because we're not. So
we want awareness in base running, and you can towel snap all you want. Just don't forget how many outs there are.
No, for sure, that's silly. But at the same, like when you get done with a week and you look at what just happened with the Giants, I'm thinking of blown saves, Tyler Mahle, and automatic outs. That's when and Adames and Devers are not automatic outs. I'm looking at a rotation that's not deep enough, a bullpen that doesn't have a closer, and then I'm looking at I still can't understand why Drew Gilbert and Will Brennan are getting at bats over Bryce Eldridge.
He led off yesterday, Will.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was fine because, Eldridge was in the lineup. Like, that's instead of Harrison Bader.
It's the hardest ball of the season for the Giants.
Yep.
They're kind of like the Niners a couple years ago where you can't run the ball and you can't stop the run. You don't steal bases and you no longer stop teams from stealing. Add that into other reasons why.
He threw a runner out yesterday, though, in the game.
Okay, I'll look at the non-Bailey numbers on caught stealings versus stolen base attempts. I do know that the Giants are DFL, dead finishing last in stolen bases.
Only one here real quick that feels like, and I get the doom and gloom, the season's not over because there's 112 left.
Well, of course, no, you're only 50 games in. It's just like, you're not optimistic, are you?
No.
Okay.
Until I see it, I'll be right there. Let me in.
I don't leave. Like, if you want to leave. But
what about Chapman? He looks like he wants out. Do you get that?
No, I don't think he wants out. I think he wants to hit the ball. And he's pretty pissed.
2 knocks yesterday.
Yeah. Well, exit velocity, go ahead.
One was 54. I think that was the number.
Hey, I'll take it.
And then the other one was like 71. That was the blooper.
How many are 140 get caught? You know what I mean? So
Bryce Eldridge, he's been uncorking those every day. 3 of his 4 bats were over 100 miles an hour yesterday. And then people with the Giants come out and they're like, I don't think he's ready. I'm like, do you remember that show? I feel like this was 2-3 months ago. Do you remember when Guru almost ripped his headset off on Kuminga?
Yeah.
And he was I don't get it. That's how I feel about Eldridge. I don't get it.
That's amazing.
I just want to get it.
Yeah.
It is pretty amazing how universally there's nobody that supports or says, no, I get what they're doing.
But nobody. But then they come out and they're just like, I don't want to listen to all these outside voices.
Buster called it Monday morning quarterbacking. He was on something.
And let Buster know it's all 7 mornings, actually. It's all 7 of the mornings.
Wow. All right, gents.
We got a meeting.
That's right.
I bet you do.
Best day of the week still, huh?
I never said it was.
Yeah.
Whoever says you was one. Scarface. Mel
of course.
Bernstein. All right, I'll let you guys go because we got a meeting on 95.
Hunter Pence is coming on the show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So is Mark Spears. He was at game 1 and 2 in Oklahoma City.
Sweetness. Yep. Personified.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego? Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. You're damn right it's the best day of the week.
It's a top 25 Thursday of the 52 you get a year. And I know sometimes because it's an absolutely spectacularly beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day.
Even in the warmer climes, it's not too warm. And here in the city, it is wonderful.
It's kind of perfect.
Some people getting paid today. I can wait till tomorrow. And
47 minutes. Let's go.
We had, and I keep forgetting what the name is, but my 3-year-old is moving from the 3-year-old room to the 4-year-old room. So you got to have an event.
What does that mean?
It's not a graduation sensation.
Oh, you mean at school? I'm like,
it's not a promotion.
How many rooms you got out there in Moronga,
got a nice
dude?
little house.
Good Lord.
Well, major.
I mean, do you
we
guys
got the master bedroom.
You sit there and eat caviar while you talk about it? Honey, I think it's time to move her into the 4th-year room.
We've got the master, Mila's room,
You're damn right,
the office, and the guest room, a.k.a. my room. So that's your breakdown of the rooms. And it's I can't remember the word. It'll come to me, but shout out all the 3.5-year-olds who are moving from the Hoot Owls or the Owlettes to the Hoot Owls.
Okay, congratulations.
Big.
That's huge. That's huge. I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
I'm happy for her too.
So it's a big day. It's a great Thursday.
No, it's an awesome Thursday. They tend to be. We're over the hump, people, and we're not just moving toward a weekend. We're moving toward a 3-bagger. So, and with the Giants off today, what a perfect little grab bag. So this is what we're going to be doing all day. It'll be back and forth between the Giants and the Warriors. And yes, we'll do that with our contributors today as well. Hunter Pence in an hour, Mark Spears in 2 hours. And we'd love to hear from you throughout. 888-957-9570. Because it's Thursday and I'm happy, I want to stay happy. So can I get something off of my chest?
Here we go. That's my fault, yeah.
What do you mean, here we go?
No, here we go. Because, you know,
the show started.
You're going to fire away. Of course. Show starting, and so you got 90 seconds of what's pissing you off.
Well, no, it's not pissing me off. No. I'm not going to let people get to me.
Okay.
No.
Usually when you want to get something off your chest, it's something that's negative that you want to let go of.
Wow. I heard my name on my way to the station today.
Uh-oh.
Heard my name.
Who had your name in their mouth?
Dave in Fresno.
Fresno?
Dave in Fresno.
Wow.
Yeah.
209 coming for you.
209. Called Steiny and Goo. In fact, Dave, I'd actually like to put a personal invitation on your name today, because if you got something to say to someone, say it to us. Call us if you don't like something I said. But here's the problem, and this is where social media does come into play. I would argue that what is being branded as mine or ours, Dibs, is not mine or ours. Before I wax poetic on this, I'd love to hear you, my partner.
Uh-oh.
Well, just...
Is Dave listening?
Well, I bet.
Okay.
Clearly.
I'm nervous.
He's listening to things that we say and then calling other shows to days later. So we don't normally do this. I'd like to start the show with someone else's phone call.
Okay. Let's go to the phones,
we pulled the phone call. You tell me, is this how, you know me better than anybody here.
Yeah.
Is this how I feel? And is this what I said?
I can't wait for this.
Dave in Fresno.
Who do I choose, Dave or Willard here?
On Steiny, and as it's listed here, and I know people were hurrying and typos happen, but this is from the Steiny and Gurr show.
Ooh.
Steiny and Gurr. Here it is.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hey, boys. I'm doing good, man. Yeah, you know, the discussion lately with the Warriors, and I'm kind of going, I think of it, wave the white flag mentality. I'm not sure if you guys heard Willard's comment the other day. Basically, he said the Warriors should not go all in. This is the Wemby era. I'm hearing people say that, you know, the circumstances are too hard. We should just think about the future. Like, I just, as a fan, like, I don't want to hear that. We are the highest revenue team in the NBA. So we graduated to that Laker level where there comes with some expectations. Now, I get the reality of the situation is not ideal. Don't get me wrong. But that's what general managers are paid to figure out. To figure out what went wrong last year, last few years, and get back in it. If we still have the draft, we got a long ways to go before we can say it's doom and gloom. Well, you might as well just trade Steph. Look, because the future ain't promised either. Tomorrow ain't promised. 5 years ain't promised. So figure it out. Stop making excuses. I'm tired of the whining and, well, we stuck with this guy and that guy's hurt. Stuff can get done. Crazy things happen in the NBA. Luka got traded. Nobody saw that coming. My thing is just have the mindset of figuring it out. It is hard right now. I totally understand that. I know the situation is looking real ugly. I get that. But stop with the whining and figure it out. Get better players. If we just going to sit here and cry about it all day, then we're going to be playing every year. Figure it out. Stop crying and figure it out.
Figure it out. And not too personally harsh on you, but I do think that he was off on a couple things.
Okay, like that's what I wanted to do.
Right.
Sometimes it's better to let the people around you.
Sure.
Because, like, we don't always self-assess perfectly. Sometimes we sound a certain way that we don't realize. And I hope, like, let me say that real quick. I didn't take that personally. Dave, great call. Great call.
He got racked. But literally, because you just played it.
Yeah, so go ahead. How would you respond to Dave?
First of all, you never advocated waving the white flag. What you have advocated is a sensible approach toward future assets and also being able to figure out what you can do in the short term. I don't think you've ever advocated waving the white flag. And he went on to talk about trading Steph Curry, and that is something that you have been profoundly against, as have I, as have most right-minded people thinking about how good he still is in basketball as a business. So those are the two things that stood out. He talked about fans whining. He didn't say Mark Weinert, or he didn't call you a whiner.
That would have been funny if he did.
It would have, but he was hot. He was running takes, and I don't think that a lot of fans are whining. I personally am not, but the two things that he said I don't agree with are you're not a white flag guy, because waving the white flag is trading Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and running it back with pods and picks. I said that yesterday. You know, the Warriors' new slogan, pods and picks.
Yeah.
That's white flag city. Apologies to pods, but you never said that. And you've talked about a sensible rebuild, and you're not talking about trading Steph. So
I appreciate you.
I'm just going to keep it real. I'm going to be honest.
I wrote
Austin in San Jose right now is rolling over in his hammock because I don't go at you enough.
That's what he does at 2:20 every day. So, Austin, we love that you're
I got him
here.
in a hammock. I could have had him rolling over in a number of different venues.
It's a nice day. That's a good visual.
Lemonade.
Right? I wish I was in a hammock right now, strolling through a neighborhood that had kids selling lemonade. I'd ask them, why the hell aren't you in school? It's only 2:20. You shouldn't be selling lemonade. But anyway, who am I to say? My kid's not in school right now. I had to go get him at lunch.
Yeah.
Whacked in the head.
Blue tent.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's rough.
We're going to send him through the 49ers training facility, see if they can fix him. They know what to do with an injury.
Keep away from that power station now.
As I'm listening to that phone call, I literally wrote a bunch of notes out, and you green checked pretty much the exact same stuff.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I wrote down white flag. You hit that. I wrote down trade Steph. You hit that. And then the word excuses or the word whining. And the reason I used Dave's phone call is Dave is a vocal version of what I've seen on social media for 48 hours since that comment was made. And I am thankful for you because you're the one who's actually sitting here listening or partially listening to me.
Yep.
And so I want to make sure that what I've actually said is actually what I said, because this concept seems to be something that Warrior Nation, Dub Nation as we like to call it, is fighting about right now. And the volume is going up. And it's
only May.
It's the chips in the middle of the table, all in for Steph. And it's sort of, I think I have the same answer as I have when people go blow it up and rebuild. These are two very extreme thoughts that a lot of you are having. And the answer to me is clearly in the middle. It's clearly in the middle for all of these teams. So you got the over here, the white flag, the trade Steph. And then on the other side of the coin, you've got the do anything for Steph. Lose your mind. Send the next 18 draft picks out for Giannis. Because Steph, these are very extreme thoughts. I don't think Mike Dunleavy's head, Joe Lacob's head, Steve Kerr's head, I don't think they go to any of those things. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. And the only other phrase Dave used that I'd love to address and get your thoughts on, figure it out. Hey, GM, figure it out. I'd love to talk about that.
Yeah.
Figure it out. So are we holding Mike Dunleavy or whoever? Are we holding, we could talk about Buster Posey as he goes against Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Max Muncy, Yamamoto. Are we literally saying that in this moment, either figure it out, like grow someone who's 7'6" and can dribble so that we can beat the Spurs next year, or else we hold you accountable and we're going to put you on the hot seat?
I mean, you can, as a fan, put him on the hot seat. And thinking about Buster Posey on the hot seat, and he's really not. He's a part owner, and I don't know how much the other ownership members are really grinding over wins and losses. That's a topic that you and I have discussed, and you've mentioned that a lot about what their priorities are down there at 3rd and King. But the Warriors' priorities are winning, and you look at where they are, figure it out. Okay, I agree with figure it out, but that doesn't mean figure it out between now and October 15th. It means figure it out. What's your direction? How can you get incrementally better between now and the opener in October? And then as that year goes on, you get to the deadline, get a little bit better again, and you get to one more off season. You keep getting a little bit better. And I don't know, just real quick, if you saw the LeBron James comments from, he did a podcast with Steve Nash.
Oh, no, I did not see these.
I saw the comments and I didn't listen to the whole thing, but
What'd he say?
He basically said,
I can't wait to be a Warrior next year for the minimum?
He said, we didn't lose in the playoffs because we got outworked or out-hustled. We got out-talented by Oklahoma City. And he even mentioned San Antonio. And LeBron's looking at it the same way most people are, which is, figure it out. Okay, grow a 7'6" guy. Get Kristaps Porzingis healthy in 24 again. All these, Kawhi, LeBron, Giannis, bring them all in. Figure it out, Dunleavy. So, I mean, you can get from where you are now to October and look at it and go, they're better. But I don't think you're better enough.
One thing I keep noticing, so here's LeBron. I love that you just brought that to the table. He's admitting that they were out-talented by Oklahoma City. Steph Curry a few weeks ago is saying we don't need to keep screaming about championship. How come fans, the LeBron and Steph, are admitting right now that they're outmanned? If they can admit it, why can't we? Why are we having such a hard time with this bar? It feels to me, this is just my observation, it feels to me right now like the fans are setting a bar that even Steph is not. That's what it feels like.
And LeBron and the Lakers were a 4 seed.
And that's a what? Like, think of that thought. Think of that. So where is the bar? I'd love to get into that a little bit. Where is the bar that we're setting for, and quite honestly, you could take it to whatever team you want. It works for whatever we're doing. The Giants, the Warriors. Hell, let's bring the 49ers into this too. You can do Sharks if you want. 888-957-9570. But where is the bar?
And who's got the highest bar of those three? Like, there's the high bar, the middle bar, and the low bar.
Overall or immediately?
Right now.
Yeah.
Like, where's your bar? 3 teams. And you even throw the Sharks and the Valks in there as well if you want to talk about where's the bar.
I think the Niners have the highest. But, yeah, we can get into that. So where is the bar? And I don't, like, if it were Friday, that'd be a different question. But 888-957-9570 is the number. YouTube.com/957thegame, or just go to YouTube and search 957 The Game and become a Game Pass Pro member. Get all kinds of exclusive content from hosts and insiders. Become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. We'd love to take your calls next here on Willard and Dibs. Great. Let's drink.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Stop it. Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jax, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejax.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's nuevodka.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Trades are hard. Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hunter Pence in 45 minutes.
We're in the freaking Bay.
He'll rip the Giants. He's had enough.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
Hell no.
Where are we, Hunter?
We're in the freaking Bay.
Thank you.
That's true. This is true. We got some Kirk Lacob sound, too.
Awesome.
Kirk Lacob sound from the Warriors Plus Minus pod. TKMT. Think we'll ever get to that point in the Bay Area where just all we need is our initials? Is it?
I mean, depends on what they are.
M-Dub and Double D.
I mean,
could call the show that if you want.
I could have made a remark about the preponderance of Double Ds in the Bay Area, but I won't.
Well, we'll work better if you were working in L.A.
Facts.
We should move on.
Dan Daly from Lawton Skilled Nursing is a Double D, as is my friend Daryl Davis. That's what I was referencing.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. That's how I meant it.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, yeah. Can we get into the middle a little bit? I know it's boring in there. But is that the debate? Because I feel like if that's the debate, I kind of feel like everybody's wrong. That's you know what
it's
I mean?
Either white flag or big game hunting.
Right. It's all chips in the middle for Steph. Steph's number 30. Steph, number 5. Steph, love you, Steph. Or the other side is, trade this sucker and start over. And I'm like, I don't think that any of that is what anybody in the building is thinking at all.
No.
Like, I find it to be much more measured than that. Even Steph. Like, I don't think Steph agrees with either of those takes.
I don't think so.
You know what I mean? That's what it sounds
fun
like.
And I'll put this together, and Grandy, you can help me as we get further down the road. But I think about like 10 Warriors offseason props. Like,
okay,
is Draymond Green going to get a restructured deal?
Yes.
Is Steph Curry going to take the most he possibly can in an extension? Is the Poughkeepsie kid going to get a $20 million a year plus extension in the offseason?
I don't know.
Will they use the 11th pick or will they trade it?
They'll use it.
Does Kristaps Porzingis play for the Warriors next year?
I'm going to vote no, but I'm not.
How about Al Horford? Anthony Melton.
That's up to him. No.
So, I mean, that was a quick 7 or 8
I
of
like those.
rat-tat-tat.
And the ones that I didn't answer are the ones where I'm like, ooh, I'm not ready to answer that yet. But some of those I feel strongly about.
And I think some of them are intertwined. And
no doubt.
There's an order of operations, I feel. And the first will be, if you're out there sniffing for free agents and you feel like you could get one if Draymond takes less, well, then that's going to happen. And it may be 3 years and $60 million, something on that order. Longer than what Warrior fans want. And less per year than what he wants, but...
Oh, you talking about Draymond?
Yeah.
I don't know about 3. I think 2. I'm going to predict right now a 2-year deal for Draymond Green that lands between $35 and $40 million.
I get that.
That's what I'm just predicting. That's what I think is going to happen.
But the value for me in a 3 and 60, and the third year could be a team option, and that way you could have it be 17, then 20, then 23. The key to the whole restructure is getting this year's number as low as possible.
Right, but even in that idea, like 17, I think they can get it to 18 or 19, which is like, you know what I mean? How big of a deal is that $1 million, that $2 million? I don't know. But that's what I think is going to happen. I think that Draymond is going to get a 2-year deal for between $35 and $40 million. That one I feel strongly about. Steph extension, the way you phrased it, does he take every dollar that he's allowed to get? I just don't know. I don't know how that's going to go. Kristaps, I'm leaning against him being on the roster, but I think it's close.
Depends on the number.
The Pods extension, I don't even know if I don't know if they're ready to even think about it yet. I heard
wasn't Anthony Slater yesterday saying that's kind of more of an October thing?
Yeah, and Bobby Marks said the same thing again today too. Bobby Marks was on with the guys earlier, and he said this is at minimum September. So I just don't even know if anybody's heads are there yet. And therefore, have they exchanged numbers or talked about it? I don't know. Probably not, quite frankly. They're too busy figuring out who their coach is.
Yeah, and they got that done. But if you want to just look at timelines, NBA draft is June 23rd and the 24th because you have 2 rounds. You got to do 2 days. Which,
of course. Surprised they haven't done half the first round on one day. And
the lottery coming up tonight, the lottery. NBA, memo to you, Adam Silver. You're not the NFL. Do it in one night. Do your 2 rounds, and then we'll worry about free agency in July.
I kind of agree with you just because the second round is a big nothing burger in the NBA as far as an actual television product.
Right.
But I also get, hey, in the summer, if I'm the NFL or the NBA, I'm going to stretch out content as much as possible. You know, the NFL has turned dudes in underwear into a 4-day television event. Do we care? I don't know. Apparently some of us do. I don't watch it, but I get the way that they've presented this thing, so why shouldn't the NBA? If the NBA's got content, stretch it out.
You're not football. That's why.
No, but it's still content. You know what I mean? We're not football either, but we're here every day.
It's content, but when the Warriors pick at 11, I don't know how yacked in I will be on picks 12 through 30.
Agreed. I that was another one I feel passionate about.
They're making the pick?
I think they're making the pick.
Okay.
That's what I would predict.
Yeah.
They're making the pick.
Anyway, kind of ruined my whole build this up for a prop thing, but...
No, I didn't. There's a bunch that I don't know yet.
Right, and I think that order-wise...
And that's just one vote, by the way. I'm just one person.
And the draft is coming up in about a month, and then shortly thereafter, or maybe right around there, you get a Draymond Green, I think, decision. Either he'll opt in or not, and then you start moving through the rest of the stuff come July 4th, right?
Yeah, that's when it goes crazy. So anyway, 888-957-9570. And for each and every one of you, I guess it's almost a 3-pronged question. You know what I mean? Are you at either of those extremes? Is it like trade Steph, start over completely? Or is it all the way to the other end? You want 8 first rounds for Giannis. Yeah, like, come on, Steph, let's grab every single minute we've got left. Or is it where I know I'm at, I think you're at too, like somewhere in the middle of that? Just want the Warriors to get better, be good. Absolutely, if there's an opportunity to augment next year's team and help out the greatness of Steph Curry and be as good as you possibly can be next year, sure. Yes, thumbs up. Should you give up every single asset you have for next year? I think that's crazy. And I think that would be crazy even if Wemby didn't exist, but he does. So that makes it even crazier.
Right. And he is.
That's just the way I feel.
He's not alone. Shout out Michael Jackson, because you've got, Chet and Shea out there in OKC, and the Joker is still good in Denver, and Minnesota's been knocking on that door. And Utah is an absolute sleeper for next year. And I don't want to oversell it, but they've got like 5 centers on their team and a good point guard. And then they've got Lauri Markkanen, who we talked about for months. So it's not as easy as we got the Wemby stopper, we're back.
Well, we also don't even know exactly who's who yet. If I asked you who does Giannis play for next year, what do you say?
It's a good question, Mark.
Thank you.
Well, that's a great.
All I'll say right now is not the Bucks.
Miami, I think.
Okay, that's a fair answer. It's a fair answer. I don't think that makes them an immediate favorite in the East, but what if he plays for Boston?
Wow. Yeah.
Well, what if he plays for Boston? Dave in the city. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I first want to say, we're in the West. You got to do what you got to do. And at this point, we got to start hoarding picks and preparing for the future. I don't think meaningful basketball is being in mediocrity for the next 2 years. I just don't see enough talent on this team to make any significant trades to get us out of maybe the 6th seed. And the free agency class, other than about 3 other people or players, it's not that strong at all to make any type of impact. So it's a 5-year rebuild. Get it over with. Steph, do right by us. Guys, we done right by you, and just usher the new generation in. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, Dave, thanks. By the way, he mentions, I don't even know who the free agents that he mentions. I don't know who he's looking at. I don't know. Some of this is just sort of the tone that you bring to the conversation. Everything Dave just said, that makes sense to me. But when you use the phrase 5-year rebuild, it's going to trigger some people. The highest valued franchise in sports. So I get it. I'm not fighting against it, but the Warriors are, and they're never going to use the word rebuild, and they're never going to do it that way. And when you say that, okay, 5-year rebuild. Okay, what are the things that need to happen over 5 years? And how would you know that it would only take 5 years? And what's going to be available to you during those 5 years? That's why I don't like any of these plans where you go, all right, we're starting over, and here's our 12-step program that we're going to go over the next 5 years. Well, the next 11 steps, you don't even know you don't even know what they are or what's available. So what the Warriors have done is just keep their flexibility. I shared that story with you one time last summer when it was my wedding week.
Yeah.
And the lovely Christy was going through all of the stuff that she had to do to get ready for the wedding. And she had this list. And I'm like, I know, man, it's crazy right now, isn't it? She's like, what are you talking about? What's your list? I go, it's got one thing on it. Be ready.
Say yes.
That's my list. Because I know that she's going to go through 1,000 things, and then things will come up and they'll develop. And somebody's going to need to be the, oh my God, we left the cake at the wrong house guy. Be ready. That's what the Warriors have done. That's their to-do list for the next 5 years. Be ready.
Right.
And make the decisions as they come.
And the decisions are coming fast and furious. And it's going to start with this pick that you either make or you don't make. And hopefully you get it right. We may not immediately know, but you hope that you pick a player that can come in and start and play right away and has some sort of an upside. And then you go from there and figure out how you're going to tweak your roster, restructure a deal. And then I think it's August or September, where they could go to him and say,
August, yeah.
Yeah, what do you think, Steph? And he could say 1 more year, 2 more years, or hit the pike, whatever he decides that he wants to do and whatever that amount is. I'm sure they've already gotten an idea how that will go. But the whole idea about a 5-year rebuild, it's real whenever you decide to do that. And I've been looking at Dallas throughout the course of the day, the Dallas rebuild, because the caller said, the guy who came down your road from Fresno, we didn't see Luka Doncic coming, and you're right, and that was a stunner. And then they turned Anthony Davis into 4 expiring contracts and a couple of first-round picks. Dallas has 2 first-round picks this year. They won the lottery last year, so they have Cooper Flagg, a couple of other good young pieces, 2 firsts in a deep draft. So their rebuild might be shorter than 5 years.
Could be.
If they get it right.
And they could also screw it up and they could have to start over, which is what the bad teams are usually doing in perpetuity. The Adorables up the road.
Right.
Are always doing this.
And Dallas has Kyrie Irving, so if he's able to come back and be a veteran point guard, he might be somebody you could trade at the deadline if he shows that he still has something left. So there are moves yet to be made. To your point, the Warriors have 11 steps to make between now and them getting good again, and Dallas has the same, and they've already made 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, they have. But then again, we love to do that where we're sitting here going, okay, this team's got all these picks. Right. A lot of the same franchises, they've always got the picks. Washington always has picks. New Orleans and Sacramento and Charlotte always have picks. When are they getting good? Is it?
Oh, Charlotte was good this year. Playoff team. Good-ish.
No, they lost in the play-in.
Yeah, but
they were the same as the Warriors.
By their standards, they were better. Better than New Orleans and better than the Adorables and the rest of it. Ultimately, it comes down to that. And you look at Sam Presti in Oklahoma City, chestnut checkers, all the moves. San Antonio, same thing. Steiny was rattling off all the guys that they've hit on.
Nailed it.
4 for 4. And I think that Utah, Danny Ainge, they've had to eat it for a number of years, and they're now positioned to where they're a team that's been doing a lot of things right, and they might be a year or two away from breaking through.
It's fascinating, though, too, because you can hit on all of your picks, and unless one of them, we know how the NBA works, unless one of those picks is that dude, and you know what I mean by that dude, it's still only going to lead to playoffs. I mean, Dave references the Luka. Oh, no one saw the Luka trade. Okay, what's really happened with that trade? That has led to what as far as June in the NBA?
Nothing for either team.
Nothing. It's led to nothing. It's led to a whole lot of anger in Dallas.
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year. Yeah, although that not technically a part of the trade, unless you believe in.
I don't.
Exactly.
I don't. But if you look at, like this year, Dallas, they wound up 26-56, and their pick landed at 9.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've got that pick, and they also have the Thunder's pick at number 30. So a couple of first rounders, and they have like 3 or 4 guys making $10 million or so or less who are all 24 or younger. So building blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors are not in a spot yet where they can start to do building blocks. And if you trade all them picks, if you F all them picks, when it comes time to do a Dallas or a Utah or a Thunders or a Spurs you got nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm a, gosh, this sucks. I'm a middle grounder.
I see both sides.
And no, I don't see both sides. I see neither side. I'm a middle grounder. You know what I mean? Like anything right now that sends out multiple picks, I'm against it. However, if something lands in your lap that is veteran related, that doesn't cost you a bunch of assets, sure. I mean, I think this LeBron idea, I mean, you and I have been talking about it for 2 months. We did that whole show about it when we were at the Shark Tank. I don't think it's a crazy idea, other than that I don't believe LeBron will want to do that, but I could be wrong. I don't know LeBron. If he wants to do that, great. Yes, do that. Do you know how many Warriors played more minutes than LeBron last year?
How many Warriors played more minutes?
Mm-hmm.
1?
Correct. You know who it was, don't you?
Podziemski.
So the whole, don't get older players because they don't play. LeBron played more minutes than every Warrior not named Pods.
Wow.
So he is a cyborg, as we know. So if that lands in your lap, sure, you can push some of those chips into the middle of the table, but I'm not doing all of them.
No.
So I'm a middle grounder.
And
it's boring, but that's what I am right now.
It was LeBron on the Mind the Game podcast with Steve Nash, released today. We were not outworked. They didn't out-physical us. They didn't outsmart us. I feel like we were just out-talented by OKC. They just possess so much more talent. So if you got out-talented, if you come here, are you not out-talented anymore? You're still out-talented.
For sure, but there is a spot where I understand where fans are coming from with regard to the idea that if you feel that way so firmly, then what organization could you join where you're not out-talented? Is there an
Cleveland
out-talented
with LeBron?
Yeah. You think that's going to put where could LeBron go where all of a sudden you're like, okay, Spurs, Thunder, watch out?
Boston.
You think?
I mean, that's a talented team with if Brown and Tatum are still there.
Sure. You're gonna put that up against Wemby, Castle, Harper, Vassell,
say it. Champagny. Keep the penny in there.
De'Aaron Fox.
Not playing.
Not right now.
Yep.
I don't think Dylan Harper's going to be playing for the next couple games either.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate injury.
I'll get to the calcium move in just a minute because it was like 60-40 OKC, 60% OKC chance, 40% San Antonio.
What happened?
Spurs steal game 1. It's a flat 50-50.
Really?
Spurs lose game 2 and another injured player. It's back to 60-40. My family vacation yet, which will be Memorial Day. That's the kind of thing that at the forefront of my mind. But at some point in June, late June, as July rolls around, free agency gets going. And as July rolls around, and maybe into August, we'll start to kind of get a feel for what the future may look like.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's telling you is, And not June, late June, might be July, could be mid-July, August, could be late August.
He's going to serve in the landscape.
He's going to, every 3 or 4 days, he's going to plant the little seed of, LeBron was seen in the Cayman Islands shooting jumpers.
He's earned that.
He has.
He's earned that.
It doesn't mean you have to go full Aaron Rodgers with it.
No, and I know, and he hasn't done that yet. You're suggesting that he might, and so he might. But
I'm coming back for one more. This is it. I'm Aaron Rodgers. Fet me. No one's going to fet you.
You were texting me while we were going off on this on the weekend show. I don't even understand the Aaron Rodgers one. The LeBron one, at least, I'm like, yeah, LeBron is still probably one of the best 20 players in the NBA. Probably. Why the hell the Steelers are sitting there going, is Aaron going to come back? Who cares? You are unserious about this season if you want him to be your quarterback. What is it you're attempting to do? Oh, thank goodness Aaron Rodgers is back. So now, fill in blank. What happens? So what? Aaron Rodgers is back. You're going to go beat Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson with him? Okay, you better hurt one of those other guys.
Whoa.
Well, that's the only way you're going to beat him. That's the only way you're going to beat him. They were both hurt last year, and you still barely beat him. You still needed the Ravens field goal kicker to mess up in order to beat him. And it's not like that meant anything. Then you went into the playoffs and got your doors blown off.
Playoffs, though. That's what they do.
Yeah. Unserious. Pittsburgh Steelers. Huge brand. Unserious about actual contention. Aaron Rodgers. Bobby Marks spoke on that extension thing. Steph Curry. You want to hear what he had to say?
Badly.
You do?
Don't make me beg for it.
No, how about if I just make you, I won't make you beg, but I might make you wait.
All right.
Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. Okay? What are you looking at me like that for?
You know why I'm not going to say it.
What?
Oh, I have to wait a little bit. I thought you were just going to play a little bit of it.
No.
I think the extension All right, that's coming up.
All right, coming up, Bobby Marks lays out both what the Steph Curry extension could look like and then weighs in on whether or not Steph will be asking for max money and what that would be. Hunter Pence is in 20 minutes. We need to talk about that team too. Buster Posey and the group a little hot under the collar these days with all the criticism that they're getting. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here. All right, I've been telling you, summer is basically here. All you have to do is go outside and you can feel it. And if you're still trying to figure out your weight loss program heading into summer and you're doing it by yourself, well, come on. The do-it-yourself thing only gets you so far. And I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD because they are local and they've been helping people around the Bay for years. And you actually work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan for you. I filled out my questionnaire yesterday. My personalized plan is going to be unveiled tomorrow. And yes, they do offer access to GLP-1 medications, and they're at some of the most affordable rates you can find here in the Bay Area. If you've been waiting to get serious before summer, well, summer's almost here. You don't want to wait until June and start to panic. Start now and get ahead of it. Feel good shirtless at the beach. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART. Or go to jumpstartmd.com today. May's almost over. Time to get started. 855-JUMPSTART or go to jumpstartmd.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, I'm Pick. And I'm Paul. My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well, Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're going to have to get him on for his annual pre-Tahoe celebrity golf visit, Brian Baumgartner.
Brian Baumgartner. We could do that. Do the Niners play? The Niners don't play the Packers this year.
Don't believe so.
Yeah. That's always a good way to get Brian on. Do a little trash talk about a Packer game. It's weird, though, because his Packer fandom kind of started because he's friends with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is not on the Packers anymore. Still a Packer fan.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like he should be a fan free agent. But we can ask him that next time we talk to him. Hunter Pence, in about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit less. The Giants cannot be surprised that they're getting criticized a lot in the public right now, but it feels like they're kind of it's starting to wear on them a little bit. The put your dukes up and feel like they're having to defend their position a little bit. We can get to that. We can get to that with Hunter. We will. I promise this. So, but Bobby Marks, he's the best capologist out there, at least in my opinion. ESPN. He was on with Steiny and Goo. This is what he said with regard to Steph Curry and an extension.
August 29th. So it's 2 years, 137 million. Typically, in an extension, you would really like to reward the player, not only what he's going to do in the past, but what the future is going to be. So when he's 40, he's going to be making $71 million. Is he going to be playing at a $71 million as a $71 million player? I think that's to be determined, right? Like, as great as he is, and we see him when he plays as great as he is, I think where is his body from there? And that's a tough question, right? That's a tough question. That's a tough question to answer as far as do you negotiate? Is there wiggle room there? Do you write a blank check for him for how much he has done for the organization and everything like that?
Okay, one more from Bobby, and this is the benefits. $71 million at age 40. The benefits potentially of Curry taking a little bit less.
You have three players under contract next year in 27, 28. Moody, Santos, and Will Richard. Your cap ledger is clean. So if you're taking 50 and not 65, I would think that would certainly help as far as if the ability to add in free agency or the ability to potentially acquire and trade. I think if you're Curry and you're meeting with them and he would say, well, what's the plan? Right? Like, what is the plan here? If I'm going to take a discount and drop my salary, and give back, $30, $40 million and $15 million per year or $20 million per year, who are we adding?
It's interesting. I don't know where you sit on this. This is kind of where I sit. Steph Curry can ask for whatever he wants, and whatever he demands, he gets, period. I don't know if he's going to demand that. I wonder if he, too, sees himself as part of the everything for Steph mantra. In other words, like, you want the Warriors to do all kinds of backflips in order to get Steph help. Does Steph feel like he should do some backflips in order to help himself? I think that's kind of the question. Does he want to help himself to more money or help himself to more teammates? And that's only a question that he can answer. Yeah. And if I'm the Warriors, I shrug my shoulders and accept whichever his answer is.
Pretty much.
And I go with it.
Well, that's also assuming that he wants to play 3 more years. So he has 1 more now, and you would go ahead and, tack on a couple more on top of that. And it just comes down to what is his number one priority. We've heard him talk a lot about, meaningful basketball. I want to play meaningful basketball. If you take $71 million at 40 years of age, I don't know if you have the ability to have as good a team around you to play that meaningful basketball. But then again, $71 million, being as great a humanitarian as he is, you think about, what could you do with an extra $21 million for the community, for the people of Oakland that he's been so supportive of, and for the people of Africa with, mosquito nets and all the other billions of causes that he's into. What's more important, me having a couple more ballers to win 47 games instead of 38, or $21 million to help the world?
And then there's outside pressures. The Players Union is watching these deals very, very closely. And they don't want, that's why I always kind of chuckle when everybody's like, you want to win? Fine, take the minimum. LeBron on the minimum.
Right.
Not taking the minimum, nor should they. That sends a very, very dangerous precedent, I think, as far as the Players Union is concerned. And I know it's very easy for us to say 2 things. A, boy, they get to play a kid's game and they've already made enough money. Those things are both true, but in my opinion, that doesn't mean that people should just now continue putting all the work that goes in, especially at age 40, to being ready to play basketball, perform in front of thousands who have paid their own money to come see you, and do that for, virtual, relative pennies on the dollar. I don't know why. Like, why? Why should they do that?
Well, it's not why should they do that. It's, why would they do that? And he would do that because he wants to have better players around him, and he wants to give his employer, and I'm looking at the number right now, he had made $413 million on the court going into last year. You tack on 59.6, he's at about 473 earned, and he's got 62 more coming. He's gonna cross the $500 million mark on the court. He's probably made at least that off the floor, maybe more. I have no idea. It's not about the money. It's about what do you want to do, and if you want to play meaningful basketball, I think that making $50 million instead of 71 gives you $21 million, if my math is right, gives the team $21 million extra of money to go out there and, try to get the team better around you.
That makes sense to me.
And I don't think the union would say a word if he went from 71 to 50.
I agree with you.
If he was making the mid-level.
But the whole idea of LeBron on the minimum or Steph, why don't you just take the minimum? That's different. That's going from 71 to 1. Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that
I agree with.
That's different. But didn't LeBron played for 50 last year, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he probably could have made, the max because he's LeBron.
He could have done whatever he wanted.
Exactly. And Steph is in the same boat.
Yeah, they drafted his kid for him.
Right. Well, he turned out to be a good little player.
He's fine.
Nice young man.
Yeah.
Never met him.
Seen his golf swing?
Bronny?
Yeah.
No, can he swing it?
He can swing it.
Really? Because I've seen Dad swing.
Dad can't swing it.
No.
Kid can swing it.
Okay.
See, it's a generational thing too, right? And maybe not so for LeBron.
Depends.
LeBron's younger than us, but if you picked up a club before you were 40 years old, when we were kids, you were a dork. Like there was so much pressure. It was nerd stuff. It was like golf. It's an old man's game. And then along came Tiger, and even a little bit before that, it got cool-ish, and then it just became something that, I don't know about the neighborhood you're in. This is like what the middle school kids go do after school. They go to a golf course.
Right.
It's where they all hang out.
Yeah.
There's food and drinks, and people are firing balls all over the place, and youth on course, and all that stuff. So different now.
I defy you right now, if you're listening and you're not driving, go try and get a tee time for tomorrow. 10 o'clock at a public course. And you could try 9 or 10 or 11 different courses, and you can be sold out. And part of that is because a lot of courses close, but also that damn pandemic, another negative byproduct of the pandemic.
Yeah.
All y'all now are golfing. Prices go up, courses get closed, and it's golf.
It was like the first thing you could do.
Right.
And it was really
great. And watch the Bundesliga.
Right.
And Korean baseball.
Watch Last Dance, but I'm like, it was outside.
Tiger King.
It was outside, but you didn't want anybody touching the pins. Do you remember golf where they put those big, bases around the pin?
That's right.
Yeah. And I was like, we're just birdie every hole. All you had to do was get it in the neighborhood of the green, and you was like, pow, just bang it off the thing. And they're like, dink, that's good. Because they didn't want anybody touching the holes.
Yeah. Washing our groceries and stuff. That is one of the positive things that came out.
Did you ever do that? Did you wipe down groceries?
There was a couple wipe downs.
I refused. I was like, I don't know. What are we doing here?
There's a couple wipe downs. Early wipe downs. But now, golf, you keep the pin in. That was a positive outcome.
Yeah.
They changed the rule. It's like, we don't need to take the pin out. Are you tended for me, Jim? Just leave it in. You're not going to make it anyway.
Now you're almost annoying if you do want the pin out.
Right.
My kid is like, you get to take the pin out. I'm like,
the 19-year-old?
Yes.
He's good enough to
He's
I'll
good
take it
enough.
Out.
He's playing an actual, that's his analytics. He's like, no, I need the pin out. I'm
right.
Like, I got to go all the way and take the pin out.
And honestly, that should be the rule. You're probably on the border of in or out. I'm not good enough to where you take the pin out.
I'll leave it in. I'm not.
Leave it in.
I don't have the energy for any of that. Leave it in. All right. We're sponsored by Safeway. Hey, Hunter Pence is about to come on the show. It's very easy to criticize the Giants right now, but the Giants collectively feel like they're starting to get a little annoyed with how much they're being criticized. And I wonder what the level of fairness is there. We can talk that out. Hunter's going to jump in on this conversation. You can too. 888-957-9570. That is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin value packs for just $5.99 per pound. Don't forget to clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard. As we were just discussing, you all know I'm a huge golfer. Leave the pin in. But that's why I stay at Silverado Resort when golfing in Napa. You can choose from 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the Refresh Spa and Recovery Lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, it is time to rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's Snack Wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
I need a shot of Hunter.
Big time.
Don't you all?
10 games below, who could possibly make you feel better?
Okay, yeah. Hunter Pence.
Hello.
So, it's Willard and Dibs. Here comes Hunter Pence on the River Islands guest line. And is that putting too much pressure on you, Hunter? Like, they're 20 and 30. We're looking to you for some positivity here and make us feel better. Is that too much pressure?
Not really, man. I appreciate that. I like having that title, and I'm not going to lie. This is going to take some resilience as a fan, as a team, for the guys. This is tough, and you know, I'm looking over everything, and it's been a head scratching season for sure. But just look back to like before we started this season, guys, and tell me, like, we would have thought this is the deepest lineup and the best offense we've had in a long time going into the season. And if you're telling me we're the bottom 3 and war for position players and our offense is down this bad and Casey Schmidt was having the season he's having, I would not have believed you. So we have that to look at and be like, well, we can expect more from some of these guys.
Yeah, I'm with you, Hunter, and I think that's a fair thing to say, which is nobody was, at least very few, were hot and bothered before this all started. So you mentioned that it's been a head-scratching season. I wonder if you could give us some specifics on what has you scratching your head.
Well, that's the number one. Like, obviously, I thought the biggest question coming into the season, and now we're deep enough to have an idea. And guys, just remember also, they could get hot. Like, they've taken some huge deflating losses that have been pretty tough. We've been outscored pretty bad, but we're seeing, Devers heat up a little bit. But the head scratching for me is our worry was the bullpen, and the bullpen's been solid. The pitching's kind of, middle of the pack, and we're looking at, an injured Logan Webb who hasn't done what he can do. Malley and Hauser haven't been as advertised, but improving. But I think the bullpen has been a really kind of, I know we had the blown save and Ryan Walker didn't do what he did, but we've had some people step up, and, you're looking at maybe Randy Rodriguez coming in later and some arms that we have to look forward to in the future. But to me, the head scratcher is that we've played good defense. It's just that our offense has not been able to hit, and it's guys that have had a long track record of hitting well. And I know the work and what Hunter meant. He was a part of that Blue Jays comeback. They took off last year, and he is extremely smart, and the game plan is amazing. So I have a lot of faith that they're going to turn that around, guys. And I think when some of these hitters get going and you get back, a Logan Webb and they dial some of that in, there's a chance they can rattle off a big win streak and get back in the mix. But right now, the head scratcher is just how many guys were cold at once.
And not only cold, but starting to snap out of it, but still not racking up the runs and, last in baseball in runs and bottom 5 in home runs. You don't draw walks and you never steal a base. Are those types of things, especially the walks and the stolen bases, are those at all fixable for this team?
The thing that I mentioned, when I was on the road trip is that you can't draw walks unless you're punishing the strike zone. So if you're not damaging your pitches, you can't just take strikes. Like, you scare the pitcher into walking because he's afraid to throw a strike. So when they start hitting homers and start putting crooked numbers and getting guys on, they get a little bit more tight and a little bit more afraid to just pound the zone, and then you can work your walk. So it's kind of a bit of a paradox there that you have to swing the bat well to get walks, and that's just the bottom line. So I do think that the offense is definitely something that can get hot and get going. So if there is a bright side, it's that these guys are going to turn it around. You can have a lot of faith, and if they don't, then if everyone's just having their worst season of their career, you can't really account for that. It's just tough. And but the bottom line is it's going to take some resilience from these guys. I know they're putting in the work, and a couple of those guys get hot. Hitting is contagious, and winning can get contagious. But also on the back end, and I want to give this is a long-winded answer, a lot of credit to the core four once again from my time of playing. When we got a lead late, those guys were so good. We're talking Jeremy Affeldt, Javi Lopez, Santiago Casilla, Sergio Romo. I think I mentioned him. But these guys were so good, and that literally builds so much confidence. And when you lose games late and you get a lead, it's the biggest crusher to your spirit because all your effort, all your work, it feels like it's all for naught, and it can get you down. But they have some guys that can maybe fill that gap and get it going. They're going to have to just continue to really be tough and find a way to catch that hot streak, get the hitting contagious. And that's kind of the hope as a Giants fan and part of the Giants organization is that the offense picks up and everyone kind of snowballs off of that.
Hunter Pence is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Hunter, I'm so curious about this dynamic. You've got a team that's got this high-priced, veteran-laden infield. They're struggling, and then there's also sort of the unexpected weirdness behind the Bryce Eldridge situation. All of those dynamics land on the lap of a manager who's never managed in the big leagues before, and that feels like a difficult recipe to figure out. What are you viewing from Tony Vitello in terms of how he's handling this and sort of if he's even equipped to handle this?
Well, no matter what team you're on, there's going to be tough situations, tough conversations, and I definitely think Vitello is equipped to handle this situation. He's got so many great minds around him that are there and supporting as well. You got Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy there on a daily basis. You got Buster, all these guys, and Tony Vitello is extremely, extremely smart, impressive conversations. There's a lot of depth to him. And it's not just short term, it's long term as well. And obviously he's competitive and he wants the short term to win now. And they're going to fight till the finish. There's no doubt about that. That's just the competitor he is, to win every single game they can. But I definitely am highly impressed every conversation I have with him. I really think that he has just incredible ways to view not only the game of baseball, but life and the humans that are a part of what make a great baseball team. It's the human element. It's getting guys on the same page. It's backing people up. It's taking, pressure off of the players. They are pros. These are professional players, and it's a very veteran team. And, and when you have these rookies coming up, it's just part of the blend. It's part of the kind of cycle of baseball, and it's tough to get at bats when you're really pushing to get wins for a young prospect.
And you lead it right to Bryce Eldridge and the idea of development as a AAA everyday player or being up with probably better coaches and learning from Ron Washington. Where do you weigh in on how possible that is for Bryce to be up here and develop by only playing 3 days a week?
Yeah, I don't like that personally. And I'm not sure how they're going to figure that out, but you need to it's so hard to learn the big leagues. And this is a prospect that you're looking at being kind of a, franchise kind of guy. He's got that kind of talent. He's still so young. I would want him playing every day personally, but these are decisions. They know Bryce Eldridge. He's a very intelligent, kid. Every time I talk to him, he understands, the situation. But for me, I think you got to play. You got to play to get better. And sitting on the bench can really wreck your confidence because your timing gets off. you start missing a pitch here and there just because it could be the smallest calibration, and then you start questioning yourself. And that's the last thing you want, is him to not be able to get in rhythm, because you're going to, when you're playing every day, you're going to have your 0 for 4s, you're going to have your slumps, and you get back in there and you're slowly solving it, and you kind of you fine tune to the frequency of the speed of the game. And it's the same in AAA, whether you're in the big leagues. Like, there is a step to learn, but every day at bats, and you're going to have to learn to adjust on that failure, but you need to get another day after an 0 for. You need to get another day after, if you're never going to allow a kid to hit a lefty if he never faces a lefty. You got to give him the chance, and they'll solve it if you trust your scouts, you trust the talent of the player. You got to have confidence in him, believe in him, and give him the everyday at bats.
All right.
We just have players that are ready to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair answer, number one. And number two, I do get that while it was a self-made problem, the Giants had a little bit of a roster puzzle that was difficult on a nightly basis. But now, if with Ramos hurt, at least in the interim, I'm not understanding why the Giants haven't said, okay, puzzle solved. Casey Schmidt, for right now, you're our left fielder, and Bryce Eldridge, you're our DH. Do you understand why they keep saying this is still a puzzle when it feels like it's not?
Yeah, I mean, you can't ever really sacrifice defense like that, and unless you really feel like Casey can come in and play excellent defense. But, for me, pitching and defense is what wins, and, learning that on the fly is really tough. You're going to lose some games if you're missing balls and not getting those plays. So I still think it is a puzzle. This is why those kind of utility guys are so valuable that can be athletic and play tons of positions. Casey is incredible on the infield, and he's picked stuff up really fast, but jumping to the outfield, you don't want to put that weight on him and really the pitching staff, because, that's their livelihood. You get a bad route, it's a hit. And you have a bad read. These are things that are a big weight on a manager to do to your pitching staff and to do to your player. Just like, hey, go figure out the outfield on the fly.
You mentioned pitching and defense, and also you talked about the core four and how they were so defined in their roles. How challenging is it for this team, this bullpen, to not really know their role?
Well, actually, they didn't have defined roles. They didn't like it. But in 2012, They did a chant, they had the rotating closer, and it was like if there was righties up, Romo was in. If there was lefties up, Hobby was the closer. Romo ended up becoming the closer in the playoffs, but the run to get to the playoffs, they were kind of Boch was cycling them out and really just playing chess while everyone else was playing checkers with those guys. He knew how to get the right matchups, and back in those days, you didn't have to face three hitters. It was not completely defined roles other than you're going to get the tough lefties out, Hobby. Jeremy can probably get both. Casilla can probably get both. And Romo, you're going to face the righties. So they're going to have similar to those defined roles. Like, you're going to be in high leverage. You're going to be in low leverage. If you don't like it, pitch better, and then you earn your way into the high leverage situation. So these guys are informed. I think they're honestly doing a really great job overall. The pitching can obviously get better. The starting pitching can get a little bit deeper, but the bullpen, once again, has been a little bit of the bright spot in my eyes. Like, it's been better than I expected.
Hunter, you're a perfect guy to ask this, because I think you're a fun guy, an energetic guy, but also an intense guy. What's your take on how much chatting Willy Adames does out there on the field during the game?
It's definitely a balance, and he's taking accountability for the mistakes, but that's his personality. And it's hard to take away someone's authenticity, in my opinion. And look, they're gonna when you're losing, you're gonna look at everything you can do to blame. But if you take that away from Willie, do we, are we making him uncomfortable in his own skin? It definitely is a tightrope to balance. Do I love it? I wouldn't say I don't I hate it, but I think, in my opinion, you want your players to be free, to be authentic, but you got to be focused. So he has to hold that accountability. Hey, look, you can say hello and be your bright personality, because that's part of his charisma. That's part of his leadership. It's fun to watch when they're winning and it's going well, but when it's going bad, it's an easy thing to blame. And so be focused and compete between the lines. This guy shows up every day. He brings energy even when he's slumping, which is something that's really, really amazing. And, and he heats up and has his moments. He can be really clutch. So for me, I think that it's a little bit silly to be like, hey, now that we're losing, you can't be yourself, or to change that. So I do think, though, you have to address, we can't have you, losing focus in the moment. Like, dial it in. There's a balance. Be yourself. And he knows that. He's a pro.
Did you ever have a moment where you had a gaffe like that, where you forgot how many outs or hidden ball trick victim or something like that?
I wouldn't say it's hidden ball trick. Definitely maybe forgot the amount of outs, but I always took the like if I didn't know exactly, I always acted like there was, it would be like if there was like already 2 outs and I wasn't sure if there was 2 outs. I was like, let me make sure I'm ready to throw this just in case. And then read the body language, because it's a lot, 14 seasons, 162. Every now and then, you just you get a blip where you don't exactly remember. And so it's happened before to me. And I was, one of the people who, I thought I considered myself mentally strong. So I never had like a huge blip, but I definitely a couple times was like, I think there's 2 outs, but I'm not completely sure.
And the poor second baseman probably caught one in the ear as you come up throwing rockets from the outfield.
Well, I'm not just unleashing it, because you can see who you're throwing to. And if they start running in, you do your kind of crow hop, and then you act like you're just running in. You got to play it. You got to sell the sizzle.
Hunter, I'm trying to remember, hey, when did the outfielders all start getting together to do some sort of a coordinated deal after a win? Were you still playing when that started?
Yeah, I think we always had the jump, and we would all have a competition who could get the highest, and try to get the picture in the newspaper. Make sure to pick your legs up so it looks like you really jumped high. And we were doing kind of the basketball thing, the nuts, the hugs, and it's fun. It's part of the entertainment and the joy and the camaraderie, and coming up with new things and handshakes and. Those are each season has its own kind of spice, so to speak. And the humping, I thought that was fun, but I guess I can't do that.
I was going to say, what would you do if Drew Gilbert came up to you and said, all right, Hunter, here's what we're doing if we win this game tonight?
Oh yeah. I'd be like, I'm down. Let's go, baby. What do you need?
You know what? I should have guessed that.
Whatever it takes, fellas, whatever it takes. And, hey, they were winning at that point. We got rid of the thrust, and then we fell off a little bit.
Yeah.
Bring the thrust back. Let Gilbert thrust.
There's a bumper sticker.
Let them thrust. That's going to be at the Giants memorabilia station tomorrow night. I got it. Hey, Hunter, before you go, what do they do about Trevor McDonald, dude? This guy's pitching his butt off, but what happens when Logan Webb comes back? What would you do?
He's got to be on the team. He's pitched too good, man. You got to find a way. When you pitch your way into the lineup, you earned it. And until it's a game of play good. So he's playing good. Find a way to keep him up there.
You're the best, man. I'm going to let everybody know who's bothered by the hip thrust that you're okay with it.
I'm okay with it. This is fun. It's entertaining. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Hunter, before you go, we do want to shout out the Healthy Planet Project because our boss came in and said, look, make sure you mention it. That's a great thing. We love the earth. We need it. So give us some time. Talk to us about the Healthy Planet Project, Hunter.
Well, yeah, just check out healthyplanetproject.org if you want to get out and join the community. We do different tree plantings throughout the year and picking up trash and coming together and just hanging out. So if you're interested in that sort of thing or getting active, we also have the Get in the Game Challenge where you can log community hours that you put in. This is just kind of a little incentive to go out and join the community and help out in the Bay Area neighborhoods. And you log the hours, you get rewards. So the top the top hour, service members will get to join me for a Giants game later this season. So there's some cool prizes along the way. So do good and get rewarded. That's the plan.
Love that. Fantastic. And by the way, also, any coffee recommendations? Anything you want to tell us there?
Oh, I mean, like St. Frank's is the bomb in San Francisco. There's a lot of good coffees, though, coming around. You can hit up St. Frank's, the coffee movement, just a beautiful spot, a couple spots from St. Frank's, and I love the owner there. He's always treated me really well, and all the management and the staff. So good people and good coffee.
What are you, about 4 cups a day on the average?
So at least a pot minimum, and then it just depends.
Man, you're still putting a pot together?
Oh, that's just baseline. Like a lot of times when I'm doing the broadcast, they can't believe how much coffee I'm drinking. I don't know. It's just I have water too. It's like hydrate and caffeinate. Nobody's gonna out caffeinate us in the booth.
That's another good goal.
Hydrate and caffeinate. It's another T-shirt.
Hunter, thank you, man. Appreciate you.
All right, take care, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay, Hunter Pence right here on Willard and Dibs. You know what that is, by the way?
It's a caffeination sensation.
And a hydration sensation.
That's a double cha-ching.
It is, yeah.
Grandy,
get on it.
Let's start with the pot. Cha-ching! We're going to go ahead and get some fine beans and grind them up, get the filter.
Great. Let's drink.
And we brew a pot.
How many homes do you know where, like, they wouldn't even know what the hell he was talking about?
A lot.
A pot of coffee?
We used to.
That's what my dad used to make and still does.
We have a Nespresso, which is.
Yeah, no, that's different. You put the little pod in there.
Pod in there.
Not a pods, it's a pod.
That's right.
Just one pod.
We put the Brandon Podjemski in there, and then you close the lid and you brew a cup.
Yeah.
Wait, you think it's rare for people to have a coffee maker?
Yes.
Like with an actual pot?
Like a traditional coffee maker. People have the pods. A lot of people just
Keurig.
Yeah, exactly. Keurig, or they just go to Starbucks or Pete's or whatever. Like, I don't think there's a
Grandy, I'm sure you brew a pot.
Yeah, you're fully aware of what a throwback you are.
Well, I'm also not a coffee drinker, but I feel like a lot of people have a pot of coffee at home. Maybe I'm going crazy.
A lot of people don't.
Like,
888-957-9570. Do you brew a pot of coffee?
Like a traditional, just like a pot of coffee.
My parents do still every morning.
Yeah, your parents. That's the point.
Well,
my parents.
There is a coffee pot.
My age.
Right.
They're not that old.
No.
Barely.
My parents are older than you.
They better be.
Yeah, super old.
By a good margin.
But they're not 70.
They are.
My bad.
There you go. See,
no wonder why you're such an old soul.
That's what I'm saying.
We have a coffee pot at the apartment.
And
I just don't use it.
There you go.
But Evan does.
We have a coffee pot for emergencies, and it's one of those, and I hate these. I should save it for what's bugging me. It's one of those pour-overs where you put the plastic filter on top, and you put the grounds in, and you got to pour and wait. I like the one where you just put it in, fill the water, push the button, and it'll beep at you when it's done.
Text line's going crazy. I didn't say nobody has a pot. I said a lot of people don't. It is a, what I would call over time, I think it's going to be a dying thing. And again, it doesn't mean everybody's having coffee, but there's all the different gizmos now and different ways to do it. The old I brewed a pot of coffee people, I feel like that is, declining.
It's an approach.
It's a fading dynasty.
It depends on how you approach coffee. Hunter Pence is clearly, I said 4 cups, and he almost scoffed at that. Scoffy.
He's like by 9 a.m.
Right. So if you're going to drink that much, brewing a pot makes sense. I am like Drexel in the NCAA tournament. I'm one and done. I will almost never, ever have a second cup.
Yeah, I'm usually I'm on one a day, and I have what's an actual special iced coffee.
Of course you do.
Because I don't drink hot coffee. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You're one of those weirdos.
Yes. I never had coffee till I was in my 40s. And
really?
Yes. I never had a cup of coffee till I was in my 40s.
Even doing morning show at times?
Water. And they used to look at me like, what? Where is you? I was like the Hunter Pence of the station back then. They're like, where is this natural energy? You wake up at 4:30 like this? I'm like, let's freaking go.
With no
We're
coffee.
in the freaking bay.
That's right.
No coffee. And the only reason I started doing it is because I was getting migraines. And someone suggested, they're like, you might want to try coffee. And I'm like, I've never had a cup of coffee in my life, and I hate hot drinks. And they're like, go get an iced coffee. I'm like, will you come with me to the Starbucks? I don't even know what to say.
Let me get an iced mocha latte with 2 pumps of syrup.
No, I don't. But like I do, I put the sweet stuff in. I know what to say now, but I didn't. I'm like, if you had said latte, I'm like, I didn't even know what that is. Macchiato? Who are you? I don't know what that stuff is. I had to be totally educated in my 40s.
Once upon a time, and this is a 95.7 The Game throwback story, Matt Steinmetz, he used to get a thing of coffee at Starbucks, I would guess, and he would put sugar in it. And by sugar, I mean a ton. So the next day, we wanted to see how much.
Yep.
21 sugar packets.
Oh, no.
He poured it out on a piece of paper, and I'm talking about Say hello to my little friend.
That's not
You want to
even-
talk about Scarface?
Wow.
The amount of sugar in this man's coffee.
That's not even coffee.
No, it's called diabetes.
Yeah, no judgment over here. I go to Starbucks now and I buy their bottle of vanilla.
Oh, wow.
And I put that in my, I mean, it takes me weeks and weeks to get through it, but
why does it always go back to that?
Right in the
why
iced
can't you have
coffee.
something you just pour? Look.
No, because it's got the thing on it. And it's got the pump on it.
Yeah, I get that. You intentionally seek out things that have pumps so you can make that noise.
That big pump of you. Yeah, that.
That's the one.
It's not just butter popcorn at the movies. It's also
No sugar in my coffee for the past 8 years.
Well, you're an animal. So we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Okay, after Hunter came on, a bunch of you want to weigh in on the Giants. So stay right there. Trevor and Kitty and Spencer, stay where you are. We're coming to you because we gotta talk this out here on Willard and Dips.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. I was just talking out in the other room about the San Francisco branch right down the way on 3rd Street, just one of the many great branches at Fremont Bank where you get that excellent customer service. And I know this because I've been a customer for more than 5 years, and every branch I go into, it's the same sweet story. The customer service is second to none. They look out for me because I'm a customer that they know and they care about. I'm not just another number at a big box bank. I'm an actual person, and they customize their service for me and my needs. They're active members of the communities that they serve, and that's 20 communities here in the Bay Area, plus one in Carmel by the sea down there in the Monterey area. And they've been doing this great stuff for more than 60 years. They started it in 1964, and they've grown sensibly to become a Bay Area institution. Shed your big box bank. Become a Fremont Bank member. You won't regret it. Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee
future outcomes.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
And he's been schmitting on a lot of balls this year.
He has.
Make him your left fielder. I know Hunter Pence kind of, Hunter Pence is like, and he's always been this way, pitching and defense. Which I don't dispute. However, that's not what the Giants are doing at a lot of the other spots around the diamond. They just traded Patrick Bailey. You brought in Arise and Devers for the right side of the infield. They've played great, but you couldn't have necessarily predicted that. Hell, even having Elliot Ramos be your left fielder. Those aren't necessarily pitching and defense type moves, at least in the short term. I'm making Casey Schmidt the left fielder and playing Bryce Eldridge every day. And now it's getting even more confusing because it's not just, hey, he's your number one prospect. You should, roll with it. He's hitting the ball all over the diamond really hard.
Really hard.
And he does not have that much to show for it yet, but he's just ripping the ball harder than any other Giant right now. So explain that. In terms of why he's not in the lineup.
Exactly.
It's making less and less sense with each passing game.
Facing a righty tomorrow and a righty Saturday. There is a lefty on Sunday. So if you still wanted to piecemeal and protect, I don't know if there are negative splits in there, but if I am looking to play him at least twice, I would go the next 2. And if he continues to rake, put him in there against a lefty. He's your top prospect. He's going to pull through. Like today, my daughter had something at school, and it was Wheels Day. And they're out there on their scooters, their stride bikes. One girl had roller skates. And, Mila on lap 34, she goes down. No head trauma. It was a spill. And immediately she shoots her head up, looking at, mom and dad to come save the day. And you're fine. Up you go. I'm not limping over there. Exactly. You're going to pull through.
I'm going to try to pull up some. Actually, I think I've got him here. This is only big league stuff. I think Bryce Eldridge just had 4 bats in the big leagues against left-handers. He has not gotten a hit yet. But I want to dive into the minor league numbers on Bryce Eldridge's splits and see just kind of how he's done against left-handed pitching in the past. Because as Hunter said, how are we going to know how you do against left-handed pitching until you face left-handed pitching? So that's where I am. More on the Giants, but we want to work in your calls for sure. 888-957-9570. Trevor, Rohnert Park. Hey, Trev, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? No, I just doing good. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
Yeah. Well, just listening the last few days and like kind of just trying to understand why this is like such a shocker to people that this team is not a very good team. Like, there's nobody on this team that really excites me that much. I gotta say, guys, I don't know why you go out and even get a guy like Devers when you've got a team that's so far away from even sniffing a championship or a deep playoff run. So, I mean, I'm just like kind of baffled by it. Like, there's not really a whole lot to talk about. They're just not very good. They're like, all these players that are on this team are not very good. They're not going to be on this team in 4 or 5 years. Most of this team is going to be totally broken down and rebuilt. It's just mismanaged from the top down. And there's nobody on the team that's very good other than maybe Devers, and he's not even playing very well. I mean, you guys should be talking more about the A's maybe right now than the Giants. That's a team that is probably playing better than the Giants.
Trevor, you madcap Trevor. You snake in the grass. Ah, boy, that one got me. Yeah, for all you A's fans who are going to come at me and hate on me, yes, it's personal. But B, they're better than the Giants. They don't play in this market.
So what? Yeah, so are the Diamondbacks. Should we talk about
Dodger
them?
baseball.
I mean,
how about that?
I wish. Can we say this really quick?
You can say whatever you want.
I know.
I got words.
No, real fast for our audience. Just so, like, I don't. Look, you get to like whatever you want to like, and you get to wish that sports radio would talk about whatever you wish sports radio would talk about. Allow us for just a moment to talk about how our industry works. We don't talk about whoever's winning. That is not the metric. We don't just wait and go, okay, who's winning, and then let's talk about that team. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with it whatsoever. It has to do with the teams, the athletes, and the things that go on in sports that the majority of the audience care about and think about. And that's it. So whenever everybody gets into it, and even some of it even is teams in our market. So whatever you want to do athletics, you want more Sharks, you want more Quakes, you want more Valkyries, it's all run through metrics. And so whenever I'm watching TV, listening to radio, streaming anything, any of that stuff, when people say, God, there should be more, like, for instance, the Kardashians. A lot of people are like, why the hell do you watch that trash? Or doesn't your wife love the Real Housewives?
All of it.
Okay. And it's akin to getting mad at the network for it being on. Why do you think it's on?
Why do you think they keep coming up with new places to have it?
Because people watch it.
Right.
You determine what gets talked about. Not them. Not the A's record and the Giants record. You determine what gets talked about. Period. So you want to get mad at what's being talked about on the radio? Go get mad at your neighbor. That's who determines it.
I'll go get mad at the owner who single-handedly drove that brand into dust. And, boy, they sure broke up with us about 8 years ago, and we're still trying to recover here at 95.7 The Game.
That ended up being quite the blowout, didn't it?
Man,
Woo.
boy.
Woo.
Yeah, they dumped us, and we married a supermodel. The chef.
You want a really fun stat? That's a stat.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
No, right now.
Okay.
Bryce Eldridge, career minor league splits, career OPS versus right-handed pitching, 848.
It's all levels.
All levels.
Okay.
All levels.
That's a 2.
I know.
Trying too hard.
I thank you.
My bit. How's he against lefties, Mark?
Hold on. I want that number to sink in. That's a good number.
846?
848. See,
My bad. Yep.
See, let it sink in.
Okay.
848. Career OPS against right-handed pitching. Career OPS against left-handed pitching. You sitting down?
Yeah.
I know that you are. 907.
907 against lefties. Mm-hmm. He's not supposed to be better against lefties.
Better platoon him.
Yeah, that's what them call them negative splits now. Normally you're better against the opposite side.
Make it make sense. I want you to make it make sense. You have to make it make sense. You don't owe us this, that, or the other. But especially for anyone in the Giants organization right now that's having, and I know y'all are back home off the road, if you're having a hard time with the way that the media and the public are talking about you and talking to you right now, I'm sure it doesn't feel good. I know Zach Manassian a few weeks ago was like, bring it on. We're ready for it. Well, you're getting it. You're getting criticized in a lot of spots. Your play-by-play guys, as iconic as they are not even speaking during the game right now because everyone is so upset about the way this is going. It's just a piece of advice. Make it make sense. That's it. You don't have to be right every time. Nobody is. You don't have to win all the games. Nobody does. Do you have to play better? Of course, and I know that the Giants already know that. But no matter who you are, no matter what you do have to make it make sense.
I mean, you don't. If you're 20 and 30, there are going to be questions asked.
If you want an audience, if you want customers, you got to make it make sense.
It would make sense. It would make as little sense if you were 30 and 20 as it makes at 20 and 30, but you have to make it make sense now because you're 10 games below 500. And you've got a guy named Brennan who just has, 1 hit or 2 hits as a Giant, and he gets to lead off. So I think that fans are clamoring for it to make it make sense more because you are struggling. And it's a little like the Kuminga thing where,
no doubt,
as a rookie, the number 7 overall pick didn't get to play a ton. He played in a lot of games and he played some minutes, but you won the title, so you didn't have to make it make sense.
Of course. But right now, the Giants essentially, if I see you in the aisles, if I go over to Safeway and I flag down whoever's working behind the deli counter, and I'm like, I'm going to need a ham sandwich. And they're like, no, we sell watches behind this counter. I'm sorry, it says...
I see ham right here. No, the ham only gets to be served once out of every 3 days.
It says delicatessen up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. We don't sell the ham on Fridays or Sundays, only on Saturday. Right now, we're selling watches. Make it make sense.
The ham doesn't get served to lefties. The ham only gets served to righties. We're platooning the ham. Well, the only way that they can make it make sense.
It's frustrating,
and
dude.
I do believe, Dave Fleming has said this, and I think other people with the organization have said it, and I do believe it. Hunter Pence actually made reference to it. There is value in being there even if you're not playing. Now, Hunter went further to say, he should be playing.
You can't sit him, though.
Right. But there is value just being up there.
I agree with that.
And
I don't again, it's an if or then kind of a situation. I don't mind Bryce being up if he plays. I do mind him being up if he doesn't play. And then you start to roll the ball down the hill a little bit, and I actually think it's gotten worse because now it feels like Bryce is one of the better hitters on the team. He is hitting the ball harder than anybody else. So now we went from roster crunch to, except for he's hitting the ball pretty well, to there isn't a roster crunch because 2 guys got hurt, and you're sticking with the plan. So it didn't make sense 2 weeks ago, and now it makes less. And you're still doing it.
I mean, they were doing it. We don't know if they still will do it.
I mean, they did it. They did it 2 games ago. Right. I know he played yesterday. He did not play the day before that. Let's go to Kitty. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Kitty in the Bay. Hello, Kitty.
How the heck are you? Aren't you going to go meow?
Well, I'm going to stop short of that, but I am
going to
hit you with a. I am going to say where you been.
Well, I've had a few little health issues of my own. I just got a new pacemaker, but I'm still at the games. Okay.
Beautiful. That's good to hear.
Yeah. Hey, okay. I got 4 points, and you know me. And then we're going to go into Bryce because it's huge with me. You guys, first of all, you all are awesome, and I am so enjoying this show. I have not been able to spend this kind of time, and you guys are hitting it out of the park, okay?
Well, thank you, Katie.
And to have Hunter on, I'm gonna say yes, yes, yes to Hunter, right?
Yep.
And you know what Hunter said? Whatever it takes. And you know what song I play all the time and post with my stupid Instagrams and when they hit it out of the park or do something? It's Whatever It Takes, because I love how the adrenaline feels in my veins.
Is that Imagine Dragons? Yes, very good, Kitty.
Yes. That is my favorite song, and focus on that, people, okay? The other one I want to mention, by the way, Bravado. If you're ever in the city across from the ballpark, it's called Bravado. Private bathroom. They heat the toilet seat. Amazing coffee, and I don't even drink coffee, okay? I drink water. So, there we go.
You had me at heated toilet seats.
This call's only getting better. I'm leaning in. Go ahead, Kitty. Keep rocking. You're on one.
No, I've known the owner, Lee, forever, and he keeps the most immaculate bathroom. And I stop there. If I park across over by the Beacon, and then I'm walking over Underdog Cantina, a little plug for my favorite places. In between is Bravado. You guys, you've got to go there. And the players go there. Ushers go there. Rich Aurelia's gone there. I bought him a cup of coffee. Okay, I'm done with that. Now, and then just an interjection for Healthy Planet Project, phenomenal. Okay. We're done? We're good with all that?
Yep. Are we on to number 3, or was that all number 1?
That was 2B.
Well, I'm just Kitty rambling as usual because I haven't talked to you guys, and I feel I need to get it in because I know you have a lot of callers. I just really want to just praise you. I do. And you know, Mark, you've known me a long time.
Indeed.
And I never try to be, I don't try to be negative. I don't. I want to say, but
and I love that about you.
What?
Neither do I.
Well, exactly. But you gotta bring this stuff up, okay? And so what if they're celebrating the field? So what if they're doing that stuff, okay? It's okay. Here's my final comment. Bryce Eldridge, okay? He needs to be playing first base. I'm sorry, Devers, and I'm going to say it out loud, Devers, you're not a first baseman, okay? You're not a lefty. You don't have the stretch. We got a 6'7" kid that can stretch beyond belief, all right? He hits a home run, you guys, and I love that you're mentioning his stats. He hits a home run. It almost was a splash. Bummer. It hit on the sidewalk first. We're still at 108 splash hit, and you know, Mark, I track those, right?
I mean...
And we're still at 108.
I don't know if we've had one this year, have we?
I mean...
No, not in a long time.
There's one homer for every minute of this phone call. Go ahead, Kitty.
McCovey Cove Dave is going to defect to another team here pretty soon.
Exactly. Hey, and I know McCovey Cove Dave. We chat all the time. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But you know, occasionally, okay, it bounces, but it's not in the water. Okay, all right. Bryce Eldridge, ready? He is a lefty. You play him at first base. You don't play him as a DH. He's not a DH. He needs to play, and he needs to be the first baseman hitting the ball too. Okay, it's a circus. I don't believe in the DH anyway. Never have, never will. All right. Tell that to Madison Bumgarner, okay? And look at all the rules that have changed. Don't get me started because we have a whole show on that. But he is.
If we got you started, it would be 7 minutes ago, Kitty.
I know, you guys. I know, but I thought.
Hey, Kitty, would you get mad at me if I pointed out that Bryce Eldridge is exactly like Rafi Devers and hits left-handed but throws right-handed? Would that make you mad at me?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out because that's true. He's not left-handed over at first base.
Man.
No, I know, but look at his stretch.
I know. Yeah. No, he is a big man. He's a big man.
We could start over. I mean, that way she'd get a perfect game going.
No, I thought, Kitty, you nailed it.
Kitty, awesome.
Kitty, will you call again soon, please?
Oh, I will. And my last comment is Trevor McDonald. I've met him now twice, and his fiance and his little poodle dog. And you're just like, he's phenomenal over at Hotel Via. What a kid. What a great kid. And he says, hey, y'all, Kitty, how you doing? And you guys, I love you. I love you. I love you. I'll be there Saturday. Look for my orange hat, and I love y'all.
We'll see you there, Kitty.
Thank you, Kitty.
Thank you very much. What did Trevor McDonald say? What gigging, or what did he go do? Remember,
frog gigging.
Frog gigging?
Yes, but he doesn't use the gig
because he wants to give the frogs a chance,
a fighting chance. Yes, and
I think I'm gonna wear that T-shirt to his next start. Give frogs a chance, and I'm gonna see if I can get him
a giant gig, the giant pole with the blades on the end of it.
Just a big piece of straw in my mouth, and I'm gonna go down by the dugout. Hey, Trevor! See if I can get his attention.
It'd be great if you had the all we are saying on the front is give frogs a chance. During that call, two things. One, you missed an opportunity to give her the River Islands guest line. You could have done a reset.
I thought about it.
And I didn't realize that the one podcast that we all need is Kitty and Jan. Go to the hoop. Go to the rack.
Okay.
Kitty and Jan.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Who's got the better? Okay. Who's got the better one?
I'm going to go with Jan.
Okay.
But the kitty cackle?
It's not bad.
Phenomenal.
Not bad. She is a Giants fan.
You think?
I mean,
there's another word for fan that goes a little further toward knowing where a guy lives and what kind of dog he has.
Oh, well. Some people are more into it than others.
Facts.
Okay. You ever run into her over at the ballpark?
No, but I know the 8 places I can find her.
You should. It's an experience.
I bet.
Yep. All right.
Kitty.
Yep. Let's go to Spencer in Oakland. Hello, Spencer. Thank you for calling.
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Two things today.
See if you can follow that.
First, the Giants. Yeah, no, probably not. I mean, if this was a comedy show, I'd probably quit before going up on stage. But with regards to the Giants, when you're in a rut, I want to see you try different things. I want to see you scrap. I want to see a little more Hunter Pence, a little more like dare I say Eric Burns. Just scrappiness. Get out there, do what you have to do, lay down a bunt. Lean out over that plate, take one for the team, get on base, start jumping around at first and getting in the pitcher's head. I mean, do something. I want to see the manager get creative here. It's not, and maybe it's a personnel thing, fine, but I firmly believe it's not the size of the dog. It's the size of the fight in the dog. And you got to get out there and you got to scrap and you got to do whatever you can. So that's how I feel about that. At least make it entertaining. Don't make me bored. When I flip on the game if you're losing.
I think that's fair.
Number two,
Spencer, real quick, do you have any ideas, though? Like, could you give an example of what you mean by that?
Manufacture runs. I mean, I am with the last caller. I cannot stand the DH. This is the National League.
Yeah.
I want to see people go out there and lay one down and give me a hard 90. I want you to make the catcher move. I want you to make the defense pay for lining up against you a certain way. There would never be a shift on Ichiro Suzuki or Tony Gwynn or some of these guys. If you didn't play in proper position against a good hitter back in the day, they would make you pay, bottom line. And I just don't see that.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of how I feel about that. As far as the hydrate caffeinate conversation, I just wanted to jump in here. I used to be an instant guy, just pull the grounds, the instant grounds out of the freezer and, pop it in the cup, real easy peasy blue collar. But my wife has clients and they got rid of this thing called a Jura 8, Jura. It is the most phenomenal cup of home coffee you have ever had. You take your whole beans out of the freezer, you pour them in the top, it grinds your beans, each individual cup you have, and you're your own little barista at home. The stuff is incredible. That's all I got, folks. Go Giants. I hope they scrap some runs.
All right, Spencer. Boy, Boy, that was a good. Is he an investor maybe?
Might be.
I don't know if I want to grind my beans.
No.
The Giants have been doing that to me every night lately.
And he's talking about the old, like, instant coffee and Folgers and, where you just took a little spoonful and
some
popped
people
it
just
in there.
stick that little net right over the cup and they just pour straight in.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. All right. 888-957-9570. We're not done with this conversation. We're not done with this at all. There's much more to get to because the Giants are kind of verbally fighting back a little bit. Also, hey, you YouTubers, you know we're on YouTube every day, the whole day. You search 95.7 The Game, you'll find us. And the community is expanding, and you can become a Game Pass Pro member. That'll get you early access to new videos, all kinds of exclusive content with us, our hosts and insiders, instant reaction after games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game. Sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. This is Willard and Dibbs. Hey, this is Willard and Dibbs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 full years free financing, plus we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
This Memorial Day, start zooming past the pump in one of Toyota's 21 industry-leading hybrid and electrified models. Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event is on, so get in and get saving. Score Memorial Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Hybrid Camry, or get 0% APR on Toyota's newest EVs, the 2026 CHR and BZ. Don't miss out on Memorial Day savings at Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. N6126.
This summer, let your kids explore, learn, and grow at the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, including overnight camp options in the Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. From sports, arts, and outdoor fun to new friendships, every day is an adventure. Spots are filling fast. Visit ymcasf.org/camp and sign up today.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, I'm Pick. And I'm Paul. My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix your own car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal housing lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Millbrae mostly clear tonight with a low near 50.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
And an opportunity now to ask more great questions.
You've had a great week for great questions.
We're doing all right. But we're only halfway there. You never let up. And so here we go.
Just taking one question at a time.
Yeah, that's all you could do, Dibs.
Yep.
So your Giants calls and all of that, stand by because it's time for us to hang out a little bit with our guy, Mark Spears, on the River Islands guest line. Mark Spears joins us, as always, courtesy of the great Kendall Jackson Wines, delicious, unofficial wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. Hello, friend Mark Spears of ESPN. What's going on?
Man, I'm going to go on a limb and do this, man. I'm going to just throw this out there.
Okay.
When the season's over, mid-July or August, man, how about the three of us and some select fans that listen to the show? Let's just go do a big tasting together.
Let's go.
Let me check my calendar,
One
Mark.
of Kendall Jackson Wineries, man.
I'm free.
Let's go do that.
Yeah.
I didn't even ask them yet. We're going to make that happen.
Mark, I am so in, all the way in, 2 feet in. You've been kind enough to show me the way out there, and I will do that again any day.
This is next. I got to hook up this.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
See if we can't get Mrs. Dibs out for the rare outing.
There you. I got you both.
Let's love it.
He's the man with the plan. Mark Spears, ESPN. And by the way, a man who personally attended both of those Spurs Thunder games earlier this week. Please do tell about that experience.
Well, that is an intriguing question. I'm going to switch it up.
Nice.
All right. I'm going to say this, and I'm sure some of the most ardent Warriors fans, a lot of Warriors fans have already. But even if you just got a little bit of money, put your nickels together in a jar to go watch Wemby play. You got to get it in person. It looks great on TV, but I'm telling you, he's like one of the wonders of the world. You have to see it in person. And what I saw from him, and just the dunks, the block shots, like everything looks like a little kid on a Nerf hoop, It's just absolutely incredible. And to think that he's under 25 years old right now, and just so motivated for greatness and really cares is just amazing. And that, I was trying to think of the best games that I've ever seen in my life. And I might need you guys to give me a week to say where that double overtime game in Oklahoma City ranks. That was pretty incredible, fun to watch, nonstop action, nonstop fight, great win by the Spurs. And I actually asked R.C. Buford, the GM of the Spurs, was that the, most unbelievable playoff win ever? And we kind of both leaned on when Robert Horry hit that three and beat the Pistons in the finals. Finals is different, right? But it drew well for a reason. Both these playoff series have drawn well for a reason. It's been outstanding basketball so far. And last night, Shea reminded you who he was.
Yeah, I mean, he reminded me that he can also stay on his feet after a shot. I charted it earlier today. He took 24 shots from the field. He only fell down 8 times, Mark. That's got to be a good sign.
You know what? I'm not an SGA hater, man. I think I'm the only one. And maybe he schmoozed me because he takes my questions probably more than most people. But, hey, I have no apologies for the way he takes the ball to the hole. You don't have to foul him. You don't have to fall for his antics. And I'm sure it drives some of the referees nuts, right? But, I mean, his ability to hit some of the most unique shots, get to the line, lead that team, hit clutch shots. There's more love than hate when it comes to me in SGA.
Mark, when you experience those two teams, whether it's in person or on TV, what we're seeing right there is the current NBA bar. So what does that mean for teams like the Warriors strategically this offseason, knowing that they've got a long way to go to get to that bar?
Well, first of all, and I'm sure the Knicks and the Cavaliers would feel differently, you can make an argument that we're really watching the NBA Finals in that series.
Yes.
I mean, those are the two best teams. I think it's hard to argue against that. The one thing that both of those two teams have is a tremendous amount of not only talent, but youth. And that's why probably keeping the 11th pick, I mean, look, you're not going to be as young as the Thunder or Spurs tomorrow, and you may never be. But, when you start getting a piece that's in the 11th pick can be, I think you start in the direction of not only making the team younger, but preparing for life without Steph.
And that becomes, paramount here down the road, maybe sooner, depending on what you do this summer. It also could be later. But I'm struck by the talent gap comment that LeBron James made on the podcast with Steve Nash. Do you think that sort of a reality is going to color the way the Warriors go about the offseason?
What did he say? I missed that.
He basically said they didn't get outworked, they didn't get out physical, they didn't get out hustled, they got out talented by OKC.
Well, I mean, Luka didn't play.
Yep.
I mean, maybe if Luka plays, we're talking about something different, right? And maybe if Jimmy Butler and Steph and Moody play, we're talking about something a little different. Because I think completely healthy, both those teams could at least fare like Minnesota did, right? Maybe they could have pushed either one of these two teams, but I think that's the problem, with age. Although Luka's quite young, so they're just better. But I do wonder, what will LeBron do after this, right? He's talking about maybe waiting to August or September. And if he waits to August or September to make a decision, to me, that probably benefits maybe the Warriors or the Cleveland Cavaliers or another team outside the Lakers, because I don't think the Lakers can sit on $58 million in salary and just wait on him to make a decision, and I'm not sure I know how much the Lakers want him or not. I would assume they would want him back. Then you got to wonder at what price. So the LeBron James free agency is going to be quite interesting from a lot of standpoints. And I do wonder if, behind the scenes, maybe Steph and Draymond are trying to tap him on the shoulder. But, I mean, there's no money for the Warriors to give him. I mean, you're not going to do a sign and trade, right? So I think for a team like the Warriors, you're hoping that if you have interest in LeBron James, and I'm not saying that they do, that they renounce him and make him a free agent, and then maybe the Warriors can be creative.
Where do you think Giannis Antetokounmpo plays basketball next year?
That's a good question. Now that we know, where the draft lottery is, I did find it curious that Washington, hasn't really put their arms around A.J. Debinsa just yet. You haven't heard anything definitive. Typically at this time, you would have heard that, they're likely to do this. I think the expectation is. But I wonder, I basically was told by a very good source close to that Washington situation that they're going to explore their options. And I think that with some of the young talent that they have, why not, right? The one thing I wonder with Giannis is, how much power does he have and where they trade him, and does this relatively, new owner there really care? Does he have a relationship with Giannis where he's worried about his destination? Obviously, Portland didn't care for Dame, right? Sending him to Milwaukee. Dame didn't want to go there. But I do think at this point with Giannis and the Bucks are going to do what's best for them, not what's best for Giannis.
Do you think?
And so I'm really curious to see if the Bucks can get something done before the draft, because if they're going to move on, to me, now is the time. This is one of the best drafts in years, probably as good, maybe better than that Cade Cunningham draft. If you got some fans some time to do a deep dive into that one, look at that, because I'm having GM saying it's on par, if not better than that draft. But if you're going to rebuild, this is the perfect draft to send Giannis and rebuild. And then another thing is he's in his early 30s, right? This isn't a young player anymore. So a lot of times you got to be a little wary when you trade for a player like Giannis, who had some injury issues this year, whether you're going to get the Giannis in Milwaukee or the Giannis in the next chapter. I would like to think the Giannis in Milwaukee is still available and still has some great years, because, the players played longer and got, better training and stuff than they used to. But right now, I wish I could be a fly in the wall in Milwaukee's ownership, and obviously they got a new coach too, Taylor Jenkins, to kind of try to figure out what they think is best that they do. But I would say there's, I'm not saying it's for sure, but I just really wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of move sending him somewhere before the draft.
Does the price change on what the Bucks can get based on, one, they're kind of up against it now in the summer where Giannis wants out, and two, this draft is so good, maybe a team doesn't have to give up as many future picks because the Bucks will get a good player this year?
Yeah, if you're the Bucks, you want to control who you get. Why not try to get the number one pick? Another thing is that Washington has a player in Trae Young, and also a player, although Trae Young is, his contract's a little bit more complicated, a player in Anthony Davis that they could use in a trade for a guy like Giannis as well. They also have some really, really good young talent. If I'm Milwaukee, if I could get the number one pick and maybe steal a couple of their talented young guys, and I don't know that Anthony Davis or Trae Young would be ecstatic about going to another rebuilding situation, but you got to make the money work somehow, right? I think Washington is one of the teams that, from obviously a draft standpoint and young talent standpoint, they have the ability to to make a move. And I wonder if Washington, because they're dangling this pick to see, when you say stuff like that, that means maybe Washington's like tired of like the rebuilding thing and want to try to accelerate their process. And Giannis certainly has the ability to do that.
Mark Spears, ESPN, with us as he is every week. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, and obviously courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines. Hey, Mark, your colleague Anthony Slater was on with us yesterday, definitely insinuated that as things have unfolded into the offseason, the Warriors are seeming less and less likely to really go after that big fish and instead maybe kind of, okay, you say yeah. Are you hearing the same thing?
Yeah. I mean, but you guys, remember, like, the season's long, too, right? So maybe the thing to do is kind of wait to the trade deadline. See how Jimmy looks. See how Draymond looks, assuming Draymond stays, and maybe probably Moody's back by then. And if the team healthy looks intriguing, as it did healthy last season, then you still have the trade deadline to try to, do something interesting. And I think a lot of times we get so caught up in free agency and we got to have somebody in before camp. Not that he's playing amazingly well right now, but the Cavs made a move at the trade deadline that was quite stunning to get James Harden, and they're in the conference finals. We've seen teams do stuff at the trade deadline to improve their team, and maybe that's the mentality the Warriors should have, is like, let's just slow walk, get this good draft pick, kind of see where we are before the trade deadline, and if things are more positive than expected, and there certainly is potential for it to be positive once guys get healthy, maybe they figure out a way to add somebody at that time.
So you're saying it's more prudent to take baby steps in incremental gains as opposed to going for the big game hunting?
Explain what you mean.
It's better to get 3 to 5% better now and keep your picks as opposed to getting all your picks, shoveling them out, and bringing in Giannis for one big swing.
That's a very good question.
With the pause.
I'm really high on Giannis, man. Like,
yep.
If you can get him, I think you figure out a way to get him. I'm not in love with the Warriors' resources versus the competition. Unless it's like Giannis is like, I want to go to Golden State. How do we make that happen? But if I'm the Bucks, and I want you guys to be honest. Let's look at the treasure chest that the Warriors have versus, say, a team like Utah or versus a team like Washington right now, right? Because right now, if I'm Milwaukee, again, I'm not really worried about making Giannis happy. I'm worried about taking care of my franchise. Would you make a trade with the Warriors? Or would you go talk to Washington? Or would you go talk to Utah? Or Memphis, or one of the teams with a top 5 pick right now that probably do have some young talent that you could be interested in.
Yeah,
to join that high pick.
I wouldn't do a deal with the Warriors. And if I were Giannis, I probably wouldn't want to go to the Warriors, quite frankly.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's my guess.
No, what I mean by that, and I've beaten this drum before, like, there's only so many teams that are like flagship teams, right?
Yep.
And I mean, the Lakers are such a flagship team that there's different eras. There was, the Wilt and Jerry West and Baylor era and Goodrich, and then it was Magic and Kareem, and then it was, then they were bad for a minute. And why did Shaq want to go there? It's L.A. It's the brand, right? Why did LeBron want to wear a Lakers uniform when they weren't any good post Kobe? It's the brand. Why does Luka want to stay there? It's the brand. It's L.A. The Warriors have that, and I really feel like post Steph, it's kind of like New York. It's kind of like it's New York Lakers, right? Even though Chicago's bad, it's still a brand. There's a brand there that when you put that jersey on, It's going to accentuate your career. It's going to make you be on TV. It's going to give you deals. It's going to bring a spotlight that you'd never see in Milwaukee. So I think any free agent or potential star that could go somewhere, like there's certain teams that are always on the table. There's only a handful of them. I don't know if Chicago's quite on that list right now, but to me, Golden State has that brand now. I'm not going to call it Arsenal because, you know, the Gunners were different level. We're champs right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Trying to get that double coming
right
up now.
Yeah. But the Warriors have a brand that I think will survive post-Steph because Steph built it.
Yeah, they're kind of like Mark Spears in a way. You know what I mean? A big brand.
Big brand, different way.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Multiple halls of fame. Look at the
exactly.
big brand on Mark. That's what we say.
Yeah.
Where to next, by the way? Are you going to San Antonio at all?
Well, no, I was actually going to go to San Antonio next. I love being home, man. I don't know if you guys understand this. You get off the plane, the air is different. Like you could smell the ocean in the air, right? And just being home and seeing my wife and hang out with my homies tomorrow. I just needed a breather. I was gone for like 10 days. And I was actually going to go to San Antonio on Sunday and check out game 4. But I got a light in the air that said we want you to do NBA Today on Monday and Tuesday. And it doesn't exactly have a lot of great flights from San Antonio to Cleveland on Monday morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to go to Cleveland, and been doing this Donovan Mitchell diary that's been fantastic, and then just kind of figure it out the rest of the way, and we'll probably have a lot more answers on what this Cleveland series can or won't be after tonight.
Hey, Mark, how much of that do you get to call your shot on? In other words, like, do you tell them what you want to cover, or is it kind of a little bit of a push-pull?
Well, NBA Today, I'm blessed to be on when they call me.
Right.
Yes.
I'm like, you know, Mr. Furley in Three's Company, man. Whenever they just allow me to come in and say a couple things and joke or whatever, that's great, you know. But in terms of what I write, Anscape, ESPN Anscape is amazingly given me the opportunity to, you know, primarily use my creativity. And since I've been around so long, I also get blessed with a lot of great ideas and people that have comfort in me telling some of the, you know, the toughest stories. So I get pitched some great ideas too, but got some other very, very interesting things on the pike, maybe at the E60 and television show variation and maybe a potential book. So I always got a lot of other projects going on. And I work with y'all.
Yeah.
With Kendall Jackson.
We appreciate that.
Amen to that.
Speaking of books, did you read Wright Thompson's book on Steve Kerr?
Hey, do you have the ability to be a great skim reader?
I do, but I didn't want to skim. I didn't want to skim that one, Mark.
Well, but no. The reason why I say that Wright Thompson is legendary is it's like me watching a documentary on Steph. Right, I already know the whole story for the most part, so I'm kind of, you know, that's why I ain't watched the Lamar Odom thing, or I don't watch a lot of basketball documentaries, but I watch a lot of soccer documentaries. I think I skim it for things that I don't know, because I feel like all of us are like scholars in Steve Kerr and the Warriors, right? So I kind of just skimmed it, like what his wife said and what his daughter said. I think those were the two things that kind of resonated the most with me. Like your daughter checking you and saying, you know, you keep saying these 3 negative things, but what are all the positive? Like, nobody can talk to you like your family can talk to you.
That's true.
So I do think the Warriors fans, the Warriors themselves, on Mother's Day and Steve Kerr's daughter's birthday, they better send them some roses. Because maybe they're the ones that saved Steve from coming back.
And then, of course, there's a bunch of restaurants around the Bay that owe Wright Thompson for writing about all the things that Steve eats. And now those are all on our list as well. But, Mark, as always.
You know what? Are you guys going to publish, like, somebody needs to publish, like, an additional story of grading all the restaurants that Steve went to.
Ooh, that's a good idea. You want to do that? Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like it's Festus Feast to join us.
Perfect. Exactly. I love this idea.
To join us
okay.
and do all the restaurants.
I think
with Kendall Jackson.
I think we got something.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, welcome home, man, and thank you.
All right, brothers.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. That is Mark Spears, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, unofficial wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. We'll react to everything that he said. We will continue to build that food-umentary, basically, idea
I like that
he just brought up. I'm in. And then, obviously, between Warriors and Giants, still plenty to say. So we're going to get to that, and we're wide open for your calls here in this 5 o'clock hour. Chris, you'll lead us off, 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs. Also, Willard for Habas, here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about those new billboards you've seen and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's Snack Wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's, first of all, don't sweat the technique, but then let's kind of recalibrate. Let's reboot. Let's get you all involved. 888-957-9570. Started off the show, and I believe that this is true for the Giants as well, but we started off the show with the Warriors. And it feels like there's a debate going on, and this is rare, but there's a debate going on where there's two kind of prevailing opinions, and I find both of them to be from the lunatic fringe, just completely opposite sides of it. Here's what we mean. Half of you seem to be saying, just start the rebuild. Even if that means trading Steph, you got to go young. This thing's over, fool's errand, okay? And then the other opinion is you've got to worship every minute left you have with Steph Curry, and you've got to go all in with every asset on that while Steph is here. And I just find both of those to be so extreme. They're so extreme, and I don't think anyone in the Warriors' offices is feeling that way, including Steph, when they talk about wanting to leave the organization in a good spot and caring about its future. And I think this blends over to the Giants. The Giants stink right now. And we have people who want to do a full blow-up and go all young. And I've said yesterday, I don't think in this market, these teams, they're too expensive. They're too big of a deal, too big of brands. There should never be a full-blown tear-down / rebuild. So I don't know if I'm being myopic here. It just feels to me like whatever reboot needs to happen can just happen. It just happens organically. There will be draft picks and all of that, but you can do that and have done that in the past, all within the framework of still trying to be a good team that following year. I don't feel like that's that difficult of a needle to thread.
Well, it depends on a couple things. One, how do you go about doing it in the short term, i.e., do you get rid of picks and do you go all in on Steph? Or do you go the other way and get rid of all your remaining good assets and just rack up all the picks and start the rebuild that way? Or you can kind of split the baby, one of the worst expressions ever, because it's gross, but you can kind of do neither. And like I was saying to Mark Spears, just get a little bit better. You make the pick, you hopefully hit, you bring back Melton on a slightly inflated deal. Maybe it's Kristaps and another player or two, and you try to be a little bit better, a little healthier next year, and Jimmy comes back, and you get to the deadline, and maybe you make another move. You keep your picks, and you try to slowly get better, and you try to play meaningful basketball during the remainder of Steph. And then the real hope is that you are a team that can attract a free agent after that, because then you can do both. You're going to have a ton of cap room when Steph is done. You're going to have a franchise that hopefully is attractive. You'll have, by then, picks that you've made, players who are getting better, pods, and you'll hopefully at that point be able to accelerate it.
I guess I've noticed this, and this goes for Giants and Warriors, and then we're going to get to your calls here, 888-957-9570. Mark Spears just made a connection between the Lakers and the Warriors as far as a brand.
Yep.
And I can almost feel it while he's saying it. There's people listening to us going, you got to be kidding me. The Warriors aren't that brand. Maybe they're not. Franchise is worth more than the Lakers.
Right.
No, it is.
But does that attract players? Like, I want to go play for a franchise that's worth a lot of money.
Well, no, but it attracts players in terms of the other things that come along with that or the things that cause that. So I guess here's my question. This goes for both the Warriors and the Giants. I don't think the 49ers have as much of a problem with it. Niner fans tend to carry themselves like we are one of the big bad franchises. We travel better than everybody else. All of that. I don't feel like they've got this inferiority complex. And maybe that's because like there's nobody walking the Bay Area right now that didn't sort of at least grow up with the Niners being kind of good. I know they used to have trouble with the Cowboys back in the 60s
now they have
and
trouble
70s.
with the Chiefs.
Yeah, they do. But the point is that organization didn't go through this long, lengthy period of we stink. The Warriors and the Giants, prior to getting to the whatever, for the Giants, prior to getting to the late 80s for kind of a short period of time, and then the Bonds period, and the Warriors prior to getting to Steph Curry, kind of a laughingstock organization to a degree. I don't know if that's why, but you tell me, am I in the wrong space or not here?
With the Warriors being a brand?
Why do a lot of the fans of these two teams, in my opinion, have a hard time acting like who they should? Like, acting like, dude, we're one of the big badasses on the block. I don't feel that sometimes.
Well, neither team is, really.
Yes, they are.
Not right now.
No, it's not about, that's my point. It's not about right now. Like the Lakers have sucked before. They would never have a conversation about selling off their good players, getting rid of them so that they can go young for a 4-year period. That would never happen. That is a blasphemy idea for the Lakers. It like you wouldn't even think it. And if you think the Warriors are not the Laker brand, then fine, have that opinion. But same thing with the Boston Red Sox or the Yankees or the Dodgers or whatever. They would never have that conversation. But I hear it from Giants fans all the time. And it's like, why would you act like that? And why would they act like that? I don't think the big brands in sports do that.
Well, I think partly with the Warriors, it's because you've already blown the bridge. 2 timelines, whatever term you want to use, you've already blown your ability to go from this, Steph and Draymond and now Jimmy and whoever else is over 37 on this team. They're done. Okay, here comes the next wave behind him. It's James Wiseman. No, it's not. It's Kuminga. He's a Hawks. It's Jordan Poole. He got popped. It's Moses Moody. He's out for the year with a horrific knee injury. So those are all not the GM's fault, the front office's fault, but you kind of blew the second timeline. So you look at what is still to come, pods. I mean, really, he's going to be our best player in 2 years, and we're going to be what? We're going to be 20 and 62. So that is the sentiment, even though you could be a free agent destination. Depends on what the player who's out there really values. Because if you do want to come here and there's no Steph, no Jimmy, no Draymond, let's say you hit on Kareem Lopez this year, and after 2 years, it's like, hey, he's a nice player.
Yep.
He's an up and coming player. He's a good player. Pods is making $20+ million a year, and he's getting better. And Moody's healthy, and he's still solid. And you got one more year of Gee. Well, you've got players, but you're not going to be a team that's going to be like I want to go there and win destination. So you'd have to be a brand that attracts you for other reasons.
I hear you, but there's all those other things that go on. You know, you're like, you draft this guy this year, and then you wait a couple years and say, well, there's another draft then. And then there's another draft. And there's another round of free agency. The Warriors' books damn near clear next summer. Now, I know we're predicting that they won't because Steph and Draymond and blah, blah, blah. But Jimmy comes off the books. So much comes off the books. There's so many things that can happen between now and then. I guess I'm just a believer that there is a way to reboot franchises, bring in young, exciting players, have them have an effect on things that go on without doing this whole blow it up thing. Tear it down, get rid of everybody, start from scratch. Like, I don't know. That's the way I look at it. I don't think that such a thing exists or should exist. For a handful of brands in sports, there should never be start over. I don't believe in that.
But the NBA, start over has been the blueprint. Trust the process.
But that didn't work.
Well, I mean, that's the blueprint. I'm not saying the blueprint always leads to victory and success. And you go trust the process, and you go to Oklahoma City where they traded Paul George and fleeced the Clippers.
Right, but that's different. That's Oklahoma City.
No, but it's not. I'm just saying
that's Oklahoma City.
Okay, Dallas is the latest example. So Dallas trades Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis, who was there for about an hour and a half.
Yep.
They traded him and a bunch of other contracts for expiring guys and 2 first-round picks, and they actually won the lottery, which is a huge break. Cooper Flagg is a nice player, rookie of the year. You're sitting on 2 first-round picks this year. You got another one next year. You have a pretty good young core. You're on your way to being 2 years away from being maybe 2 years away.
Maybe. And is that a strategy? Like you hit
look at San Antonio.
You hit the 1% lottery and your fan base hated you for a year and a half. And I still don't think I fully understand what happened there. Like, why did they, you know what I mean? There's all the reasons that people say why they traded Luka.
Luka smoked too much and he was
drank
fat.
too much beer or something like that. I don't know what they were actually doing. And I think we're a long ways away from calling that move the right move.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying Dallas was in a spot where they looked at it and you were stuck in the middle. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? You don't want to be in the middle.
No, you don't.
Money's in the middle.
Right.
And they intentionally bowed out, got in the lottery, won the lottery, dealt AD, and now it's like, okay, it's a full-on rebuild. To your point, I don't think that Joe Lacob has the stomach for that. Not that it's a gutsy move, but
nor should he.
He doesn't want to go that route.
And the Dallas thing is not a strategy. They hit the 1% lottery. If that's your strategy, that's lame. Like if I went and got a Powerball ticket tomorrow and I'm like, someone's like, so what's your retirement plan? And I'm like, this baby's going to hit. That's stupid.
And Dallas next year, I'm just looking at it. If their pick lands in the top 2, they keep it. If not, it goes to Charlotte. So next year, they don't have a first, but they've got a couple of juicy seconds in there.
I guess my question is, and then let's hear from some people, but is that myopic? Is that unrealistic to think that there are, like, to me, the top 7 or 8 brands in each sport? You're the blessed ones. You have the opportunity to reboot on the fly. You do. Because there is a prayer in hell that you can get a free agent. There is a prayer in hell that you can pull off a trade and an extension. You know, there's a reason that Sacramento doesn't do it that way. And even Oklahoma City.
They can't draw free agents, yeah.
Right. Oklahoma City is in a moment, but they really built that from just unbelievably fantastic drafting. Even the first version of them. Westbrook, Durant, and Harden, all drafted. They've still not had any huge name go, I'd like to go there. Conversely, look at what the Lakers do.
Right.
The Lakers don't ever rebuild. They would never do that. So, and I that's my belief. I believe the top 7 or 8 brands in each sport should never think that way. There is no start over button. You are always doing something.
I just wonder what your brand is. And Isaiah Hartenstein, he actually went to OKC 3 years, $87 million.
But Hartenstein, like
that's $30 million, dude. He's a key piece.
He's their seventh best player.
I mean, some nights he's their 13th best player.
Exactly.
Some nights he's their third.
That's
how OKC does it. And they have 2 first-round picks again, so they could say goodbye to Hartenstein and Dort, and they could probably trade a couple picks because they got picks up the wazoo. There are different approaches you can take. And if you want to do the hold and hope method, which is, all right, we're going to keep our picks, hope we hit them, and when our franchise guy Steph Curry is gone, we believe that we are a destination and we can go out there and draw a free agent. Well, okay, Warriors, if you're right, then great. But there's been no proof that you've been able to do that.
No, but there's been no opportunity.
Kevin Durant was the only one.
Yeah,
it's the only example.
It's not been disproven either. Right. You know what I mean?
I guess that's why I'm asking you what the brand is.
It's kind of like Mike Dunleavy and a lottery pick. I don't know. We've never seen it.
To me, Steph Curry is still more the brand than the fact that Joe Lacob runs it top shelf.
It is in this moment, but I also think that even without Steph, it doesn't become the Pacers. It doesn't just overnight. Like this is, and that's what I mean. Like I do hear that from a lot of fans where it sounds like, and I get it. I've lived here almost my entire life, born, raised here, and watched these teams. But it feels like a lot of people in San Francisco, they sometimes do feel like we can't hang with the big boys in that conversation. You remember this a couple years ago when Posey and Farhan and that whole thing was like, nobody's coming here. And it pissed me the hell off.
Right.
It's just like, what is your view of self? What are you talking about?
Well, it's reality.
No, it's not reality.
Well, I think for Warrior fans, and I know you got to do the legal, but time for the legal. For me, being an older Warrior fan, you have scars and you have muscle memory of nobody's going to come here.
And I get that.
And for me as an older guy, like you remember that, but also put some respect on the Lacob regime.
Yeah.
Because they've been out there spending money.
Those days are over.
Time for the legal.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM. In HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Mug Studios. All right, hey, Chris has been patient, wanted to say something. The Giants are part of this conversation too. Hey, Chris, Santa Clara, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, hey, thanks, guys. You know, when you're a parent, you don't have the same expectations of all of your kids. I mean, a parent would be nuts to say every one of your kids is going to do 4 AP classes and play 2 varsity sports and be first chair for some type of concert, music thing in the high school, right? You have different expectations for your kids. You love them all, but you don't try to pour it all in. The reason I share this is because if you look at last season's record minus the games against the Rockies, the Giants were 70 and 79.
Mm-hmm.
That's who this team was last year, and that's still who they are now. And if you delete that, they would have been behind the Diamondbacks at the end of last season. They were a 4th-place NL West team last year, except for their games against the Rockies.
Well, did you do that for Arizona, though, Chris? Chris, what did Arizona do against the Rockies?
Yes.
Okay.
They were 8-5.
Okay.
They were 8-5, so they would have been just 1 game ahead of the Giants.
Got it. Okay.
In the rest of the games. So and the Padres, hey, they would have still been way above and they would have made the playoffs. The Dodgers still would have been way above. They would have made the playoffs. So I share this because I think sometimes that Bay Area fans think this team is like right on the edge of being a dominant team when you realize against the rest of the MLB, aside from the Rockies who were, obviously horrible last year, it's a slightly below middling competitive team. And frankly, this year, if the Rockies pick up even four extra wins against the Giants, you're going to be looking at a minus 13, a minus 14 at the end of the season for the Giants. That's just being at the same level from last year. So I just wanted to kind of kick that out there because the next 9 games coming up, I mean, it's going to be 3 against the White Sox. You got a bunch of games against the Rockies. If the Giants are kind of like only okay against these teams that you would expect they have to do super well with, what comes in immediately after that are 10 games against the Cubs, and the Brewers, and 6 against the Braves. And so I just wanted to, see what you guys had to think about that in terms of just scheduling, where the Giants are, and if maybe fans and even media people are being a little bit unfair in terms of expecting that this team is that much better than really, maybe they're just really not. You don't do this to your kids. Why are we doing it to them?
Well, because
we do it to our kids.
And I hope you treat your sports teams and your kids a little bit differently. Chris, thanks. Here's what I would say. I try, Dibs knows this, I try like hell to avoid the word expectation. It's part of the fun for me.
Just watch a game, man.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That's why I can sort of handle and reason with 20 and 30 and not just leave and not watch any more Giants games for the rest of the year because I want to see what happens. Maybe they will go on a run at some point. And it's not about I expect them to make the playoffs or I don't expect them to make the playoffs. I don't use expect. I hope for them to make the playoffs, and then if they don't, then you recalibrate and go from there. But the larger point is you're kind of playing the schedule game, and I just don't really see that as a part of the story right now. When I watch Giants baseball, it's not, maybe more so than ever, it's not about who they're playing. They have a winning record against the Dodgers.
Yep.
They've got a decent record against the Padres. It doesn't matter who they're playing. I want to know how they're playing. And that's my issue with the Giants this year because they have not played clean, smart, well-reasoned, buttoned-up baseball. And that's all that I want to see. We're all smart enough to know that it's baseball and sometimes you get snake bit and you play really well and lose. Sometimes you play poorly and win. But right now, this Giants team plays a lot more poor baseball than good. And so I take the opponent out of it. I don't care who they're playing, and I don't care who you get your wins against. The Niners went 12-5 last year, played a bunch of cupcakes.
Schedule Sam.
But good year.
Right.
And mixed in some really good wins.
And you're going to get 12 against Colorado, and you're going to end up with 12 against Arizona, which is, not maybe the best thing after this last series. But you look at just schedule Sam, if you want to do that. You've gone 0-3 against Tampa, leading their division. 0-3 against the Yankees. They're right behind him. Tough division. You beat the Athletics 2 out of 3, their first-place team, and then Arizona sweeps you. So it hasn't been like you've been good against the bad and bad against the good. You have not put together all 3 phases of baseball often enough to beat good teams, bad teams, mediocre teams. When you've pitched, your offense has been pretty good and sometimes not good enough. And when you've hit and you've hit really well, you win because you don't do that often.
Yep.
You field okay. You don't draw walks and you don't run the bases. So you go station to station. You don't hit home runs. Unless you get 4 or 5 guys to have a really good game offensively, you're going to score your usual 2 to 3 runs and you lose.
Yep. So that's what I focus on. I focus on play good baseball. That's why I'm so high on Bryce Eldridge. I can't stand it right now when people pick up their little baseball reference and they're like, he's hitting 138. You're not watching the game then. You're not watching the game. He's ripping the cover off the ball last time out in Arizona. I don't know if I think he struck out maybe only once in Arizona or 0. He had a double off the wall. He's got 2 line drives that got caught by the second baseman. His exit velocity is leading the Giants. That's the guy I want in my lineup. Let's go a little bit deeper than the box score. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at on that. As far as the other conversation we're just having, would really love to enter y'all into it. 888-957-9570. Here's an example, and I know this isn't most of you, but an example of what I'm talking about. 415 texted in. Thank you very much for your text and for listening, but I can't believe your text. I can't believe somebody who lives here would think this. We are no brand without Curry. Another Sacramento or Portland. Now, listen, as for what happens to the brand when Curry goes, there is a conversation there. But how? How on earth can you think that about Chase Center, San Francisco, California, USA? You compared it to Sacramento and Portland?
And then you might as well throw in Memphis and New Orleans and other small markets. I do think that the brand is not as great as you think, and it's not as great as the current valuation. I think the brand is a lot of Steph Curry. Now, it depends on what kind of a pro and a free agent you're looking for. If you are, and let's just say Anthony Edwards, because I think he'll be a free agent about the time that Steph Curry is going to hang him up. Let's just throw that out as a hypothetical. Sure. He's a guy who will be at his peak, and he will be able to get the most money from anybody that he wants, more from Minnesota, of course. But let's say he's hell-bent on leaving, and you want to win. You want to go to a team and be a part of winning. Well, this is not that. You could be a free agent who, I want to be the guy in a place that's going to take care of me, take care of my family, a good organization, a great venue, and a good loyal fan base. Well, this is that. So it really depends, I think, on what are your goals. What kind of a guy are you? What do you want out of your next destination?
Yeah, but I do think certain things like the residue is not as good as the real thing, but it is a thing. Like, how come Giannis would want to go to Miami? Why would he do that?
Because they have a very good coach. They have an organization that tries all the time. Oh, the amount of beautiful people in that city.
Okay, could you not... now, obviously, there's adjustments to what you're saying, and I don't even know who the Warriors coach will be after Steph Curry, but why couldn't it be a really good coach? And this is a wonderful, coastal, opportunistic city, and also, you just said they always try to win. Same thing here.
Yep.
LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, long gone. But I'd argue the residue has stayed to a degree. They are currently a team with, my opinion, no star. I know they got a couple good players. There's no star there. Bam Adebayo is not a star. Yes, they've got a very good coach. Yes, they've got warm weather. Yes, I think there's no state income tax. I get all those things. I think that San Francisco, sure, there's some tax, but like California cities offer some of the same things that we're talking about with Miami. They've got nothing cooking over there as far as championship contention or a star, but it's still somewhere people want to go. It's where Dame Lillard wanted to go. Might be where Giannis wants to go. Why is that?
Well, they were just in the Eastern Finals recently, I think, right? Was that the year after COVID? Or
not that recently. Like the Warriors Warriors won a championship more recently than that.
Right. It just, residue is a thing, but I think when you make the Laker comp, the reason why the Lakers were always a destination was Hollywood, off-court ability to make money, and also you knew that they were going to go out there and get everything and do everything they could to make it happen. Well, the rules now inhibit that a little bit because of these aprons and because of how hard it is to go out there and, bring in multiple big-time free agents. But when you look at not next year or the year after, but the year after that, interesting group of guys who are, as of now, slated to be free agents, including the aforementioned Anthony Edwards, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. These are going to all be guys who potentially could be on the move.
Well, while I'm going to meet you halfway, sure, once Curry goes, there's all kinds of questions, right? But is there residue? Are the Warriors ever, quote unquote, because this is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing from a lot of people, you're all scared that we're going back. Let me assure you, and maybe you don't care what I say, it ain't going back. This ain't going back. Does it go down a little bit? Could they fall to second? Sure. But it ain't going back.
If you think they're going back, you don't remember what back was.
Very fair point. Very fair point. But there's two texts that just came in. Can't wait to chop this up with you. 415, Willard, we attracted nobody before Curry. If Curry gone now, we not a top team. We marginally better than we believe status. See, 415, you believe we're going back. We're not going back. Very next text goes, look at the Bulls as a brand. Whoo, gotcha. Except for...
Boosh.
I think I can boosh you back.
You got booshed. Boosh.
Does it make sense to all of you that the Chicago Bulls, who have, checks notes, sucked for a super duper long time now, sixth most valuable franchise, still a huge brand? Why? Other than like a moment with Derrick Rose, what have they offered in terms of big names, winning, and branding since Michael Jordan left? Next to damn nothing. But they're still a huge brand because residue is a thing. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. There's plenty of unknown. I'll meet you there. I don't know what's going to happen after Curry, but I'm really confident that they're not going back. This is not going to fall down to being the 17th biggest brand in the NBA, having a hard time getting people's attention. And maybe the history of the Warriors is what we're tapping into here and why fans are fearful of that. It's kind of like the kid who grows up poor, but then he becomes rich, but still drives a Honda because he's like, I grew up in that poverty and I know what that's like. Therefore, there's always this little bit of a fear of going back. I just don't think the Warriors are ever going back. There's too much that's happened. The building in and of itself and the setting around it and who owns it and all of these things, like, we're not going back to Cohan.
Not all the way back.
We're just not going back.
And that was the name. And it was 2010 when he sold the team, and that was Steph's rookie year. And I'm just looking at the squad. And, yeah, the free agent was Corey Maggette. He was making $8.9 million, third highest paid. You had Monte and Biedrins and Vladimir Radmanovic, Raja Bell, Speedy Claxton, and Ronnie Turieff, Kalena Azbuki. All the fellas. They were not a destination. The owner was somebody who did not do very well at ownage. And then, Joe Lacob.
Correct.
Did Joe Lacob get born on first base by inheriting Steph Curry? Well, absolutely.
Sure.
And then he went from there to here. He went from $450 million to $10 billion. So you're going back, but you're not going full Chris Berman.
No.
You're not going back.
And just in general, like, even if you were worried about that, like, again, the Warriors right now, it's absolutely unarguable. Even without Curry, this is a top 10 brand in the NBA. Giants, top 10 brand in baseball. Niners, top 10 brand in the NFL. Most cases, top 5, actually. And I just think that stuff, in the grand scheme of what we're talking about, resources, the ability to attract, those things matter. They absolutely matter. So I don't even know if maybe I'm talking about a small portion of the fan bases here, but I hear it more than I feel like we should. And these are the statements that kind of all come from the same place. Nobody wants to come here. Soon as Curry leaves, we're going back down. Blow it up. Start over. This whole thing is blah, blah, blah. Whatever. All those statements to me come from the same place. And maybe I think too much of the organizations. I don't know. But I believe that all three of those teams are on the list in their respective sports of teams that should never, ever start over.
Well, you have to start over.
No,
it just doesn't mean, like the Bulls. I'm looking at it here.
Define start over.
Start over is you win 3, Michael Jordan plays baseball, you come back, you win 3, last dance, adios, most of them leave, you hire Tim Floyd, and you stink. It's a lockout year. You win 13, 17, 15, 21, 30, and 23. 6 straight years of you're not very good. You draft Derrick Rose. Wow, we got ourselves something. And you go playoffs. You made the playoffs, checks notes, 10 of 11 years. So you got partway back. You're never going to get all the way back to 6 titles, but you got partway back. You had Skiles and Del Negro and Thibodeau as your coach, and you never could quite get all the way over the hump.
Wouldn't you argue it was a mistake?
Which one?
You watched Last Dance. Some of those guys had no interest in leaving, but you had an overinflated ego GM who thought that he could do it on his own, and it never got done. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like,
wait, you ego inflated person involved making decisions?
Yeah.
Huh. I'm remembering that now. So you're saying somebody with self-confidence and hubris could potentially make decisions and mistakes that lead you into a 6-year cavern.
Correct.
All I'm saying, Mark, is, and that'll never happen here.
No, I'm not saying, of course it could happen here. That's not, it could happen. My point is it shouldn't. And what I am confident in, I'm confident that Joe Lacob doesn't think that way. I don't think he thinks the way that Krause and Reinsdorf, I don't think he thinks the way that they thought. I wonder if got Krause and Reinsdorf into a real moment of honesty if they would still handle that the way that they handled that back then. Those the brands like that, you are the lucky ones. You have the ability to do this on the fly. I mean, hell, if you want to talk about the Giants, when's the last time the Giants sort of did what people are suggesting they do? It was right before they won 3 titles.
Right.
And they had Buster, and they had Lincecum, and Kane, and Bumgarner, and they nailed on draft picks. But at no point leading up to that did they go, hey, sell Bonds so we can get some picks. They never did that. You can do this on the fly.
Well, you had Bonds, and
they kept him,
but they didn't really win outside of 2002.
No, it's not about winning every year. You're always like everybody's going to have bad years. Lakers too.
Well, the Curry Bonds comp is actually great because at the end of days, your team wasn't good, but Bonds, don't miss Barry Bonds. He might hit one into the water, and the end of days for Steph Curry is going to be the Splash Brother, and there's a splash parallel with the splash hit and the Splash Brother. So even if the next season 2 or 3 goes not super great, it's going to be like Bonds. Steph Curry closing in on 7,000 threes. Don't miss it.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yep.
Kobe Bryant's last game, he scored 60. They sucked. They were terrible. And so, of course, there's cycles. I'm not suggesting that just because you have resources that you're going to be good every year. It doesn't work like that. That's literally why I'm saying that you need to find this in the middle. I don't have expectations or even hopes that you're a contender every single year. I want relevance every single year, though.
Right.
And I do think that because you are in a spot of resource, you do have the ability to do things and build back up without doing the full reboot start over. Like the Warriors will make the 11th pick. But that doesn't mean, like, let's take all of our assets and dump them on the side of the road and see what people want to give us at our garage sale. Like, that A's Marlins mentality cannot come here. It should not. I should say. It should not ever be here.
No, it won't be here, but just because you're a big market team, and I don't want to steal from the caller because I think he's going to echo it, but just because your market is big doesn't mean you automatically get to go out there and be successful.
I think I just said that, did I not?
Right, you have to do it right, though, is the point.
Yeah, like there's a way to do it without just, again, dumping everything on the side of the road, all pissed off and saying, let's start over from scratch.
No, and you can
you
can start over through the draft, and I'm just looking at the Bulls because post Last Dance, they got the number 1 pick. They won the lottery. Elton Brand, good pro, and they also got Ron Artest in the first round. So if you're a Bulls fan, you're thinking, here we go, new dance. And then with the 4th pick, Marcus Fizer. The next year, 4th pick, Eddie Curry. Next year, 2nd pick, Jay Williams motorcycle crash. Kirk Heinrich, good pro, but not a game changer.
Right.
Ben Gordon, great player. LaMarcus Aldridge, that pick got to go to Portland. And then Joakim Noah, and then Derrick Rose. You were in the lottery almost every year. And you didn't get a lot of them right.
It didn't work.
Right. Because you blew the picks.
Right. Which is there is always that possibility. I know people say, well, you can't blow the picks. Well, it's hard. It's hard. Every single
picks
coach.
Are hard.
Yeah, every coach and GM ever has said, it's kind of 50-50. So you do have to give, it's just like anything else, I feel like. It's anything else in life. It's a blend of luck, opportunity, preparation, execution. That's how I view the Spurs right now. The Wembanyama thing is stupid luck, and you got him. But then, look who you picked around him.
Vassell, Castle, Champagny.
The people who went in front of Castle sucked. He was 4th. Risache, and who's that big stiff in Washington?
Alex Sarr?
Yeah.
It's early.
It's early. I'm not liking it early.
Bad.
He's all right.
He's not Castle, but he's not bad.
No, I'm not saying
Risache is the big man.
Yes.
Right. And I'm not, and I forget the guy who's right in front of Castle is solid as well, but not Castle. The Spurs deserve credit for that. They nailed the pick.
4 for 4.
Yeah. And so they get a lot of credit for that. But there's also some breaks in there. And I don't know what the percentage is. But
Reed Shepherd, the Rockets is the other.
Good player.
Yeah. Not bad either.
Good player. Not Castle. But, that's the deal. I don't know what the percentage is when you go into this, let's suck for 6 years, then be in the lottery for 4. What's the percentage of that turning into a thing? Probably not great. unless there's a, like, not just good pick, because even Castle and all these guys, Harper with the Spurs, if Wemby's not there, it's no big deal. They're just like good. They're good. They're a 7 seed. They're a 6 seed. They're like, oh, these are nice players. I don't know what it means in the grand scheme of all of this. It's Wemby. Wemby's there. That's all it is.
But even when you get the picks, you have to get them right.
Yeah.
And then you have to have the management that's not going to trade them away. And, you know, the bad luck with Derrick Rose, you can't account for that.
No doubt.
And as I mentioned, the Bulls, after their 6-year hiatus post Last Dance, they made the playoffs 11 of 12 years. Yeah. So they were good. And for the Warriors, to think they go from a dynasty and they have 5-6 years of not great, I doubt you're going to relaunch a dynasty unless you go full-on Spurs and go from Robinson to Duncan to Kawhi to now Wemby.
Yeah, and then, like, as far as how that concerns the Giants right now, you know what I mean? I know, like, okay, talk about assets right now with the San Francisco Giants.
Short-term or long-term?
Well, just whatever. If your thought is, hey, blow it up. I hate everybody on this team. Blow it up. Okay, fine. Take your assets and tell me what it is are you getting in return. What are you getting in return that's going to excite you and maybe really revitalize the organization? Is Robbie Ray, for the 10 starts that somebody would get for him, is somebody going to give you like that dog, like that top 5 prospect in their organization?
They might.
Maybe. Probably not.
I mean, depends on how he's pitching and how deep their organization is.
That's fair, but I'd also say, like, it seems like we're at an age where the rental pitching market, you don't pay the premium that you used to, okay? They're not, it's just, that's the way it's been lately. Luis Arraez. Somebody giving you a top prospect for Luis Arraez the rest of this year?
Again, this is where I get frustrated with the Giants because if it's me, I don't need a top prospect. I need a good prospect. And I don't know if they can identify good prospects.
But
you threw James Tibbs. You threw him away.
And Kyle Harrison. Well, no, you didn't throw him away. You got Rafael Devers.
Right.
That's a great player. He's a great player. That's already been proven.
You gave up a great pitcher, which is being proven.
Wow.
And you gave up a guy who is trending with an 1,100 OPS. He's trending toward being really good.
It may end up being an awful trade. I submit that to you. But they didn't give them away. They got Rafael Devers. They got a guy who's been a perennial all-star his entire career.
You rolled the dice.
Yeah.
And you might be getting burned because somebody figured out how to teach Kyle Harrison to pitch. And Tibbs is out there rocking balls in Oklahoma City. So, and I don't even remember the other two who got thrown in.
Jordan Hicks.
Fine.
And it was a baby. He was like a single A guy.
So for me, it's not even like trade Robbie and what are you going to get? I'm more concerned with them being able to assess what they actually want. You just got Jesus Rodriguez, a guy who can hit, but he already has no position.
Right. It's true.
And you've got 3 catchers on your team. You got Haas, who's fun to watch, and Daniel Susac, he can hit, and he's actually pretty good throwing the ball, but I don't know where Rodriguez actually fits. And so you got a couple of pitchers that you drafted at AAA who just can't make the big club.
All right, I guess my point is if you really wanted to tear things down, you got to stop talking about Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez. You're talking about Logan Webb.
Yeah, that's not a teardown. That's redoing the bathroom.
Well, I mean, no, I think that's a teardown. Like, what would you get on the market for Logan Webb with multiple years left on his deal? A lot. That's if you really want to tear it down. But my point is Bryce Eldridge is here. You did a ton on the international market in the offseason. They're excited about it. You have 2 picks in the first round coming up this year. You just traded Patrick Bailey for one of them. In addition to Tugboat, you got Tugboat and 2 first-round draft picks. Like, you can do what it is you're suggesting they do without freaking out and throwing everybody who's on the roster into the water. I know everyone's mad right now. I am too. But, like...
So they got Tugboat and a pick, right?
And a pick.
Right.
29th pick in the draft, and they already had the 4th.
Right.
So, like, you can start to replenish and get.
When does Tugboat pitch again? Is it tonight?
I don't know.
Because I know he's got a great nickname. He's got a gigantic posterior.
Yes.
And he's got a fun, he's a lefty.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy.
Like if Drew Gilbert pitched. That's kind of the way I would describe it right now.
Drew Gilbert got eat by the clumps. This guy's a big dude.
If Drew Gilbert went to Crumble every night and pitched.
Pretty much.
That's
but he's got a fun nickname. So Tugboat.
Tugboat.
They automatically win the trade because the man's nickname is Tugboat.
Yeah. So I guess that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about like just keep riding it out, but you can do what you want to do and try to get better younger talent in and highlight it more. I'm over here screaming from the mountaintops that Bryce should be in the lineup every night. I'm with y'all on that. I'm just never going to be on the side of the fence that says these three teams should just screw it all. Like, get rid of everybody. I want everyone on the team to be 23 and younger and do, again, what I keep calling the A's and Marlins thing. I don't think that should ever happen.
Well, it never will in football because for the Niners, you have a quarterback.
Right.
So you've got your quarterback, so now build around that person. And if you don't have a quarterback, then you're kind of more in that mode. And the Giants are pot committed on 3 guys who are making 9 figures and 4 if you throw in Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
And so if you really want to tear it down, if you do a tear down, normally you leave up one wall. That way it doesn't go down as new construction and there's tax ramifications. That would be a tear down. What you're trying to do with Arise and Robbie Ray and maybe it's Mally for a song, whatever it is, that's like redoing the bathroom and, fixing the hardwood floors or whatever, getting a pergola for the backyard, which we're trying to do. That's not a tear down.
Yeah.
Trading Steph is a tear down.
Right, which is what it's bananas. It's a bananas idea. And I don't even know if any real people have it.
Oh, you're calling out our listeners right there.
No. For real. I feel like they might be bots. The people who call and say trade Steph, are you AI? I don't know. I don't know any people that I've ever spoken to face-to-face that think we should trade Steph. I've never met someone in person. Meet me outside if you think you want to trade Steph. Let's meet after the show.
I got some bad news before we go to the phones.
Why? What's wrong?
Tugboat pitched yesterday.
Uh-oh, how'd it go?
He took on some water, Mark.
That's too bad.
Boop, boop, all aboard.
Wait,
keep it coming.
Your Tugboat sounded a little bit too much like your Joey Bart.
Well, the Tugboat be sinking. Thank you. 3 innings. It's actually not bad. 3 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He walked 3.
Oh.
4 strikeouts and a home run. Yeah, the Tugboat.
Wait, 3 innings and how many runs?
4 earned, 5 total. Defense let him down. It's an organizational thing.
That's too bad.
70 pitches, 16 balls. No, that's 16 batters faced. I apologize, Tugboat. Yeah.
All right.
He's got a big butt.
Okay, look, they can't all be gems.
No. And the Binghamton Rumble Ponies.
Oh.
Binghamton Rumble Ponies.
They beat Tugboat?
The Flying Squirrels,
The Richmond, right. I get that.
We've gotten to a point where, here's an idea. Let's go do ayahuasca and name our team.
Oh, completely. No, they do contests and stuff like that to name the teams.
I don't know what's more outlandish, minor league baseball teams or golf course names. I have a whole 5-minute stand-up bit on that.
It's minor league teams, but I'd love to hear the bit.
Yeah, you make up an adjective and pick an animal, where are you playing this weekend? Whispering Elk. That par 3 is really tough on the back 9.
Do you ever hear that thing where people say if you go with your childhood pet followed by the street that you grew up on?
Yes.
That's your
adult, your porn name.
You
can say the P word.
I was going to say adult film name, but
that's your racy adult film name. You want to know what mine is? This is pornography.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it? Your pet followed by your street name.
Aspen Cascade.
Oh, that's pretty.
Ski instructor. You know what he's known for, right?
That kind of ski instructor,
yeah.
Huh? He's down at the bar afterward.
I got your double black diamond right here, baby. Yeah.
Hold on.
Aspen Cascade.
I didn't.
Aspen was the dog we inherited from my grandfather.
I was going to say, I thought you
Dan
didn't have
Giles,
a
rest in
pet.
peace. Aspen was a Keeshond. We inherited Aspen, and we lived on Cascade. Aspen Cascade. I think 2 pumps is what they're allowed. What would yours be?
Well, I was going to say mine, but that's kind of a tough act to follow. Aspen Cascade.
So was Kitty earlier today. Tough act to follow.
Speaking of Kitty, we had a cat when I was a kid, so mine's not a dog name, it's a cat name. Mine is Butterscotch Mainsail.
Butterscotch Mainsail?
Butterscotch Mainsail.
All right.
It's not as good.
It's not. It's what I said.
He's
Randy.
on a boat. Yeah. He's on a boat trip.
Just like Tugboat. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. What street you grow up on? I grew up on Mainsail in Foster City. Yeah.
You can call me Punch Sailor.
Oh, Punch
All
Sailor.
right.
Yeah.
Be probably on a boat
Punch
with
Sailor,
you.
yeah.
Sounds
That
like he works
yeah,
out.
Punch Sailor.
All right. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess regarding the markets and stuff you were talking about, there's no doubt that the Giants and the Warriors are top market teams. There's no denying that. The reputation, the history, the fan base, the media, all that kind of stuff. So they got that going for them. But, I would say that, the Warriors and the Giants, to me, have been pretty major disappointments in terms of their ability to bring in free agents. I mean, they've got some, but, they whiffed a lot more than they've got them, and they always seem like they're the second best team. It's like playing poker. The worst hand is the second best hand. That's the story of my life playing poker. But that seems the way they are. They get to the last minute, and they get tied up, and then, they lost out, and now they don't have time to go to plan B because they invested in plan A. So they just seem like they miss a lot, and that's when they've been pretty good teams they've missed out. We lose Curry, and, these guys, what's going to be the draw here? I mean, I look at it more as a fan, not so much as an investor. So when I think of big markets, I tend to think of, the ability to draw good players in. And I don't know, I love the Bay Area. That's why I live here. But for a lot of people, it's not their cup of tea. It's not a Milwaukee, middle of the road kind of place, and some people like that.
Well, for sure. I think, strokes and folks, right? Like nowhere is for everybody. But I'm not even going to argue with what you're saying, although I do think the free agent thing is a better point. Thanks, Pat, about the Giants than it is about the Warriors. I don't think the Warriors are like perennial second-place finishers on free agents. NBA process is a little bit different. I think they go after free agents a hell of a lot less than they do in baseball. And yes, the Giants, especially in the Farhan regime, they did a really good job of finishing second.
Yeah.
So I get that. But as far as this place not being everyone's cup of tea, sure. But L.A., New York, Miami, Chicago, Dallas, those places are also not everyone's cup of tea. I remember like Zach Greinke once upon a time was a huge free agent in baseball, and he did not want to go to L.A. and New York. I think he did pitch for the Dodgers for a period of time, but he's like dealing with mental health and did not want the big stage. Boy, he loved pitching in Kansas City. That's where he wanted to be.
Right.
Kansas City, Missouri.
If you did a consensus vote on what is every, athlete's cup of tea, what's the most likely city to be the cup of tea? Because they all have positives and negatives. And
LA because marketing, sunshine, end of story.
Disaffected fans, unbelievable traffic.
Disaffected fans? That depends on the sport.
Well, the Dodgers, you get 4 innings of solid fan support.
The Lakers fan base is pretty solid. They're pretty passionate.
Oh, yeah.
A
lot of my friends from down there are Laker fans.
Yeah, pretty passionate group.
Sickening group.
Oh, absolutely disgusting.
I was thinking Miami might be...
Miami's great, but
not as humid as your Orlando.
Right. Well, it's got more stuff going on.
A lot more stuff.
Orlando's for the kids. Miami's for the adults.
You know who likes Miami?
What's that?
Aspen Cascade.
Is that where he lives?
He vacations there. Couple movie shoots there. Yeah.
Got a timeshare out there?
Time that you share. That's what it is. All right. Probably about enough for you, Aspen. Yeah.
Bachelor pad.
Aren't they all? We've lost Willard.
Oh, God. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Serramonte Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma City, Daly City, or 24/7 at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, find your Bay Area Ford dealer. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. All right, summer's basically here. Summer's here. In my neighborhood, it's over 90 today. And if you're still trying to figure out your weight loss plan on your own, come on. That do-it-yourself thing only gets you so far and doesn't have the same results as Jumpstart MD. These guys are local, and they've been helping people around the Bay for years, and you actually work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan just for you. I'm going in tomorrow to get my personalized plan to get this weight loss started. And if you want access to GLP-1 medications, they have some of the most affordable rates you can find. If you've been waiting to finally get serious before summer, don't wait any longer. Don't wait till June. Start now and get ahead of it. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com today. There's still time for you to get that summer body accomplished. 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com.
What's for dinner? Good question. Great answer? Safeway roasted chicken. Choose from hot, ready-to-eat rotisserie favorites like traditional lemon pepper or savory rosemary and garlic. Fully cooked, fresh prepared, and ready to serve the moment you get home. Make it the center of dinner with a salad, sides, tacos, sandwiches, or just carve it up and let everyone dig in. So when the day gets busy and dinner sneaks up on you, Safeway makes it easy. Stop by Safeway tonight for a hot roasted chicken. Safeway, dinner solved right on your way home.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing Scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
This might be one of the best texts I've ever received on this show.
Yeah?
408, I was a stand-in for Aspen Cascade in the 80s. Glad to see you doing so well. Your friend, Igor Potts.
Igor Potts.
Oh, it's pretty strong.
Yeah.
That's strong. Got a German Shepherd named Wolf and grew up on Meadowlark.
Okay.
Wolf Meadowlark.
Sounds like a former Harlem Globetrotter turned adult star.
Gosh, when you think of Wolf in basketball, I always go to Teen Wolf.
Yep. I believe his first movie was Sweet Georgia Down. Meadowlark's first movie.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
Grandy?
What?
What was yours?
What was my what?
First pet?
What was your first pet?
First pet's name was Chica.
Uh-oh, this is off to a good start.
And the street that you grew up on?
It doesn't work very well. Buena Tierra.
I think it works great.
Does it?
Chica Buena Tierra.
Sounds like John Miller calling a home run.
Adios.
Yeah, Chica Buena Tierra.
Now that's a spicy movie.
All right, that's enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm good. Chica Buena Tierra, that's
not
great.
Bad. Yeah. Yep.
Really good.
Not bad. Anyway, hi, everybody. Still got some time to weigh in on this, 888-957-9570. Yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe I'm just being big old myopic Homer over here.
Yeah, for sure.
I get accused of it all the time, but I sense that, and to be honest with you, sometimes it's not like something that makes me mad. It bums me out. It bums me out for people. And it's not so much even a civic pride thing, although that is part of it. But I do think that there are portions, not everybody by any stretch, but there are portions of our fan bases that almost view your own teams through an inaccurate lens in terms of who these are. And maybe I get that that's probably just being a fan, because everybody always thinks that their team is just a big bunch of doofuses. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we focus on. I've maintained this all the time in that Niner conversation about the draft. I think every fan base thinks that their team sucks at drafting because you remember the misses, and everybody's got them.
You remember the hits too.
You do, but like
the Niners draft is just inverted. Like, usually bad early and usually phenomenal late.
That has been the recent trend.
Right.
Ish. You know, I think the more recent years is what kind of bothers me, because everyone's out here screaming every time they do a draft. They're like, you guys suck recently. And it's like, no, recently they don't. It's too early to really have a firm opinion on it, but the early returns, for example, on last year's draft are pretty good. But that doesn't make what you're making a face.
I mean, it's too early to tell.
It's too early to tell.
I mean, you've got First round hurt for.
Well, but hurt is different than sucks.
I guess. I mean, hurt is hurt.
Yeah.
Like Ricky Pearsall's hurt, and if wasn't hurt, he'd probably be pretty good.
And again, I think you got to look at what guys do when they are on the field. I'm not going to put Michael Williams and Solomon Thomas in the same breath. Michael Williams was good, then got hurt.
Solomon Thomas has been pretty good elsewhere. So I don't know if that was a scheme fit or he's still playing.
Yeah, but he's never the third pick in the draft.
True. So if you want to go back to the last draft you can judge, which would be 2023, they only had 3 day 2 picks, and Jair Brown, Moody, and Latu. So,
sorry, this is no way to do a show. I'm listening to you, and people are texting all of their names in.
That is better than the same old tired argument about are the Niners good at drafting? Well, yes and no. By the way, OTA's next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Correct.
We need to make it out there.
Well, I actually was just texting with the Niners, and their only open practice is Thursday, and it's at 12:30.
All right.
It's going to make it tough. Unless you can set up a remote. We're on the air at 1:40.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
I know people.
I know you do. I do too. I'm just not as activated to talk to them as you are right now.
My brother-in-law lives down there. Maybe we could just post up at his house.
Well, we could go to Laughing Monk, but you got to get all the people who make those decisions to do the darn thing.
Yep.
We could do that. That's fine.
We can do.
You want to do that next Thursday?
Read the text line.
Well, his dog was named Scooter, and he grew up on Gillette Street. That makes him Scooter Gillette.
Which is kind of like Scooter Jeanette, but not quite.
That's why I started laughing.
Scooter Gillette, he is a paper boy who gets lured in for an extra delivery. I can write plots for all these names.
Oh, good. No, we're back to sports radio. What is Willard smoking? The 2025 draft was horrible. Tell me how they performed. Why don't you, 310? Who's the bust? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go through the 2025 draft. And again,
Junior Bergen.
Too early. What round was that?
7.
That doesn't count.
Jordan James. I mean, if we're judging after 1 year, which you can't. Right.
You can't. But are they all still on the roster? They're pretty much all still on the roster, right?
For now.
All right. And give me who what do we do? Michael Williams.
Which is an incomplete, but I give it a C+.
Okay, well, no, but you can't, he got hurt. The run defense was so much better when he was in there. The metrics are good.
Availability is the number one ability.
Sure, but I'm not going to start ripping teams for their draft if someone gets hurt.
I'm not ripping him, but he's coming off an ACL this year. So is he going to be,
I don't know,
raring to go? We'll find out.
Find out.
Alfred Collins, good pick, second round. Nick Martin, a third rounder, he's a special teamer.
Not there yet.
Upton Stout, phenomenal pick in the third.
Great pick.
CJ West in the fourth, rock solid. Jordan Watkins in the fourth, that's a miss.
No, it's not a miss yet. Hurt TBD.
Hurt, 2 catches. That's a miss.
He was hurt.
Jordan James, 5th round, also hurt.
Yeah.
Marquise Siegel in the 5th.
I mean, I don't know how at this moment you could be mad about that draft. I am not going to sit here and say...
I can't be anything about that draft.
I'm not going to say it's great, but you cannot say it sucks. That's a no. From me, dog.
2023 is where I was going.
Yeah, that's
they
different.
Had 3 years, and it's miss, you got to be kidding me, miss, D-winners. Oh, no. And then Jalen Graham.
Yeah.
Ronnie Bell,
And I'm gonna argue till I die that the 22 and 23 drafts, part of the reason that they sucked was the Trey Lance thing, which yes, you hang around the Niners' neck, but you're actually talking about a different draft. You're talking about the 21 draft. And then you're mad at another draft because the Niners shot themselves in the foot and never even made picks until the 3rd round. And then it's like,
second round Drake Jackson.
Well, which is the year that they didn't start? What's the Jair Brown year?
That would be 2023.
That's 2023. That's what I thought we were talking about.
No, they traded the 2nd round pick for McCaffrey. The 1st round pick was Trey Lance.
Right.
The previous year, the 1st round pick was Trey Lance, but you had a second, Drake Jackson, miss.
Which is a miss.
Tyrion Davis-Price in the 3rd. Danny Gray in the 3rd.
Yeah, those were bad drafts.
Brock Purdy in the 7th.
Oh, forgot. Those are great draft.
Right. Great pick.
No. That's how I view seventh rounders, as they can only be good. If you miss, seventh rounder. If you nail it, woo.
Yeah, you get bonus points.
Party.
Triple points.
It's like a free shot.
Franchise quarterback, awesome.
Amazing.
That's why I called their whole draft inverted. Bad early, good late.
It's a good word from Top Gun. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
They were inverted.
I just saw Top Gun Maverick last week.
For the first time?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not that much of a Top Gun guy.
No, I know, but when that came out, that was like, especially for our generation, that was a whole thing. I thought everybody saw it.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it.
You saw it, Willard?
Of course.
Well, movie, yeah.
Top
He
Gun,
saw a movie before you?
Yeah,
No
but
doubt.
Part of that Top Gun, like the first one, that was my jam. That was the movie. I could recite that thing. I could do that movie with it while it goes. That was my high school sweet spot.
I liked this movie. It was
Good.
super like formulaic and like obvious, but
it was fun.
Yeah, you went into it looking for super formulaic and obvious, and it delivered.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those movies that you didn't have to like sit on the edge of your seat, on your phone and wait for the.
And if you know the first Top Gun really well, and then they introduce in Top Gun Maverick Patty Benjamin, and you're like, most people have no idea who that is. But if you know the first one really well, when Goose is like, Patty Benjamin. I mean, that's all, like, they did a great job of tying the two movies together.
Yeah,
Anyway, that's fine.
just a little heartbreaking when you see Val Kilmer. And
yes,
I mean, great that he was included, but also like really hard to watch.
Really hard, for sure. Grandy, what's coming up on the radio? What are we doing?
You guys had a great conversation with Hunter Pence.
Hunter was great.
When Hunter Pence, I mean, he's as like confident as they come and as positive as they come. When he's questioning the way the Giants are using Bryce Eldridge, you know something's up.
I think that's a great point.
So if you missed that, that's coming up next. And then Steiny and Goo, a good conversation with Bobby Marks of ESPN, just talking through everything that's possible for the Warriors this offseason.
Bobby's the best. We know that. We love Bob.
Our crossover must have stunk today.
Yeah, it did not make the cut. That's an upset.
Be better tomorrow, guys.
All right, we'll try.
What's bugging you coming up tomorrow?
Okay. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Can't wait to.
All right. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Zach, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport,